Shall we do it again? The man's voice was deep and melodious, tinged with an unquenched desire that bore an alluring power. Jiang Xiao glanced at the floor, where lace lingerie lay intertwined with a torn dress and a pair of high heels rolled beneath the sofa, all narrating the recent fervor and frenzy. "No, I'm tired," Jiang Xiao declined. This man's stamina was indeed remarkable. She had nearly begged for mercy moments ago. Yet, despite her words, her delicate hand audaciously caressed his firm abdomen. He seized her mischievous hand, a hint of unfulfilled yearning in his magnetic tone. "Don't tease, I might not be able to resist." Jiang Xiao smiled, her enchanting face illuminated with allure. Her dark eyes sparkled like stars. Her crimson lips were fiery, and her cascading waves of black hair framed her porcelain back, enhancing her skin's ethereal quality. The lazy curve of her petal-like lips revealed a tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye, stirring with her smile, reminiscent of a beguiling seductress. The man, gazing at the languorous woman in his embrace, felt an overwhelming urge to devour her completely. "Don't be so stingy if you can't touch me anymore. You'll miss it dearly," Jiang Xiao jested. However, the man suddenly appeared taken aback, his expression darkening. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao tossed aside the thin blanket, quickly dressing herself. She then retrieved a check from her bag and approached him. "Darling, here's 5 million as compensation. And, of course, this villa is yours too." She placed the check in his hand. Yet, at that moment, the man showed no sign of joy at the generous gift. "Jiang Xiao, are you trying to end things with me?" His voice was ominously low, clearly suppressing his anger. Jiang Xiao maintained a serene demeanor, gently grasping his chin and bestowing a kiss upon him. "My husband has returned, and it's inconvenient for me to play around outside anymore. Let's end it here." The man's expression darkened further. Jiang Xiao pecked his alluring lips once more. "Be good if you encounter difficulties in the future. You can still call me." With that, she stood up, clutching her bag as she exited the room. After taking a few steps, she heard the sound of something shattering within. Jiang Xiao's stride did not falter. She merely smiled with resignation. She had supported him for 3 years, with no genuine affection, only a semblance of pretense. Such an abrupt and unforeseen severance was indeed difficult to accept. Upon leaving the villa, Jiang Xiao drove directly to the airport. Her husband, Yin Feng, had been abroad with his mistress for 3 years, and now, unable to withstand the pressures of his family, he had finally returned. "Jiang Xiao, though we have been childhood friends and have been together for 2 years, I harbor no feelings for you. My affections lie solely with Xiaoling were it not for my grandfather's insistence. I would never have considered marrying you. I shall not lay a finger on you. This is my vow to Xiaoling. What I can offer you is merely the title of Mrs. Yen. Should you find yourself yearning for companionship, feel free to seek a boyfriend. I shall not interfere. Naturally, you must also refrain from meddling in my relationship with Xiaoling." These were the words spoken by Yin Feng on their wedding night. Although 3 years have passed, every word remains vividly etched in her memory. The relationship between the Jiang and Yin families has always been exceptionally harmonious for 3 generations. The heads of the families have been close friends. In Jiang Xiao's generation, the Jiang family welcomed a daughter while the Yin family had a son, and from their births, a betrothal was arranged. To foster their bond, they were encouraged to play together from a young age, alternating stays during winter and summer vacations. Their relationship flourished, even evolving into a romantic involvement during their university years, until Xiaoling entered the picture. Ironically, it was Jiang Xiao who unwittingly pushed Yin Feng closer to Xiaoling. Xiaoling was their high school classmate. Hailing from a modest background, she possessed a timid demeanor yet excelled academically, being the only student granted direct admission to the prestigious school. Like a delicate rabbit entering a gladiatorial arena, she was often bullied by the arrogant elite. Jiang Xiao repeatedly came to her aid, even fighting on her behalf. Thus, they became the closest of friends during their high school years and later attended the same university. As Jiang Xiao's confidant from high school, Xiaoling naturally became well acquainted with Yin Feng. However, at that time, there were no signs of a budding romance. During the summer of their sophomore year, Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng enrolled in a summer camp organized by their school. Just before their departure, Jiang Xiao sprained her ankle and offered her spot to Xiaoling. Initially, neither Xiaoling nor Yin Feng wished to attend, but Jiang Xiao insisted that Yin Feng accompany Xiaoling to ensure her safety from potential bullying. As they began to care for one another, they inadvertently fell in love. That summer, however, Jiang Xiao faced her greatest setback. Jiang Xiaoxiao returned. In her darkest hour, Yinfeng abruptly ended their relationship, declaring his intention to be with Xia Ling. Overwhelmed by the emotional turmoil, Jiang Xiao attempted to take her own life. Though she survived, this act led to unexpected turns of events. Yinfeng's parents, deeply concerned for her well-being, had watched her grow up as their future daughter-in-law. The family patriarch even threatened to withhold family shares, compelling Yinfeng to marry. Yet within 2 months, he applied for an exchange program at Yale University, departing for the United States with Xia Ling by his side. 3 years have swiftly passed. Soon, the car came to a halt outside the airport. Jiang Xiao's thoughts returned to the present. Today, she had been summoned by the patriarch to pick up Yinfeng. She raised her wrist to glance at her watch. The timing was impeccable. Jiang Xiao lifted her head and, indeed, saw Yinfeng emerging from the airport lobby, pushing a suitcase. The man was clad in a white shirt and black trousers, his handsome features radiating an exceptional aura. Every gesture exuded the noble elegance of a scion from a prestigious family. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Xiao, his previously warm expression darkened. With a bright smile, Jiang Xiao opened the car door and approached him. "Darling, it has been a while. I hope you've been well." Her smile was radiant. As a former broadcaster, her voice was already melodious, enhanced by a deliberately flirtatious tone that rendered her irresistibly enchanting. Bystanders could not help but cast envious glances at her husband. Yet, as Yinfeng gazed at the woman before him, his brow furrowed even more deeply. Today, Jiang Xiao looked strikingly beautiful, seemingly having meticulously prepared for this meeting. She appeared different from 3 years ago, once pure and unadorned. She now wore exquisite makeup, her hair cascading in large waves, adorned in designer labels radiating an air of languor and opulence. "Do not call me darling," Yinfeng replied coldly. He turned to glance at the woman beside him, clad in a white dress. Before disembarking, Jiang Xiao had noticed her. Xia Ling had accompanied him back. Dressed in a loose, pure cotton white gown, she wore no makeup, yet her petite face, combined with her naturally shy and innocent eyes, remained captivating. One hand linked with Yinfeng's arm, while the other unconsciously rested on her slightly rounded belly in unmistakable gesture. Jiang Xiao smiled and inquired, "Xia Ling, are you pregnant?" Chapter 2. Jiang Xiao, you are truly despicable. The woman referred to as Xia Ling turned pale in an instant, an unmistakable look of unease crossing her features. She hurriedly apologized. "Xiao, I'm sorry, this was merely an accident." Almost immediately, her eyes brimmed with tears, her expression reminiscent of someone who had been grievously wronged. It was rather amusing. Jiang Xiao's demeanor remained largely unchanged, her smile still radiant. "Congratulations to both of you," she remarked, prompting bystanders to perceive this as a sincere exchange among friends. Yet only Jiang Xiao understood the profound irony behind it. 3 years had elapsed, and her temperament had markedly transformed. "Xiao, am I allowed to bear this child?" Xia Ling's voice was tentative, almost a humble plea. Evidently, this tactic was effective with Yinfeng. "Xia Ling, you need not explain to her. This child belongs to us both. Does one need to seek her approval regarding the matter of birth?" Yinfeng glared vehemently at Jiang Xiao, as if she had committed some grave offense against Xia Ling. All she had done was extend her congratulations. How laughable. Let her give birth. We are all family. Why such formality? In ancient times, a concubine bearing children for the family was considered a blessing. Once the child is born, they will surely call me mother. "Jiang Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yinfeng's ire was evident. Jiang Xiao's laughter grew more exuberant. "Oh, I was only jesting. Why so serious? Grandfather has asked me to bring you back to the ancestral home. Will you come with me or remain with her?" Yinfeng fell silent for a few moments before transferring his suitcase into Jiang Xiao's trunk. "First, take us to the Kyoto Grand Hotel." Jiang Xiao complied, escorting them to the entrance of the hotel. After a span of half an hour, Yinfeng finally ensured Xia Ling was settled before returning to Jiang Xiao's vehicle. He still chose to sit in the back, seemingly intent on maintaining a distance from her. The car once again merged into the bustling city traffic. How can one harbor such affection and allow her to stay in a hotel. Now that she is with child, it is only fitting to provide her with several villas. Yin Feng's voice was icy, laced with suppressed fury. Jiang Xiao, are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Xiao's laughter rang out, vibrant and carefree. My apologies. I forgot that you possess no property in your name. Since it was presumed that Jiang Xiao was the daughter-in-law of the Yin family, all properties acquired by the Yin family for Yin Feng had been titled in Jiang Xiao's name since her kindergarten days. Jiang Xiao owned no less than 100 properties, including over a dozen villas, with countless commercial establishments to her name. In contrast, Yin Feng had nothing. However, as the sole heir of the Yin family, he did hold shares in the family business. From the outset, Yin Feng had been observing Jiang Xiao. Her smile had never faltered. They had grown up together, and no one knew her better than he did. Though she appeared cheerful now, she was, in fact, the most vengeful. Today, upon seeing Xia Ling's burgeoning belly, she must have been infuriated, hence her repeated use of a joking tone laced with sarcasm. Or perhaps it is the assets of the Yin family that bind him. Yin Feng gazed at Jiang Xiao with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Jiang Xiao, do not bully Xia Ling, and do not entertain any delusions of my returning to your side. I shall not contest the benefits bestowed upon you by the Yin family. Consider it a form of compensation for me. However, should you covet more, do not blame me for not warning you. I shall reclaim the title of Mrs. Yin. Jiang Xiao straightened her expression, a trace of seriousness gracing her features. Yin Feng, let's divorce. No, to be precise, it should be termed a separation. Yin Feng's countenance suddenly plummeted into icy depths. Jiang Xiao, are you threatening me? He never believed Jiang Xiao genuinely wished to divorce. He was acutely aware of her predicament. The Jiang family was no longer an option for her. Moreover, her love for him was profound, to the point of contemplating suicide for his sake. In 3 years of silence, she had never broached the subject of divorce. Now that he had returned, she spoke of it instead. The only conceivable reason was that Xia Ling was pregnant, which had significantly affected her. She sought to compel him to sever ties with Xia Ling. I'm not threatening you. I have merely come to a realization. Initially, I believed marrying you would rekindle your feelings, and after your departure, I maintained the title of Mrs. Yin partly to compete with Xia Ling. However, I find this endeavor rather pointless now. Xia Ling is pregnant, and the child is innocent. I do not wish to occupy this position and hinder your reunion with your family. In her youth, she had been impetuous, nursing a grudge due to betrayal by both her boyfriend and her best friend. Marrying Yin Feng was motivated not only by the downfall of the Jiang family, but also by a desire to prevent them from living in peace. Yet, 3 years had passed, and her mindset had significantly shifted. Furthermore, during these years, she had not wronged herself. She was unwilling to squander her life within the confines of this hollow marriage. Yin Feng's gaze turned cold and piercing as he scrutinized Jiang Xiao through the rearview mirror. Indeed, it was due to Xia Ling's pregnancy. Jiang Xiao, do you not feel a twinge of guilt uttering such words? If it were so easy to comprehend, why did you resort to self-harm back then? Mentioning this caused a shadow to pass over Jiang Xiao's eyes. Her past act of self-harm was not solely because of Yin Feng. After a brief moment of solemnity, she swept her hair back, her fingers casually intertwining through her soft locks. Raising her head slightly, she exuded an enchanting allure. She returned to her earlier languid demeanor. If you disagree, so be it. Yin Feng scoffed softly, shifting his gaze away from Jiang Xiao's captivating visage. Her initiative to propose a divorce inexplicably angered him. For a fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it were being squeezed. He thought she genuinely desired to part ways. He had underestimated her. Realizing she was merely using this tactic to test and pressure him filled him with even greater disdain. Jiang Xiao, you're truly despicable. This was the second time Jiang Xiao had heard such words from Yin Feng. The first was after returning from summer camp, when he candidly confessed his relationship with Xia Ling. She had been stunned for 5 seconds before lunging at Xia Ling, delivering several slaps. Yin Feng had pulled her away from Xia Ling, exasperatedly declaring their breakup. In a fit of rage, Jiang Xiao bellowed, "Break up? Not a chance. Jiang Xiao, will drag you both down to hell with me." At that moment, Yin Feng condemned her as shameless. Such heart-wrenching pain pierced through her, akin to a dagger lodged in her heart, a torment that lingered through countless days and nights. Each wound bled profusely, a sight too harrowing to behold. Yet, as time passed, she grew numb to it all. The wounds of the past formed a thick layer of scab, resembling armor. Thus, when she heard him curse once more, it stirred not a ripple within her. Before long, they arrived at the Yin family estate. As they stepped out of the car, they were met by Yin Mulan Pei, who stood at the entrance. Her face bore no trace of joy at seeing her son after 3 years. Instead, it was clouded with an ominous frown. Upon seeing Yin Feng, she immediately launched into a reproach. "I heard you brought that little enchantress back with you?" Yin Feng's stern visage turned towards Jiang Xiao. With an air of innocence, Jiang Xiao shrugged. "I said nothing. You witnessed it yourself. I hadn't even had the chance to make a call." Chapter 3. Yin Feng, you coward. Yan's mother scolded fiercely. "Don't be deceived by Xiao Yu. Someone caught you both at the airport, and it's all over the news. Do you even realize you are married? How can you treat Xiao Yu this way? In terms of appearance, talent, and character, how is Xiao Yu inferior to that treacherous little vixen?" Yin Feng, feeling increasingly vexed by her tirade, retorted, "Mom, stop calling her a little vixen. Xia Ling is not a vixen." Yan's mother, infuriated, shot back, "You still defend her? You've truly lost your mind. I can't handle you, but your grandfather will. Hurry to the study. He is waiting for you." With a sullen expression, Yin Feng stormed off to the study. Yan's mother clutched her chest in exasperation, lamenting, "What a wretched child. How did I end up with such a wretched child?" Jiang Xiaoyu, standing nearby, consoled her. "Mom, don't be angry. Your health is paramount." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu feign indifference, Yan's mother felt a pang of sorrow. "Xiao Yu, rest assured. Even if I disown this son, I will never disown you as my daughter-in-law. Our family will always stand by you." Jiang Xiaoyu linked her arm with Yan's mother. "Mom, I'm fine." After Jiang Xiao returned, Jiang's mother no longer treated her as before. Only Yan's mother felt more like a true mother. When she had attempted to take her own life, Yan's mother had wept inconsolably, staying by her side throughout her week-long hospital stay, while Jiang's mother had not even visited her once. 3 years had passed. She had long since abandoned her initial feelings and obsessions regarding Yin Feng. Her resentment towards Xia Ling had also diminished. What remained was merely a tinge of unwillingness. Thus, she would take the initiative to end this relationship. Yet, she truly felt reluctant to part with the Yin family. If she left this place, where else could she go? After conversing with Yan's mother for a while, she ascended the stairs. Passing by the study, she overheard the old man reprimanding Yin Feng. "Jiang Xiaoyu deliberately slowed her pace. If you wish to divorce Xiao Yu, I will transfer 20% of the company's shares to her name. If you marry that woman, you will resign from the Yin family, and you will receive not a single cent from us." Yin Feng's voice resonated with anger. "Grandfather, how can you be so biased? Jiang Xiaoyu is merely the counterfeit daughter of the Jiang family. I am your real grandson. The Jiang family doesn't even intend to recognize her. So why you care so much?" The old man's tone was filled with disappointment. "I do not care what identity Xiao Yu holds. I only know that I was the first to hold her when she was born and that I have watched her grow. The Jiang family has issues with her due to past grievances, but we, the Yin family, do not concern ourselves with such matters. You should understand that the disputes of the previous generation have nothing to do with Xiao Yu. She has always been a victim. If you do not cherish her, then do not conspire with others to belittle her. To see if I will allow it." Yin Feng attempted to interject, but was cut off by the old man. "Remember, you may relinquish your identity as Xiao Yu's husband, but in doing so, you also forfeit your status as the heir of the Yin family. If you are willing, I shall not stop you." Having listened for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu retreated to her room. The Yin family had been exceedingly kind to her. Since the incident at the Jiang family, the Yin family has consistently supported her. Forcing Yin Feng to marry her was also an attempt to provide her with a sanctuary from a storm. Half an hour later, Yin Feng returned to his room. He observed Jiang Xiaoyu sitting at the vanity, removing her makeup with a languid grace. As her exquisite visage was unveiled, the mirror reflected a delicate face that possessed an ethereal charm. "Jiang Xiaoyu, what kind of enchantment have you cast upon grandfather, that he favors you over his own grandson?" After completing her makeup removal, Jiang Xiaoyu began to apply a facial mask. Her movements elegant and meticulous, her tone nonchalant. Perhaps he finds me more reliable than you, his true grandson. For a woman, you've severed ties with the family for 3 years. From their perspective, that is rather unfilial. So you took advantage of the situation to curry favor with them? Encouraging grandfather to reclaim my shares the moment I part ways with you? Yin Feng scoffed. Jiang Xiaoyu, to retain me, you truly will stop at nothing. Jiang Xiaoyu finally turned to face him, her voice calm yet firm. Do not unjustly accuse me. I have not engaged in such actions. Yin Feng's tone dripped with sarcasm. Isn't that your usual tactic? Previously, you resorted to self-harm as leverage. Now it's about company shares. Jiang Xiaoyu, I never realized how deep your cunning runs. It seems that treachery is indeed hereditary, as the blood of a murderer flows in your veins. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned frosty. This was her Achilles heel. Without reservation, she retorted, what skill do you possess in belittling me after being humiliated by grandfather? If you truly had the courage, you would forsake the Yin family's assets for Xia Ling ultimately, in your heart. The Yin family's fortune and shares are still more valuable than Xia Ling. Grandfather is fully aware of Xia Ling's past actions. Even in my absence, he would never accept her. You know this very well. Thus, the barrier between you and her has never been me. If you truly loved her, you would relinquish everything here and stay abroad with her. In the end, you cannot bear to part with this immense wealth. You refuse to acknowledge that you value your personal interests over Xia Ling, so you recklessly cast the blame upon me. Yin Feng, you lack courage. Yin Feng's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, especially as he caught the disdain in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, which ignited within him a fleeting impulse to silence her. She looked down upon him. She had always looked down upon him. The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a knock at the door. The elderly butler, Old Tang, stood at the entrance. Young master, young mistress, dinner's ready. Please come downstairs to dine. Today, the Yin family is rarely all gathered together. Even Yin Yin, who is still in his 3rd year of university, has returned. Brother, you finally decided to come back. I thought you would have your wife waiting for you in the cold for 18 years. Yin Yin's words were filled with sympathy for Jiang Xiaoyu. As he watched the entire family rally around Jiang Xiaoyu, Yin Feng's gaze toward her grew colder. But brother, are you planning to leave again? Before Yin Feng could respond, their father interjected. If he leaves again, there will be no place for him in the Yin family. From now on, the family fortune will be divided between you and your sister-in-law. Yin Yin clapped her hands in delight, linking her arm with Jiang Xiao's. Sister-in-law, did you hear that? Once my brother leaves, we shall become super wealthy women, spending lavishly on male models. Yin Feng shot her a disapproving glance. At such a tender age, your mind is filled with nonsense. I wonder who you learned that from. His gaze briefly flickered toward Jiang Xiao's face, causing her to feel an unusual pang of guilt. She had, after all, engaged in such activities long ago. The elder spoke, your brother will not be leaving. Tomorrow he will assume the position of general manager at the company. Yin Yin's expression fell in disappointment. What a shame. Recently, as you all know, the company's situation is precarious. Times have changed, and our construction firm is not what it once was. A solemn silence enveloped the room. The Yin family had thrived in the construction industry, evolving over 2 generations into one of the largest construction companies in the country, with ventures into various other sectors. However, most of these were merely exploratory, as construction remained the lifeblood of the enterprise. In recent years, due to the shifting tides of the economy, market saturation, and increased environmental pressures, compounded by the rise of smart construction, the Yin family had faced considerable challenges. Thus, securing the Paradise Resort project is imperative. It would not only revitalize the Yin family's fortunes, but also establish crucial connections within the central government, paving the way for a plethora of promising projects in the future. The Paradise Resort, sanctioned by the central government, aims to create the largest green resort in the nation, encompassing leisure, vacation, and entertainment, a colossal undertaking coveted by all construction firms. Dad, everyone knows that the Paradise Resort is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Yet, there are thousands of construction enterprises across the nation eyeing this lucrative project. Not only is it challenging to devour the whole, but but even to secure a share is daunting. The elder replied, if we can manage to deal with that individual, it will not be difficult. Who? By Jin Xiu. Chapter 4. The Boyfriend's Call Father. Are you referring to the heir of the Bo family, the wealthiest family in the nation? The old man nodded affirmatively. With a look of resignation, he remarked, this seems exceedingly challenging. He is a royal figure in Beijing, a world apart from us in Rongqing. Moreover, the disparity in status between the Yin family and the Bo family is too vast for us to bridge. It is widely acknowledged that the Bo family stands as the richest in the country, with numerous branches and a complex lineage. Bo Jinxiu is the late-born son of the Bo patriarch, personally designated as the heir by his father. However, he is remarkably discreet, having never appeared in public, and few are even aware of his appearance. It is unclear why the old man suddenly mentioned him. The elder continued, the land for the Paradise Resort has long been acquired by the Bo family. According to insider information, the patriarch has entrusted Bo Jinxiu with complete authority over this project. If the Yin family can catch his eye, our chances will greatly increase when he selects a construction company. Father, this is utterly implausible. There are countless individuals vying for the Bo family's favor. If we rashly venture to Beijing, we may not even secure a meeting, replied Yin Feng. Who says we must go to Beijing? Bo Jinxiu is currently in Rongqing and has reportedly settled here for 3 years. Yin Feng furrowed his brow. As a princely figure from Beijing, it would be reasonable for him to visit Rongqing for the resort project. How could he possibly have resided here for 3 years? Madame Bo is a native of Rongqing and has been here for 3 years for recuperation, and Bo Jinxiu accompanied her. However, this matter is not widely known. For the past 3 years, they have been residing at the Lushan Manor in Rongqing, the old man explained. Lushan Manor is a solitary villa built on the hillside of the southern district, long rumored to belong to a reclusive magnate. Little did anyone know it was an asset of the Bo family. Father, how do you know this when others do not? Inquired Yan's mother, unable to contain her curiosity. Previously, this was a secret, but now it is common knowledge, as tomorrow marks the matriarch's 70th birthday. Remarkably, our Yin family has received 2 invitations. Not only the Bo family, but also the prominent families of Rongqing have received invitations. It appears that Madame Bo, having settled here for a considerable time, is inclined to lower her stature and cultivate good relationships. Regardless, this presents an opportunity, which is also the reason I urged Ah Feng to return home urgently. With that, the elder produced 2 invitations. Ah Feng, Xiaoyu, you both shall attend Madame Bo's birthday banquet tomorrow evening. Prepare a thoughtful gift, and make it a priority to present yourselves before Bo Jinxiu. If you can manage to exchange a few words, it would be even better. All right. Let us not discuss work during dinner, Yan's mother interjected, seizing the moment. I have already prepared the room. You both shall sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Since you have returned, it is time to consider starting a family. Jiang Xiu had her own room in the Yin household, and after marriage, she had continued to reside in her small chamber, never moving into their shared bedroom. I have something to attend to this evening. I must step out, Yin Feng stated flatly. Yan's mother slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Out? To find that vixen? Today, should you dare to leave Xiaoyu alone in an empty house, I shall find someone to strip that vixen of her fur. Mother, please do not act rashly. Do you truly wish to test my resolve? Jiang Xiu remained silent, seated in her place, sipping on nourishing chicken soup while watching the performance unfold. To be honest, the notion of completely letting go seemed implausible. After all, during the darkest moments of her life, she had been grievously betrayed by the 2 individuals she had trusted most. She had experienced hatred and sought revenge in a frenzy. Yet now, time had dulled her temperament, allowing her to observe the drama with the curiosity of an outsider. Even she was unaware of when she emerged from that turmoil. Nevertheless, she remained intrigued by the extent to which Yin Feng could go for Xiaoling. In the bedroom, the 2 exchanged silent glances. Yin Feng was on the balcony, attempting to console Xiaoling over the phone. After half an hour of coaxing, the faint sound of sobbing could still be heard from within. Yin Feng, undeterred, continued his comforting efforts. Jiang Xiu couldn't help but recall her own relationship with Yin Feng. He had never exhibited such patience with her. They were far too familiar with one another. So familiar that when Yin Feng first attempted to kiss her, she had laughed heartily at the sight of his flushed ears. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? The young Yin Feng had grumbled. Just looking at your mouth reminds me of our kindergarten days, when we went to collect honeycombs and you ended up with a swollen lip like a sausage and your ears. You resembled Zhu Beiji. Jiang Xi, you had laughed uncontrollably, while Yin Feng had been left frustrated. Subsequently, he never again initiated a kiss. After 2 years of formal courtship, she had yet to give away her first kiss. In retrospect, it was indeed a failure. Had she not encountered that individual, Jiang Xi, you might have reached the age of 23 without ever knowing the taste of a kiss. The image of that strikingly handsome face flashed in her mind, along with the passionate abandon with which he had kissed her, akin to a reincarnated male fox spirit, captivating her very soul. Jiang Xi, you found herself chuckling. Just 3 hours post-breakup, and she was already missing him. Jiang Xi, you picked up her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found his number. Noted his little white face. To her astonishment, after 3 years of intimacy, she realized she had never even inquired about his real name. Yet this was hardly her fault. Every encounter had been under the cover of night, diving straight into the essence of their connection. In moments of deep affection, they had addressed each other with terms of endearment like baby and darling. Suddenly, she felt like a cad, lifting her skirt without knowing who the other person truly was. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated unexpectedly, the caller ID displaying little white face. Jiang Xi, you hesitated for a few seconds before finally answering. So soon, and you're already thinking of me? Her voice dripped with a seductive softness that warmed the heart. After a moment of silence, a low, restrained voice responded. Where are you now? At home, she replied. Come over to Green Lawn Villa. I wish to see you. Jiang Xio idly twirled her hair, her tone nonchalant. I can't. I've told you, my husband is back. I need to accompany him tonight. The man's voice was tinged with palpable agitation. Well, if you continue to provoke me, I might reconsider the breakup compensation and offer you a shopfront instead. With that, you needn't work at the black market establishment anymore. Jiang Xio, it's not about that for me. Do you even know who I am? No matter who you are, our relationship is over, she replied, her voice still soft and gentle, as if soothing a child. At that moment, Yin Feng finally concluded his call and stepped into the room from the balcony. Jiang Xio feigned a cheerful demeanor. All right, my husband is here. You should get some rest. The man on the phone erupted in fury. Jiang Xio, how dare you hang up? Click. The call was terminated. Jiang Xio casually switched her phone to do not disturb mode, placing it upside down on the balcony. Yin Feng cast her a sidelong glance, frowning. Whose call was that? Jiang Xio smiled brightly. Just my boyfriend's. Chapter 5. Subtle Allure. Yin Feng gazed at Jiang Xio's face for a moment, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Have you found a boyfriend? Indeed, she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Didn't you say that when one feels lonely, one should seek companionship? I've been living in solitude for 3 years. Finding a boyfriend seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Why is it that the officials can set fire, yet the common folk cannot light a lamp? She retorted. Yin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. It's better that you found someone. If he can ensure you cease to entangle me, I shall personally thank him with a grand gift. He harbored no belief that Jiang Xio had genuinely found a boyfriend. He was all too aware of her true feelings. She must have seen him speaking with Xia Ling and deliberately sought someone to play a part. The performance was rather convincing. When he ended the call, he could sense the man's jealousy and rage emanating through the phone, a deliberate display meant for him to overhear. Naturally, the two did not share a bed that night. Jiang Xio slept in the comfort of the bed, while Yin Feng took the floor, an act of gentlemanly decorum he still possessed. Before retiring for the night, Jiang Xio purposefully set the air conditioning to its lowest setting and hid the remote. When she awoke in the middle of the night to find Yin Feng curled on the floor, clutching a pillow and shivering, a sense of satisfaction filled her heart. By morning, Yin Feng had caught a cold. Jiang Xio paid him no mind and headed straight to the television station. As a host at the station, she primarily delivered the midday news and helmed a column titled Midday News Eye. She had garnered a modest reputation in the industry. However, with the recent departure of Lin Jie from prime time, Jiang Xio was vying for the coveted position of the female host during that slot. After her regular midday news broadcast, she found herself free for the rest of the day. At 4 in the afternoon, she returned to the Yin residence. Yin Feng had just come back as well, seemingly from a visit to Xia Ling. As Yin Feng entered, Jiang Xiao had just changed her clothes and adorned her face with an exquisite makeup. Today, she wore a qipao made of fragrant cloud silk. The neckline and waist were adorned with intricate embroidery, which, due to the monochromatic scheme, was hardly noticeable from a distance. However, up close, it revealed a masterful craftsmanship. Upon seeing Yin Feng, Jiang Xiao stood and elegantly twirled before him. "What do you think? Does it look good?" Despite his deep-seated disdain for Jiang Xiao, he could not deny her beauty. She was strikingly beautiful. Her figure was superb. Standing at 1.70 meters, enhanced by high heels, she appeared particularly striking. The qipao, being high-end custom-made, fit her perfectly. The hem brushed her ankles, and her delicate, snow-white ankles evoked an irresistible urge to grasp them. Her waist was slender, delicate to the touch, yet curvaceous where it mattered. Yin Feng's gaze shifted from her décolletage to her breathtaking face. The qipao's understated hue, paired with her stunning visage, created a unique charm. It was as if a fox spirit of millennia had just transformed into human form, exuding allure while still retaining a hint of innocence, unintentionally captivating yet tinged with a trace of naivety. Yin Feng swallowed hard. Yet, with a cold demeanor, he remarked, "It looks awful. Why does not suit you at all?" Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, turning away to apply lipstick before the mirror. It seemed that in his heart, only Xia Ling was deemed worthy of wearing white. Having finished applying her lipstick, Jiang Xiao straightened and flashed a dazzling smile at Yin Feng in the mirror, her provocation unmistakable. "I shall wear white regardless." At that moment, Yin Feng found her to be vibrantly alive, exuding charm and allure. Particularly striking was her haughty tone, which bore a semblance of playful teasing, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. However, he soon realized her intentions. She was deliberately trying to entice him. Yin Feng frowned, saying, "Jiang Xiao, spare me your antics. Even if you wore nothing at all, I wouldn't glance your way." With that, he added, "I will wait for you in the car," and left the room. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiao joined him in the car. Yin Feng leaned back, eyes closed in the rear seat, instructing Old Chun, "Take us to Lushan Villa." An hour later, they finally arrived at the foot of Lushan Mountain. The vehicle wound its way up the mountain path, flanked by towering, verdant sycamore trees, whose leaves obscured the sun, casting the surroundings into a dim, tunnel-like ambience. After an indeterminate period, the view suddenly brightened. A grand and imposing structure, resembling a castle, gradually came into sight, and the atmosphere around it became lively. Numerous luxury cars graced the expansive lawn, with countless waitstaff in white shirts and black vests attending to the guests. Under the guidance of a server, their vehicle was parked in the outdoor lot, after which the server led them into the castle. The heavy, ancient doors swung open, revealing a red carpet, stretching several hundred meters from within, guiding the guests forward. Jiang Xiao gazed at the intricate patterns above, momentarily astonished. This was a pure, handcrafted Persian carpet from Isfahan, woven from wool, cotton, silk, gold, and silver threads. Vibrant in color and complex in craftsmanship, the carpet beneath their feet was of exquisite quality, typically priced at 200,000 per square meter. As she beheld the seemingly endless expanse of red carpet, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but gasp in awe. It was common knowledge that the Bo family was extremely wealthy, yet the magnitude of their fortune had never been fully comprehended until now. The interior of the villa was even more astonishing, adorned with precious antique blue and white porcelain display walls, a massive English antique clock, and European chandeliers. Antiques, all antiques. This was merely the banquet hall on the first floor, leaving one to ponder the treasures hidden within this castle. Madame Beau's method of entertaining was quite traditional, hosting a banquet of 100 tables today. Round tables lined both sides of the carpet, with each seat designated for a guest, as specified in the earlier invitation. The 2 seats reserved for the Yin family were at table 99. Over there, in a black Zhongshan suit, was the director of the Land Bureau. And the figure in white, could it be Mayor Rong of the city? Do not only mention the mayor of Rongqing. Even the mayor of the capital has arrived, along with several dignitaries from the central government. The influence of the esteemed Lady Bo is indeed considerable. Thus, among the 100 tables, our Rongqing has been allotted merely 2, positioned at tables 99 and 100. In comparison to these illustrious figures, being seated at tables 99 and 100 is, in itself, a form of recognition for us. Engaging in conversation are Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Qin, both esteemed ladies from the foremost families of Rongqing. They are acquaintances of Jiang Xiao's mother, Yao Shulan, and naturally, Jiang Xiao is familiar with them. As fate would have it, they cross paths. Jiang Xiao can only greet them, saying, "Aunt Zhang, Aunt Qin, good evening." Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Qin exchange glances filled with a trace of sympathy and regret. "Ah, it's little you. You've come as well. Your mother and Xiao Xiao are currently presenting gifts to Lady Bo. You should go greet them." Chapter 6. The true and false daughter of the Jiang family. At the end of the red carpet stood a multitude of people. Elderly Madame Bo was positioned at the center of the crowd, clad in a modest, traditional long gown and trousers, reminiscent of someone who had just returned from practicing Tai Chi in the park. Despite her graying hair, she exuded vitality, her visage appearing significantly younger than her peers, with bright eyes and only faint creases at their corners. Her slightly plump face retained a wealth of collagen, embodying the adage of white hair and youthful looks. Jiang Xiao mused to herself. Behind her, there was a ceremonial table adorned with congratulatory gifts from guests, an assortment of gift boxes piled high. At that moment, Jiang Xiao was unwrapping a square brocade box. "Elderly Madame Bo, this is a birthday gift from the Jiang family of Rongqing, a complete set of Queen Haute Couture jewelry, valued at 8 million yuan. Queen, an internationally renowned luxury jewelry brand, had emerged 3 years prior, quickly becoming a favorite among the global elite for its exquisite designs." Madame Bo glanced at the jewels within the brocade box and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xiao continued to extol the virtues of the gift. "I'm delighted you like it. The price is secondary. As you know, Queen only accepts private commissions, and each piece is unique. It took considerable effort for me to procure this necklace, as I believe that only Queen's unparalleled craftsmanship befits your esteemed status." Madame Bo raised her hand, signaling the attendant beside her to take the gift box. Before Jiang Xiao could finish her remarks, the attendant removed the box and casually placed it among the other gifts behind her, where it was instantly obscured. The next to present a gift was the Zhao family from the capital. The old steward loudly recited from the gift ledger. Before entering, guests were required to register their names at the door and present their gifts to Madame Bo in the order of their arrival. Jiang Xiao had much more to say, but was abruptly interrupted by the steward, reluctantly retreating to stand beside Yao Shulan. She could not fathom why the Jiang family's lavish and valuable gift had not elicited even a ripple of reaction. Even the surrounding guests had not uttered a single word of praise or admiration. However, it soon became clear to Jiang Xiao. The esteemed families of the capital presented gifts of immense value. Imperial green jade ri, Schwanda blue and white porcelain, a Conchiera red apple vase, and various antique paintings and calligraphy, each worth tens of millions. In comparison, her 8 million yuan worth of jewelry seemed insignificant. The next gift was from the Yin family of Rongqing. Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng stepped forward. Jiang Xiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Xiao. As Jiang Xiao presented her gift, a hint of derision appeared on Jiang Xiao's face. Jiang Xiao opened her brocade box, revealing a neatly arranged collection of small incense sticks nestled within red velvet. "Elderly Madame Bo, this is a birthday gift from the Yin family. I hope you will enjoy it," she said. Jiang Xiao was aware of Jiang Xiao's passion for incense making. How can these trivial hobbies contribute to such an occasion? She is exceedingly self-absorbed. The gifts received by the elderly lady are all treasures of immense worth. How can such inconsequential items be deemed worthy of such a grand gathering? The elderly woman lifted the brocade box to her nose, inhaling its fragrance with a clear smile on her face. "Thank you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xiao, however, appeared momentarily taken aback. How did the elderly lady know her surname when she had just registered as Mrs. Yin? Just as old Lady Bo was about to have it put away, Jiang Xiao suddenly stepped forward. "I have heard that Mrs. Yin has a penchant for incense making. Could it be that this aromatic blend was crafted by her own hand?" Jiang Xiao had already noticed her presence. With a smile, Jiang Xiao responded, "Indeed, this is but a modest hobby of mine. This particular scent is called Li Wang Hua Jinsheng. crafted using roses, agarwood, and various spices following ancient methods. A glimmer of pride shone in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Before Jiang Xiao could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaoxiao impatiently interjected, "Mrs. Yin, to casually present your handmade trinket as a grand gift for the elderly lady's 70th birthday seems rather disrespectful. How much could this box of incense possibly cost? 1,000 or perhaps 10,000? In an instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng. Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately cast a glance at Yin Feng. Has the Yin family truly fallen so low as to be unable to present a proper congratulatory gift? Yin Feng's expression was also rather grim. He had caught a cold from the air conditioning the previous night and had been feeling dizzy since the morning. Thus, the task of preparing a gift for the elderly lady had fallen to Jiang Xiao. Last night, grandfather had emphasized the significance of this meeting for the Yin family. Therefore, the budget for the gift was limitless. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiao would attempt to placate them with a box of her homemade incense. If the modest gift offended the Bo family, the resort project would be utterly jeopardized. As Yin Feng's face grew serious, and he was about to voice his reproach, Jiang Xiao spoke calmly. "I have heard that 3 years ago, the elderly lady came to Rongqing for recuperation due to insomnia. This particular fragrance is designed to soothe and aid sleep, and I hope it may alleviate her insomnia and headaches. This afternoon, she had conducted some research at the company and learned of the elderly lady's ailment." Jiang Xiaoxiao's derisive laughter echoed. "Merely a fragrance, Mrs. Yin. Do not exaggerate it as a miraculous remedy. If incense could cure ailments, what need would there be for hospitals?" Meanwhile, a red-haired woman standing beside the elderly lady leaned closer to the brocade box, inhaling its scent. This is not the traditional Li Wang Huajiansheng. It seems to possess a slight medicinal aroma. Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I have altered the traditional formula and added several calming herbs, such as calamus and Hishou Wu, hence this subtle medicinal scent." The red-haired woman smiled and addressed old lady Bo. "Grandmother, I rather like this fragrance. If you do not want it, I'll be happy to take it." The speaker was Bo Sinny, the granddaughter of the elderly lady, who had returned from abroad specifically for her grandmother's birthday. "Who says I do not like it?" The elderly lady cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Xiao, surveying her from head to toe, before breaking into a benevolent smile. "This incense," she remarked, "I just caught a whiff and already feel invigorated. Old Jiang, please take this incense to my bedroom, lest someone else covets it." The butler, Old Jiang, promptly complied, delicately accepting the ornate box from Bai Jingyi's hands and turning to leave. Jiang Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene, felt her expression stiffen. The 8 million worth of jewelry she had gifted received scarcely a glance from the elderly lady, while the incense crafted by Jiang Xiao garnered her admiration and was even set aside for special treatment. Do the wealthy possess an irrational mindset? The gift-giving continued, yet many who had already presented their gifts began to disperse. Jiang Xiaoxiao, having embarrassed herself, had little desire to linger. After taking a few steps, she overheard whispers regarding her. "Isn't that the biological daughter of the Jiang family, found 3 years ago? I hear she was raised in the countryside. No wonder she exuded an air of rustic simplicity. She even felt the need to announce the price of her jewelry. Couldn't she see the 200 million value of the imperial green jade bracelet on the elderly lady's wrist? It was evident to all that her necklace was merely an entry-level piece from Queen, and when she emphasized the 8 million price tag, I felt secondhand embarrassment for her." For those unacquainted with Rongqing, the one who gifted the incense was indeed the original daughter of the Jiang family. It is no surprise that, in such a setting, deliberately putting someone in a difficult position is quite malicious. Mrs. Yin, on the other hand, exudes grace and elegance, possessing an innate aura of nobility. Speaking of which, that Li Wang incense was truly delightful. Even from a distance, I could discern its sophisticated fragrance. This is what true luxury embodies, unlike some individuals who are solely fixated on monetary value. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt her fingers turn pale as she absorbed these remarks. Everyone adored Jiang Xiao. Yet, all of Jiang Xiao's elegance, composure, and the innate air of nobility she radiated were attributes she had usurped from her. One day, she vowed to tear away the exquisite fade that Jiang Xiao presented, allowing others to witness the true essence she ought to embody. Chapter 7. The one from the capital circle. After delivering the gifts, Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng made their way to the table they had reserved at the entrance. As no one had yet taken their seats, they found themselves waiting idly. In the midst of this, Yin Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and hurriedly walked towards the side garden. Jiang Xiao recognized that it was a call from Xiaoling, but she paid it no mind and began to admire the antiques displayed in the banquet hall. The entire wall was adorned with exquisite Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, truly breathtaking. Before long, a young girl approached them. "Are you Mrs. Yan?" Jiang Xiao turned gracefully, inquiring, "What can I assist you with?" "I am Bai Qian, the granddaughter of the commander of the Beijing military district. May I inquire, without overstepping, about the recipe for your Li Wangwan fusion?" Before Jiang Xiao could respond, the girl hurriedly added, "I am willing to purchase the recipe, whatever the cost." Jiang Xiao smiled gently. "This recipe is not a closely guarded secret. I concoct it for my own amusement. If you like it, Miss Bai, I would be happy to gift it to you." The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? You can give it to me?" "Yes, let's exchange WeChat. I shall send you the recipe tonight," Jiang Xiao replied. The girl quickly added Jiang Xiao on WeChat, and at that moment, several other young ladies gathered around. "I want it too. Mrs. Yin, could you have my WeChat as well?" Jiang Xiao was taken aback by the sudden attention, but proceeded to add them one by one, promising to send the recipe to each of them that evening. It was amusing. These young ladies were either the daughters of mayors or heiresses of prominent tycoons, with one even being the granddaughter of a central committee member. Jiang Xiaoxiao watched from a distance as a throng of fashionable young women surrounded Jiang Xiao, adding her on WeChat. Frustrated, she grumbled to Yao Shulam, "Are they all foolish? Why are these elite young women trying to curry favor with Jiang Xiao? What do they seek?" Yao Shulan, with a composed expression, replied, "They're not foolish at all." The guest presented numerous gifts, yet only her offering caught the elderly lady's attention. "They seek the recipe to endear themselves to old Madame Beau." With a faint sigh, Yao Shulan continued, "Among them, one is bound to become the young mistress of the Beau family." Jiang Xiaoxiao scoffed. "What significance lies in pleasing the old madam? Beau Jinxiu will marry whomever he chooses. Perhaps he has no interest in these conventionally trained young ladies, but prefers a spirited Cinderella instead." Yao Shulan seemed to see through Jiang Xiaoxiao's thoughts. "Xiaoxiao, although our Jiang family holds a respectable status in Rongqing, we pale in comparison to these young ladies from the capital. The Beau family is beyond our reach." Yao Shulan reassured her, "I will surely find you a suitable match in Rongqing." "Mother, you mentioned that Rongqing does not compare to Beijing. People naturally aspire for greater heights. Besides, how can you be certain that Beau Jinxiu does not fancy me?" Yao Shulan shook her head, wearing a look of resignation. "Sometimes, the barriers of social status seem insurmountable. Wealthy individuals tend to be more pragmatic, especially those from prestigious families who place great importance on social compatibility. The tale of the prince and Cinderella belongs solely in the realm of fairy tales." Meanwhile, several young ladies surrounded Jiang Xiao, affectionately calling her sister. Jiang Xiao reciprocated their endearments, delighting the little heiresses. However, the amiable expressions exchanged between them were merely a fade, as they secretly vied for superiority, each unwilling to yield. "Just last month, I encountered that gentleman, who complimented me on my newfound beauty, prior to the old lady's invitation being sent out. No one was aware that Brother Beau was in Rongqing. You're simply fabricating lies." "I may be lying, but isn't it rather distasteful to refer to him as Brother Beau? Are you quite familiar with Beau Jinxiu? Surely, you have never even spoken to him." The young ladies erupted into a heated dispute. Jiang Xiao grasped the situation. All of them were enamored with Beau Jinxiu. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Despite their affluent backgrounds and esteemed statuses, why did they all seem intent on marrying no one but Beau Jinxiu? Bai Qian appeared to perceive Jiang Xiao's confusion and offered an awkward explanation. "Sister Jiang, we truly all admire Beau Jinxiu, not merely because of his family's wealth. If you were to see him, you would understand. Once you behold his visage, no other man in this world could possibly compare." Jiang Xiao chuckled softly. So, they were merely a group of beauty enthusiasts. She understood. She too had an appreciation for handsome men. The initial allure of that individual had stemmed not only from a drunken encounter, but also from the years she had supported him, captivated by his looks, entranced by his charm. The young master has returned. The butler hurriedly entered, making his way toward the matriarch. The once vibrant banquet hall fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes turning toward the entrance. Could the young master the butler spoke of be Bo Jinshio? It was said that the matriarch had borne 3 daughters, only to give birth to her sole son at the age of over 40. The previously chattering young ladies now fell silent, their gazes brimming with eager anticipation directed toward the doorway. Jiang Xiao followed their gaze. A long leg stepped inside. The man was attired in formal wear, a bespoke suit complemented by a deep blue tie. He possessed an elongated figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his posture impeccably straight, his physique exquisitely proportioned. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the very hearts of the young maidens. Observing his form, Jiang Xiao silently marveled at his exceptional physique. Her gaze then traveled upward, landing upon the man's face. Upon recognizing his features, Jiang Xiao felt her body go rigid, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Her blood felt as though it had instantaneously congealed. His facial structure was strikingly superior, with a jawline carved with precision, reminiscent of the most admirable creations of Nuwa. His skin was exceptionally fair, exuding an ethereal coolness, akin to exquisite porcelain forged in a millennia-old kiln, refined through the flames to yield an unparalleled, pure beauty. Yet paradoxically, his lips bore a rosy hue, as if adorned with lipstick. This vibrant red salvaged the fragility suggested by his cool complexion, resembling a celestial being stripped of its divine essence and cast down to the mortal realm, yet still born into nobility, a true embodiment of grace. His demeanor exudes an ethereal chill, leaving a trail of frosty air at his wake. The man's gaze did not linger on Jiang Xiao's visage for even a fleeting moment. Swiftly passing her by, Jiang Xiao remained rooted in place, momentarily dazed, before finally uttering, "Who is he?" The surrounding young ladies chattered excitedly. "It's Bo Jinshio, the one and only in the capital's elite circle." After 3 years apart, he appeared even more handsome and distant than before. Wasn't someone just claiming they intended to pursue him? Yet moments ago, they couldn't even muster a greeting. "You're no different." The young ladies resumed their playful banter. Only Jiang Xiao remained lost in contemplation. Is it truly him? Surely not. Chapter 8. Toast. Jiang Xiao abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixated on the man's upright silhouette. The path he traversed resembled a dark cloud looming over a city, striking awe and trepidation in those around him with his formidable and frigid aura. Their eyes reflected nothing but respect, admiration, and even fear. His chilling demeanor was undeniably daunting. It could not possibly be him. Her charming companion lacked such an imposing presence. He radiated warmth akin to the scorching summer sun, wild, unrestrained, and somewhat roguish. Each encounter saw him actively enticing her, teasing her with a playful push and pull when she felt desire, and showering her with affection when she contemplated withdrawal. His mastery of the pleasure shared between them was unparalleled. Jiang Xiao often jabbed at his chest, chiding him. "You are nothing but a male dodgy." He would mischievously grasp her chin, retorting, "Then you must be a female Zhou Wang." How could someone so extravagantly debauched possibly embody the ethereal prince of the capital? Jiang Xiao convinced herself of this, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. As the gift-giving concluded, the guests began to take their seats. Jiang Xiao settled into her own place, her eyes scanning the room, yet she could no longer catch sight of that man. She sat quietly, retrieving her phone, and perusing her contacts, lingering on the number saved under charming face. Jiang Xiao stared at the number, lost in thought, yet she felt a disquieting sensation that she was being observed. Suddenly, she looked up and met the icy gaze from the second floor of the banquet hall. It was him. However, given the distance, she could not ascertain if he was indeed looking at her. Her heart raced unexpectedly. Compelled by an unexplainable impulse, she dialed the number in her hand. The man on the second floor remained motionless. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Xiao. Thankfully, it was not him. Just as she lowered her head to terminate the call, the phone unexpectedly connected. Instinctively, she glanced up at the man on the second floor. He stood tall, but it was evident that one hand held the phone to his ear. Jiang Xiao's heart thundered, quickening its pace. With deliberate slowness, She brought the phone to her own ear. At last, a familiar voice emanated from the other end, low and frigid. "Speak." Jiang Xiao remained silent, her gaze fixated on the man above, who was equally intent on her. After a few seconds, she abruptly ended the call. As anticipated, the man on the second floor gradually tucked his phone into his pocket. Jiang Xiao's heart felt as though it were being constricted, leaving her somewhat breathless. How could this be? Why was it so? Indeed, there were no two individuals who resembled each other so perfectly. Bo Jinxiu was astonishingly the very man she had supported for 3 years. Jiang Xiao's emotions remained tumultuous, her mind drifting to the evening of their first encounter, when Yin Feng had taken Xia Ling abroad. Shen Nuo led her to the Black Horse Club. She vaguely remembered consuming copious amounts of alcohol that night, while Shen Nuo ordered numerous male models. Ultimately, she found herself entangled with one of them in an unexpected turn of events. The following morning, though initially filled with regret, her misgivings faded upon beholding the male model's almost otherworldly visage, awakening a newfound intrigue within her. Why should she remain shackled in a cold, desolate abode when Yin Feng was out there enjoying the warmth of life? After all, their marriage was not as the outsiders perceived. Thus, Jiang Xiao promptly pinned a check for 100,000 to the man. "How about you let my sister take care of you from now on?" Subsequent encounters did not occur at the Black Horse Club. In truth, Jiang Xiao had only visited that place once. She provided the man with an address, the Green Lawn Villa. For 3 years, he resided there. Additionally, she bestowed upon him a monthly check of 100,000. Whenever she felt inclined, she would pay him a visit. Each meeting transpired in the evening or the dead of night, and he always managed to bring her joy. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from discussing anything beyond their fleeting pleasures, never prying into each other's family backgrounds or identities. It was merely about seeking happiness. He represented the most audacious and rebellious aspect of her life. Yet, when she realized this part had begun to spiral beyond her rational control, she resolved to terminate this clandestine affair. She presumed they would return to their respective paths, never to intersect again. Yet, she was startled to discover that the once feeble prey now regarded her with the demeanor of a hunter. It seemed she had already fallen into his trap. Upon Yin Feng's return, he found Jiang Xiao seated in a chair, lost in thought. Her delicate face was pale, and she appeared disoriented, as though she had encountered some grave misfortune. Her once vibrant and captivating eyes now seemed to have lost their luster, taking on a hollow quality. Typically exuding charm and allure, her current state of stupor evoked a sense of pity that was hard to resist. Yin Feng suppressed his impulse to inquire about her well-being and took a seat beside her. Nevertheless, it was evident that her distress stemmed from Yao Shulan and Jiang Xiaoxiao. The woman she had called mother for 20 years now felt like a stranger. Yao Shulan and Jiang Xiaoxiao were seated at a different table. The banquet soon commenced. Yin Feng noticed Jiang Xiao continuously pouring herself drink after drink, seemingly burdened by her thoughts. When she attempted to refill her glass for the 3rd time, Yin Feng restrained her cup. "Are you still a girl? Drinking so much?" Jiang Xiao, however, smiled at him with a hint of flirtation in her voice. "What is the matter? Concern about me?" Yin Feng's tone turned stern. "Today is an important occasion. Do not embarrass the Yin family by getting drunk." With a playful huff, Jiang Xiao retorted, "Don't bother me. I've just had a breakup. Can't I drink a little to ease my sorrow?" Yin Feng observed the flush on her cheeks. His heart stirred momentarily, but he quickly reverted to his cold demeanor. "Jiang Xiao, spare me the theatrics. Even if you were to pass out at the table, I wouldn't feel a twinge of pity." Jiang Xiao fell silent, continuing to drink unabated. She could not comprehend how the pretty boy had transformed into the prince. Did he truly remain oblivious to the identity of Madame Yin? For 3 years, he masqueraded as a gigolo, indulged by her, without ever uttering a word of explanation. What could be his ulterior motive? Alas, how one word, sorrow, sums it all up. As the banquet progressed, guests flocked to the main table to offer toasts. Yin Feng also rose. "Let us go pay our respects to Lady Bo." Yin Feng led the way, with Jiang Xiao following closely, wine glass in hand. Soon, they arrived at the main table, which was surrounded by a throng of people. The matriarch had already excused herself from the table, leaving only Bo Jinxiu to hold court. Many had come to toast, Yet the majority were merely guests indulging in libations, with Bo Jinxiu raising his glass for a mere clink in return. When encountering particularly esteemed guests, he would take a symbolic sip. As the guests before him finished their toasts and departed, Yin Feng seized the opportunity to approach Bo Jinxiu. Fourth Master Bo, I am Yin Feng from the Yin family of Rongqing. It is an honor to finally meet you. I raise my glass in your honor. He echoed the names of those who had come before him. Yin Feng extended his glass with both hands, seemingly awaiting Bo Jinxiu's gesture in return. Having observed previously that he had not refused anyone, regardless of age, who had come to toast, Yin Feng anticipated a polite clink. Yet at this moment, Bo Jinxiu showed no inclination to grasp the glass. Yin Feng's hand, holding the glass, remained suspended in the air, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. Chapter 9. Mr. Yin is truly a wonderful husband. Just as Yin Feng's heart sank deeper, Bo Jinxiu spoke softly. Yin family? The Yin family of Haifeng construction? A flicker of joy ignited within Yin Feng. He was aware of Haifeng construction. Yin Haifeng is my grandfather. He has often praised you, Fourth Master Bo, as a prodigy of the business world. He mentioned that if the Yin family could collaborate with the Bo family on this development zone resort project, it would be an immense fortune and honor. Yin Feng had been troubled, searching for an opportunity to broach this subject. Yet he had not anticipated that Bo Jinxiu would provide such an opening. Naturally, he did not wish for Bo Jinxiu to agree immediately. A project worth hundreds of billions could not be settled in a mere exchange of pleasantries. However, he needed Bo Jinxiu to remember the Yin family, thus securing a potential advantage among the multitude of competitors in the future. Bo Jinxiu twirled the wine glass with his fingers. Although seated, he emanated an aura of superiority, making those standing feel as though they were gazing up at him. His voice was low and indifferent, tinged with a hint of derision. The resort project can partner with anyone except the Yin family. Upon hearing these words, those gathered were taken aback. Many had already set their sights on the lucrative development zone resort. They had felt a twinge of envy when Bo Jinxiu had mentioned Haifeng construction. But now their expressions shifted to delight in another's misfortune. Curiosity brewed among them. How had the Yin family offended this princeling of the capital? Even Yin Feng was astonished. Prior to this day, there had been no connection between the Yin family and the Bo family, nor had they ever encountered Bo Jinxiu. Why had he suddenly made such a statement? A flicker of anxiety crossed Yin Feng's face. Fourth Master Bo, may I ask, has the Yin family wronged you in any way? Bo Jinxiu abruptly rose, his gaze drifting past Yin Feng to rest upon Jiang Xiu behind him. His expression remained impassive, his pale complexion exuding an otherworldly chill. Yet, a trace of emotional fluctuation was detectable in his voice. That would be a question for Mrs. Yin. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the woman behind Yin Feng. Mrs. Yin was strikingly beautiful, arguably the most exquisite woman present that day. Many had noticed her from the outset. Clad in a qipao, she appeared as if she had stepped out of the misty landscapes of Jiangnan. Her face was breathtaking, and even the simplest hues could not conceal her vibrant allure. Numerous, scrutinizing gazes fell upon her. Jiang Xiu had not anticipated that this man would confront her so boldly. Meanwhile, Yin Feng had already turned, his gaze icy, his voice laden with reproach. Jiang Xiu, explain yourself. What on earth is happening? Yin Feng felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow. How could Jiang Xiu know Bo Jinxiu, let alone offend him? Was there something between them? Jiang Xiu had already steadied her heart. Her lips curled into a delicate smile as she took a step forward. I never expected Mr. Bo to hold a grudge. It was merely 3 years ago when, by sheer misfortune, I brushed against Mr. Bo's beloved car. At that time, I was unaware of your esteemed identity, and thus, I left 1,000 yuan and departed. It's quite remarkable that Mr. Bo still remembers. Jiang Xiu found herself in a precarious situation, compelled to weave a falsehood. She certainly could not confess that 3 years ago she had shared a night with him, only to cast him aside now, thus inciting his ire. The crowd soon grasped the underlying tension. Yin Feng, too, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could not fathom why he had been anxious, fearing that there was some convoluted entanglement between the two. Yin Feng coldly reprimanded, Mr. Bo's car is undoubtedly worth a fortune. Your mere 1,000 yuan is an affront. Should you come forth to apologize properly? The onlookers observed Yin Feng's demeanor towards Jiang Xiao and sighed, lamenting that this young master of the Yin family displayed no compassion. Such a stunning beauty was met with his icy rebuke, devoid of any intent to defend her. Yin Feng assumed that Bo Jinsi could not possibly care about the cost of repairs. It was Jiang Xiao's thoughtless 1,000 yuan that had been perceived as an insult, hence the lingering resentment. Noticing that Bo Jinsi showed no intention of contradicting her, Jiang Xiao boldly approached him, raising her glass. 3 years ago, I failed to recognize your significance, and I sincerely apologize to Mr. Bo here. Jiang Xiao's words hinted at a deeper understanding. I hope Mr. Bo can show magnanimity and not hold a trivial matter against a mere woman. Bo Jinsi, however, laughed, a cold, chilling laugh that curled his crimson lips, rendering his face somewhat enchanting. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dripping with malice. Madam Yin, do you believe a single glass of wine can erase the pent-up frustrations of these past 3 years? The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, silently lamenting that this scion of the capital was indeed rather petty. Merely a scratch on a car, and he had harbored a grudge for 3 entire years. Now seeking to humiliate a young woman in such a public setting. He truly was a terrifyingly vindictive individual. As they resolved to never offend him again, they cast sympathetic glances toward Madame Yin. How could Mr. Bo possibly be appeased? Bo Jinsi reached for an unopened bottle of white liquor on the table. 1 glass, 1 tea suffice. Perhaps an entire bottle could be considered. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Asking a delicate lady to consume an entire bottle of strong liquor was tantamount to folly. Yet, someone had already begun pouring the drinks. A full bottle was poured into 10 glasses, arranged neatly on the table. Bo Jinsi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiao. Madam Yin, please. Jiang Xiao mused that perhaps a bottle of liquor could indeed sever the ties of their tumultuous past. She stepped forward, grasping one of the glasses. If Mr. Bo speaks truthfully, then by the time I finish this drink, all grievances between us shall be resolved, and you must cast aside any prejudice against the Yin family, allowing us a fair chance in competition. Of course, he replied, his voice unexpectedly laced with delight. Just as Jiang Xiao raised her glass to drink, someone beside her quietly remarked, This Madam Yin is truly a heroine, both beautiful and charismatic, yet her husband is rather ineffective. At this moment, allowing a woman to charge forward while remaining silent herself was akin to living off the fruits of another's labor. Mrs. Yin was wholeheartedly devoted to the interests of the Yin family, yet her husband appeared utterly indifferent. He did not even stand up for his own wife, displaying a complete lack of masculinity. Such sentiments reached Yin Feng's ears distinctly, causing his expression to shift from pale to flushed. How could these individuals be so blind as to not recognize that this was, in fact, a calamity brought about by Jiang Xiao? Nevertheless, Yin Feng, upholding his dignity as a man, seized the wine glass from Jiang Xiao's hand and declared, She is my wife. For her mistakes, I am willing to apologize to Lord Bo on her behalf. I shall consume this wine for her. Initially, he expected Bo Jinxiao to refuse. Instead, he calmly remarked, Young master, Yin is truly a commendable husband. Drink up. Chapter 10. Did you not realize this is my room? Yin Feng found himself in a precarious situation. With a steely resolve, he downed the contents of his glass in one go. No sooner had he finished than another cup was thrust into his hands, and then another, one after the other. Yin Feng had been feeling under the weather, his head throbbing, and though his condition had slightly improved by evening, the onslaught of alcohol reignited the piercing pain. By the time he reached his 8th cup, he could no longer bear it. He swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Yin Feng's tolerance for liquor was rather poor, a fact that Jiang Xiao was all too aware of. However, she herself was quite adept at handling her drink. Let me take the last 2 cups, Jiang Xiao declared, striding confidently to the table after Yin Feng set down his glass. Without waiting for permission, she seized the glass and tilted it back, finishing it in one elegant motion. She then picked up the final cup. The onlookers were astonished. It was not uncommon for women to drink, but very few could do so with such grace and charm. Her delicate fingers, akin to jade, transformed the ordinary wine glass into a piece of exquisite art. As she slightly tilted her head back, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck, she resembled an elegant swan. Her drinking was leisurely and composed, exuding an effortless nonchalance, as if she were not contending with the challenges of others, but rather indulging in a private celebration of song and revelry. When Jiang Zio set down her glass, the crowd erupted into spontaneous applause. Her demeanor remained unchanged despite the applause, save for a faint blush that graced her cheeks, rendering her more vibrant and spirited, akin to a Damascus rose basking in the sun's brilliance. "The drinks are finished, Mr. Bo. I trust you are feeling less irate now." She spoke with an underlying implication. Yet, Bo Jinxi's expression remained inscrutable, perhaps even colder than before. After a prolonged silence, a smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Mrs. Yin and young Master Yin truly share a deep bond." He then turned away and resumed his seat, seemingly devoid of interest. The others quickly approached to offer their toasts, allowing this brief interlude to pass into memory. Jiang Zio assisted Yin Feng back to their table. He was in considerable distress, his stomach churning violently, on the brink of expulsion. Struggling to his feet, he murmured, "I need to visit the restroom." Jiang Zio sat lost in thought, her gaze unwittingly drifting towards the main table. As she became lost in her reverie, she felt a sudden chill in her chest. A full glass of red wine had been splashed onto her attire. Moments later, Jiang Xiaoxiao feigned an apology. "I'm so sorry. I was just in a toast when I accidentally tripped over the carpet near you." Jiang Zio looked up, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. It was clear that Jiang Xiaoxiao had intended this humiliation all along. Having witnessed Jiang Zio garnering attention and praise at the main table, she sought to see her sister in a state of disarray. After her contrived apology, Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to her mother. "What should we do? I've stained sister's dress." Yao Shulan cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zio, her expression devoid of warmth. "Your sister has taken so much from you since childhood. It's merely a piece of clothing. She will not hold it against you." With that, she grasped Jiang Xiaoxiao's arm and led her away. As they departed, Jiang Xiaoxiao turned back and shot a triumphant smile at Jiang Zio. Yet, Jiang Zio found herself feeling a pang of sorrow as she watched Yao Shulan's retreating figure. The betrayal from her parents inflicted wounds far deeper than those caused by Yin Feng and Xiaoling. That fateful night, when the paternity test results were revealed, Yao Shulan had slapped her twice with venomous words. "You are the spawn of that wretched woman. How could I have cherished the daughter of my enemy for so many years? Go die, why don't you just die?" Even after 3 years, the memory still caused her chest to ache painfully. The crowd around her began to stare and murmur, their whispers laced with indignation. "How outrageous! That little wretch did it on purpose." "Indeed, Jiang Zio, is she truly your sister? How could she be so malicious? And Mrs. Jiang, how could you be so biased? After all, she has raised you for 2 decades. Is there not a shred of affection?" The tale of Jiang Zio's heritage had already spread among the gossipy matrons of the capital. The young ladies expressed their sympathy for her plight. A few of them, who had just connected with Jiang Zio on WeChat, happened to be nearby and witnessed the scene unfold. Jiang Zio said, "It's all right. I'll just go to the restroom for a moment." With so much wine, there is no way to clean it up properly. "Cindy, please fetch a clean outfit for Sister Jiang," one of the girls urged. "Sister Jiang, come upstairs with me. I'll find you a new dress." Jiang Zio looked up to see the speaker was the red-haired girl who had stood beside the matriarch during the gift presentation. She was strikingly beautiful, dressed not in an extravagant evening gown like the others, but in a casual orange camisole paired with deep blue jeans, exuding a relaxed European style. Jiang Zio felt a fondness for Miss Bo and did not decline her offer. After all, her upper garment was thoroughly soaked, the red wine staining her white qipao conspicuously, leaving her little choice but to accept. "Then I trouble you." Miss Bo Jiang Zio followed Bo Cine to the side elevator, ascending to the upper floor. They traversed a lengthy corridor that offered a clear view of the banquet hall below. When Jiang Zio glanced toward the main table, she noticed that Bo Jinxiu was no longer present. Soon, Bo Cine opened a door. "Sister Jiang, wait here for a moment. I'll fetch you some clothes." Jiang Zio nodded and entered the room. Before long, Bo Cini returned, holding a yellow camisole and a pair of deep blue wide-leg jeans. I just returned from England today. These are all I have. No formal dresses, she said apologetically. This is more than sufficient. Thank you. Miss Bo Cini smiled warmly. I'll step out now. Change your clothes and come down when you're ready. Don't worry, this room is rarely used, and it has a fingerprint lock, so no outsiders can enter. With that, Bo Cini exited and closed the door behind her. Jiang Xiao drew the curtains of her room and approached the sofa, beginning to remove her qipao. Just as she had undressed halfway, a sound at the door caught her attention. Without any warning, the door swung open. In a reflexive motion, Jiang Xiao hurriedly grasped her partially removed qipao to shield her body. Startled, she turned her head, her panicked gaze locking onto the man's icy black eyes. The surprise flickered in his gaze as he took in the sight of the woman in the midst of changing, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound intensity. He stepped into the room, his long legs carrying him towards Jiang Xiao, and promptly shut the door behind him. Upon recognizing the man's face, a sigh of relief escaped Jiang Xiao's lips. Mr. Bo? Bo Jinxiao's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Xiao's face, his voice devoid of emotion, yet resonating with an unsettling chill. What are you doing here? Jiang Xiao offered an explanation. I accidentally spilled red wine on my dress, and Miss Bo kindly brought me a new outfit. Are you unaware that this is my room? Chapter 11. A casual game. No need for seriousness. A flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Xiao's eyes. I truly do not know. Miss Bo did not mention it. He only stated that this room has been unoccupied for years. Bo Jinxiao slightly raised an eyebrow. What she said is not incorrect. I have resided in the Green Lawn Villa for the past 3 years. The mention of Green Lawn Villa rendered the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. Jiang Xiao noticed a barely perceptible blush graze her cheeks, which unexpectedly lifted Bo Jinxiao's spirits considerably. Please change your clothes. We shall have a conversation shortly. Jiang Xiao realized she was still in a state of undress. However, changing clothes under such a direct gaze was indeed a test of her composure. Mr. Bo, I presume you have heard the saying about not looking at what should not be seen? Bo Jinxiao chuckled, striding over to sit on the sofa where Jiang Xiao had placed her clothes. His gaze upon her grew increasingly unabashed. I have read little. Such phrases have escaped my notice. This man, brazenly playing the rogue, bore a striking resemblance to the one she had supported for 3 years. Yet, Jiang Xiao was no timid soul. They had shared countless intimate moments. What was appropriate to see and what was not had long been witnessed numerous times. With a calm demeanor, she set aside her qipao and reached for the attire prepared by Bo Cini on the sofa. Beneath the qipao, she wore a delicate set of cream-hued lingerie, now openly displayed before the man. His pupils dilated suddenly. Jiang Xiao possessed an exquisite figure, her slender waist resembling a lethal blade, yet her curves were undeniably voluptuous. The undulating landscape of her form resembled a richly hued oil painting. The sensation of her soft, silken skin reverberated in the man's mind. Ultimately, his long arm extended, capturing Jiang Xiao's arm. The moment her fingers brushed against the clothing, she, along with the garments, fell into his embrace. A fervent and passionate kiss engulfed them. Jiang Xiao pushed against him twice, but he remained unyielding. She ceased her resistance. She was well acquainted with the intoxicating nature of his kiss. Since she could indulge in such pleasure once more, why not relish it? As the two were deeply enmeshed in their fervent kiss, Jiang Xiao's phone suddenly rang. She attempted to push him away. It's a call. Let be, he murmured, unwilling to relinquish her so easily. His large hand trailed down her perfect waist, poised for the next move. Yet, with a smile, Jiang Xiao interjected, It's my husband's call. I must answer. Those words instantly extinguished his interest, prompting him to rise from her. Jiang Xiao seized the phone. Where have you been? Yan Feng's voice was markedly more alert, though devoid of warmth. Wine spilled on my clothes. I'll change and be there shortly. You have quite the agenda. Yan Feng remarked before abruptly ending the call. After hanging up, Jiang Xiao began to dress. The yellow spaghetti strap top, paired with dark denim jeans, rendered her appearance both casual and alluring. Her visage was versatile enough to embody any style. Jiang Xiao, we need to talk. After Jiang Xiao changed into a new outfit, she turned her gaze towards Bo Jinxiao. What are we discussing? Leave Yin Feng and come my side. Jiang Xiao merely smiled. Bo Jinxiu furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you laughing at? You expect me to abandon the identity of Mrs. Yin to become your clandestine lover? Is it so difficult to part with the status of Mrs. Yin? Although the Yin family may not rival the Bo family, they are still quite wealthy, and being the mistress of the Yin family is far more prestigious than being your secret lover. I never intended for you to be my clandestine lover. Do you wish to marry me?" Bo Jinxiu regarded the charming woman before him, his brow still knitted in contemplation. The man fell silent. Jiang Xiao, unfazed, chuckled softly and tossed her wavy hair. "Mr. Bo, it's merely a game. Why take it seriously? Over the past 3 years, we have both enjoyed ourselves. You have overlooked my indifference and frivolity towards you, just as I have chosen to disregard your deceit and masquerade. Let us part amicably, shall we?" Jiang Xiao struggled to comprehend the mindset of this man. He was clearly a favored son of heaven, yet he willingly allowed her to treat him as a kept man. Reflecting on the past 3 years, she recognized her own neglect, sometimes ignoring his calls, occasionally standing him up, and even venting her frustrations on him during her darker moods. She had viewed him solely as a pet, a source of emotional support that she could summon and dismiss at will. Had she known his true identity, she admitted, she would never have dared to engage with him. Yet, despite all this, he had not revealed his identity throughout these 3 years. Why was that? Was the heir of the capital's elite inherently inclined towards self-sacrifice? The man's gaze darkened considerably, his pale skin giving him the appearance of an angry vampire, as if he might pounce at any moment to drain her of her vitality. "Jiang Xiao, do you love your husband?" "Of course, otherwise I would not have married him. He has a mistress. I'm aware. He does not love you." "I know. Then why do you still love him?" "I grew up with him. We were childhood sweethearts. That kind of bond is not easily understood by others. Perhaps there are misunderstandings between us now, but I believe that one day he will return to my side." Jiang Xiao had long ceased to love Yin Feng and had resolved to part ways with him. However, her departure would be her own choice, not a result of external pressure. She believed that by stating this clearly, she could sever any lingering hopes of the prince heir. "So, he strays, you keep me, and I am merely a tool for you to take revenge on your husband?" Jiang Xiao paused for a moment before honestly replying, "Indeed." After a brief explanation, she added, "But I was unaware of your true identity. Had I known, I would never have dared to provoke you." Bo Jinxiu smiled, the sarcasm evident at the corners of his lips. "I never expected that after 3 years, I would still be nothing more than a pawn for someone else's revenge." "Jiang Xiao, you truly are remarkable." Upon witnessing the man's expression, Jiang Xiao was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Indeed, in the next moment, the man rose. His towering figure loomed before her like a mountain. Bo Jinxiu grasped Jiang Xiao's chin firmly. "Jiang Xiao, there is no one in this world who can treat me as a mere tool, to be discarded once utilized. If anyone is to cast aside, it shall be I who discards you." After uttering these words, Bo Jinxiu strode out, leaving the room. Jiang Xiao stood there momentarily, before also exiting the room. Yin Feng, having expelled the contents of his stomach, had regained a degree of clarity. Noticing Jiang Xiao had changed her attire, he offered no inquiry into the events that had transpired. Once the banquet concluded, Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng bid farewell to the host and departed from the Lushan villa. As Jiang Xiao rolled down the car window, a sense of inexplicable agitation washed over her. It felt as though she had provoked a formidable deity. Upon entering the city, the vehicle halted at a subway station. Yin Feng, eyes closed, did not spare Jiang Xiao a glance. "Jiang Xiao, I have matters to attend to tonight and will not be returning to the ancestral home. You may take a taxi back on your own." Chapter 12. The art of seduction. Yin Feng's destination was clear to Jiang Xiao, who was filled with concern. With a sense of understanding, she opened the car door and took a taxi back to the Yin family's ancestral home. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao return alone, Yan's mother surmised the situation and resolved to personally intervene and bring him back. However, she was stopped by Jiang Xiao. "Let be, mother. His heart is not at home. His return is merely a physical presence. Allow him his freedom." After speaking, Jiang Xiao ascended the stairs. It was rare for Yan's mother to witness Jiang Xiao in such a despondent state, leaving her puzzled about the day's events. Yin Feng returned a week later. During that week, Jiangxi's life continued as usual, with one notable exception. She no longer visited the Green Villa, a place she would typically frequent 2 or 3 times a week. Since the elderly lady's grand birthday celebration, she had not encountered Bo Jinxiu. Had he truly let her go? Life passed quietly, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered in Jiangxi's heart. On the night of Yin Feng's return, a tempest brewed at the dining table, as Yan's mother erupted in anger. Do you still care for this family? From this day forth, if you choose to stay out at night again, consider yourself no longer my son. Yin Feng, somewhat intimidated by his mother's wrath, replied with a sullen face, Mother, I've been at the company these past few days, just returned, and I'm still unfamiliar with the business. I've been tirelessly dedicated to my work, even sleeping at the office. I returned today solely due to work matters. Yan's father chimed in, Indeed, I inquired with Secretary Zhang, and it seems Yin Feng has indeed spent the nights at the company apartment. Yan's mother's expression shifted, prompting her to change the subject. Is work going well? Yin Feng set down his chopsticks, his gaze directed at Jiangxi. Thanks to a certain someone, it has been anything but smooth. Yin Haifeng furrowed his brows. What happened? Yin Feng responded, Today, Bo's company publicly invited bids, and hundreds of construction firms received invitations. Several companies of lesser stature than Yin Feng Construction and Rongqing were invited to BJ Tower, yet Haifeng Construction received no invitation nor tender documents, all due to your beloved daughter-in-law. BJ Tower served as the Bo Group's office in Rongqing, located directly across from the television station. Jiangxi recalled an occasion when she had encountered the charming man exiting the building after work. She had playfully remarked, Darling, have you changed jobs? She had always believed that he worked at the Black Horse Club. His response had been, I'm the owner of this building. At the time, Jiangxi had laughed at his fanciful claim, and they had shared a tacit understanding as they drove together to the Green Villa. They had only been together for 2 months then, enveloped in passion and revelry. Little did she realize he had hinted at his true status back then. A sense of regret washed over her for having entangled herself with such a man. Hearing Yin Feng's words, Yan's mother defended Jiangxi. Xiaoyu does not work at Yan's company, so how is this her fault? Who could have anticipated that she would offend the heir 3 years ago? Even tossing 1,000 yuan at him in insult? Yin Feng recounted the incident from the elderly lady's birthday banquet, and a heavy silence enveloped the dining table. Yin Feng cast a glance at Jiangxi, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Until this matter is resolved, the B family will not consider Haifeng Construction. Jiangxi, the trouble you've caused, you must clean up the mess yourself. After a prolonged silence, the elder spoke. If this project truly cannot be secured, then so be it. Yin Feng, somewhat agitated, responded, Grandfather, you previously mentioned that this project concerns the very survival of the Yin family. Why is it that when it involves her, Jiangxi, you simply say forget it? All she needs to do is apologize, and at worst, endure a few humiliations. Is the fate of the Yin family less significant than her pride? The elder's bias was becoming rather absurd. He seemed about to speak again when Jiangxi stood up. Grandfather, I will bring some gifts to the Crown Prince in BJ tomorrow to express my apologies and will strive to secure the Yin family's bidding qualifications. The resort project had received special approval from the central government and required an open bidding process. Hundreds of construction companies were vying for it, and the prospects were already slim. Now, without even the qualification to bid, her chances were non-existent. Since this situation arose from her actions, she would not shy away from her responsibilities. Yin Feng chuckled, Very well, I shall await the B family's tender documents tomorrow, but do not disappoint me. He did not believe Jiangxi would succeed. After all, he had already witnessed the Crown Prince's pettiness and grudge-holding. If apologies were effective, he would not have uttered such words. In truth, he had visited several times over the past few days. B Jinxiu had refused to see him, and during his last attempt, even had security escort him out. It was utterly humiliating. All of this was due to Jiangxi, and she should experience the indignity of being publicly dismissed by security. The next morning, Jiangxi drove to the BJ building. Parking in the rooftop lot, she gazed up at the towering structure, the gilded BJ glistening in the morning sun. Completed less than 3 years prior, BJ had already become a landmark of Rongqing. She had always presumed it belonged to a new tech giant, only to discover it was a subsidiary of the B Group. BJ must be an abbreviation of B Jinxio's name. Jiang Xiao entered the grand lobby of BJ and approached the reception desk. "Excuse me, could you tell me which floor B Jinxio's office is on?" The four attractive receptionists exchanged looks upon hearing the woman directly call out B Jinxio's name. The tallest among them, a girl with a pointed chin, spoke with an air of disdain. "Is our president's name something you can simply call out? What is your relationship with him?" Jiang Xiao nearly blurted out. A kept woman, but instead offered a bright smile and explained, "I am here on behalf of the Yin family to discuss business matters with Mr. B." The girl with the pointed chin revealed a hint of contempt in her eyes. The Yin family is quite cunning, attempting to use beauty as a strategy. "I'm sorry, but our president has stated that no one from the Yin family is permitted to enter BJ." As she spoke, she raised her hand to call security. Before being escorted out, Jiang Xiao said to the security guard, "Excuse me, may I make a phone call first?" The guard, seeing her as a delicate beauty, hesitated to be forceful and merely stood by as she made her call. The four receptionists exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Beauty undoubtedly confers advantages, granting preferential treatment wherever one may go. Even the security guard gazed at her with rapt attention. Where did Yin acquire such a paragon, surpassing even the allure of film stars? Yet, what value does beauty hold when Yan's intentions are suspect? Previously, the general manager of Yan had visited in vain on 4 occasions, with the president showing no regard at all. Truly, their ingenuity has reached its limits, resorting to sending a mere ornament. Our esteemed president, wise and formidable, would never fall for such a ruse. Jiang Xiai hung up the phone with a sigh. The sharp-chinned receptionist impatiently commanded, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and escort her out." At that moment, the phone at the front desk rang. The receptionist glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback to see it was the president's office. Having been in BJ for 3 years, she had never once received a call from that office. With trepidation, she answered. A melodious male voice resonated from the other end. "Send her up." Chapter 13. The Beauty Trap. Useless by day, the secretary hung up the phone, her expression fluctuating as if she had not yet regained her composure. "Who was on the line?" inquired a colleague nearby. "It was the president." The president, it is known, is quite discreet, seldom granting interviews to the outside world, leaving the public in near total ignorance of his persona. However, as the front desk staff are the most idle and gossipy among the company, they are naturally well informed about the president's affairs. Consequently, they could easily discern the voice on the other end. The sharp-chinned woman's gaze towards Jiang Xiao shifted, now tinged with a hint of envy and jealousy. What could be the nature of this woman's relationship with the president to warrant a personal call from him to the front desk? Could it be that her earlier call was directed to the president himself? The president's office is located on the 32nd floor, the sharp-chinned woman reluctantly remarked. Jiang Xiao expressed her gratitude and proceeded directly to the elevator. It opened swiftly on the 32nd floor. Traversing a corridor, Jiang Xiao paused at the entrance to the president's office. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. It was opened by a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of gentility. "I am Gao Tsin, the president's secretary. The president is currently in a meeting. You may wait here for a while, Miss Jiang." Jiang Xiao replied politely, "I would prefer to wait in the reception room." "Given your relationship with the president, you may treat this space as your own domain," he remarked. Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her ears flushing red. Yet she graciously offered a smile. "Very well." It seemed that Secretary Gao was well aware of the dynamics between her and Bo Jinxiao. Thus she felt no need to feign modesty. After pouring Jiang Xiao a glass of water, Secretary Gao exited the office. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Xiao surveyed her surroundings. The office was spacious, reminiscent of a suite, comprising not only the working area, but also several other rooms, though the doors were closed, leaving her unaware of their contents. However, a grand floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk captivated her attention. Rising slowly, she approached it. This transparent expanse offered a panoramic view of the city below. The undulating skyline resembled a living organism, with the traffic on the elevated highways flowing like the lifeblood of the urban landscape, ceaseless and vibrant. After admiring the scenery for a spell, Jiang Xiao turned her gaze to the imposing desk, which was cluttered yet orderly with documents. Amidst the papers, a crystal picture frame stood out conspicuously. Inside, a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, donned a pink puffy dress, her hair styled in adorable pigtails, clutching a plush bunny, her face illuminated with joy. The photograph bore a low resolution, reminiscent of an old snapshot from years gone by. Though the girl's features were somewhat blurred, her radiant smile shone like a ray of sunshine, capable of dispelling any gloom. Though unfamiliar with the girl in the photograph, Jiang Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity as she picked it up to examine it closely. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure standing at the threshold. Their eyes met, a moment of silent recognition passing between them. The man observed the woman in the room as she scrutinized a photograph, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Yet, he refrained from entering, seemingly awaiting her to initiate a conversation. With a wistful smile, Jiang Xiao gently waved the photo in her hand and inquired, "Is this your daughter?" The man's brow knitted even tighter, and with an expression of disbelief, he approached and snatched the photograph, returning it to its original place. "Daughter? Nonsense," he retorted, a prince of the capital speaking so crudely. However, his words elicited a sense of familiarity for Jiang Xiao, as their previous exchanges had always been marked by such unguarded candor. The man turned his gaze towards her, his demeanor now icy and aloof. "What brings you here?" The words of Bo Jinxiu dripped with evident detachment. In truth, over the past 3 years, Jiang Xiao had never perceived him as cold. Rather, he had always struck her as fervent, affectionate, and insatiable. Yet, the man before her now radiated a chilling indifference. How could one's essence shift so dramatically in mere days? Which version of him was authentic? The one she knew from 3 years ago, or the one standing before her now? Jiang Xiao adopted a more formal tone. "Can we keep our matters separate from the Yin family? Yin Corporation is among the top 10 architecture firms in the nation. Surely, the Bo family would not deny them even an opportunity to bid." The man settled into his office chair, casually picking up a document from the desk. His voice remained dispassionate. "So, Yin Feng sent you? I came on my own accord. I understand I have offended you, but I trust that a leader of such a vast commercial empire is capable of distinguishing between personal grievances and professional dealings." He lifted his gaze, a fleeting smile gracing his pale features, casting him in a somewhat beguiling light. "Madam Yin, there is no need to flatter me. I am quite adept at blurring the lines between public and private interests, avenging personal slights." A glimmer of resignation flickered in Jiang Xiao's eyes. "What would it take for you to grant Yin Corporation a chance?" The man patted his thigh. "Come here." She complied, effortlessly settling upon his lap. His eyes darkened with sudden intensity. Countless nights had commenced in this very manner. Jiang Xiao was acutely aware that this approach was particularly effective with him. He chuckled softly and then grasped her chin, pulling her in for a kiss. Jiang Xiao had never been so submissive before. She had always been the one relishing the moment. Yet today, she found herself earnestly seeking his approval. The man appeared to succumb to the moment, his gaze growing increasingly entranced. As she observed his gradually intoxicated eyes, Jiang Xiao withdrew her lips and leaned closer to his ear, her voice delicate like a budding lily, imbued with an intoxicating allure. "Could you send a tender for Yin Corporation? Would that be agreeable?" His eyes deepened, as if a fog was slowly lifting, revealing clarity beneath. How could he still be calculating amidst such intimacy? He held her chin firmly, their gazes locked, his eyes remarkably lucid. "The allure of beauty is ineffective against me in daylight." Jiang Xiao abruptly rose from the man's embrace, exclaiming, "You should have mentioned this earlier. I have been pretending for far too long." The man felt a palpable frustration within his chest. This woman was utterly heartless. The moment he became of no use to her, she did not hesitate for even a second. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to her charms, only to discover that it was all an act. Was there truly no room for redemption in this matter? The man fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiao. It was evident that a glimmer of helplessness had flashed through her beautiful eyes. If he were to assert with unwavering certainty that there was none, she would undoubtedly turn and leave without a backward glance. Her patience for him was fleeting. The man spoke, "If you agree to one condition, I will grant Yin Shi an opportunity." What condition? Move out of the Yin residence and into the Green Meadow Villa. The Green Meadow Villa belonged to her. Yet she had given it to Bo Jinxiu during their recent breakup. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ciyu acquiesced. All right, then send the tender documents to Yin Shi now. Chapter 14. Jiang Ciyu, dare you stand me up? Upon witnessing Jiang Ciyu's eager agreement, a flicker of doubt crossed Bo Jinxiu's eyes. However, he found himself unable to ascertain the truth at that moment. Since Jiang Ciyu had acquiesced, he proceeded to send the tender documents to the Yin family as promised. Meanwhile, Yin Feng was engaged in a meeting at the company. Among the numerous projects currently under Yan's purview, half were operating at a loss, with some suffering substantial deficits. Should they fail to secure the resort project, Yan's enterprise would undeniably be in peril. Yet, with thousands of construction companies vying for this lucrative opportunity, the competition was fierce, particularly with dozens of firms in Rongqing alone. Curiously, Bo's company had not invited the Yin family to tender. The likelihood of success appeared almost insurmountable. In recent days, their meetings have been incessantly focused on persuading Bo Jinxiu to reconsider, even delving into his preferences. Yet, given his exceptional stature, he lacked for nothing, leaving them at a loss for effective strategies. Suddenly, a secretary burst into the room, clutching a laptop, her expression brimming with excitement. General Manager. Yin Feng, already irritable, snapped, "What is it? Can't you see we are in the midst of a meeting? Bo's company has sent us the tender documents." The words struck Yin Feng like a bolt from the blue, and he stood up in astonishment. "Really? Let me see." Upon reviewing the email, he confirmed it was indeed an official tender document for Bo's company. This validated that Haifeng Construction finally had a chance to compete alongside other firms. Yin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, though his brow soon furrowed in confusion. What could have prompted Bo's sudden change of heart? The secretary remained exuberant. "I have no idea. It just arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps the young master was moved by your sincerity, General Manager." Others chimed in with compliments. Although Yan's company could not match Bo's, their general manager was a remarkable figure, having personally visited multiple times, demonstrating such earnestness that even if the young master had not met him, he must have sensed it. With our general manager's adaptability, his future accomplishments may well rival that of the young master from the capital. Yet, Yin Feng's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Despite his 4 personal visits yielding no opportunity from Bo's firm, today, after Jiang Ciyu's visit to Bo's company, they had suddenly received the tender documents. Could it merely be coincidence? Having ensured the tender documents were dispatched, Jiang Ciyu took her leave with brisk steps. As she was about to exit, an unsettling feeling lingered in Bo Jinxiu's heart. He called after her retreating figure, "I'll be waiting for you at the Green Lawn Villa tonight." Jiang Ciyu ignored his remark and continued on her way. Observing the hurried departure of the woman, Bo Jinxiu sensed something amiss. At 9 o'clock that evening, as Jiang Ciyu emerged from the bathroom after a shower at the old residence, her phone rang. It was Bo Jinxiu. The man's voice, laced with restrained fury, chilled her to the bone. "Jiang Ciyu, how dare you stand me up?" Jiang Ciyu responded with a light-hearted laugh. "What do you mean by that? You clearly promised me you would move from the Yin family to the Green Lawn Villa." Jiang Ciyu's voice was leisurely and unhurried. Bo Jinxiu could easily envision the languid and contented demeanor of the woman holding the phone at that moment. "I agreed to move from a Yin family to the Green Meadow Villa, but I never specified when. I intend to relocate in 5 years." 5 years. The resort project had long been completed. By then, Bo Jinxiu would no longer be in Rongqing. Amused by the situation, the man chuckled in disbelief. 5 years? Why not say 50? Jiang Ciyu maintained her cheerful facade. "Is there anything else, Mr. Bo? If not, I shall hang up. Good night." With that, she promptly ended the call. A man on the 3rd-floor balcony of the Green Meadow Villa, infuriated, threw his phone down. Jiang Ciyu quite impressive. He had never realized before that she could be so obstinate. Yet, Jiang Ciyu was unfazed, for her mission was accomplished. The resort was a project specifically approved by the central government and required an open tender process, barring any internal designation. As long as the Yin family secured the tender documents, everything would proceed through official channels. Throughout this process, governmental oversight ensured that the Bo family could not resort to underhanded tactics to eliminate the Yin family. Should the Yin family fail to win the bid, it would simply be fate, and it would not concern her. Jiang Xiao enjoyed a delightful slumber. The following morning, she headed to the television station. Although she was the host of the midday news, the station operated as an integrated reporting and editing unit. Jiang Xiao was not merely a presenter. She was also a journalist, often required to gather news materials herself. Upon arriving at the office, she overheard colleagues gossiping. They mentioned that the new recruit was a graduate of Columbia University School of Journalism and had interned at NBC, boasting an impressive RSUM. Such credentials were more than sufficient to host at a major station. Why would she come to our Rongxing television station? This raised concerns about Jiang Xiao's position as the golden anchor. At such a critical juncture, the director's hiring of such a remarkable individual must have ulterior motives. In this light, Jiang Xiao's abilities were merely attributed to her beauty, which attracted numerous advertisers. Having only been at the station for a year, surely, her professional skills were not superior to those of a seasoned staff here. As she listened, Jiang Xiao returned to her desk. A few gossiping women suddenly noticed her, their expressions shifting rapidly. "Xiao, when did you arrive?" Jiang Xiao smiled. "Right when you were praising my looks." Her face, already strikingly beautiful, radiated an enchanting charm, so bright that it was almost blinding. Yet, there was no trace of anger upon her features, as if she genuinely reveled in their compliments. The gossiping women, while feigning smiles, seethed internally. She always presented herself as so magnanimous and perfect, casting the others in the light of mere jesters. Vivian, from the morning news team, stepped forward. "CEO, we were just joking. Please don't take our earlier words to heart. We were merely concerned that your status as the golden news anchor might be at risk." Unbeknownst to you, a newcomer has arrived at the television station today, a graduate of Columbia University's Graduate School of Journalism. It appears that the director intends for her to take over Lynn's position. A girl clad in Chanel nearby remarked. The director is truly something else. With Lynn's departure, this position should have rightfully been yours. After all, we have garnered numerous sponsorships and generated considerable revenue for the station. Vivian interjected with a sardonic smile. However, let's not forget, the prime news slot requires a professional host, not merely a sales champion. CIU, it seems you are genuinely in jeopardy this time. Jiang CIU recognized their veiled jibe at her status as a sales champion. Yet, she remained unfazed. Being a sales champion is certainly preferable to being a parasite. Moreover, as for matters concerning the director's domain, it suffices to heed the director's arrangements. I have heard that the advertising slots for the morning news have not been sold this month, and the director is quite displeased. You should perhaps focus on your own concerns. Jiang Xiaoyu, whom do you refer to as a parasite? Furthermore, I am responsible for the 3 a.m. news. It is entirely normal for the advertising slots to remain unsold. If you possess the capability, why not sell out the slots for the early morning news? It is easy to speak from a position of comfort. Early in the morning, what is all this commotion? A middle-aged man in his 40s, the station's news director, Tang Fei, entered. Today, we welcome a new colleague to our television station. With a cheerful demeanor, Tang Fei turned to the girl beside him. Xia, please introduce yourself. Hello, everyone. My name is Xia Ling, Chapter 15. Harmless rabbit, all eyes in the room were fixated on the woman who spoke. She donned a white blouse paired with a khaki midi skirt and elegant white heels, a quintessential professional ensemble. However, the lace trim on the collar and sleeves of her blouse softened her overall appearance considerably. Her face, while not striking, possessed a delicate charm when viewed as a whole. The gentle, non-threatening smile she wore resembled that of an innocent rabbit, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Jiang Xiao's gaze also landed on Xiaoling, whose beautiful eyes were icy with disdain. I am a newcomer, just starting out, and I sincerely hope to receive guidance from all esteemed seniors here, she declared, bowing respectfully to everyone present. Despite her impressive credentials, she maintained a humble demeanor, referring to them as seniors. The individuals present began to extend their goodwill towards Xiaoling. After greeting everyone in turn, she finally approached Jiang Zio. Zio, from now on we shall be colleagues. As I am new and have much to learn, I hope you will look after me, she said. A flicker of surprise passed through the crowd. Vivian interjected, do you two know each other? Xiaoling smiled at everyone. Zio and I were high school classmates and once the best of friends. Jiang Zio also smiled, yet her eyes betrayed a frigidness. Indeed, we were classmates, but I cannot claim the title of best friend. Xiaoling's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she lowered her head. Yes, I'm unworthy of being your friend. My humble origins make it an unrealistic expectation. The atmosphere fell silent. Xiaoling bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking sympathy even from those who were mere bystanders. As anticipated, Vivian stepped forward to confront Jiang Zio. Were you so proud of Jiang Zio? Xiaoling is an outstanding student from Colombia. Her claiming you as a friend is merely an act of kindness towards you. You truly do not know how to appreciate what you have. With that, Vivian took hold of Xiaoling's arm. Do not pay her any mind. She is notoriously disliked here. We shall all be your friends from now on. Tang Fei's expression was also somewhat awkward. Xiaoling, why not spend some time getting to know Vivian? By the way, there is a meeting in the news department at 9. Watching as Xiaoling was surrounded by a throng of admirers, Jiang Zio felt a fleeting disturbance in her heart, but it quickly dissipated. Xiaoling was an exceedingly adept actress. Were it not for this skill, she would not have deceived her for 3 years during high school. She consistently showcased her most vulnerable side, eliciting a protective instinct from others, who would then rush to her defense in times of crisis. Her recent claim of humble origins was a deliberate tactic to garner sympathy and provoke a defensive reaction from those around her, which Vivian promptly delivered. Jiang Zio could certainly defend herself, but she had no desire to explain herself in front of a crowd eager to witness her downfall. Moreover, she recognized that no matter what she said, the biases others held against her would remain unchanged. Indeed, her reputation at the television station was far from favorable. She once sought to mend the relationships among her colleagues. However, Jiang Zio soon realized her efforts were futile as conflicts of interest prevailed, and the more she tried, the more she was criticized for her cunning nature. Thus, she decided to focus on herself over the past year, indifferent to the opinions of others. Although her work progressed smoothly, the complicated interpersonal dynamics left her feeling discontented. Being a news anchor was merely a fulfillment of a childhood dream. Leaving this place did not strip her of her vital skills. On the contrary, her interests were diverse and her talents numerous, each capable of sustaining her for the rest of her life. Not to mention, the annual dividends from Queen had already granted her financial freedom. Jiang Zio was oblivious to Xiaoling's motives for being there, yet she had grown weary of competing with her. Perhaps, departing from this place would not be such a bad idea. At 9 o'clock, everyone gathered in the conference room for a meeting. Jiang Zio served not only as the host, but also as a news reporter. Tang Fei announced, Lin, you will complete the handover in a week and leave the station. So within this week, we must finalize the position of the primetime host. Vivian interjected, Director, I believe Xiaoling would be quite suitable. I just saw footage of her working at BNC. I was astonished by her excellence. She even served as an international host at BNC, seamlessly switching between Chinese and English. And her hosting skills are quite professional. Tang Fei chuckled. Xiao Xia is indeed remarkable, but this position was originally intended for Zio, given her numerous advertising contracts and high popularity. Our news department is not an advertising agency. We prioritize solid professional capabilities. If our focus merely shifts to who has the most advertisements, we will soon find ourselves preoccupied with courting sponsors rather than committing to journalism. The phrase courting sponsors carried a heavy weight, clearly aimed at someone. Jiang Zio casually tossed her hair, feigning indifference. The other day, at a business banquet hosted by Tianjin Group, I overheard their employees discussing a certain girl from our station who has single eyelids, constantly seeking out Mr. Li Mrs. We saw her sitting on Mr. Li's lap, calling him daddy, and promptly slapped her. Now, Mr. Li and his wife are on the brink of divorce. I can't help but wonder if such a person truly exists in our station. Vivian's expression fell instantly. Infuriated, she stood up. Jiang Xiao, do not slander me. Jiang Xiao smiled. I didn't say it was you. The station is vast, and there's more than one girl with single eyelids. I simply agree with your point that our focus should be on journalism. Pursuing sponsors can easily lead to disaster. Mrs. Li is notoriously fierce. A secretary from Tianjin Group once seduced Mr. Li and was publicly humiliated by her, stripped of her clothing and discarded in a mall. Coincidentally, at the last business banquet, I added Mrs. Li on WeChat, and just yesterday she inquired about the girl with single eyelids. Vivian's expression shifted from anger to panic. What did you tell her? A single sentence had exposed Vivian's hidden anxieties. The gazes of the others varied, but at that moment, Vivian was too preoccupied to notice. Mrs. Li is well aware of her tactics. Fortunately, during her hasty escape with her face concealed, Mrs. Li did not discern her features clearly. However, to her surprise, she remembered the distinct characteristic of her single eyelids. Jiang Xiao gazed at Vivian with a blend of concern and amusement. Just as Vivian was on the verge of being engulfed by her fears, Jiang Xiao leisurely began to speak. This pertains to the reputation of our television station. I have yet to respond as the investigation remains incomplete. Frankly, I had forgotten about this matter until I heard you mention the topic of a benefactor, which jogged my memory. Vivian exhaled a sigh of relief internally. At that moment, her gaze towards Jiang Xiao was fraught with apprehension. Jiang Xiao is indeed a woman of profound depth, fully aware that Mrs. Jiang is inquiring about her, yet choosing to withhold that information, using it as leverage instead. Regrettably, Vivian found herself utterly powerless. Reluctantly, she returned to her seat, refraining from uttering another word. Chapter 16. Seizing the prime-time host position, Xia Ling smiled gently and spoke. Our news department comprises graduates from prestigious institutions, well-educated individuals. I believe there must be a misunderstanding here. Even if this were true, it certainly does not involve anyone from our department. As for the prime-time host position, I will not vie with CIU for it. Let her have it. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a lark in the wilderness. With just a few words, she deftly shifted the topic. Vivian cast a grateful glance at Xiaoling. Not only had she defended her dignity, but she had also willingly relinquished the prime-time host position to divert everyone's attention. However, Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled derisively. The way you speak makes it sound as if the host position were already yours, and now you are graciously handing it over to me. Xiaoyu, you misunderstand. That was not my intention at all. Now what do you mean? Enough of the bickering. Tang Fei finally interjected, his head aching from the commotion. Regarding the host position, here is the plan. Our television station intends to interview a significant figure. Whoever secures the rights to this person's first interview will become the primetime host. Of course, the interview must be completed within a week, so you both need to act quickly. Curious, someone asked, Director, who is this significant figure you speak of? Director Tang replied, the Crown Prince of the capital, Bo Jinxiao. The crowd was taken aback. Shouldn't the Crown Prince be in the capital? Besides, the capital station has never interviewed him. How could he possibly agree to an interview with our small station? Zhao Yuan from the photography department chimed in. It's surprising that you, as news reporters, are unaware of this. The Crown Prince has been in seclusion in Rongqing for 3 years. The most mysterious BK group in Rongqing is, in fact, a subsidiary of the Bo family. They are about to develop a centrally approved resort project, which he is officially overseeing. However, this information is still internal and has not been made public. But if it hasn't been announced, how do you know about it? I am not well acquainted with the project, but my sister's classmate's cousin knows the Jiang family's daughter. The Jiang heiress recently attended the 70th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Bo family. All the prominent families in Rongqing received invitations, revealing to outsiders that the Crown Prince has been living here. Tang Fei continued, indeed, everyone must have heard of Bo Jinxiao. The Bo family is the wealthiest in the nation, and he is the sole heir. To date, he has not granted any interviews to the media. Since the Crown Prince has yet to engage with the press, it indicates he is an exceedingly low-profile individual. It may prove challenging, someone remarked. The resort project is about to be unveiled, making this an opportune moment. I believe it is worth a try. Of course, even so, it remains a significant challenge. If we fail, So be it. But if we succeed, our Rongqing television station will have achieved something that the capital station has not. Tang Fei's eyes glinted with enthusiasm. I have faith in both of you. Whichever of you succeeds will naturally claim the primetime host position. If neither of you succeeds, I will have my own criteria for evaluation. As they left the conference room, Jiang Xiao's expression was unusually grave. Xiao Ling approached her side. Xiao, you attended the old lady's birthday banquet, didn't you? Why does no one in the studio know that you are also a daughter of the Jiang family? Jiang Xiao lifted her gaze. Xiao Ling, why did you choose to work at the television station? Stealing Yin Feng from me was not enough. You must also covet my position? Xiao Ling maintained an innocent demeanor. You misunderstand me. I merely believe my expertise aligns perfectly with this place. I never intended to usurp anything of yours. Nor did I take Yin Feng from you. Oh. Jiang Xiao reclined like a languid cat in the plush leather chair. I've always been curious about what transpired during your summer camp with Yin Feng. Surely, he is not so easily swayed. When Yin Feng was with her, he was tender and caring. Jiang Xiao could sense his affection. However, upon returning from the camp, he had transformed entirely, his love extinguished and replaced with disdain. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling events from years past. Jiang Xiao seemed to infer something. Never mind, I have little interest in such sordid matters. No, it's not as you think, Xiao Ling hastened to clarify. Yet, Jiang Xiao had lost her patience and rose. Xiao Ling, do not provoke me. Or I may revert to the person I was 3 years ago. Excuse me, I must prepare for the midday news. As Jiang Xiao vanished from Xiao Ling's sight, her expression turned icy. Jiang Xiao, I will take everything from you. Your husband, your career, your family. You will find yourself isolated, disgraced, and utterly alone. I await that day, when you will comprehend the reasons behind my actions. Later that evening, Xiao Ling returned to her suite at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Yin Feng had already arrived. Xiao Ling approached him with surprise. Didn't you say you would return to the Yin family estate today? Yin Feng drew closer, wrapping his arm around Xiao Ling's shoulders. One hand resting on her abdomen. I missed you and the baby. A hint of shyness crept onto Xiao Ling's face. With your words, I feel content no matter where you are. Yin Feng embraced her. Xiao Ling, having you follow me like this is a burden on you. Her voice was tender. As long as your heart is with me, I feel no burden. Feng, once the baby is born, we will be a blissful family of 3. Yin Feng responded. Rest assured, I will resolve matters with Jiang Xiao promptly. I will ensure you and our child have a rightful place. At the mention of Jiang Xiao, Yin Feng's expression darkened abruptly. He seemed to recall something. Today was your first day at the television station. Did Jiang Xiao trouble you? Xiao Ling's eyes flickered momentarily. No. She knows I took you from her. She has always treated me that way. Indeed, she has troubled you. I knew it. I will confront her immediately. Yin Feng was halted by Xiao Ling, her voice tender yet tinged with a hint of reluctant compromise. Please don't be like this. If I can be with you, this slight is truly inconsequential. Returning will only exacerbate the situation, and your parents will harbor even more disdain for me. Some matters I can endure and let pass. Contemplating his parents' prejudice against Xiao Ling, Yin Feng paused. He embraced her once more, stating, if you ever feel wronged, you must confide in me. I will not allow Jiang Xiao to bully you any longer. And remember, I have never belonged to her. It is not that you have taken me from her, but rather that she is unworthy of me. Leaning against Yin Feng's chest, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. Subsequently, she spoke softly off phone. Have you met Bo Jinxiu? Are you familiar with this young master of the capital S elite? Chapter 17. The authentic and faux Mrs. Yin Feng began previously. Our company has been researching the preferences of the Paradise Resort project. However, this individual is exceedingly low-key and his movements are shrouded in mystery. Thus, we do not possess a comprehensive understanding of him. Yin Feng then inquired, what prompts your interest in him? Xiao Ling replied, the station has mentioned that if I can secure an exclusive interview with Bo Jinxi, the coveted position of the primetime host would be mine. However, when I called the BJ office today, I was informed that any appointments with the television station would be scheduled for 6 months hence. Yin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. The only information we have uncovered is that this young heir has a habit of playing golf at the Royal Golf Club in the mornings. I believe this could be your entry point. Xia Ling maintained a troubled expression, but the Royal Golf Club is the most exclusive membership-based golf course in Rongqing, with a membership fee soaring to 2 million. How could I possibly gain entry? Yin Feng responded, My grandfather is a member of the Royal Golf Club, and I used to accompany him frequently. The manager there recognizes me. Tomorrow, I will call the club, and you can go as Mrs. Yin. Xia Ling's eyes sparkled with a certain light. Really? I can enter as Mrs. Yin? Yin Feng gazed at her with delight and anticipation, gently tapping her nose. Certainly. In my heart, you're the true Mrs. Yin. While Xia Ling took a shower, Yin Feng made a phone call to Jiang Ziyo. Jiang Ziyo, if you dare to bully Xia Ling again, do not expect me to be courteous. Jiang Ziyo answered the call, perplexed. With a hint of amusement, she replied, What is this? Did Xia Ling report me to you? Unlike you, Xia Ling would never wear one mask in front of you and another behind her back. You already possess enough. Do not covet everything she has. After hanging up, Jiang Ziyo tossed her phone onto the desk in frustration. At times, she couldn't help but admire Xia Ling. It was ironic that she had taken something that originally belonged to her. Yet in the end, she was cast as the villain. Jiang Ziyo glanced at the document on her computer screen, where she had just written the words resignation letter. Suddenly, she shut her laptop with force. Why should she resign simply because Xia Ling had arrived? After all, Yin Feng had been taken from her, and now she was expected to relinquish her job as well. Certainly, she had many reasons for wanting to resign, a notion she had contemplated for some time. Yet now, she abruptly dismissed that thought. If she were to resign, it would be after she secured the position of primetime host. After closing her laptop, Jiang Ziyo picked up her phone again. She scrolled through her contacts until she found the Playboy. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. The call connected swiftly. Miss Jiang, is there something you require? The address of Miss Jiang felt distant, perhaps due to her previous dismissal of him. Perhaps he had come to terms with things and wished to distance himself, which was precisely what Jiang Ziyo desired. She rarely spoke to him in a serious tone. Mr. Bo, this is Jiang Ziyo, a news reporter from Rongqing Television. I would like to arrange a personal interview with you, if you have the time. On the other end of the line, a cold scoff echoed in response. He knew it was because of this matter. She would not seek him out without reason. Bo Jinxiu fell silent for a few moments before speaking. Jiang Ziyo, you truly possess a remarkable audacity. Last time you stood me up, and now you wish to arrange an interview with me. Jiang Ziyo paused briefly, then replied nonchalantly, That is an entirely different matter. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have always maintained a clear distinction between public and private affairs. The other party seemed to find amusement in his anger. If you wish to interview me, you must come to the Green Lawn Villa and apologize first. We can discuss other matters afterwards. Jiang Ziyo glanced at the wall clock. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. She was fully aware of what might transpire if she went there now. That place has never been visited without consequence. Jiang Ziyo declined. Since this is a professional matter, let us meet during the day. Please suggest a time, and I shall certainly come to apologize. Boyiniu kunderstun Yang Ziyo's temperament. Though she appeared charming, she was remarkably obstinate. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she would never engage in actions she did not wish to undertake. Bo Jinxiu coldly stated, Then let it be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Royal Golf Club. Jiang Ziyo had never been to the Royal Golf Club, but she knew that Yin Xingye was a member there. Although he seldom visited, he dutifully paid the exorbitant membership fee of 2 million each year. The advantage of that club was that a member's family could enter simply by providing a member's name. One card could facilitate access for the entire family. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Ziyo arrived punctually at the Royal Golf Club. Upon entering, she approached the registration desk, where a handsome young man greeted her. Miss, you seem unfamiliar. Are you a member here? Jiang Ziyo replied, Yin Xingye is my father-in-law. I should be allowed to enter. The young man displayed a look of surprise. You are also Mrs. Yin? Also, Jiang Ziyo's beautifully shaped brows furrowed. Are there other Mrs. Yins? The young man pointed to a figure in the distance. That lady claims to be Mrs. Yin as well. Mr. Yin is a prominent figure in Rongqing. He has only one son and one daughter, so it is impossible for there to be two daughters-in-law. Jiang Xiao followed the direction of the attendant's finger and saw Xia Ling also spotted her, appearing somewhat taken aback. The attendant, momentarily at a loss, said, "Please wait a moment. I will consult our manager." The manager quickly approached, scolding as he came. "I have already informed you that a Mrs. Yin would be arriving today. Young Master Yin has given prior notice. You should simply have allowed her in without delay. If you neglect Mrs. Yin, you will regret it." The manager jogged towards them while reprimanding the attendant beside him. The attendant, looking aggrieved, replied, "You mentioned that a Mrs. Yin would come, but you did not specify that there would be two. Two Mrs. Yins?" The manager was equally astonished. At that moment, Xiao Ling had walked up to Jiang Xiao. "Xiao, what brings you here?" Jiang Xiao smiled brightly at her. "How could I know someone was parading around in my name if I did not come?" "Xiao, what are you saying? I did not understand." Just then, the manager arrived. He glanced between Jiang Xiao and Xiao Ling, inquiring, "Which of you is the true Mrs. Yin?" Today, a considerable number of individuals have come to play ball. These young scions from prestigious families are merely idle gentry. Seeing the gossips swirling around, they gathered with curiosity, wondering what performance was unfolding, the genuine or the false Mrs. Yin. Someone jested. Amidst the throng, Bo Jinxiu approached with an entourage. Dressed casually in a black hoodie paired with black athletic pants, his fair complexion set him apart, imbuing him with an air of noble distinction. Standing alongside others, they appeared as mere embellishments in his presence. His inherent aloofness radiated an undeniable aura, as if he were a born sovereign. Chapter 18. Young Master Yin would not fail to recognize his own wife Jiang Xiao also caught sight of him. To speak candidly, over the past 3 years, she had seldom seen him dressed. Thus, her astonishment upon encountering him at the residence of the elderly lady Bo was not merely due to his noble status, but rather the striking transformation of his demeanor. He had metamorphosed from a wayward youth into a poised and dignified gentleman, a change to which she found herself unaccustomed. A young man beside Bo Jinxiu, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, remarked, "Indeed, Rongqing is a land of fortune, allowing for multiple wives. No wonder our crown prince was so reluctant to return to the capital 3 years ago." The others laughed, one saying, "Shui Xiao, you dare jest about the crown prince? Let us not forget that we have journeyed from the capital solely to serve him." Another added, "Yet, the customs of Rongqing are truly unique. I envy that young Master Yin, with one enchanting beauty and another of refined grace. Such a fortuitous arrangement is indeed enviable." The hall manager felt a throbbing headache as he observed the two silent women before him. Xiao Ling, feeling the weight of many eyes upon her, bit her lip in silence. Soon to become the host of a prime-time program, she could not afford any blemish upon her reputation. Moreover, she was acutely aware of Jiang Xiao's temperament. During their school days, she had never contested with her. She always conceded, whether it be for stylish garments, handbags, scholarships, or opportunities to study abroad. She had taken many things from Jiang, including Yin Feng, the one who ultimately drove her to madness. Yet so what? Yin Feng had spent 3 years with her, and Jiang Xiao was well aware of it, yet had chosen to remain indifferent. Jiang Xiao was not as formidable as she appeared. Her striking beauty often led others to mistakenly perceive her as aloof and competitive. In truth, she was more indifferent to worldly matters than anyone else, or perhaps simply disdainful of contention. Xiao Ling hoped Jiang Xiao would withdraw voluntarily. Yet reality did not unfold as she had anticipated. Jiang Xiao gazed at Xiao Ling with a faint smile, neither speaking nor yielding, seemingly waiting for her to make the first move. As the tension lingered, someone from Bo Jinxiu's side suddenly spoke, "Your Highness, if I recall correctly, the guests at the elderly lady's 70th birthday banquet included young Master Yin and his wife. You must know who the true Mrs. Yin is, right?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Bo Jinxiu, including those of Jiang Xiao and Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's heart skipped a beat. The person before her was none other than the crown prince of the capital, Bo Jinxiu, the very individual she sought to interview. Her heart raced with anticipation. Yin Feng had indeed mentioned attending the elderly lady's birthday banquet with Jiang Xiao. However, he had also noted that there were 100 tables of guests that day, with Rongqing only occupying 2. insignificant compared to the prominent aristocrats and politicians. In such a crowd, he would likely struggle to discern one individual from another. Yet, Jiang Ziyou's extraordinary beauty was the kind that one could not easily forget. She felt a flicker of uncertainty. If her identity were to be unveiled before him, the exclusive interview would undoubtedly belong to Jiang Ziyou. Jiang Ziyou gazed at Bo Jinsi, pondering that given their 3 years of shared history, it would not be too much to lend a helping hand at this critical moment. At that instant, the manager had approached Bo Jinsi, evidently awaiting his identification. Bo Jinsi cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Ziyou and spoke with indifference. "I am not acquainted with any young Master Yin or his wife. If you wish to ascertain who the genuine Mrs. Yin is, arrange a video call with young Master Yin. Surely he would not fail to recognize his own wife. Indeed, how foolish of me. Fortuitously, with the prince's guidance, I shall initiate a video call with young Master Yin at once." Jiang Ziyou's heart sank suddenly, observing the slight furrow in Bo Jinsi's brow. This was deliberate on his part. Soon, the video call was connected. "Manager Zhao, what is it?" Yin Feng's voice resonated from the other end of the phone. Manager Zhao greeted him. "I apologize, young Master Yin. You mentioned that Mrs. Yin would be arriving today. Yet we have 2 individuals claiming to be Mrs. Yin. Could you kindly clarify which one is your wife?" As he spoke, Manager Zhao's camera panned between Jiang Ziyou and Xia Ling. Yin Feng's brow knitted in surprise. He had not anticipated Jiang Ziyou's presence today. Presumably, she had learned of Xia Ling's attendance and decided to come as well. She was always keen on competing with Xia Ling. Without hesitation, Yin Feng declared, "The one in the white dress is my wife." Xia Ling was indeed clad in white today, while Jiang Ziyou sported a pink tracksuit. The manager, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Very well, I shall not disturb you further, young Master Yin. I will ensure that we treat Mrs. Yin with the utmost respect." Once the call ended, a murmur of astonishment filled the air. The hall had become crowded with onlookers, including several socialites. Those unprepared to engage in such affairs ought to refrain from attending. Being publicly exposed for impersonating someone else's wife was utterly disgraceful. Speculation arose regarding her intentions, with whispers suggesting that she might be a mistress attempting to provoke the legitimate wife. Given her audacity to use young Master Yin's name and arrive on the same day, Jiang Ziyou had indeed married Yin Feng 3 years ago in a ceremony attended only by a select few family members and friends. Thus, the residents of Rongxing were aware of young Master Yin's marriage, but remained oblivious to the bride's identity. Engulfed in the chatter, Jiang Ziyou appeared unfazed. Manager Zhao approached her, his demeanor markedly less courteous than before. "Miss, you are not a member here. I must ask you to leave immediately." Without a trace of embarrassment, Jiang Ziyou languidly produced a membership card from her bag. "If I apply for a membership now, would that grant me entry?" A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. The manager, taken aback, responded, "Yes, it is possible, but the membership fee is 2 million. I am aware. Let us proceed with the card." Many were momentarily at a loss for words. Even the ladies who had mocked Jiang Ziyou earlier stood speechless. Most of them had entered using their husbands' or fathers' memberships, rather than their own. The manager's expression underwent yet another transformation, radiating an even brighter smile than before. He neglected to acknowledge Xia Ling, instead directing the front desk to escort someone inside. With great hospitality, he personally invited Jiang Ziyou to the VIP room to process her membership card. The faces of the young masters gathered around Bo Jinxiu reflected a newfound enthusiasm. That card appeared to be the elusive cheetah black gold card, of which there are only 500 in the world, universally accepted by major banks, granting complimentary access to all 7-star hotel VIP services globally, an emblem of status. I recall that the Crown Prince also possesses one. In Huagua, fewer than 20 individuals hold this card, each of them not of ordinary standing. Who exactly? Is this Miss Jiang? Those who had just mocked Jiang Ziyou now widened their eyes in disbelief. 2 million may not seem remarkable, but possessing that black gold card is exceedingly rare. It is not a privilege afforded to just any wealthy individual. The issuing institution maintains an extraordinarily rigorous vetting process. Even among royal families from various nations, The number of cardholders seldom exceeds 3. The fact that this Miss Jiang possesses one raises questions about her true status. Naturally, Jiang Xiao was unaware of any of this, as this was merely a salary card provided by her senior. The annual dividends from Queen were deposited onto this card, and the amount had already reached 800 million. To her, 2 million was utterly inconsequential. Chapter 19. The prelude to competition upon witnessing Jiang Xiao produce that card. Bo Jinxiu fell into a contemplative silence. How could Jiang Xiao possess such a card? Neither the Jiang family of the past nor the current Yin family could possibly be deemed worthy of it. The royal golf course sprawled across a vast expanse, nestled amid the mountains and waters, offering a breathtaking vista. The individuals surrounding Bo Jinxiu eagerly grasped their clubs, ready to engage in the game, while he alone took a seat in the rest area. A servant presented him with a sandwich and exquisite pastries, as he had grown accustomed to indulging in breakfast here. Xiao Ling stood at a distance, observing the man ensconced in his lofty domain. Clad in a black casual outfit, he possessed an exceptionally striking countenance. His hands, pale and elegantly formed, casually lifted a sandwich from the plate. His manner of eating was remarkably graceful, exuding a languid charm amidst his refinement. He bore an aura akin to that of Jiang Xiao, characterized by an effortless confidence and an innate privilege. Xiao Ling approached him. "Mr. Bo, may I take a seat here?" Bo Jinxiu looked up, noticing a young woman standing before the chair beside him. "This is a public rest area. Feel free, Mrs. Yin." His voice was neither warm nor cold, polite yet imbued with a sense of detachment and indifference. Xiao Ling took her seat. "Mr. Bo, I actually came specifically to seek you out today." Bo Jinxiu maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "Mrs. Yin has matters to discuss with me?" "Mr. Bo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Ling, a news reporter from Rongqing Television. We would like to arrange an exclusive interview with you regarding the Paradise Resort project." Her heart raced with trepidation. Bo Jinxiu did not even lift his eyelids, responding coolly, "I have no interest." "Mr. Bo, the Paradise Resort project is about to commence, and you require publicity to attract investment. As I understand it, though you are recognized as the sole heir of the Bo family, your two sisters hold significant positions within the company and have divergent views from yours. You currently need an opportunity to prove yourself to Chairman Bo, which is why you have chosen the Paradise Resort project. Your 3 years of patience here underscore its importance to you." Bo Jinxiu turned slightly, casting a frosty glance at Xiao Ling. "You seem quite well informed about our family's affairs." Xiao Ling felt a tremor of anxiety at his gaze. His aura was overwhelmingly potent. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage to continue. "Rongqing Television is the most authoritative traditional media outlet in the area, and our station is willing to collaborate with you. Whenever you require media support in the future, we can assist you. This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial proposition." Bo Jinxiu remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, a burst of lively commotion erupted nearby. It turned out that a group had already begun playing. Xiao Ling's gaze followed the ruckus, and she beheld Jiang Xiao surrounded by a throng of affluent young men, elegantly swinging her golf club. With her tall stature and impeccable form, she captivated the onlookers, their eyes seemingly glued to her. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Xiao Ling's eyes. However, she soon regained her composure. Just as she was about to continue her conversation with Bo Jinxiu, he had already risen, his long legs striding towards a distant direction. Upon arrival, they heard Xue Xiao's voice exclaiming, "Beautiful! Is Miss Jiang a professional athlete? Perhaps I should take her as my mentor." Jiang Xiao smiled gracefully. "You flatter me. I merely indulge in this as a hobby. What are you all up to?" Noticing that Xue Tao was almost leaning against her arm, Bo Jinxiu's displeasure manifested in a frown, prompting him to interject. Xue Tao, leaning on his cue, chuckled, "Your Highness, today we have encountered a worthy opponent. Miss Jiang's skills are unparalleled. Only you could possibly rival her." Others around them began to cheer. "Why not have your Highness compete with Miss Jiang?" This was precisely what Jiang Xiao had been waiting for. She turned to Bo Jinxiu with a playful smile. "Mr. Bo, do you dare challenge me?" Jiang Xiao looked particularly stunning today, exuding an aura quite different from her usual self. Dressed in casual athletic wear, her tall and perfect figure was evident. Her makeup was understated, showcasing a so-called natural look that conveyed a sense of exquisite nonchalance. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her fair skin and fresh features rendered her almost youthful and innocent. Several young gentlemen found it difficult to divert their gaze from her. Before Bo Jinxiu could respond, Jiang Xiao provocatively added, "Surely, you're not afraid, Mr. Bo?" A bystander chimed in, "Miss Jiang, you may be mistaken. Our prince's skills rank second in the capital, for no one dares to claim a top." Jiang Xiao chuckled softly. The social dynamics of the capital hold little sway here in Rongqing. Implicitly, she suggested that Bo Jinxiu's first place was merely due to others' fear of challenging him, rather than his actual prowess. The crowd exchanged glances, secretly impressed by Miss Jiang's courage. Bo Jinxiu spoke with an unruffled demeanor. "How do you wish to compete?" Jiang Xiao pointed to the expansive area ahead. "Let us compete on this par 4 hole." A voice from the side remarked, "Miss Jiang just made a birdie, sinking the ball in 3 strokes." Bo Jinxiu remained composed, instructing his caddy, "Bring me my club." Jiang Xiao continued, "Since this is a competition, there ought to be a wager. What do you desire?" Without hesitation, she proposed, "If I win, I would like your first exclusive interview, Mr. Bo." Everyone understood her intent. She had come specifically to challenge the prince. It seemed she was indeed stepping into unfamiliar territory. This Miss Jiang's skills were undeniably impressive, having surpassed professional athletes with her recent performance. The earlier praises were not mere flattery. Yet, it was evident that she was unaware of Bo Jinxiu's true capabilities. The onlookers were largely there to witness the spectacle, with even Xia Ling joining the crowd. "Let us see if he can win first," he remarked. Once everything was set, Jiang Xiao announced, "Mr. Bo, you may go first." Bo Jinxiu did not decline the challenge. He stepped forward to stand before the black tee, elegantly wielding his club. Soon, the air was filled with excited cheers. To everyone's astonishment, Bo Jinxiu managed to drive the ball onto the green in a single stroke. Crowds gathered around him as he approached the green, where he switched to a putter and skillfully sank the white ball into the hole. Applause erupted nearby. An extraordinary eagle, achieving this par 4 in just 2 strokes. Truly, you are the esteemed prince. Subsequently, the onlookers turned sympathetic gazes toward Jiang Xiao. "Miss Jiang, perhaps you should reconsider. The prince is a protégé of the national golf champion, Mr. Xie. He may pursue golf as a hobby, but had he been a professional athlete, his name would be well known by now. It is no shame to be bested by the prince." Jiang Xiao, gripping her club firmly, confidently strode to the red tee. Chapter 20. Hole in one. The onlookers believed that the beautiful lady was merely putting up a desperate struggle for the sake of her pride. It was evident to all that she had reached her limits. Achieving a par 4 means sinking the ball within 4 strokes, a feat befitting a professional athlete. A birdie, or a 3-stroke hole, is already considered a rarity, while an eagle, or a 2-stroke hole, represents the pinnacle of athletic prowess. As for a hole-in-one, it is an endeavor more elusive than winning the lottery, a feat deemed virtually impossible. Jiang Xiao steadied herself at the tee, raised her club high, and swung with all her might. The little white ball soared through the air, tracing a high arc as it flew directly towards the green. Everyone rushed to the green, with Xuetao being the first to dash forward. Upon discovering that the little white ball was nowhere to be found on the green, he hesitated. Disbelief etched on his face, before finally remembering to check the hole. To his astonishment, there lay the golf ball that Jiang Xiao had struck, nestled within the cup. Xuetao stood frozen for half a second before exuberantly raising the golf ball in his hand, exclaiming, "Hole-in-one! Miss Jiang has achieved a hole-in-one!" His delight seemed to surpass even that of scoring a goal himself. Everyone was left speechless. The seemingly delicate Jiang Xiao had accomplished a hole-in-one. The significance of a hole-in-one is immense. It is a rarity that may occur only once in 20,000 strokes for professional players. This achievement demands both unparalleled skill and an extraordinary stroke of luck. The expressions of several young gentlemen shifted from initial skepticism to sheer admiration for Jiang Xiao. News of her remarkable feat spread rapidly throughout the golf course, attracting an ever-growing crowd. After all, witnessing a hole-in-one is a seldom-seen spectacle. Many approached Jiang Xiao, eager to capture a photo with her. According to tradition, A hole in one warrants generous red envelopes for the caddies and staff. Jiang Xiao appeared well prepared, her sports backpack brimming with red envelopes, which she instructed the caddies to distribute one by one. The crowd was astonished. Miss Jiang had come ready for this moment. It seemed that her initial performance of a three-stroke hole had been a clever ruse, a display of feigned modesty. The young master, it seems, was left with no choice but to concede. Jiang Xiao had him firmly in her grasp. Yet one couldn't help but wonder about her origins. Could it truly be that she had the prowess to achieve a hole-in-one? If she lacked absolute confidence, she would not have prepared those envelopes in advance. Jiang Xiao laughed off the surrounding voices, then turned to Bo Jinxiu, saying, "Mr. Bo, the promise you made to me should hold true, shouldn't it?" Bo Jinxiu, however, replied coolly, "I only said I would speak if you won. I never agreed to an interview upon victory." Jiang Xiu's expression stiffened. She could almost envision that mischievous face of his, the one that often played tricks in their intimate moments. For instance, after a long day, he would assure her it was the last time he would do so, only to tease that he had never said anything of the sort while bathing with her. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. The bystanders assumed her embarrassment stemmed from anger and began to chime in. "Young master, this is rather unkind. How can you bully a young lady? A bet is a bet, after all. It's just an interview." Indeed, our young master surely cannot be so small-minded. Bo Jinxi watched as the crowd gathered around Jiang Xiao, each one assuming the role of a gallant knight. A wave of inexplicable anger surged from the depths of his heart. Bo Jinxi coldly declared, "I despise those who resort to scheming." He cast a warning glance at the group of childhood friends and acquaintances surrounding Jiang Xiao, saying, "If any of you wish to play the role of a protector, do not blame me for severing our friendship." The onlookers exchanged glances of astonishment and fear, acutely aware that, despite being the esteemed prince of the capital, he had always treated them with respect. It was precisely this significant project that had brought them all together, with the underlying intention of mutually benefiting from it. Yet, for the sake of a woman, he uttered such words. It was evident to all that the prince was genuinely enraged over this woman. But why? Regardless of the reasons, none could afford to distance themselves from the prince of the capital for the sake of a mere woman. The men encircling Jiang Xiao instinctively moved away from her. Xia Ling, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile faintly. It seemed Jiang Xiao's beauty had its limits after all. Jiang Xiao and Xia Ling returned to the television station one after the other, neither mentioning the events at the golf course. In the afternoon, the team convened for a meeting. Director Tang was particularly animated. "Finally, the heavens have smiled upon us. Xia, Jiang, which of you secured an exclusive interview with the prince?" Both Jiang Xiao and Xia Ling appeared momentarily taken aback, as did the other members of the team. "The prince had agreed to our interview?" "Indeed. The call from BJ just came in, and they've scheduled it for tomorrow, asking our people to arrive by 9. Vivian inquired, "Who will be conducting the interview?" Director Tang replied, "They didn't specify, only that we should send someone over by 9. The prince has allocated 2 hours for us." Director Tang looked somewhat perplexed. "Xia, Jiang, why didn't you mention this upon your return? Who arranged the interview with the prince?" Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. This morning, Bo Jinxi's stance was quite clear. He had not agreed. Why did he change his mind now? While Jiang Xiao remained silent, Xia Ling calmly spoke up. "Director, it was me." Director Tang's face lit up with joy. "Excellent, excellent, Xia. I knew you had the capability." He urged her to prepare for the interview with the prince at 9 the next morning, declaring that if she succeeded, her future would be boundless. Director Tang excitedly grabbed his phone. "I must report this to the station head. This is monumental. The head of the capital station has attempted to invite the prince multiple times without success, and here we are, achieving it. The station head will be thrilled." With that, Director Tang exited. The others flocked around Xia Ling, praising her. "Xia Ling, you're truly remarkable. How did you manage that?" It's evident that a prestigious university education and an internship at BNC set you apart from mere ornaments. "You must treat us to a meal when you become the primetime host." Xiaoling's smile carried a hint of shyness, yet her expression was one of humility. "I merely consider myself fortunate," she remarked. "Tonight, I shall treat everyone to dinner at Taiku House, a prestigious Japanese restaurant in Rongqing renowned for its exorbitant prices. Although they all worked at the television station, their salaries were not particularly high, which meant that few had ventured into such an upscale establishment. The group erupted in cheers, extolling Xiaoling's generosity. Rising, she approached the taciturn Jiang Xiao. "Xiao, would you like to join us for Japanese cuisine this evening?" Jiang Xiao packed away her documents, a smile illuminating her face as she replied, "Of course. If someone is treating, I would be delighted to attend." As night fell, the group arrived at Taiku House, where Xiaoling had reserved a private room in advance. The lavish decor left them in awe, prompting further praise for Xiaoling's thoughtfulness. "Xiaoling, do you frequent this restaurant often?" With a modest demeanor, Xiaoling responded, "Not really, I only come occasionally. This place is beyond the means of ordinary folks." "Xiaoling, you've misled us into thinking your family is average," they teased. "How could someone with the opportunity to study abroad come from a modest background? Be honest, which affluent family do you belong to?" Xiaoling replied earnestly, "I have not deceived you. My family situation is indeed not favorable. My opportunity to study abroad was made possible by my boyfriend." She cast a glance at Jiang Xiao, seated across from her. "My boyfriend comes from a well-off family and cares for me deeply. It is alongside him that I am studying overseas." Chapter 21. A meal costing 980,000. A chorus of envy arose from the crowd. Although the meal had yet to be consumed, they had indeed indulged in a considerable amount of dog food. Vivian took the lead in jesting, inquiring when Summer would bring her boyfriend for them to meet. For such a remarkable man was indeed a rarity. Summer, blushing with a shy smile, responded, "Sure, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future." While Summer addressed her companions, her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Xiao's face. However, Jiang Xiao's expression was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. A flicker of disappointment crossed Summer's eyes. At that moment, a waiter approached with a tablet filled with dish selections. Summer promptly handed the tablet to Jiang Xiao, urging, "Xiao, order whatever you like. Do not be modest." Jiang Xiao graciously accepted the tablet and began to place her order with remarkable speed. Within minutes, she returned the tablet to Summer, saying, "You should take a look." Summer, without hesitation, passed the tablet to the waiter, declaring, "Your taste will undoubtedly be impeccable." Before long, the dishes began to arrive. Initially, the atmosphere was delightful, with everyone enjoying the feast. However, it soon became apparent to Summer that something was amiss. 2 hours had elapsed, yet the flow of dishes continued unabated, accompanied by an array of exquisite wines. Although all were immersed in the culinary delights and showering her with compliments for her generosity, Summer remained silent. Finally, when the waiter presented the bill, Summer was taken aback. 980,000. Staring incredulously at the waiter, she exclaimed, "How can it be so expensive?" The waiter patiently explained, "You ordered every single dish on our menu, including some rare hidden specialties, which totals 180,000. Additionally, you ordered 4 bottles of our 200,000 per bottle red wine. Oh, and we must apply a 5% service fee." Summer nearly fainted. She simply did not possess such a sum. When placing her order, she had believed that no matter how extravagant her choices, it would not exceed 10,000. How could it amount to such a fortune? The others were equally stunned, quickly turning their ire towards Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiao, was this a deliberate act of revenge? You ordered a meal totaling 980,000. Do you have no shame? Have you never experienced fine dining before, seizing this opportunity to exploit it?" "I believe Jiang Xiao should be responsible for the bill." She ordered the food. Jiang Xiao looked back at them with a serene smile. "While you were eating, did anyone utter a word of complaint? Black truffle casserole, Kobe beef. Did you not remark on the preciousness of the ingredients? As for the wine, I only ordered 1 bottle. The rest were added by you all." "Jiang Xiao, do you still dare to argue?" Jiang Xiao replied calmly, "Since you were so concerned for Summer's sake, why not split the bill equally? No one here has eaten less. Splitting it would be the fair solution." At the mention of splitting the bill, silence fell over the group. Even if they were to share the cost equally, each would still need to contribute nearly 100,000, a sum equivalent to several months' wages. A girl standing beside Xia Ling spoke up. "With such excellent qualities, Xia Ling's boyfriend will surely elevate her to the status of a wealthy lady." She wouldn't even bother to quibble over the cost of a meal with us. Xia Ling felt as though she were being placed upon a scorching pyre. In truth, her financial situation alongside Yin Feng was not as prosperous as others might believe. After Yin Feng went abroad, the Yin family ceased providing him with financial support. Their 3 years overseas were far from the glamorous life that others imagined. Yin Feng, proud as he was, refused to ask his family for assistance. Xia Ling's account held merely a little over 100,000, earned through tutoring Chinese families over the past 3 years. She could certainly not afford the nearly 1 million meal expenses. Thus, she had no choice but to call Yin Feng. Now, back at the company, Yin Feng likely no longer lacked for money. Upon hearing that she had spent nearly 98,000 on a meal, annoyance crept into his voice. Xia Ling, did you feast on dragon meat? 98,000 for a single meal? Xia Ling, feeling wronged, replied, I secured an exclusive interview with both Jin Xiu and treated my colleagues. It was Ciu who ordered. I had no idea she would choose so lavishly and even ordered expensive wine. Upon hearing the name Jiang Ciu, Yin Feng's brows furrowed, and his tone softened considerably. I apologize. I misunderstood you. It was Jiang Ciu's doing. After a brief moment of silence, he added, I'm nearby. I'll be there shortly. 10 minutes later, Yin Feng arrived at Tai Gu House. He first settled the bill before proceeding to the private room. Upon seeing Yin Feng, Xia Ling's eyes shimmered with tears, as if bearing an immense grievance. She hurried to his side. Ah Feng, you've finally come. In front of everyone, Yin Feng gently draped his arm over Xia Ling's shoulder. No need to worry. I've already settled the bill. The moment the group heard the bill was taken care of, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. Their expressions shifted instantly. Vivian led the praise. Xia Ling, you're so fortunate. Your boyfriend is both handsome and wealthy. Xia Ling blushed as she introduced, let me introduce my boyfriend, Yin Feng. Vivian, astonished, remarked, I've heard of a Yin family heir named Yin Feng. Could it be? Yin Feng replied nonchalantly, it's merely a coincidence of names. Having spoken, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Ciu. Jiang Ciu, come out here. The crowd was left in disbelief. Jiang Ciu, carrying a small handbag and donning high heels, approached Yin Feng with a languid tone. A good dog doesn't block the way. Yin Feng, infuriated, seized her by the arm and led her outside. They swiftly turned into an adjacent empty room, and the door closed behind them. Onlookers were left bewildered by the unfolding drama. Xia Ling's face reflected a hint of embarrassment. Xia Ling, do you know Jiang Ciu's boyfriend? Someone asked. We were all high school classmates, so we know each other. Moreover, Ciu and Xia Ling deliberately halted mid-sentence. Vivian scoffed. Now I understand why Jiang Ciu despises you so. She must have harbored feelings for your boyfriend in high school and, unable to attain him, now feels envious of you. Xia Ling deliberately defended Jiang Ciu in a tone that suggested, it is not as you think, and besides, that is all in the past. On the other side, after Yin Feng had pulled Jiang Ciu into a room, he coldly questioned, Jiang Ciu, I have repeatedly told you not to bully Xia Ling. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Jiang Ciu nonchalantly sank into a sofa, lowering her gaze to admire the manicure she had just done. She had chosen to treat herself, and no one had coerced her into it. So you intentionally ordered such expensive dishes, fully aware of Xia Ling's family situation. Are you not just flaunting your wealth to deliberately humiliate her? How are you any different from those petty individuals who rely on their riches? Jiang Ciu lifted her head, her eyes bright, yet unmistakably flashing with anger. Indeed, I'm aware of her family circumstances, and I know you too are currently short on funds. Thus, I am purposely bullying her. As for the reason, I am merely returning the favor in kind. Chapter 22. What transpired that summer? Dare you speak of it? Jiang Ciu's cold smile belied her despair. 3 years ago, were you unaware of my plight? Yet, in my most desolate moments, you both chose to betray me, casting me into an abyss of despair. Compared to your treachery, my petty schemes are but trifles. Yin Feng's expression faltered. Jiang Ciu, the circumstances that led you to such a fate were of your own making. You were the one who first betrayed me. Yin Feng glared at Jiang Ciu with palpable resentment. Jiang Ciu, what occurred during that summer of our freshman year? Dare you disclose it to me? Jiang Xiao's countenance turned ashen. Yin Feng, how could you possibly know? Yin Feng observed the stark pallor of Jiang Xiao's face, his own eyes reflecting astonishment. Infuriatingly, even in her utmost panic, her beauty remained strikingly exaggerated. So, to whom did you surrender your innocence? Jiang Xiao rose abruptly, her gaze turning icy. Silence yourself. Yin Feng's sneer was bitter. Are you angry, Jiang Xiao? You are nothing but a wretched, duplicitous, and venomous woman. Why did you marry me? Was it not because you could no longer return to the Jiang family? Were you still a daughter of the Jiang clan? Would you have chosen to wed me? Your professed love for me is merely a desperate grasp at your last lifeline, fearing the loss of the opulence that defines your existence. But why should I, Yin Feng, play the role of your reluctant savior? Do you perceive me as a fool? You, a hypocritical and vile woman, are worth less than a single strand of Xiaoling's hair. Enough, Yin Feng. Jiang Xiao's fingers trembled slightly. She harbored a secret, one that no soul knew. She had never confided in anyone, continually convincing herself it was merely a dreadful nightmare. She had nearly succeeded in erasing that event from her memory, believing no one in this world would ever discover the truth. Yet, Jiang Xiao never anticipated that Yin Feng was already privy to it. Thus, this was the reason for Yin Feng's drastic shift in demeanor towards her. Jiang Xiao had no desire to revisit that event. In truth, aside from the physical scars and remnants, her mind was a blank slate concerning the incident. Jiang Xiao strode directly to the door and exited. As she anxiously flung open the door, Xiaoling stood waiting. Jiang Xiao cast a deep glance at Xiaoling, uttering nothing, and walked away. Yin Feng emerged from within. "Ah Feng, what did you say to Xiao? She appears quite distressed." Yin Feng replied, "It was nothing, merely a mention of that incident." Xiaoling's expression shifted. "You promised me you would not bring it up in front of Xiao. I had no intention to, but she was too presumptuous. It is only right to temper her arrogance, lest she continues to bully you." "Xiaoling, you are far too kind, still considering her feelings at a time like this." Yet, Xiaoling furrowed her brow, the unease in her eyes evident. Jiang Xiao must surely harbor suspicions about her. Jiang Xiao drove away, her car aimlessly traversing the elevated roads. During the summer of her freshman year, she was violated. In truth, she has no recollection of that day. It seems she was rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, she found herself in a hotel bed, devoid of clothing. The discomfort in her body made it painfully clear that something was amiss. Subsequently, she sought medical attention, only to discover that her hymen had been ruptured. However, due to the effects of the drug, the events leading up to that day had entirely escaped her memory. She remained unaware of what had transpired. Despite undergoing examinations at the hospital, no evidence could be found, rendering any attempt to file a police report futile. No one was privy to the incident. Jiang Xiao had confided in no one. Neither Shenhua nor Xiaoling had spoken of it. It was as though the event had never occurred. Yet, how could Yin Feng be aware? It appears he had known all along. Jiang Xiao could surmise that it must have been during the summer camp in her sophomore year when Xiaoling exploited this information to shatter her relationship with Yin Feng. Thus, upon Yin Feng's return, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. But how did Xiaoling come to know? There was only one possibility. Everything was connected to her. "Xiaoling, if it truly was you, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Jiang Xiao's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. She drove aimlessly until, by some twist of fate, she arrived at the Green Lawn Villa. To her surprise, the lights in the bedroom were aglow. Jiang Xiao drove straight in, parking the car in the courtyard. She exited the vehicle and entered the house. Bo Jinsi, hearing the sound of the car in the driveway, made his way to the staircase, only to see Jiang Xiao ascending the steps. Fresh from a shower, he wore a simple gray pajama set, yet it exuded a unique charm on him, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets. He regarded Jiang Xiao with a sardonic remark. "Aren't you quite the spirited one? I thought you would never seek me out again." Jiang Xiao's expression remained impassive as she ascended the stairs in her high heels, each step resonating with a crisp sound against the white marble. As she drew nearer, Bo Jinsi could not help but feel as if those heels were treading upon his heart, causing his pulse to quicken involuntarily. How could one face possess such devastating beauty? However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that something was amiss with Jiang Xiao today. Her face was devoid of color, yet her eyes burned with an intense fury and deep-seated hatred, as if she wished to incinerate everything in this world. Yet paradoxically, this very intensity made her appear more vibrant than usual, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Bo Jinsi furrowed his brow. Is it truly necessary to wear such a murderous expression just because I embarrassed you a little during the day? In the next moment, Jiang Xiao ascended another step, forcefully grasping Bo Jinsi's shoulder with one hand while the other pressed against the back of his head, drawing him in for a kiss. Her kiss was fierce and urgent, bordering on the unreasonably assertive. Bo Jinsi was momentarily taken aback. They had been together for 3 years, and each time, it was he who initiated such moments. This bold act of rushing in for a kiss was unprecedented. Yet, the man merely took a second to react. He swiftly encircled her waist and passionately returned the kiss. Her high heels were kicked down the stairs as they stumbled into the bedroom, lost in their embrace. He firmly grasped her waist and lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Xi's long, slender legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. Her skirt had already been pushed up to her hips, and his hands roamed freely, both of them enraptured by desire. They remained locked in each other's arms, pressed against the door for an eternity before he finally carried her and laid her upon the soft, inviting bed. Chapter 23. The journalist I appointed is Miss Xia in the dead of night. Bo Jinxiu awoke, instinctively yearning to draw the woman into his embrace, only to find the space beside him desolate. He sat upright and soon heard the sound of an engine revving in the courtyard. Rising, he stepped onto the balcony and beheld Jiang Xiao driving away from the greenery villa. A flicker of irritation ignited within Bo Jinxiu's gaze. It was always the same. Once used, she would vanish without a trace, never considering his feelings. However, recalling her fierce demeanor from that evening, as if she were venting some pent-up frustration, he surmised that she must have encountered something significant, far beyond a mere interview. Could it be related to him? A shadow darkened Bo Jinxiu's expression. The following morning, when Jiang Xiao arrived at the television station, she found everyone gathered around Xia Ling. News of Xia Ling's forthcoming interview with the crown prince of the capital had spread throughout the station, including the extravagant expenditure of 980,000 for a single meal, which had become the talk of the town. Even employees from other departments flocked to curry favor with her. Xia Ling had evidently made ample preparations for the interview, assembling a formidable team. Typically, an interview would necessitate just a journalist and a cameraman. Yet this occasion warranted the presence of over a dozen individuals, including 2 assistants for Xia Ling. Furthermore, as this was a live interview, the station had deployed an entire team to assist. In anticipation of this event, the station had even launched a special column entitled Elite Figures, with Bo Jinxiu featured as the inaugural subject, highlighting the station's considerable investment in this endeavor. Although the scheduled time was set for 9 o'clock, Xia Ling and her team departed at 8. Just before their departure, the station director made an appearance. Much to everyone's astonishment, the director, a busy individual with numerous responsibilities, rarely graced the station with his presence, clearly drawn there for Xia Ling. He offered encouraging words, to which Xia Ling humbly assured, "Director, I promise to fulfill the interview task to perfection." Nodding, the director patted Director Tang on the shoulder, stating, "You have truly unearthed a gem for our station. Yesterday, the Capital TV called me, and I was able to hold my head high before them." At 8 o'clock, Xia Ling and her team set off punctually. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao sat at her desk, reviewing her notes. Vivi and intentionally engaged in conversation with colleagues beside Jiang Xiao, exclaiming, "Xia Ling is truly impressive. She has only been here for 2 days and is already securing an interview with the crown prince of the capital." It seems someone may have to relinquish their title as the god of interviews, with the director personally overseeing the event. It appeared that Xia Ling's position as the primetime host was firmly established. Next month's Golden Microphone host competition would allow only one participant from the station, and it seemed likely that Xia Ling would be the chosen one. Jiang Xiao remained silent. Meanwhile, at 8:20, Xia Ling and her entourage arrived at the BJ Tower. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a welcoming figure. "Hello, you must be from the television station." I am Gao, son, the president's secretary. The president has sent me to escort you. The group followed Gao Xin into the BJ Tower. The two assistants beside Xia Ling were utterly exhilarated. The personal reception by the president's secretary bestowed immense prestige upon our Ling Jie. Indeed, could it be that Ling Jie is friends with the crown prince? Such treatment for an ordinary interview seems improbable. Xia Ling overheard their hushed discussions. She maintained a humble and gentle smile, yet the curve of her lips deepened slightly. In truth, Xia Ling herself was uncertain. Neither she nor Jiang Xiao had managed to secure an interview with Bo Jinxiu the previous day. Why then? Did he change his mind and proactively call the station? After much contemplation, she surmised it must be due to her earlier remarks on mutual benefit. After all, his disdain for Jiang Xiao was glaringly evident at the time, even going so far as to publicly humiliate her. To take a hypothetical step back, if Bo Jinxiu had indeed consented to the interview due to the stakes involving Jiang Xiao, it would have been under duress. Thus, when he called, he did not specify who would host the interview. Her presence, therefore, aligned perfectly with Bo Jinxiu's intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, she emerged as the victor. Gao Hudson arranged everyone in the conference room and spoke. Our president is currently in a meeting and will come over to accept the interview once it concludes. You may prepare in the meantime. Xia Ling nodded, assuring Gao's secretary that they were fully prepared. 10 minutes later, the door to the conference room swung open. Xia Ling promptly rose from her seat to greet him. Standing before Bo Jinxiu, she politely extended her hand. Mr. Bo, I am Xia Ling, the host for today's interview. We met yesterday, and I am delighted that you have agreed to our exclusive feature. It is an honor to be the host for your inaugural interview. However, Bo Jinxiu showed no intention of shaking her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. This stirred a sense of foreboding within Xia Ling. To avert any unforeseen events, she withdrew her hand and aimed to proceed directly to the matter at hand. Mr. Bo, we are all set. Shall we commence the interview? Wait, Bo Jinxiu replied coldly. The host we agreed upon does not seem to be Miss Xia. Xia Ling's heart sank. Yet, she feigned composure, trying to regain control. Did I not convey yesterday that Rongqing Television is eager to forge a mutually beneficial partnership with Bo's company? Henceforth, any requests from Bo's company will be met with our utmost cooperation. Xia Ling clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing her proposal would sway him. However, Bo Jinxiu remained entirely unmoved. Yesterday, I conceded to Miss Jiang, and the interview was her prize for winning. Miss Xia, you were present and should be fully aware of this. His tone was frosty, imbued with a hint of disdain. Bo Jinxiu, I'm a man of my word. I only agreed to Miss Jiang's interview, so she must be the host. If Miss Jiang does not attend, today's interview is off. With that, Bo Jinxiu turned and exited the conference room. Xia Ling felt a chill run through her, and the whispers began to circulate behind her. It turns out that it was not Sister Ling who secured the interview with the Crown Prince. Could it be that Miss Jiang, mentioned by the Crown Prince, refers to Sister Xiao? It seems that the Crown Prince lost to her in a game of basketball, which led to the interview. There is only one person with the surname Jiang in the entire television station, and indeed, Sister Xiao is the interview conqueror. There is no interview she cannot master. However, despite her evident contributions, why did Xia Ling claim the credit for herself? Being exposed on the spot was truly humiliating. Xia Ling felt as though the world was spinning around her. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and feigned indifference as she turned away, casually stating, I must have misunderstood yesterday. Please have Jiang come over. The assistant promptly called Director Tang, recounting everything she had just witnessed in detail. Upon hearing this, Director Tang was equally astonished and quickly sought out Jiang Xiao. Xiao Jiang, it was you who secured this interview. Why didn't you clarify? We were almost misled. Chapter 24. The more you invest, the more you resent. Jiang Xiao smiled gently. Director, it's the same with any interview. How can it be the same? Your contributions are uniquely yours. Now, President Bo has stated that he needs you specifically. You should hurry over, the director insisted. Yet, Jiang Xiao remained seated, her smile unwavering. Since Xia Ling is already gone, I shall not attend. I have faith in her abilities. We are all working for the station. I want to dwell on these matters. The director knew well that Jiang Zio was not easily trifled with. When she claimed not to care, it was merely a faade for her true intentions. She had heard the director state that the heir apparent needed her, yet she remained unmoved, indicating that she would only go if her pride was appeased. Very well. I will have Xiao Ling return to apologize to you, the director proposed, gauging Jiang Zio's reaction. Jiang Zio offered no reply, and the director recognized the opportunity. He promptly called Xiao Ling, instructing her to return to the station at once to invite Jiang Zio. Xiao Ling understood the implication of this request, yet she found herself with no other options. This time, she had miscalculated. She had not anticipated Bo Jinxiu's fervent seriousness. Xiao Ling soon arrived back at the station. The director reproached her. Xiao Ling, what on earth happened? The heir clearly agreed to the interview with Xiao Jiang. Why did you claim it was yours? Director, I apologize. I spoke with President Bo at length yesterday morning, and he did not explicitly refuse me. I assumed he had acquiesced. It was my misunderstanding, Xiao Ling replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her demeanor pitiful and evoking sympathy. The director urged, you must apologize to Xiao Jiang. With a quivering lip, she approached Jiang Zio's seat. Zio, I'm sorry. This was all a misunderstanding. I did not intend to usurp your interview opportunity. Please go to BJ. Everyone is waiting for you. Jiang Zio lifted her gaze, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Xiao Ling, can everything be resolved with just a misunderstanding? When she had mingled with Yin Feng at summer camp, she had returned claiming it was merely a misunderstanding. She had become pregnant with Yin Feng's child, and again, she had labeled it a misunderstanding. Now, once more, it was a misunderstanding. Tears brimmed in Xiao Ling's innocent, pleading eyes. What do you want me to do? I will do as you say. It was precisely this pair of innocent eyes that had once deceived Jiang Zio. Jiang Zio had once extended her genuine affection for her, having fought for her and shielded her, bearing a long scar on her shoulder as a testament to her loyalty. The more one invests, the more one finds reason to resent. However, Jiang Zio had another matter she wished to clarify. Xiao Ling, come with me, she said as she stood. Jiang Zio led her into a vacant conference room, and Xiao Ling followed suit. Jiang Zio firmly closed the door, isolating them from the prying eyes outside. Once inside, Xiao Ling immediately knelt, grasping Jiang Zio's hand. Zio, please forgive me this once. If the station loses this interview because of me, I want to be able to stay here. The station head has already boasted about it at the Beijing station. If we fail to secure the interview with Bo Jinxiu, it would not only disgrace me, but also the station head. Jiang Zio withdrew her hand with a swift motion. Xiao Ling, I have a question for you, and I expect an honest answer. Xiao Ling continued to gaze at Jiang Zio with an expression of utmost innocence. It was you who informed Yin Feng about the events that transpired during the summer of our freshman year, wasn't it? For a fleeting moment, Xiao Ling's eyes seemed to falter. Based on past occurrences, Jiang Zio was convinced that Xiao Ling had indeed instigated the discord between her and Yin Feng. However, she could not ascertain whether this incident had been orchestrated by Xiao Ling herself. Xiao Ling had anticipated that Jiang Zio would seek her out for answers and had already formulated her response. She did not deny it. Yes, it was I, but I spoke carelessly. It was not my intention, Zio. Please forgive me. Jiang Zio merely scoffed. Xiao Ling, spare me the act. Xiao Ling fell silent, tears cascading down her cheeks, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, evoking a sense of pity. She knelt on the ground. Zio, I do not expect you to forgive me. Whether you believe it or not, I have lived with this guilt for years. If you wish to blame me, then strike me. It would ease my heart. Grasping Jiang Zio's hand, she began to strike her own face. With each blow, the marks of her fingers quickly appeared. Observing this, Jiang Zio felt a surge of irritation. She seized Xiao Ling's wrist. Xiao Ling, did you not cause me this suffering? Were you not the one who set this in motion? Fear flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. No, I did inform Yin Feng inadvertently, but I had no part in the incident itself. I swear it. Then how did you know? Jiang Zio pressed. You spoke of it in your sleep. You were often talking in your sleep during that time. Jiang Zio fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ling, who exhibited no trace of guilt, her sincerity almost palpable. With a slight curl of her lips, Jiang Zio declared, Xiao Ling, I shall uncover the truth. Should I discover that you are involved, I will not let you off lightly. Rising, she exited the conference room. As she opened the door, a cluster of gossip mongers gathered outside. They beheld Xiao Ling kneeling within, her face marked with evident imprints of fingers. Vivian could not abide Jiang Xiao's haughty demeanor. Jiang Xiao, you have gone too far. You actually struck someone. Xiao Ling hurried over. No, Xiao did not hit me. I did this to myself. How could one inflict such marks upon oneself? Vivian retorted. Xiao Ling merely inadvertently took your interview, yet you have treated her this way. Vivian urged Xiao Ling. You could sue her for intentional harm. Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Speaking coolly, I did not strike her. She struck herself in an attempt to apologize, and I could not stop her. Who would believe you, a venomous woman? Who knows by what means you secured the prince's interview? At least Xiao Ling is innocent. Jiang Xiao chose not to engage further. Instead, she raised her phone and took a photo of Vivian with a direct gaze. With swift precision, she located a contact in her address book and sent a message. Jiang Xiao, what are you doing? Jiang Xiao flashed a radiant smile at Vivian. I wanted to show Mrs. Li the single eyelid girl she has been searching for. Could it be you? Vivian was momentarily frozen in shock. After delivering her remark, Jiang Xiao strode away. You were spared once, yet you continue to prance about, truly believing you are untouchable. Director Tang, employing a mix of persuasion and coaxing, finally managed to lead Jiang Xiao to the BJ building. Gaotzen awaited her at the entrance. Miss Jiang, the president requests that you proceed to his office. Jiang Xiao followed Gaotzen, taking the exclusive elevator to the president's office. Upon the elevator doors opening, she stepped out into a room resembling a bedroom. At last, Jiang Xiao understood what lay behind the two closed doors she had encountered during her previous visit to the office. It turned out to be Bo Jinxiu's resting area, indistinguishable from a home bedroom. At that moment, Bo Jinxiu was seated on the couch in the bedroom. You finished your nap and left. How can you be so irresponsible? Chapter 25. What kind of woman does Mr. Bo prefer? Before her stood a man of impeccable attire and striking features, resembling a celestial being. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Jiang Xiao was drawn back to reality. Come on, you have nothing to lose. Jiang Xiao, far from feeling embarrassed, displayed an air of confidence. Clad in high heels, she took an interest in the room's decor, noting its striking resemblance to the Green Villa. Bo Jinxiu rose and approached Jiang Xiao from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. His lips hovered near her ear, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Why did you come to see me last night? In truth, she regretted her decision from the previous evening. Despite her resolve to sever ties, she had sought him out and even shared his bed. Jiang Xiao turned to face him, cradling his handsome face in her hands, and lightly pecked his lips. Of course, it was for an interview. Look, you came to me today, didn't you? Her smile was radiant, akin to a rose blooming under the scorching sun, igniting a fire within his heart. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. If you're unwilling to speak, then so be it. However, since you stir my interest again, I shall not let you off so easily this time. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of kisses enveloped her. Before long, Jiang Xiao found herself pressed against the sofa. Not like this. I still have an interview to conduct. My makeup will be ruined. Bo Jinxiu made an effort to restrain himself, his voice low. Let us meet at the Green Villa tonight. Jiang Xiao appeared to ponder for a moment before replying. All right. Bo Jinxiu frowned. You agreed so readily last time as well. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, I won't stand you up this time. The office connected to a large conference room, and Jiang Xiao entered through the interior. Thus, when others arrived, she was already inside, nodding in acknowledgement to the interview team, who began their preparations in unison. Before long, everything was set. Xiao Ling's assistant rushed over, presenting a stack of documents. Sister Jiang, these are the interview scripts prepared by Sister Ling regarding the Paradise Resort. Jiang Xiao barely glanced at them. Please take them back. I want to be using her scripts. The young assistant was visibly anxious. Yesterday, Xiao Ling had usurped Jiang Xiao's achievements and had prepared an array of scripts, believing she could replace her. Each interview question had been meticulously crafted by the entire team. Jiang Xiao's refusal to use Xiao Ling's scripts was undoubtedly a matter of pride. Moreover, today's live interview left no room for error. While Xiao Ling was at fault, Given the circumstances, shouldn't the greater good be prioritized? However, Jiang Xiao remained resolute, leaving the assistant helpless. Once Bo Jinxiu entered, the interview commenced in earnest. News had been disseminated via official channels early on, leading to an influx of thousands into the live stream as it began, rapidly escalating in numbers. Bo Jinxiu, son of the wealthiest man, a princeling of the Jing circle, had only been heard of but never seen. It was rumored that numerous media outlets, both domestic and international, sought to interview him. Yet his first public appearance was at our modest Rongqing television station. Rongtai has truly made a name for herself. One can only imagine how enraged Jing Tai must be. Who is this interviewer? I am quite taken with her appearance. She possesses a beauty that is both captivating and dignified. Are you not aware of Rongtai's prominent figure? It is the midday news anchor, Jiang Xiaoyu. Her hosting style is both professional and poised, and I have grown particularly fond of her. My treasure has finally been recognized. I have heard that it was this very host who played golf with the prince and scored a hole-in-one, which granted her the opportunity for this interview. Bo Jinxiu sauntered into the interview room, and the camera swiftly panned to his face. The live broadcast fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement. Who is this handsome man? Secretary Zhang, you have 1 minute to gather all his information. Is it possible for someone to be this stunning? I instantly recognized him. He is the husband I have long lost. Bo Jinxiu took a seat, and Jiang Xiaoyu proceeded with the customary introductions. The live stream was already buzzing with energy. The prince of the Jing circle. He's indeed Bo Jinxiu? Oh my goodness. His looks resonate deeply with my heart. Wealth, power, and beauty. What order did God close on him? My mother inquired why I was holding a pair of chopsticks while watching television. It turns out I had spotted my ideal match. Jiang Xiaoyu commenced the formal interview, primarily focusing on the Paradise Resort. Due to the influence of the Yin family, she had extensively researched this project and was well-versed in it, leading her to pose highly professional questions. The assistant, who had initially been anxious, was instantly relieved, watching as she casually tossed aside Xiaoling's prepared interview script into the nearby trash bin. Jiang Xiaoyu's questions were far superior, more professional, more in-depth, and decidedly more sophisticated. In a mere 20 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to 6 million. Finally, we arrived at the last segment. With a professional smile gracing her face, Jiang Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude to Mr. Bo for accepting the interview with Rongqing Television. With 6 million viewers in our live stream, the audience is undoubtedly curious about Mr. Bo. Now, we will select 3 questions from our enthusiastic viewers for you to answer. If you please. Bo Jinxiu responded with a gentlemanly smile. Certainly. Under the watchful eyes of many, the backstage team promptly captured the questions from the live stream. The first inquiry was, Mr. Bo, do you have a girlfriend? Upon asking, Jiang Xiaoyu felt the question encroached upon personal privacy. To ease the atmosphere, she smiled and remarked, it seems everyone is quite interested in Mr. Bo's private life. If you find this question intrusive, we can certainly move to another. Not at all. Bo Jinxiu replied with an air of nonchalance. In truth, the screen was flooded with such inquiries. I do not have a girlfriend, he answered succinctly. Jiang Xiaoyu subtly curved her lips into a smile. His response was entirely within her expectations. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Xiaoyu could confidently assert that Bo Jinxiu had only one woman in his life. This is a woman's intuition. Yet, she could not consider herself his girlfriend. Or she then? A lover? That hardly seemed fitting. A lover at least shares some emotional connection. They were both captivated solely by the warmth of each other's bodies. The second screenshot froze on the screen. The second question posed was about the type of woman Mr. Bo prefers. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Jinxiu responded, a woman whose cooking is unpalatable and who has a mole at the corner of her eye. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a stirring in her heart. It turned out that Bo Jinxiu had someone he favored in his heart. She certainly did not possess the vanity to believe that he was enamored with her. For 3 years, she had never prepared a meal for him. Thus, he was entirely unaware of her culinary skills. As for the mole at the corner of her eye, she indeed had a tiny one, which was completely concealed when she wore makeup. Perhaps he had already cherished someone long before, and his initial attraction to her was merely because she shared a similar trait with his beloved. The live chat erupted with excitement. Such a niche preference. I struggle with cooking, and I too have a mole at the corner of my eye. Your Highness, would you care to take a look at me? Is it not obvious? It is not that His Highness has a penchant for women whose cooking is poor and who have moles. Rather, it is that the woman he adores happens to possess those qualities. A heart already claimed. The woman cherished by His Highness must be supremely fortunate. Could this be considered a public confession? The third question had now also appeared on the screenshot. In truth, there was no need for a screenshot, as the screen was inundated with identical inquiries. Jiang Xiao then asked, "Does the person Mr. Bo favors also harbor feelings for you?" Chapter 26. Emotions Unspoken. Only seeking joy upon hearing the question, Bo Jinsi suddenly turned to Jiang Xiao and inquired, "Host Jiang, what do you think?" Jiang Xiao feigned surprise, responding, "Mr. Bo, I am unacquainted with your beloved. How could I possibly know? However, I firmly believe that the person you cherish must be exceptional." Bo Jinsi nodded in agreement. Those who adore her could be lined up from here to Paris. A flicker of curiosity arose within Jiang Xiao. Surely, Bo Jinsi's beloved must be a top socialite within the elite circles of the capital. When she spoke of her, Jiang Xiao sensed a glimmer in Bo Jinsi's eyes. In a live stream, Unrequited Love, the crown prince of the capital is secretly in love with another. It turns out that even the most impressive individuals tread carefully around their affections, uncertain of their own feelings. Setting aside status, I refuse to believe that any woman could resist the allure of the crown prince's visage. So, does that fortunate woman even realize that the crown prince harbors feelings for her? Jiang Xiao posed the question that lingered in the minds of all viewers. So, does the crown prince remain oblivious to whether your beloved reciprocates your feelings? Bo Jinsi smiled lightly. "I am still queuing in Paris. I hope she won't keep me waiting too long." His humorous reply lightened the atmosphere. Jiang Xiao teased, "The brave save her life. Mr. Bo, why not boldly pursue her? You may find success." Afterward, Jiang Xiao turned to the camera to deliver the final summary of the interview. "Once again, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Bo for participating, and we wish him a swift path to winning the heart of his beloved." The interview concluded, and the team gradually vacated the conference room. Jiang Xiao prepared to leave as well, but was abruptly halted by Bo Jinsi, grasping her arm. "Is it your style to leave immediately after use?" Jiang Xiao glanced around, noting that everyone else had departed. "I still need to return to the station. It's still working hours." Bo Jinsi checked his watch. "Does your television station work until 11:30? Join me for a meal before you head back," he insisted. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiao concocted a tale about needing to conduct a special report on a resort, claiming she had further inquiries to address, allowing the other team members to leave. The lunch was delivered by Gao Xin. Bo Jinsi's office was indeed a suite, and the two shared a meal at the dining table. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao chuckled, prompting Bo Jinsi to ask, "What is so amusing?" She replied, "Having known each other for 3 years, it seems this is our first lunch together." Indeed, they had been acquainted for 3 years, primarily meeting in the evenings and occasionally dining together, but never sharing lunch. Bo Jinsi placed the peeled shrimp into Jiang Xiao's bowl, remarking, "Because you only regard me as a tool for warmth." Jiang Xiao, mid-sip of her soup, almost choked at his words, leading to an awkward silence. "Mr. Bo, let's not dwell on the past, shall we? The past can be set aside, but what of last night, when you suddenly rushed over and imposed yourself on me? What did that mean?" He spoke in a leisurely manner, yet his tone was grave, as if he were discussing something of utmost importance. This time, Jiang Xiao truly choked. She searched everywhere for tissues. After regaining her composure with great difficulty, Jiang Xiao said, "I apologize. I was startled yesterday. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again." Bo Jinxiao raised an eyebrow. "Then I would be at a loss." Jiang Xiao paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "What?" "Jiang Xiao, would you consider being my girlfriend?" "I am married," Jiang Xiao blurted out. "What sort of marriage is that? Is it legally recognized?" Jiang Xiao was taken aback. "You know, of course with his status. He must have thoroughly investigated your background." Bo Jinxiao remained silent for a moment. "Yin Feng does not love you. You are well aware of that. Rather than waste time on someone who will never turn back, it would be wiser to seek someone else. I believe we are quite compatible." Bo Jinxiao's gaze was fixed on Jiang Xiao. His eyes were profound, reminiscent of the sea under a night sky. At this moment, His expression was serious and solemn, evoking an inexplicable heart flutter. At least in that regard, we are quite suitable. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, shattering the serious atmosphere. Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes at him. What's wrong? No longer queuing in Paris? Bo Jinxiu's eyes sparkled. Are you feeling jealous? Jiang Xiao laughed charmingly. Are we at that stage? After finishing her lunch, Jiang Xiao put down her chopsticks. Mr. Bo, to be honest, your skills in bed are commendable. Bo Jinxiu frowned at this. With so many admirable qualities as a prince, she only remembered his prowess in bed. Jiang Xiao continued, we can continue seeing each other, but under one condition. What condition? No discussions of interests, no emotional entanglements. Just seeking joy, without restricting or interfering in each other's private lives. However, Bo Jinxiu seemed dissatisfied, so you do not wish to discuss feelings with me. Only to be intimate? Jiang Xiao nodded. Emotions are too troublesome. They breed desires. We were good together before, mutually benefiting and happy. Jiang Xiao understood that they both harbored feelings for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been entwined for 3 years. Yet, she also recognized the vast disparity in their statuses, making a lasting union impossible. Moreover, she carried many secrets. She had long ceased to believe in unwavering love. After more than 20 years of knowing Yin Feng, they had gone from childhood friends to merely tolerating one another. When this world remains unchanged, she would not grant anyone the opportunity to betray her again. The man, however, appeared somewhat displeased, his brows furrowing. Jiang Xiao smiled lightly. If you disagree, then so be it. Very well, then you shall move to the Green Lawn Villa first. Jiang Xiao did not expect Bo Jinxiu to genuinely agree. Jiang Xiao said, I need to attend to some matters. Once I am finished, I will move in. This time, Bo Jinxiu said nothing further. During lunchtime, Jiang Xiao even took a nap in Bo Jinxiu's bedroom. It was only until 2 o'clock that they arrived at the television station. Tang Fei, upon seeing Jiang Xiao, set down the thermos cup in his hands and hurried over. Xiao Jiang, you are truly the great benefactor of our station. The response to the interview has been exceedingly favorable, and viewership has reached unprecedented heights. Several major advertisers have expressly indicated their desire to invest in our newly launched program, and the advertising slots are being fiercely contested. The Beijing station even called us specifically to seek your insights. The station director mentioned a reward for you. Jiang Xiao smiled radiantly. I am merely fulfilling my duties for the station. It is only natural. A group of people gathered around her. Sister Jiang, you are incredible. The calls to the news department have been overwhelming. The success of the first episode of Elite Figures has shifted the dynamic. We're no longer the ones seeking interviews. Young talents are reaching out to us proactively, and some are even offering money for the opportunity to be featured. With our inaugural episode set at such a high standard, being included in this publication equates them with the elite of the Beijing circle. Naturally, they wish to be featured. Sister Jiang, please tell us, how did you manage to persuade the heir? Everyone encircled Jiang Xiao, their curiosity palpable. Only Xia Ling, standing at a distance, observed the scene silently. Chapter 27, Never Married Evening. Jiang Xiao returned to the Yin family's old residence. The elder was practicing calligraphy in his study, while Mother Yin had just returned from a beauty treatment, and Father Yin was tending to the garden. Everything was as usual. Jiang Xiao, as was her custom, first visited the study to grind ink for the elder and engage in a brief conversation. Subsequently, she retreated to her room to begin packing her belongings. She intended to move out for good. In truth, she had not been residing in the Yin family home daily. She often stayed elsewhere, and the Yin family had long since grown accustomed to her comings and goings. However, this time, she resolved to leave entirely. After 3 years, she felt a profound sense of reluctance, especially towards the Yin family, who had treated her like their own daughter, providing her with shelter during the most tumultuous periods of her life. Sometimes she pondered that if Yin Feng never returned, living alongside the Yin family for the rest of her days wouldn't be so bad. Yet, ever since Yin Feng's return, everything seemed to gradually veer off course. Bo Jinxiu was right. Yin Feng would never look back, and she and Yin Feng had long since become parallel lines that would never intersect again. What was the point of clinging to this hollow existence? Perhaps it was time to let go of her obsessions and embark on a new chapter of her life. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, the door to her room swung open forcefully. Yin Feng's furious figure appeared in the doorway. He approached and seized Jiang Xiao's arm, pushing her with force. Jiang Xiao, who was crouched down packing her luggage, fell to the ground as a result of the shove. Yin Feng, what on earth are you doing? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, her tone unyielding. How can you even ask me that? What did you do to Xiao Ling that nearly caused her to miscarry? Upon hearing the word miscarriage, Jiang Xiao paused slightly. Yin Feng, observing her innocent demeanor, sneered. Stop pretending. Is it not enough that you stole Xiao Ling's interview? You even publicly humiliated and slapped her. Jiang Xiao, how have you become so heartless? If anything happens to the child in Xiao Ling's womb, I will not let you off the hook. Jiang Xiao finally regained her composure. Rising gracefully, she adjusted her hair. Did Xiao Ling tell you that I stole her interview? I already knew without her saying a word. You have always been competitive. Since childhood, whatever I learned, you followed suit, always striving to outdo me and claiming what rightfully belonged to others. Yin Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If you treat me thus, how could you possibly be kind to Xiao Ling? Jiang Xiao had always possessed such a nature. When he took up golf, she joined in, often outperforming him, earning widespread praise. Later, when he abandoned golf for Go, she followed suit, ultimately winning numerous awards and becoming a disciple of the Go master Zhong El. In frustration, he never touched Go again. When he turned to Taekwondo, she also trained, and by the time he had attained a red belt, she had already achieved a 6th-degree black belt. Throughout their childhood, he could never best her in a fight. It seemed that his early years were spent in the shadow of her brilliance. Jiang Xiao was somewhat taken aback that Yin Feng would mention their childhood. Indeed, during their younger years, whatever Yin Feng pursued, she would follow suit. Her sole desire was to spend more time playing with him. Thus, she would delve into whatever piqued his interest. Yet, she had never contemplated overpowering him or seizing anything from him. She had always been indifferent to reputation and accolades. It was unexpected for her to realize that Yin Feng held such thoughts about her. However, explaining this now seemed utterly futile. With a sigh, Jiang Xiao said, Yin Feng, no matter what I say now, you will not believe me, for in your heart and eyes, there is only Xiao Ling. After a brief pause, she added, in that case, let's part ways. It was only then that Yin Feng noticed Jiang Xiao had been packing her belongings. The room contained 2 enormous suitcases, already filled to the brim with her clothes and personal items. Yin Feng's smile turned even more sardonic. Are you threatening me again? Jiang Xiao, could you not employ such stale tactics? Jiang Xiao crouched down to zip up her suitcase and then approached Yin Feng. Her voice was calm, yet resonated with strength. This time I mean it. I will move out tonight, and I will explain everything to my grandfather and the others shortly. At that moment, the butler called them to dinner. The atmosphere at dinner was somewhat oppressive, with both Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng lost in their own thoughts. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Xiao set down her chopsticks. Grandfather, Dad, Mom, I have something to say. Everyone turned to her, noticing her serious demeanor. Yan's mother spoke up, Xiaoyu. What is it? Thank you for your care over the past 3 years. I plan to move out tonight. Upon hearing this, Yan's mother was taken aback and immediately turned to Yin Feng with a barrage of reprimands. Did you do something again to upset Xiaoyu? You scoundrel, go apologize to her at once. Jiang Xiao interrupted, Mom, Yin Feng and I have decided to part ways. You're getting a divorce? Yan's mother exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Xiao replied calmly, in truth, we never obtain a marriage certificate, so it cannot be considered a divorce. The others displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Yan's father interjected, but you clearly had a marriage certificate. It is still in the drawer at home. Jiang Xiao stated, that was a fake, purchased online for 9 yuan with free shipping. Yan's father's expression darkened. Nonsense. This is sheer folly. Initially, the elder had pressured Yin Feng into marrying her, but on the day they were to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had suddenly changed his mind. To appease her family, she had resorted to the internet to procure a counterfeit certificate, even digitally manipulating a wedding photo. In truth, she and Yin Feng had never been a married couple. Yan's mother stood up and punched her son's shoulder. It's you, isn't it? Yin Feng remained silent, his expression dark throughout the exchange. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Xiao was serious this time. Was she forcing him to choose between her and Xiaoling? Jiang Sai, you maintained an air of tranquility as she addressed her mother. Mother, please do not strike off Feng any longer. He is not at fault. He simply does not harbor feelings for me, and there exists no law in this world that mandates he must love me. Please do not coerce him. Her mother, Yin Mu, broke into tears, but you two have been childhood friends. I've always envisioned you as my daughter-in-law. How can I come to terms with this? Mother, father, grandfather, even if I part ways with Yin Feng, you shall forever remain my family in my heart. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yin Feng loves Xiaoling, who is already with child. I refuse to torment them, nor do I wish to inflict suffering upon myself. Thus, I desire to conclude this chapter and embrace a new beginning. Yin Mu is taken aback. Xiaoling is pregnant? Chapter 28. Celebrating Miss Zhang's enlightenment, Yin Feng's expression darkened. It became evident that Jiang Xi, you did not genuinely desire separation. He had yet to disclose Xiaoling's pregnancy to his family. Her revelation at such a critical juncture was not intended to portray Xiaoling as coercing her into relinquishing her position. How could they possibly accept Xiaoling under such circumstances? Indeed, upon discovering the truth, Yan's mother erupted in fury. Yin Feng, are you and that wretched girl bullying Xiaoyu? She exclaimed. I tell you, regardless of her pregnancy, I will never allow her to enter the Yin family home. We shall never accept that child. Mother, Xiaoling carries my flesh and blood. Your grandchild, Yin Feng retorted, his agitation palpable. Our family does not require such a vile lineage. Do you recall how you treated Xiaoling all those years ago? She was kidnapped by thugs, and it was you who rescued her, shielding her from harm and nearly losing her life in the process. She bears deep scars on her shoulders from that ordeal. What did Xiaoling do? She stole Yu's boyfriend during her most desperate and vulnerable moments. Does she possess even a shred of conscience? At that time, Jiang Xiu endured betrayals from kin, friends, and love alike. In a moment of despair, she resorted to self-harm. The once vibrant girl had succumbed to such darkness. Just the thought of it caused Yan's mother immense sorrow. Yin Feng's gaze was somber. I pursued Xiaoling. This matter is unrelated to her. If anyone owes an apology, it is I who owe it to her. Enough. You still defend her? Truly, you have lost your senses. You will come to regret this, she insisted. Jiang Xiu grasped her mother's arm. Mother, it has come to this. I have let go. You should too. If I cannot be your daughter-in-law, I am willing to be your daughter. In the future, I will care for you in your old age. Yan's mother, overcome with emotion, wept as she held Jiang Xiu's hand. The elder gentleman sighed heavily nearby. Let it be. The fortunes of children and grandchildren belong to them. If they wish to part ways, so be it. He approached Yin Feng, adding, however, I must remind you, you may relinquish your identity as Yu's husband. But in doing so, you forfeit your claim to the Yin family inheritance and the company's shares. Grandfather, I do not desire the company shares nor the Yin family's fortune. Jiang Xiu interjected earnestly. These are your life's labor and should not be wielded as compensation for familial strife. I have no intention of managing the company, fearing I might waste your hard work. I shall not accept the shares, and as for the properties you have bestowed upon me, I shall return them to the Yin family. They were never truly mine. Yan's mother, distressed, exclaimed, Xiu, you speak in anger. Those properties were acquired piece by piece since your birth. Even if you're no longer our daughter-in-law, they're still yours. Jiang Xiu smiled gently. I lack for nothing, truly. If you insist on giving me something, I only desire the Green Meadow Villa. The rest can serve as a dowry for Yin. Despite Yan's mother's pleadings, Jiang Xiu ultimately moved out. Yan's father supported his weeping wife, saying, perhaps this separation is not entirely unfavorable. It may allow them both to reflect and ultimately benefit the reconciliation of their relationship. Yuan Mu nodded with a choked voice, declaring that no matter what, in this lifetime, she would only acknowledge Xiaoyu as her daughter-in-law. Jiang Xiu had moved all her luggage onto the vehicle. After bidding farewell to Yin father, Yin mother, and the old man, she prepared to leave. Yin Feng, rarely, followed behind her to see her off. As Jiang Xiu opened the car door, Yin Feng grasped her arm. Jiang Xiu, Have you had enough of this chaos? Jiang Xiaoyu looked back at him with a hint of confusion. Do you believe I am causing trouble? You deliberately revealed Xia Ling's pregnancy to ensnare her in disgrace. You still care about this, don't you? You do not truly wish to part ways. Rather, you aim to compel the Yin family to act, to force Xia Ling to terminate the pregnancy. Jiang Xiaoyu, you are indeed malicious. Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. Yin Feng, I have harbored hatred for you in Xia Ling, but I never intended to harm your child. You will not believe my explanations, so I shall leave it to time. She freed herself from Yin Feng's grasp and entered the vehicle. Once the engine roared to life, Jiang Xiaoyu lowered the window and smiled at Yin Feng. Yin Feng, this time I truly let you go. I wish you and Xia Ling happiness. With that, the car sped away from the Yin family estate. Yin Feng stood in the courtyard for a long while. Previously, when she clung to him, he had been utterly disgusted. Yet now that she was truly gone, he felt an emptiness within, especially her serene smile as she departed, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if she had relinquished all grievances, left him feeling unsettled. Jiang Xiaoyu, can you truly let go? Or is this merely a performance for all to witness? After leaving the Yin family estate, Jiang Xiaoyu drove directly to the Green Lawn Villa. The vehicle came to a halt in the courtyard. By this time, night had fallen, yet the entire house was aglow with lights. Before long, a tall figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but laugh. The esteemed prince. What could he possibly be doing? Bo Jinxiu understood the reason for her laughter and glanced down at the apron adorning him. I prepared dinner, waiting for your return. Jiang Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. You can actually cook? But how did you know I was coming back today? Bo Jinxiu's lips curled into a slight smile. His cold eyes seemingly warmed. A man's intuition. Jiang Xiaoyu said nothing more, opening the trunk of the car. Please help me with the luggage. After the luggage was moved into the house, Jiang Xiaoyu did not rush to unpack, but instead followed Bo Jinxiu to the dining room. The table was lavishly adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes. Jiang Xiaoyu was quite taken aback. Did you make all this? Bo Jinxiu nodded. It took 3 hours, and there is chicken soup. I'll go serve it. In truth, Jiang Xiaoyu had hardly eaten anything at the Yin family home. Seeing the table laden with appetizing delicacies made her genuinely hungry. The two sat at opposite sides of the dining table and began to eat. Jiang Xiaoyu took a bite of the braised ribs and was astonished. This is delicious. How did you learn to cook? I was sent to study in England at 13 and stayed there for 7 years. He spoke just a brief sentence. Yet, Jiang Xiaoyu understood completely. Britain is renowned as a culinary desert, where the traditional fare is notoriously unpalatable. For international students yearning for authentic Chinese cuisine, the only recourse is to don the chef's apron themselves. Consequently, most of these students possess remarkable culinary skills. Do you often prepare your own meals? Bo Jinxiu shook his head. Rarely. Today is a celebration. Celebration of what? The man replied with nonchalance. The celebration of Miss Zhang's embrace of the light. After dinner, Bo Jinxiu volunteered to tidy up the kitchen. Jiang Xiaoyu, cradling a cup of coffee, stood at the doorway, observing the man as he washed the dishes inside. This man, with a Model-S physique and perfect proportions, could quicken anyone's heartbeat, even from behind. In public, he always exuded an aura of aloof elegance, as if he were untouchable. Yet, in Jiang Xiaoyu's presence, he seemed to transform entirely. Reflecting on these past 3 years, Jiang Xiaoyu realized she had never lifted a finger in household chores. This man was adept at domestic tasks, skilled in organizing clothes, and inventive in their intimate moments. Afterward, he would tenderly hold her and assist her in bathing. She had always believed him to be an enchanting figure, meticulously crafted to captivate hearts. Yet, he possessed such a distinguished identity that it left her in a state of dissonance. Once he finished tidying up, he emerged from the kitchen and noticed Jiang Xiaoyu holding a cup of coffee, frowning slightly. Drinking coffee this late? Don't you wish to sleep? Jiang Xiaoyu smiled faintly. I'm already accustomed to insomnia. It matters not. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled with insomnia, often finding it a victory to sleep 3 hours a night. Bo Jinxiu, having shared her bed for 3 years, was well aware of this. She frequently tossed and turned at night, and when sleep eluded her, she would rise. Countless nights, he had opened his eyes to find her gazing at the stars from the balcony's lounge chair. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow, his gaze dark and profound. If you cannot sleep, we might engage in other pursuits. Chapter 29. The Crown Prince enjoys being supported. Having spoken, he approached Jiang Xiu, naturally wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Although Jiang Xiu did not push him away, she slightly turned her face and said, I have a few questions. Go ahead. Why disguise your identity? Bo Jinxiu gazed into Jiang Xiu's eyes, his expression serene. It seems you have never inquired about my identity. Jiang Xiu pressed her red lips together. Indeed, for the past 3 years, she had shown little interest in him and had never been curious about his life. Despite often sharing a bed, she remained oblivious to his daily existence. Did you know all along that Yin Feng and I were not truly married? Bo Jinxiu brushed a strand of Jiang Xiu's long hair aside, casually replying, I have no interest in someone else's wife. What did you find out? On that night, at the Black Horse Club, you were intoxicated and rambled on for an entire night. It was impossible not to hear. Jiang Xiu was somewhat taken aback. So, nothing happened that night? Bo Jinxiu shook his head. Nothing at all. You merely complained of fatigue and fell asleep against me. Jiang Xiu was rendered speechless. Why didn't you tell me that nothing occurred that day? A sense of inexplicable anger surged within her. Bo Jinxiu chuckled. Then, would you still support me? Indeed, the thought of supporting Bo Jinxiu carried a sense of reckless abandon on her part, as if to say, since they had crossed a line, she might as well embrace it. Jiang Xiu felt an odd sensation of having been manipulated. You, the illustrious crown prince of the capital, how could you possess such an unusual preference? To enjoy being supported by someone? Bo Jinxiu tightened his grip around her delicate waist slightly. Who doesn't have a peculiar hobby? Little did she know, on that night at the Black Horse Club, he had recognized her immediately. While she remained oblivious to his identity, even now, Jiang Xiu rolled her eyes, yet with her naturally alluring gaze, it appeared as though she were enticing him. Have you finished your inquiries? If so, may we commence? The man leaned in to kiss her lips, but Jiang Xiu pressed her finger against his mouth. Times have changed. Your identity now differs from the past. Since we have chosen to be together, we must establish some ground rules. He captured Jiang Xiu's small hand and kissed it gently, displaying an unexpectedly patient demeanor. Ground rules? Firstly, we shall only discuss pleasures, not emotions. Let us refrain from falling for one another. Secondly, we must respect each other as privacy and personal space. The second floor is yours, the third belongs to me. Thirdly, during our time together, neither of us is permitted to have another partner. I do not intend to share my man with anyone. Should you find a better option, please inform me in advance, and I will take my leave. The man nodded in agreement. I do not share my partner with others either. It's a deal. Jiang Xiu's hand caressed the man's exquisitely handsome face, her eyes shimmering. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Bo Jinxiu leaned closer to her crimson lips, his voice tinged with a hint of desire. I have but one request. This time, I shall determine when it concludes. Jiang Xiu smiled. The man exhibited a rather miserly demeanor. It seems that her previous initiative to end their relationship had wounded his pride. Jiang Xiu's arms encircled the man's neck as she stated, as long as you adhere to the rules of the game, you have the final say. However, should you violate any of these rules, our relationship may come to an abrupt end. The man's eyes darkened, his handsome visage serious as if deep in contemplation. Yet, in the next moment, a flurry of kisses descended upon her, signifying his acquiescence. That night was reminiscent of those before, yet it held an air of distinction. The heat was akin to what she felt with her previous partner, a fervor that began with seduction and escalated to unrestrained desire. His warmth, the intricate details of his physique, his habitual gestures, the low growl of satisfaction at his peak, and the embrace that followed, all felt achingly familiar. Yet, the nature of his identity had transformed. He had morphed from her kept man of 3 years into an unattainable prince of the capital's elite. Psychologically, this shift created an undeniable difference. Jiang Xiu struggled with sleep, yet perhaps due to her exhaustion from the previous night, she fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, she found her side empty. Initially believing that Bo Jinxiu had departed, she was surprised to discover him in the dining room, preparing a lavish breakfast. Jiang Xiu did not hold back her praise and took a seat at the table, indulging without reservation. Bo Jinxiu, clad in trousers and a white shirt buttoned to the collar, exuded an air of cool detachment. Jiang Xiao was perplexed, despite his naturally aloof appearance. She wondered why she had previously perceived him as a rogue. "Did you find last night satisfactory?" The man suddenly locked eyes with Jiang Xiao. "What?" She was momentarily taken aback. "To tease me so early, I assumed you were dissatisfied with last night. Shall we recreate the experience?" A hint of mischief flickered in his captivating gaze, his lips curling into a subtle smile. His ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a divine being, now bore a hint of roguish charm. Jiang Xiao finally grasped the truth. The rogue remained a rogue. Later, Jiang Xiao arrived at the television station. Upon entering, a throng of colleagues gathered to congratulate her on becoming the primetime host. Shortly thereafter, Vivian emerged from Tang Fei's office. Her face contorted with rage as she passed Jiang Xiao. "Jiang Xiao, I will not let this go," she spat before storming off. The crowd began to murmur. Vivian's affair with the president of Hungly had been discovered by Mrs. Li, who had publicly humiliated her by tearing off her clothes, causing a sensation on social media and even involving the police. It was audacious for her to blame Xiao. Her own indiscretions were to blame. Vivian had tarnished the station's reputation, a single rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. How could she still show her face there? The television station was a place where the walls had ears, and the same crowd had once spoken of her in such terms. Jiang Xiao merely smiled, unfazed by the gossip. During the morning meeting, Director Tang announced, "Today, I have 2 matters to disclose. First, Vivian has resigned due to personal health reasons. It is widely acknowledged that Vivian was dismissed. Her resignation was merely a final gesture of dignity bestowed by the television station." The second matter, Director Tang glanced at Jiang Xiao, his gaze imbued with complexity. Zhang Xiaoxia, a news editor with a good rapport with Jiang Xiao, spoke up. "The second matter must be the announcement of our Xiao as the host for the primetime slot, right?" The crowd echoed in agreement, eagerly anticipating compliments and congratulations. Only Xia Ling sat quietly in a corner of the conference table. A look of difficulty crossed Tang Fei's face. "I previously stated that whoever secured the exclusive interview with the heir would become the primetime host. However, just this morning, Xia Ling secured a 5-year advertising contract with the Yin Group. Both Xiao and Xia Ling's contributions to the television station cannot be overlooked. Therefore, I intend to allow the 2 of you to compete fairly, relying on your professional expertise to earn this position." Chapter 30. Which shampoo smells so divine? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The 5-year advertising contract with the Yin Corporation, worth millions annually, certainly attests to Xia Ling's remarkable prowess. "Xia Ling, I suspect you might be the young mistress of the Yin family. Your boyfriend is Yin Feng, the heir of Yin Corporation, sharing the same name. Previously, you claimed it was merely a coincidence. Now, you seem at a loss for words. We, Xia Ling, prefer to maintain a low profile, unlike you all, who would trumpet your advertisements to the world for mere hundreds of thousands." The entire conference room began to shower Xia Ling with compliments. The Yin Corporation stands as one of the foremost enterprises in Rongqing, with its advertising budget rivaling that of numerous smaller companies. Moreover, Xia Ling has secured a 5-year contract. Even the station director might personally uncork champagne in her honor. It is evident that Xia Ling is destined to become the future matriarch of a Yin family, and aligning with her promises countless advantages in the future. Consequently, no one paid heed to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao understood clearly that this realm was inherently devoid of warmth, driven solely by self-interest. Following the meeting, Tang Fei approached her with a token gesture of consolation. "Xiaoyu, I still have faith in you. Your program consistently garners the highest ratings at our station. I believe in this aspect you will not falter against Xia Ling. This hosting competition is merely a formality." Indeed, in the subsequent week, Jiang Xiao and Xia Ling took turns as hosts during prime time. The television station even organized a popularity vote for the golden hosts. Today is Sunday, marking the final day of their competition. The 2 had each hosted for 3 days prior, and the data revealed that Jiang Xiao had decisively outperformed Xia Ling. Today, the station arranged for dual hosting, allowing viewers to vote collectively for their preferred golden host. Based on the current data, this position undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Xiao. In terms of appearance and professionalism, Jiang Xiao was impeccable, particularly since she had garnered a loyal following from her previous midday news segment. Consequently, from the outset of the news broadcast, her voting figures soared far above those of Xiaoling. Just as everyone believed that the primetime hosting position was solely Jiang Xiao's, an unexpected event transpired. During their news reporting, a trending topic ascended rapidly to the top of Weibo, claiming the #1 spot. The trending hashtag read, "Golden host Jiang Xiao's murderer mother." It was soon revealed that this individual was none other than Yin Ruyun, the prime suspect in a sensational husband murder case from 3 years prior. The internet erupted in a frenzy, and the criticisms directed at Jiang Xiao came crashing down like a tidal wave. How can the daughter of a murderer host in prime time? Her mother is a murderer, but that does not make her one. These are two separate matters. You know, an unfit foundation breeds an unfit offspring. With a mother who killed her father, surely the child's psyche must be warped. Having to watch the news delivered by the daughter of a murderer every day would leave me with psychological scars. Within 10 minutes of this scandal unfolding, the voting landscape shifted dramatically. Jiang Xiao's voting page saw little to no increase, while Xiaoling's figure soared with astonishing momentum. As Jiang Xiao delivered the news, she was acutely aware of the voting process unfolding before her. This peculiarity led her to suspect that something was amiss. Nevertheless, she maintained her professional composure and completed the broadcast. Once the segment concluded, Jiang Xiao and Xia Ling exited the studio, only to be met with the ambivalent gazes of their colleagues, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking yet held their tongues. "What is going on?" Jiang Xiao inquired. Camera operator Zhao Yuan spoke up. "Sister Jiang, you should check the trending topics on Weibo." Instantly, Jiang Xiao picked up her phone and opened Weibo, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Her editorial assistant, Xiao Zhao, cautiously asked, "Sister Jiang, is what they're saying online true?" Others gathered around, pressing further. "Sister Jiang, is your mother really Yin Ruyin? I heard that when your mother killed your father, you were there too? You've never mentioned anything about your family or parents." "Enough of this. None of this is Xiao's fault," Xia Ling interjected, approaching with a worried expression directed at Jiang Xiao. "Xiao, are you all right? You should take what's online to heart. Your parents' lives do not define your own." Though it appeared to be a consolation, it inadvertently solidified the fact that Jiang Xiao was the daughter of a murderer. Jiang Xiao turned off her phone, raised her head, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips, yet her gaze was chillingly cold. "Xiaoling, was it you?" Xia Ling's visage transformed into one of shock and hurt. "Xiao, what are you saying? I only learned about this from the news." Jiang Xiao's smile deepened, her eyes growing even colder. "I hope it isn't you, otherwise. You know my temperament." Xia Ling attempted to explain, but Tang Fei had already approached, his brow furrowed in concern. "Xiao Jiang, your family matters are not your fault. Yet this situation has escalated significantly. The public's backlash is severe, and I must consider the ramifications for the station. For the time being, I will assign the primetime host position to Xiaoling. Once this calms down, we can reassess." Jiang Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, exuding grace and poise. "All right, I will follow the director's arrangement." Tang Fei sighed in relief. "You haven't taken a vacation in quite some time. I'll grant you a week off. Make sure to rest well." Jiang Xiao departed the station and returned directly to the Green Meadow Villa. The light in Bo Jinxiu's study was illuminated. She made her way straight there. The man sat at his desk, having evidently showered and changed into a set of gray loungewear. He was absorbed in thought, his long fingers gliding over the mouse, his handsome features impassive. Those hands were truly captivating. That was Jiang Xiao's initial thought. She entered, her high heels clicking against the floor, and promptly settled onto the man's lap. Leaning in close to Bo Jinxiu's ear, she inhaled softly. "What shampoo did you use today? It smells delightful." Bo Jinxiu's arm instinctively enveloped Jiang Xiao, observing the woman in his embrace, who resembled a languid and alluring feline. His gaze deepening. Feeling down, he had sensed her disquiet the moment she appeared at the door. Jiang Xiao raised her head and lightly nibbled at his Adam's apple. Indeed, an immediate sense of reassurance was needed. In the past, at this juncture, Bo Jinxiu would have taken the initiative. However, today, he seized Jiang Xiu's little hand that had ventured into his clothing, creating a delightful chaos. Was it due to the posts circulating online? Jiang Xiu was somewhat taken aback and let out a soft laugh. Even the busy crown prince has time to surf the web? Bo Jinxiu wrapped one arm around Jiang Xiu's slender waist while using his other hand to open the computer on the table. I've already traced the source of the post. Take a look. Jiang Xiu, intrigued, turned her gaze toward the screen. On it was a video of a woman wearing a baseball cap, posting from an internet CAF. The content of the post was none other than the one currently trending at the top. Chapter 31. Making a garment for another Bo Jinxiu continued. I have also ascertained the identity of this individual. Her name is Su Weiwei, known in English as Vivian, a colleague from your news department, and a former host of the morning news segment. Do you have any grievances with her? Jiang Xiu's expression revealed no trace of surprise. Indeed, there are some past grievances. She gazed at the figure on the video, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. However, she is merely a pawn in someone else's game. Bo Jinxiu fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiu's flawless profile. Are you suggesting that she is being manipulated by someone else? The coldness in Jiang Xiu's eyes intensified. I'm fully aware of who it is. Bo Jinxiu's voice turned grave. How do you intend to handle this? Do you require my assistance? Jiang Xiu paused for a brief moment, then decisively closed her laptop. She turned to cup Bo Jinxiu's face in her hands. No need. I can manage this on my own. You need not trouble yourself, Your Highness. At the mention of Your Highness, the man subtly furrowed his brow. Jiang Xiu leaned in, offering her crimson lips, her voice laced with seduction. How about you come to my room tonight? Naturally, the man could not refuse her invitation. Jiang Xiu sensed an unusual tenderness emanating from him today, as if he were striving to soothe her emotions and bring her joy. She found it immensely gratifying. Her previously dismal mood gradually lifted, and she eventually succumbed to the embrace of warmth and affection. Yet, he merely kissed and teased her, without taking any further action. Jiang Xiu, ignited with desire, arched her body, yearning for more. Call me, the man whispered sweetly in her ear. Darling, that's not it. Baby, I wish to hear something else. Jiang Xiu's consciousness began to blur, her heart fluttering as if caressed by countless feathers, leaving her restless. She had always addressed him this way before. What does he truly wish to hear? Your Highness? Her voice was moist, melodious like a cat's gentle purr. He continued to restrain himself from giving her what she sought. Jiang Xiu, call my name. Jiang Xiu slightly opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with desire, captivating and enchanting. Her lips, alluringly red, resembled the deepest shade of crimson. Her voice, laced with unmistakable passion, echoed Bo Jinxiu. Her voice was exquisitely captivating, as if possessing an enchanting power that could ensnare one's very soul. At this moment, Bo Jinxiu was also at the brink of restraint, their bodies intertwined, reveling in the bliss of intimacy. The following day, Jiang Xiu called Vivian. She proposed a meeting. Vivian remained audacious as ever. Sorry, the president of Liren has invited me for an interview today, and I fear I won't be as free as you. Vivian was well aware that Jiang Xiu had lost her primetime hosting position and had been forced into an extended leave by the director. What was turned to vacation was, in reality, akin to being shelved. Not only had she lost her primetime slot, but her afternoon news segment was also likely in jeopardy. On the other end of the line, Vivian reveled in her misfortune. Yet, Jiang Xiu's voice remained composed and elegant. If you're unavailable during the day, then let's meet in the evening at the Cloud Peak restaurant. I shall treat you. The Cloud Top restaurant stands as one of the most prestigious dining establishments in Rongqing. Vivian contemplated for a fleeting moment before acquiescing. She was acutely aware that this would undoubtedly be a trap, likely set by Jiang Xiu, who had probably caught wind of the situation and sought to confront her. Yet, she felt no trepidation. For a long time, everyone at the television station perceived Jiang Xiu as a socialite of repute in Rongqing, adorned in designer attire that exuded both nobility and elegance. Although many were irked by her ostentatiousness, they remained wary of her potentially formidable family background, reluctant to offend her. Little did they know the unfortunate truth of her origins. Even if she acknowledged her involvement in those posts, what of it? As evening descended, Vivian deliberately arrived an hour late. To her surprise, Jiang Xiao remained seated, patiently awaiting her arrival. Jiang Xiao had chosen an exquisite table, its side-lined with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the river. She was absorbed in admiring the scenery, her graceful and beautiful visage frequently drawing the attention of those nearby. A flicker of jealousy crossed Vivian's eyes as she strode purposefully towards her. The director had indeed shown no mercy over the past year. He had monopolized nearly all advertising contracts at the station. The abruptness of his decision to sever ties was truly disheartening. Vivian took her seat directly across from Jiang Xiao. I have just been appointed the editor-in-chief at Liren, and I happen to have an opening for an editorial assistant. Why not resign and join me? Although it's merely an assistant's role, I will ensure your protection. It's certainly preferable to languishing in obscurity at the television station. Vivian's gaze was laced with derision and disdain. Having worked at the station for 5 years, she found it intolerable that Jiang Xiao, with merely a year of experience, had consistently overshadowed her. Finally, she felt the opportunity to vent her frustrations. Jiang Xiao, however, maintained her composure, smiling gently. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm not considering a job change at this time. Vivian's smile turned sarcastic. I'm looking out for your best interests, rather than waiting to be dismissed. It would be wiser to resign and retain some dignity. Do you genuinely believe the director would allow the daughter of a murderer to tarnish the station's reputation? Even if the director wished to protect you, the station head would never agree. Jiang Xiao decided to be forthright. Isn't my current predicament a result of your actions? Vivian had anticipated this and feigned innocence. Jiang Xiao, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Had I possessed your damaging information, I would not have waited until now to reveal it. Jiang Xiao then produced her phone, displaying a video before Vivian. Upon viewing the video, Vivian's expression shifted dramatically. She had not expected the footage of her posting in an internet CAF to have been unearthed. A flicker of panic crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, I posted those messages, so what? I did not defame you. Your mother is a murderer, and that is a fact. Vivian, I have no intention of settling scores with you today. You were correct in stating that if I had such evidence, I would not have waited until now to present it. I merely wished to ascertain the source of this information. Although Jiang Xiao had a notion of the answer, she still sought confirmation. Vivian, having received numerous benefits, was unlikely to divulge the truth. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Xiao finds herself utterly alone, her reputation in tatters. What does she have to fear? No one offers me assistance. Jiang Xiao, I have been investigating you all along. In your daily life, you maintain an air of superiority, presenting yourself as untouched by the murky waters of the world. I initially believed you to be a true lady of a distinguished family. Yet I have discovered that you too have emerged from the depths of filth. The designer clothes and handbags you flaunt are mere facades. Jiang Xiao, you look down upon me for seeking a benefactor, but how are you any different? Both of us are equally hypocritical, equally vain. What right do you possess to disdain me? Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Chapter 32, Introducing Jiang Xiao as the girlfriend. The online narrative merely acknowledges that Yin Ruyun is her mother, while sensationalizing the story surrounding the murderer, without any mention of the child swap with the Jiang family. Jiang Xiao, seemingly uninterested in engaging, remained remarkably composed. I only wish to know who provided you with that information. Vivian, taken aback by Jiang Xiao's indifference and her haughty demeanor, felt a surge of anger within. You wish to know? I intentionally will not disclose it. If you tell me now, perhaps I might overlook your culpability. Vivian erupted into laughter. Jiang Xiao, what a farce. What power do you possess now? I am rather curious to see how you intend to handle me. With a gentle smile, Jiang Xiao rose and reached for her phone, dialing a number. She was contacting Bo Jinxiao. The call was promptly answered. Jiang Xiao spoke. Could you assist me with a favor? A few minutes later, she returned to her seat. Vivian mocked her. Jiang Xiao, spare me the theatrics. Do you think a mere phone call will instill fear in me? Who do you think you are? Vivian was unperturbed. She had already deleted the original post. At worst, she could report her for infringing on her right to likeness. a matter that could be resolved with a simple monetary compensation. However, Vivian soon received a call from the editor-in-chief of a prestigious magazine. Vivian, it seems that the position of editor-in-chief cannot be granted to you. Vivian panicked. Editor Lee, we had already reached an agreement today. You seem to have offended someone. I cannot disclose further details. It is simply an order from above. After hanging up, Vivian stared at Jiang Xiao. Disbelief etched across her face. She had been plotting for months to secure the editor-in-chief position, investing considerable resources and leveraging her connections to finally obtain it. In a fit of hysteria, she exclaimed, Jiang Xiao, what means have you employed? How dare you ruin my career? Jiang Xiao, now devoid of her earlier smile, replied, You brought this upon yourself. Vivian, feigning calmness, retorted, I had forgotten about your good rapport with the editor-in-chief. What, have you slept with them? Do not presume I am intimidated by you. If I cannot be the editor-in-chief, there are countless other media outlets vying for my talent. You may find that impossible. You have been blacklisted by all media. Vivian refused to believe it. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Xiao's unwavering conviction instilled a sense of panic within her. She hastily made a few calls. To her dismay, Jiang Xiao's assertions proved to be true. Several prominent newspapers and magazines she had befriended had indeed received a ban against her. She had been entirely expelled from this circle. Vivian sank into her seat, staring blankly at the person across from her. How could Jiang Xiao possess such formidable influence? Who are you? Truly foolish. Unaware of whom she had offended. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Jiang Xiao. Vivian raised her head, her expression suddenly filled with terror. Your Highness. Bo Jinxiix stood behind Jiang Xiao, a hand affectionately resting on her shoulder. Jiang Xiao looked up, equally surprised. What brings you here? I told you last night, didn't I? Today is Shui Tao's birthday, and the private room is reserved at Yunning Restaurant. I didn't expect you to have an appointment with friends here as well. Bo Jinxiix lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Vivian. His expression swiftly transformed from gentle to icy. Vivian's face turned pale. From their demeanor, tone, and conversation, she discerned that the relationship between these two was extraordinary. Jiang Xiao had actually climbed the ranks to be with the crown prince of the capital. Her eyes flashed with unparalleled jealousy and resentment. Yet, under the man's frigid gaze, her demeanor shifted to one of pleading. Your Highness, please spare me. It wasn't me. It was Xiaoling. She provided all the information. On my last day of work, she suddenly handed me a folder, insisting that I post it online on the final voting day to secure her position as the primetime host. I was merely a pawn, a tool for Xiaoling. Vivian was acutely aware of the consequences of offending the crown prince. Having attended university in the capital, she had heard countless tales about him, stories of his ruthlessness. A visage of a benevolent deity, yet a heart like that of a demon. Those who crossed him either vanished without a trace or met a grim fate. Bo Jinxiix's voice was as cold as ice. Tools deserve to perish. You have 3 days to leave Rong City. Do not let me see you again, or I assure you, there will be no place for you in this vast land of China. Vivian's complexion turned ghostly, her despair rendering her speechless. Jiang Xiao had received the answer she sought and stood up. Bo Jinxiix took her hand, his tone gentle. Why are your hands so cold? With that, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over Jiang Xiao's shoulders. As they exited the restaurant, Jiang Xiao spoke. Thank you for your help. I owe you a favor. Only the influence of the crown prince could blacklist Vivian from the media circle. Her tone remained somewhat unfamiliar, as if aside from their intimate moments. This woman maintained clear boundaries with him. Bo Jinxiix replied softly, Since you claim to owe me a favor, an opportunity has just presented itself for you to repay it. Jiang Xiao raised her gaze, her beautiful misty eyes captivating and quickening hearts. What opportunity? As I mentioned, Shui Tao is celebrating his birthday here, and everyone else has a partner, except for me. It's quite embarrassing. How about you accompany me for a couple of drinks, and we can return together later? Jiang Xiao understood that for these affluent young lords, it was about their reputation, their luxury watches, their embellishments and adornments, akin to a woman's designer clothing and handbags. Although she disdained such superficialities, she felt compelled to repay the favor. Then let us go. The door to the private room swung open, and the lively atmosphere rushed out. The room was spacious, with some singing, others playing mahjong, and a few lounging on the sofas, drinking and rolling dice. The table was laden with a variety of gifts, alongside a colossal cake that had been cut. "Brother Jinshio, you're back. Where have you just been?" A playful girl spotted the entrance where Bo Jinshio stood and merrily darted over like a lark. However, upon noticing Jiang Xio beside him, adorned in Bo Jinshio's suit jacket, her expression shifted abruptly. Her voice rose a notch, brimming with hostility. "Brother Jinshio, who is she?" One by one, the others began to regain their composure, turning their gazes toward the entrance. They were astonished to see Bo Jinshio had brought a woman with him, their eyes widening in surprise. "She is my girlfriend," Bo Jinshio stated, his tone dispassionate yet resonating clearly for everyone in the private room to hear. Chapter 33. His fiancée. However, everyone was utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. It was well known that Bo Jinshio, the illustrious gentleman of the capital, had no interest in any of the prominent young ladies. The reason being, he harbored a secret affection for another woman. For her sake, he had maintained an austere lifestyle, akin to that of a monk. To escape his father's familial matchmaking, he had even relocated to Rongqing, a small city situated 1,000 miles away from the capital. Indeed, Bo Jinshio had resided in Rongqing for 3 years, half of which was devoted to the Paradise Resort project, while the other half was due to his father arranging a marriage for him with Xue Qin, the sole daughter of the Xue family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. "Girlfriend? How can you have a girlfriend? Do you not care for my feelings?" Bo Jinshio smirked slightly, yet his gaze remained frigid. "My having a girlfriend is of no concern to you." "Bo Jinshio, I am your fiancé, she retorted. "I have never acknowledged that." He replied coolly. "You are well aware that my father values me the most and has privately sought your hand in marriage. It is merely yet to be publicly announced." Bo Jinshio's lips curled disdainfully. "If it is your father's decision, then you may marry him." The girl gazed at the man before her in disbelief. "Bo Jinshio, you are heartless." As tensions escalated, Xue Tao hurriedly intervened to mediate. Qin, your marriage has not yet been finalized. Do not act recklessly." Furious, Xue Qin shot back. "Brother, whose side are you on? Are you really going to let your brother-in-law keep other women?" Brother-in-law? He could hardly fathom the thought of Bo Jinshio as his brother-in-law. Xue Tao approached Bo Jinshio. "Xiao, after all, she is my sister. Grant me this favor and do not stoop to her level." Turning to Jiang Xio, Xue Tao's eyes lit up with admiration. "Ah, it is reporter Jiang. We met last time at the Royal Golf Club." Jiang Xio responded with poise. "I happen to be dining here today, and upon hearing that Xue Xiao is celebrating his birthday, I came to share in the festivities and enjoy a piece of cake." Xue Tao was quite pleased. "It is my honor that reporter Jiang graces us with her presence." The room, filled with Bo Jinshio's childhood friends, regarded Jiang Xio with knowing glances, speculating on the prince's intentions in bringing her along. Was he weary of Xue's advances, or had he truly moved on, no longer playing the role of a gallant knight for that mission? Regardless, this woman, acknowledged as the prince's girlfriend, held a status that could ensure her a life of opulence. Xue Qin, however, was seething with rage. During the recent birthday celebration of the matriarch, Bo Jinshio had completely disregarded her. She had sacrificed her opportunity to study abroad for him, traveling a great distance to this small city solely to catch a glimpse of him. To her dismay, he had brought along another woman, publicly declaring her as his girlfriend. Such humiliation would surely make her the subject of ridicule among the elite of the capital. Seated on the sofa, Xue Qin glared intensely at Jiang Xio, who was seated at the table, engaging in a game of mahjong with a group of men. Jiang Xio wore a radiant smile, effortlessly charming those around her, exuding a grace that left Xue Qin seething. Bo Jinshio sat beside her, his eyes filled with affection as he personally peeled fruit for her. The esteemed prince had never shown such devotion for a woman before. Jealousy and fury ignited within her heart like a raging inferno. Ultimately, unable to contain her emotions, she seized a piece of cake while Bo Jinshio stepped out to take a phone call and made her way toward Jiang Xiaoyu. The others in the private room were preoccupied, failing to notice her approach. Step by step, she crept up behind Jiang Xiaoyu, raising her hand with the intent to smash the cake upon her head. However, the woman at the mahjong table seemed to possess a sixth sense. At the very moment the cake was about to descend, she suddenly stood up, her shoulder colliding perfectly with Xueqin's elbow. The impact caused Xueqin's arm to jerk upward, resulting in a large portion of cake landing squarely on her own face. Xueqin's visage and hair were utterly ruined by the confection. Enraged, she shouted, "You vixen, this was intentional." With that, she lunged to grab Jiang Xiaoyu's hair. Having trained in martial arts, Jiang Xiaoyu was not so easily subdued. She deftly dodged left and right, while Xueqin stumbled into the table and tripped over a bottle on the floor, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. The men playing mahjong exchanged glances, reluctant to intervene. One was the protagonist's younger sister, and the other was the prince's girlfriend. Aiding either would inevitably offend the other. Furthermore, Xueqin was notoriously domineering in social circles. They opted to observe the spectacle instead. Clearly, Xueqin was no match for Jiang Xiaoyu, who, despite appearing to merely evade her attacks, displayed a certain finesse in her movements. Her evasive actions, though exaggerated, were laced with an elegant grace. In contrast, Xueqin's frenzied onslaught only served to exacerbate her predicament, culminating in a painful bump on her forehead. At that moment, Bo Jinxiu re-entered the room. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly hid behind him, her expression one of feigned innocence. "Brother Jinxiu, it seems Miss Xue has had too much to drink." Her voice was melodious as a lark, imbued with a hint of coyness, as if she were playfully pouting. Those nearby felt their hearts soften at her words. Yet only further enraged Xueqin. "You vixen, do you dare call him Brother Jinxiu? Today, I shall tear your mouth apart." Xueqin charged at Jiang Xiaoyu, aiming to slap her, but her arm was intercepted by Bo Jinxiu. "Xueqin, do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding your brother's reputation." The atmosphere grew tense. Xueqin trembled with fury, exclaiming, "Brother Jinxiu, can't you see she is bullying me? Look at my face, and here, and here." She pointed at the bump on her forehead and the cut on her knee, tears streaming down her cheeks in a display of grievance. Yet, Bo Jinxiu merely turned to Jiang Xiaoyu, asking, "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, appearing as docile as a kitten. "I'm so scared. I want to go home." Bo Jinxiu took her hand, saying, "All right, let us leave now." With that, he led Jiang Xiaoyu away, leaving Xueqin to sit on the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Xue Tao, seated on the sofa, shook his head, having deliberately refrained from intervening when Xueqin approached. However, Xueqin was utterly no match for Miss Jiang. In terms of cunning and skill, they were not even in the same league. It was a complete domination. It was evident to all that Jiang Xiaoyu was toying with Xueqin as one with a dog. That woman was not simple. Upon exiting the private room, Jiang Xiaoyu flicked her cascading waves of hair and cast a sidelong glance at the man. "Are you satisfied with my performance?" Bo Jinxiu chuckled softly. "At a perfectly fine birthday party, you've turned the birthday star's sister into that state, and you still ask me if I'm satisfied?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, clicking her tongue, truly wicked. As the daughter of a prominent family, it wouldn't do to sever ties with a friend sister. Instead, one requires a seductress to shift the responsibility of the broken engagement onto another, while simultaneously delivering a crushing blow to Miss Xue, ensuring she is left despondent and no longer entangled. The intricate web of interests among these affluent families necessitated the preservation of their dignity. Since an engagement had already been established, should Bo Jinxiu wish to retract it, a scapegoat was essential. Naturally, she was the most suitable choice. This way, even if the Xue family harbored grievances, they would direct their animosity toward her, the seductress, rather than Bo Jinxiu, the principal party involved. Bo Jinxiu let out a light laugh, choosing not to comment further. Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts seemed unnecessarily convoluted. Chapter 34. I will not spare you for the child's misfortune that night. Jiang Xiu was plagued by insomnia. Despite exhausting her energy in bed, sleep eluded her. She rose and remained seated in a rattan chair on the balcony until dawn. A tumultuous choice weighed heavily on her mind. Even after all these years, With Xiaoling having wronged her in countless ways, she had never cast her aside. It was she who had rescued Xiaoling from the depths of despair. Yet now, Xiaoling, I shall once again cast you into the abyss, for you have always belonged there. As the first light of dawn broke, Jiang Xiao picked up her phone and dialed a number. And Xia, are you aware that Xiaoling has returned to the country? At 8 in the morning, the entrance of the television station was bustling with activity. Jiang Xiao's car was parked nearby. After a while, she spotted a stooped woman lingering at the entrance. It was none other than Xiaoling's mother, Xia Xiaofan. Clad in tattered clothing and with disheveled hair, she resembled a beggar. Yet her sharp eyes glinted with a certain avarice as she scrutinized those entering the station. At long last, Xiaoling arrived. Xia Xiaofan seized her by the arm. Xiaoling, it is indeed you, ungrateful daughter. You returned without a word. Initially, Xiaoling did not recognize the woman, but upon realizing her identity, terror flooded her expression like a torrent. Mother, what are you doing here? Suddenly, the old woman yanked Xiaoling's hair and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Although Xia Xiaofan appeared to be a beggar, her strength was formidable. She viciously tugged at Xiaoling's hair, throwing a tantrum. Look, everyone, behold my ungrateful daughter. I raised her with great difficulty, supported her through college. And now, with her newfound wings, she disregards her parents' plight, indulging in a lavish life with some man, while her father lies bedridden and she remains indifferent. What a heartless wretch! Onlookers were drawn to the commotion. Some recognized Xiaoling and hurried to separate the two women. Xia Xiaofan, undeterred, flung herself to the ground, wailing, My life is truly tragic. I have borne a wolf in sheep's clothing. What kind of host is she, neglecting her own parents? Oh heavens! When I gave birth to her, I endured 3 days and nights of labor. Had I known this would be the outcome, I might as well have drowned her at birth. Xiaoling collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Her fear of Xia Xiaofan had seeped into her very bones, rendering her speechless. Yet within her terror lay a profound hatred. The sympathy and disdain reflected in the eyes of the crowd pierced Xiaoling deeply. In a fit of desperation, she screamed, I don't know her. She's a lunatic. I don't know her at all. Jiang Xiao sat in her car, observing the scene with a detached demeanor. Witnessing Xiaoling's fa shatter and her desperate outburst, she coolly donned her sunglasses and drove away. Just 2 hours later, Jiang Xiao received a call from Yan Feng. Jiang Xiao, get to the hospital now. What is it? Jiang Xiao replied, her tone frigid. Xia Ling is in critical condition. If our child cannot be saved, I will not spare you. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao felt a surge of irritation within her. Is Xia Ling's child truly beyond saving? She relayed the news about Xia Ling to Xia Xiaofan merely to return the favor. She never intended for Xia Ling to suffer a miscarriage. Jiang Xiao always believed the child was innocent. Ultimately, she drove to the hospital. Upon her arrival, Jiang Xiao discovered that Xia Ling had already been transferred from the emergency room to a luxurious VIP ward. Approaching the door, which was slightly ajar, Jiang Xiao could clearly see everything inside. Xia Ling resembled a frightened rabbit, sobbing in Yan Feng's embrace. Only Xiao knows about my family's issues. We don't even own a television. My mother cannot read a single word, and she never follows the news. It must have been Xiao who informed her. She knows full well that my mother is a parasitic fiend. I have been controlled and persecuted by her since childhood, nearly dying at her hands. Now, she is creating a scene at the television station, and everyone knows my mother is a madwoman. I can no longer hold my head high in front of my colleagues. Director Tang also called, merely advising her to rest and not worry about the hosting duties at 7 o'clock. I worked so hard to secure this hosting position. Why would Xiao do this? Her heart is so cruel. Yan Feng held her tightly, soothing her gently. It's all right, you still have me. Even if you don't work, I will support you for a lifetime. Jiang Xiao tapped lightly on the door. Both individuals turned to look. Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, Yan Feng's anger flared instantly. Jiang Xiao, you truly dare to come here. Jiang Xiao's expression remained calm. I spoke with the doctor. Your child is fine. Yan Feng sneered. You seem rather disappointed. You insist on killing our child before you are satisfied. You venomous woman. Jiang Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. I never intended to harm your child. Xia Ling's eyes brimmed with grievance and innocence. Did you inform my mother about my situation? Jiang Xiao did not deny it, indeed. Tears streamed down Xiao Ling's face. Xiao, why would you do this? You know my mother is a devil. Why would you push me into hell? Why treat me this way? Jiang Xiao replied coolly. It is a matter of reciprocity. Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, then cried, I know you must think those posts online were written by me. They weren't. I swear I didn't do such a thing. Please don't swear. Jiang Xiao interjected. I fear your retribution may fall upon your child. Xiao Ling's complexion turned ashen. However, Yin Feng could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Jiang Xiao. Yet, she grasped his wrist with unwavering strength, her smile enchanting yet icy. Yin Feng, have you forgotten? You could never best me in a fight since childhood. Yin Feng's arm was painfully gripped by her hold. Yet he was aware that Jiang Xiao, who appeared as radiant as a blooming flower, had been a tempestuous spirit since childhood. Jiang Xiao, you are nothing but a lunatic. The greatest regret of my life is loving you, cherishing you, and indulging you to the point of recklessness, while your heart harbors malice. Jiang Xiao's smile deepened. Did you ever truly love me? If your affection had been genuine, you would not have allowed a few words from Xiao Ling to sway you to stand against me. If your love had been sincere, you would not have plunged the knife into my back during my most despairing moments. Have you never doubted Xiao Ling throughout our journey to this point? It is not without sorrow. They grew up together, frolicking in innocence during their childhood. Even in the absence of romance, they shared over 2 decades of revolutionary camaraderie. Once, they were inseparable friends, each other's first love. Yet now they are consumed by mutual hatred. Chapter 35. Yin Feng discovers the truth behind Xiao Ling's betrayal. Yin Feng appeared momentarily stunned. Xiao Ling is kind-hearted, unlike you, who has been masquerading, he remarked. Jiang Xiao let out a cold laugh. She promptly produced a voice recorder and pressed play. A woman's voice emanated from the device. This is Xiao Ling. All the information was provided by me. On the day of my resignation, she unexpectedly handed me a file, intending for me to release it online on the final day of voting to secure her position as a primetime host. Yin Feng's expression gradually turned grave. He had indeed seen that post, which was rife with slander and cleverly avoided the truth, aiming to label Jiang Xiao as the daughter of a murderer, casting a shadow of psychological distortion over her. Upon hearing the recording, Xiao Ling's face shifted dramatically. It's not me. This is a fabrication. Vivian is slandering me. That recording is false. Jiang Xiao, how could you frame me like this? Jiang Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, that recording is a forgery. I had someone recreate it, and it is certainly not Vivian's voice. But how do you know those posts were authored by Vivian? Xiao Ling's complexion turned ashen, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiang Xiao approached the edge of Xiao Ling's bed and grasped her chin. Xiao Ling, remember, this is merely the beginning. If I uncover that you were behind past incidents, the consequences will be dire. With that, Jiang Xiao departed. Yin Feng stared blankly at the frail Xiao Ling, for the first time hesitating to offer comfort. Xiao Ling wept bitterly. Ah Feng, you must believe me. It is Xiao who has set me up. She harbors so much hatred for me. She wishes to harm me, to harm our child. Our child is a precious gift, and I endured countless injections and medications to conceive. It hurts so much. Suddenly, Xiao Ling clutched her abdomen. Yin Feng rushed forward, urgently summoning a doctor. Their child was a result of in vitro fertilization, indeed a rare blessing, and perhaps the only child they would ever have. Yin Feng grasped Xiao Ling's hand. I believe you. Please, do not become agitated. Xiao Ling, I have always believed in you. Xiao Ling finally exhaled in relief, leaning against Yin Feng's embrace as she sobbed. Yet, once seeds of doubt are sown, they can sprout uncontrollably. Yin Feng was no fool. While Xiao Ling claimed Jiang Xiao had betrayed her, she could not refute the evidence Jiang Xiao had presented. That evening, Yin Feng returned to the apartment he shared with Xiao Ling to gather some of her clothing. However, Jiang Xiao's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Yin Feng, after everything we've been through, have you never doubted Xiao Ling? As he reached the threshold of the study, his steps abruptly halted. Xiao Ling's laptop rested on the desk. For the first time, he opened Xiao Ling's laptop. It was password protected. Yin Feng attempted several combinations, Xiaoling's birthday, his own birthday, the date they traveled abroad together. But none succeeded in unlocking the device. Just as he contemplated giving up, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to input a series of numbers into the laptop. As a result, the computer was unexpectedly unlocked. The password was the birthday of Jiang Xiao. How much did she care about Jiang Xiao to set the password to her birthday? Yin Feng furrowed his brow as he accessed the computer. Without much effort, he discovered a folder containing the original images related to the recent posting incident, identical to those circulating online. However, these photographs had been stored for over a year. At that time, they were abroad. This indicated that these images had indeed been meticulously gathered by Xiaoling for someone else. Furthermore, Yin Feng uncovered several other categorized folders on Xiaoling's computer, each dedicated to Jiang Xiao and filled with information that could ruin her reputation. Most of the contents were taken out of context, deliberately fabricated false news, such as allegations of high school bullying and associations with delinquent behavior. During their high school years, they had spent time together, and he knew well that Jiang Xiao had never bullied anyone, nor was she a delinquent. On the contrary, during high school, Jiang Xiao was vibrant, graceful, sincere, and excelled academically, beloved by both teachers and peers. Clearly, these were slanderous accusations. If exposed, any one of them could drag the public figure Jiang Xiao into a bottomless abyss. The room was dimly lit. The flickering light illuminated Yin Feng's expressionless face, casting an air of profound secrecy. In recent days, Jiang Xiao found herself with rare leisure time. Over the past year, due to her daily obligation of reporting the afternoon news, she had scarcely taken a break. Suddenly finding herself with time on her hands, she felt somewhat aimless. She slept in until well past noon and then began designing jewelry. Her senior had been urging her for design drafts, and she seized the opportunity to create 2 sets to send him. Bo Jinxiu had gone on a business trip to Japan for 3 days and was just returning today. At noon, Jiang Xiao received a message from Bo Jinxiu inviting her to the president's office at BJ for lunch. Bored, she decided to go. She rather liked the special meals prepared by the chef at BJ for Bo Jinxiu. She drove directly into the parking garage beneath the BJ building and took Bo Jinxiu's exclusive elevator straight up. When the elevator doors opened, she found herself in the private lounge of Bo Jinxiu's office. Jiang Xiao thought the design was quite conducive to clandestine affairs. The lounge was empty, so she stepped out the door into Bo Jinxiu's office area. Just as she opened the door, she encountered Gao's son, Bo Jinxiu's personal secretary, and the atmosphere became instantly awkward. Gao's, however, appeared unfazed. Adjusting his frameless glasses, he spoke politely. "Miss Jiang, the president is still on his way and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Jiang Xiao replied, "All right, I understand." She took a seat in Bo Jinxiu's office chair. On the table lay a stack of documents, which she cast a casual glance at. However, her eyes were drawn to a familiar photograph. It was a picture of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao could not help but pick up the file for a closer inspection. It was a job application. Jiang Xiao was applying for the position of executive secretary assistant. A chill seemed to rise in Jiang Xiao's water-like eyes. During her sophomore year, Jiang Xiao had stormed into the Jiang family with a pile of paternity test documents, which led to the upheaval of her life and that of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao's adoptive mother, who was in fact her biological mother, In Ruyun, had conspired 20 years prior to swap 2 children as an act of revenge against the Jiang family. According to Jiang Xiao, she had endured relentless abuse throughout her childhood. This revelation drove Yao Shulan's guilt towards her biological daughter and her hatred for In Ruyun to a peak. At that time, In Ruyun was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional homicide. Consequently, Yao Shulan unleashed her overwhelming anger and hatred upon Jiang Xiao. The mother who had cherished and loved her since childhood suddenly sought her demise, a reality Jiang Xiao could not fathom. In that moment, she wondered if her death would evoke a flicker of the maternal love she once knew. Thus, she resorted to self-harm. Yet, as it turned out, it did not. Chapter 36. I am truly ensnared by your charm, reflecting upon those unbearable past events. Jiang Xiai felt a lingering wound within her heart. She closed her eyes, her gaze settling upon a photograph of Jiang Xiao. As the sole heiress of the prestigious Jiang Group, why did she seek a position as a secretary assistant at BJ? Perhaps it was for the sake of Bo Jinsi. A faint smile crept upon Jiang Si's lips. The Jiang family held a respectable status in Rongqing. Yet before the powerful elite and the nation's wealthiest, they appeared as mere commoners. Jiang Xiaoxiao's ambitions seemed rather grandiose. The office door swung open, revealing the tall figure of Bo Jinsi. Clad in a tailored suit, he appeared somewhat weary. Jiang Ci remained seated, her previously solemn expression transforming into one of warmth. "You're back?" Bo Jinsi's gaze fell upon the woman nestled in his office chair, her demeanor languid and cat-like. Her radiant smile illuminated the entire office. He approached her and effortlessly lifted Jiang Ci into his arms, with no choice but to cling to his waist. She was taken aback, but soon smiled, her eyes glimmering with playful teasing. "Did you miss me so much?" Bo Jinsi's deep gaze lingered on the enchanting woman before him. His large hand rested on her waist, the soft, silky texture igniting a profound yearning within him. 3 days apart felt like an eternity. "I am truly ensnared by your charm," Jiang Ci mused. She spent quite some time in Bo Jinsi's office. Later that afternoon, she received a phone call from Jiang Jinwei. "Yuyo, come home for dinner tonight. It's been ages since you've returned. Your father misses you." The word "your father" misses you made Jiang Ci's heart ache. In truth, Jiang Jinwei had always treated her well. When Yao Shulan insisted on expelling her from the family, it was Jiang Jinwei who intervened. At the banquet where Jiang Xiaoxiao acknowledged her roots, he had publicly declared that she would always be the young lady of the Jiang family. "All right, I'll come home tonight," she replied, rising to gather her belongings and approach Bo Jinsi, who was engrossed in paperwork. Despite his appearance resembling that of a frivolous playboy, there was an indescribable allure to him when he was serious. Jiang Ci approached Bo Jinsi, resting a hand on his shoulder and leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "I'm leaving now. You needn't wait for me tonight." Just as she straightened up, Bo Jinsi pulled her back into his embrace, kissing her fervently for a moment. This man had a way of being utterly serious, yet wildly reckless. "This is an office. Gaotzen could walk in at any moment," she reminded him. After enough of his affection, he finally released her. Jiang Ci, wrapped in his arms, felt as soft as a kitten, yet her eyes sparkled with the cunning of a little fox. "It's a secret," she replied, gracefully rising like a butterfly taking flight, leaving behind a trail of fragrance as she vanished into the flowering garden. As evening approached, Jiang Xiao appeared at the Jiang family's villa. The housekeeper, Aunt Yu, was particularly delighted to see her and warmly welcomed her inside. "Miss, you have finally returned. The master mentioned you would be back tonight, so I specially prepared your favorite durian milk puff. Do indulge a bit when the time comes." Aunt Yu had watched Jiang Xiao grow up, and their bond ran deep. After the incident, Aunt Yu felt a profound sorrow but was powerless to help. Although Jiang Xiao still held the title of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she returned only once every few months. All Aunt Yu could do was prepare some of her beloved treats for her occasional visits. "Thank you, Aunt Yu." A warm feeling welled up in Jiang Xiao's heart. "What have you done to make the kitchen smell so foul?" Jiang Xiaoxiao descended the stairs, looking down at Aunt Yu and Jiang Xiao with an air of superiority. Aunt Yu hurriedly explained, "Second miss, I was preparing the durian milk puffs that the eldest young lady loves. I just cleaned the kitchen thoroughly. There shouldn't be any lingering odor." The eldest daughter of the Jiang family? What does the daughter of a murderer count as? "Aunt Yu, remember, there is only one young lady of the Jiang family, and that is me. Do you understand?" Aunt Yu's expression darkened. At 70, having raised 2 generations of the Jiang family, she was respected by the master. Yet, since Jiang Xiaoxiao's return, she had been treated with disdain. Aunt Yu remained silent, and Jiang Xiaoxiao continued in an authoritative tone. "Aunt Yu, toss those stinking things away. From now on, durians are not allowed in the Jiang household." Aunt Yu trembled as she spoke, but these are the things that Miss Xiao loves. "Aunt Yu, do you wish to keep your job here? Do you believe that I won't send you back home tomorrow?" Aunt Yu's wrinkled eyes brimmed with tears, her lips quivering slightly. She looked at Jiang Xiao with helplessness and guilt. "Mississippi." Jiang Xiao leaned closer to Aunt Yu's ear and softly said, "Put them in my car." Aunt Yu nodded and left. Jiang Xiaoxiao approached Jiang Xiao, her demeanor haughty. "I heard you were suspended from the television station. Jiang Xiao smiled lightly. My dear sister, you seem quite concerned about me. Your scandal has been trending for days. It would be hard not to know. Jiang Xiao, don't truly believe you are still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Just because you lost your job, are you trying to return and play the victim to garner sympathy from our parents and reap benefits? They are my parents, not yours. You are merely the daughter of a murderer. You do not deserve such glamour and should remain in the shadows. Jiang Xiao's expression remained unchanged, her smile deepening. It was one thing for others to speak, but why did her sister always label her as the daughter of a murderer? Compared to me, who has scarcely met our mother, you are the one who has been raised by Yin Ruyun for 20 years. Your bond should be stronger. At the mention of Yin Ruyun, Jiang Xiaoxiao's countenance shifted. She is a murderer and a trafficker. She ruined my once bright life. And she does not deserve to be my mother. Is that why you refuse to testify in court? Allowing her to shift from self-defense to premeditated murder and receive a life sentence? Jiang Xiaoxiao's complexion instantly turned pale. What did you say? Nothing. After speaking, Jiang Xiao circumvented Jiang Xiaoxiao and proceeded towards the second floor. Yet, Jiang Xiaoxiao hastily pursued him, assertively blocking his path. Jiang Xiao, clarify your words. What exactly do you know? Indeed, Jiang Xiao had uncovered certain truths. On the night of Yin Ruyun's crime, Jiang Xiaoxiao had also been present at the scene. A neighbor reported witnessing the deceased, Zhao Daqing, assaulting Yin Ruyun and her daughter, leading to an immediate call to the police. However, when the authorities arrived, only Yin Ruyun and the lifeless Zhao Daqing, with a fruit knife embedded in his heart, were found. Yin Ruyun faced charges of intentional homicide. Yet, if the neighbor's account held any validity, it was plausible that Yin Ruyun had acted in self-defense, resulting in involuntary manslaughter. Throughout the entire ordeal, Jiang Xiaoxiao had never once appeared in court to advocate for Yin Ruyun. Her face turned a ghostly white, betraying a palpable sense of panic. She feared that Jiang Xiao might possess knowledge of her secrets. However, upon further contemplation, she deemed it implausible. If Jiang Xiao had indeed discovered the truth, how could he have remained silent for 3 long years? Perhaps she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards herself as well. Chapter 37. A glimpse of green tea. What do you think I ought to know? Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao with a smile that was neither genuine nor entirely mocking. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of anxiety within, yet her expression remained fierce. She harbored a deep disdain for Jiang Xiaoyu's naturally composed demeanor, which radiated an air of superiority. Jiang Xiaoyu, you are nothing more than a stray dog taken in by the Jiang family. You should fully comprehend your place. Should a dog dare to bite its master, it will surely meet a grim fate. Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice was laden with warning and menace, intending to convey that regardless of what Jiang Xiaoyu might know, if she dared to speak of it, her doom would be sealed. To Jiang Xiaoxiao's surprise, Jiang Xiaoyu displayed no signs of anger, merely chuckling lightly. Grim fate? Coming from you? Jiang Xiaoxiao was infuriated. What arrogance! You are utterly destitute now. Don't think I'm unaware. Yin Feng has cast you aside upon returning. He would rather reside with a mistress than spare you a glance. Your parents have abandoned you. Your husband scorns you, and you have lost your job. You are no different from a stray dog, yet you dare to challenge me here? What are you even worth? Jiang Xiaoyu smile deepened, devoid of any trace of anger, her gaze dripping with disdain as she regarded Jiang Xiaoxiao as one would a mere jester. I have heard that the more insecure a person feels, the louder they bark. Dogs are no exception. Jiang Xiaoxiao froze momentarily, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Xiaoyu, you dare to insult me as a dog? It seems I must teach you a lesson today, lest you remain oblivious to your position. Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her hand, intent on striking Jiang Xiaoyu. However, her wrist was seized by Jiang Xiaoyu. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Yet, upon noticing a figure emerging at the stairway, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly tightened her grip on Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist before releasing it. The pain surged through Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist, causing her to falter. The slap intended for Jiang Xiaoyu's cheek landed squarely on her shoulder, causing Jiang Xiaoyu to tumble backward, collapsing onto the stairs. Sister, what have I done to offend you? Why must you resort to violence upon my return? Jiang Xi, you instantly dissipated her earlier fierceness, leaning against the banister with a delicate demeanor reminiscent of a wilting willow, as if embodying the fragile beauty of Lin Daiyu. Didn't you call me green tea? Then allow me to embody it for you. Jiang Xiao Zhao's wrist felt as though it might shatter, her head buzzing with pain. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed the murderous intent in Jiang Xiao's eyes. Yet now she appeared utterly feeble. Nevertheless, she cared not for this fa and advanced to deliver a kick. Stop! Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Turning around, Jiang Xiao was met by the sight of Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan standing at the top of the staircase, their eyes fixed on the scene below. In an instant, Jiang Xiao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Father, mother, she is pretending. She was the one who wanted to strike me. Jiang Jinhui descended the stairs. The truth is evident from our vantage point above. I have reiterated countless times that CI, you will always be a member of our Jiang family and your sister. You must not bully your sister. Jiang Xiao seethed with frustration. Jiang Ci was clearly feigning weakness. She had not even struck her, yet it was her own wrist that throbbed with pain. Yao Shulan stepped forward, taking Jiang Xiao's hand. Why would you scold our daughter for the sake of an outsider? Hasn't Xiao suffered enough over the years because of her? After saying this, she firmly led Jiang Xiao to the dining room. As they departed, Jiang Xiao cast a glance back at Jiang Xiao, her eyes glinting with pride and defiance. Fortunately, Yao Shulan remained steadfastly on her side. During dinner, Jiang Jinhui inquired, Xiao, why did not Feng come with you? He is busy with work, Jiang Xiao replied vaguely. The Jiang and Yin families were his closest kin. Jiang Jinhui had likely known about her separation from Yin Feng long before, and there was no need for her to elaborate further. Busy with work? I've heard that brother Yin Feng has been living with his mistress since returning home, clearly wishing to avoid you. Jiang Jinhui shot Jiang Xiao a sharp glance before sighing. You and Yin Feng have known each other since childhood. This is merely a momentary lapse. We have watched him grow up, and he has always been devoted to you. I believe that if you invest a bit more thought into him, he will eventually come to his senses. Both families were well aware of the situation between Yin Feng and Jiang Xiao. Jiang Jinhui's sudden invitation for her to return home for dinner was likely at the behest of the Yin family. Father, I am well aware of my own affairs. Some matters are best left unspoken, Jiang Xiao replied, prompting Jiang Jinhui to refrain from further discussion. Jiang Xiao, noticing Jiang Jinhui's concern for Jiang Xiao, interjected to break their conversation. Father, mother, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned to Jiang Xiao. She declared, I have applied for the position of secretary to the president at BJ, and I have been accepted. I will begin my work there tomorrow. Jiang Jinhui was taken aback. You were doing well in the design department. Why go to BJ? The Jiang family was in the apparel industry, boasting their own company and factory, along with the clothing brand Qing Ben Jiarun. The company had gone public 2 years ago, and Qing Ben Jiarun had gained considerable fame domestically and a modest reputation overseas. Thus, the Jiang family was among the wealthiest in Rongqing. Upon returning to the Jiang family, they initially intended to send her abroad for further studies. However, she was not inclined towards academia. Instead, they arranged for her to learn management within the company, but chaos ensued wherever she went, even prompting several senior executives to consider resigning. Eventually, she was placed in a less demanding role within the design department. Surprisingly, Jiang Xiao demonstrated some design talent and thrived in that environment, though her skills paled in comparison to Jiang Xiao's. From a young age, Jiang Xiao exhibited astonishing artistic and design abilities, beginning to design garments for Qing Ben Jiarun at the age of 9. The brand's international success was largely due to her accolades in global design competitions. However, ever since Jiang Xiao joined the design department, Jiang Xiao had not submitted any designs, resulting in Qing Ben Jiarun going 3 years without a remarkable creation, relying solely on its classic pieces to maintain its reputation. In the past 2 years, the company's stock price has been experiencing a gradual decline. Jiang Xiao remarked, I'm not solely concerned about the company, but rather about the brand Qing Ben Jiarun. Father, you must be aware of World Mall. If Qing Benjia Rin could establish a presence there, it would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of international luxury, garnering admiration from prominent socialites and matrons. At that point, the company's stock price would surely soar. He was well aware of World Mall, the largest and most opulent shopping center in the country, and notably the only membership-based mall in the nation. Ordinary citizens cannot enter. It is exclusively designed for the elite aristocracy of the country. Within its confines, every clothing brand is of the highest international luxury. Located in a prime area of the capital, it is a favored destination for the elite of the Beijing social scene. Jiang Jinhui responded, "World is home to international luxury brands, and there are no domestic clothing brands at all. For Qing Benjia, Rin to enter world is akin to a fool's dream." Chapter 38. Jiang Xiaoyu, I miss you so much. Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke up. That is precisely why I applied to be Bo Jinxiu's secretary. World is inherently a property of the Bo family, and Bo Jinxiu is the sole heir. If he were to give his approval, Qing Benjiaran would undoubtedly be the first domestic clothing brand to enter world. You understand the significance of this, father. Jiang Jinhui shook his head. Xiao, it's not as simple as you think. The Bo family possesses its own clothing enterprise, one that far surpasses that of the Jiang family. The Bo family has not even permitted its own brand to enter the market, let alone an outsider-esque brand. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao remained confident. Father, how can we know without trying? Give me 3 months. I will surely win over Bo Jinxiu. Noticing the skeptical look in Jiang Jinhui's eyes, she added, What I mean is, I will ensure that the crown prince allows Qing Benjiaran to establish itself in world. Jiang Xiao had been quietly listening from the side, choosing not to interject. Jiang Xiaoxiao's notion was indeed rather naive. Setting aside the fact that world has strict criteria for brand partnerships, it would be utterly improbable for them to breach their long-standing reputation as the premier luxury brand in the country for any single label. Furthermore, Jiang Xiao seemed to recall Bo Jinxiu mentioning that world did not fall under his jurisdiction. It was, in fact, managed by his elder sister, Bo Wanzhou, with whom he had a strained relationship. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxiao had not been entirely truthful. She had not secured a position as Bo Jinxiu's secretary, but rather as a secretary assistant, a role that would rarely allow her to encounter Bo Jinxiu. After dinner, Jiang Jinhui suggested to Jiang Xiao, "Why not stay at home tonight? Your room has been rather devoid of life for some time." Jiang Xiao cast a glance at Yao Shulan, who remained impassive, not sparing her a single look. Jiang Xiao felt a chill within. Having faced death once, what hope remained? Just as she was about to decline, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiao Kai, Yin Feng's childhood friend. "Sister Yu, Yin Feng is drunk. Please come pick him up." Seizing the opportunity to excuse herself, Jiang Xiao replied, "Yin Feng is intoxicated. I will go retrieve him shortly, so I shall not stay here tonight." Jiang Jinhui, feeling reassured, remarked, "Very well, you should hurry." In room 1008 of the Floral Club, Jiang Xiao pushed the door open. The atmosphere inside was raucous. Everyone was inebriated, some singing, others drinking. However, she recognized nearly everyone present, being childhood friends of Yin Feng, many of whom had closer ties to her than to Yin Feng himself. Upon her entrance, the room fell silent. Xiao Kai promptly approached her. "Sister Yu, you've arrived." Though these individuals were a year or two older than Jiang Xiao, they all refer to her as Sister Yu, a title earned through her feisty nature in childhood, never losing a fight against the boys. Once they were thoroughly impressed, they began to call her sister. When Feng returned to the country, I organized a gathering for everyone, but it seems he is not in the best spirits today and has consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Jiang Xiao cast a glance at Yin Feng, sprawled on the sofa. "You should call Xiaoling. Why are you calling me?" The others were well aware of the intricate tale shared among the three of them. Xiao Kai interjected with a jest. "Who is Xiaoling? I don't know her. You two played house as children, and she is the rightful Mrs. Yin. If not you, who should I seek?" Jiang Xiao, disinterested in his banter, shot a glance at Yin Feng. "Can he still walk?" Xiao Kai instructed someone to help Yin Feng up and followed Jiang Xiao outside. As they reached the resplendent hall, Yin Feng suddenly regained consciousness. He shrugged off the two who were supporting him. "Let go of me. I'm not drunk. I can still drink." Jiang Xiao approached Yin Feng directly. "Can you still walk? If you can, do so yourself. I'll escort you back." Yin Feng, with bleary eyes, stared at Jiang Xiao for a moment before stepping forward and enveloping her in his embrace. His voice trembled. Jiang Xiaoyu, I've missed you so much. Jiang Xiao stood frozen, her body rigid, not solely due to the unexpected embrace, but rather because of the long-lost name, Jiang Xiaoyu. It had once been Yin Feng's exclusive moniker for her, from childhood until now, but she hadn't heard it for many years. A wave of inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. Yin Feng held her tightly, sobbing like a child, his shoulders beginning to tremble. Jiang Xiaoyu, why did you abandon me? Why? Jiang Xiao, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality. Yin Feng was indeed intoxicated, rambling nonsensically. She gently patted his back. Yin Feng, look closely. I am Jiang Xiao, not Xia Ling Jiang Xiaoyu. You cannot leave me. Others may disdain me, but not you. You cannot look down on me. I have become this way because of you. How could you be so heartless? Jiang Xiao listened, bewildered, sensing that there was something deeper beneath the surface. Perhaps she could uncover the reason Xia Ling had once sown discord between them. Adopting a coaxing tone, she said, Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Tell me, what happened? Why do you say such things? Meanwhile, after Bo Jinxiu and his group exited the elevator, they paused in their tracks. Bo Jinxiu, at the forefront, refused to move, and the others hesitated as well. They followed his gaze, witnessing a pair of embracing figures in the grand hall. Shuetao quipped, the atmosphere in this place has become quite scandalous. In broad daylight, they are embracing. Feng Bo chimed in, they don't seem like the ladies of this establishment. Rather, they resemble a couple feigning a quarrel, now using the influence of alcohol to pour out their hearts. That poor girl, with the man being 7 parts drunk, she ends up in tears. While the group jested, Shuetao suddenly sensed something amiss. Isn't that girl the Crown Prince's girlfriend? With this remark, a realization dawned upon everyone. Indeed, it was none other than journalist Jiang. A few days ago, at Shuetao's birthday banquet, the young master brought a woman with him, openly declaring her to be his girlfriend, which left Xueqin in tears. This was none other than the woman currently embracing other men. Although many were skeptical about their relationship, believing that the young master might be using her to drive Xueqin away, she remains the only girlfriend he has publicly introduced to his friends. Her actions seem to be a direct affront to the young master. The crowd turned their gaze towards Bo Jinxiu, and indeed, the man's expression had darkened ominously. Shuetao, with keen eyes, seemed to have made a discovery. The man she was embracing appeared to be none other than young Master Yin from Haifeng Construction. It was no wonder she had challenged Madame Jiang that day at the golf course. She was indeed young Master Yan's mistress. The crowd gasped in astonishment. So, this Miss Jiang is playing both sides, courting young Master Yin, while simultaneously entangling herself with our young master? Chapter 39. The prince's heartstrings for that woman. The onlookers turned their attention back to Bo Jinxiu. At this moment, his expression was inscrutable, yet an aura of chilling coldness enveloped him, rendering the crowd speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had failed to extract the answer she sought. Yin Feng had succumbed to drunkenness once more, his entire form nearly collapsing against her. Jiang Xiao could do naught but support him as they exited the lavish hall. The spectators cautiously scrutinized Bo Jinxiu's countenance. Feng Bo, with a glib tongue, remarked, in such a small place as Rongqing, the audacity of women is remarkable. How dare they toy with our prince? Why not leave her to me? I possess ample means to deal with such a woman, ensuring you exact a proper vengeance. Bo Jinxiu remained silent, leading others to presume his tacit approval of Feng Bo's words. They began to jest. What vengeance are you speaking of? You're merely enamored by beauty. With 8 girlfriends already, your ways seem unrepentant. Surely, in your past life, you were an octopus, adept at juggling multiple affairs. Feng Bo countered, such frivolous women require a sea king like me tame them. I shall pursue her first, and once I succeed, I'll arrange 2 tables of mahjong, proclaiming to all present that they are my girlfriends, ensuring she questions her very existence, leaving an indelible mark on her life. As he continued to fantasize about his conquest with Jiang Xiao, he became increasingly explicit, boasting, in 3 days, at most, I shall have her in my bed. In an unexpected turn, Bo Jinxiu suddenly pivoted, delivering a punch squarely to Fong Bo's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, bewildered. Bo Jinxiu stepped forward, grasping Fong Bo by the collar, warning, "Dare to lay a finger on her, and you shall see." He then released Fong Bo and strode purposefully toward the exit, leaving the crowd in shock. Although the prince appeared aloof, he had always shown kindness to his childhood friends. Otherwise, they would not have followed him from the capital to Rongqing at his command. Yet just moments ago, they had sensed a palpable intent to kill in his gaze. Shui Tao mused, "The prince has truly fallen for that woman." After exiting, Bo Jinxiu fortuitously spotted Jiang Xiao assisting Yin Feng into a vehicle before they drove away from the opulent venue. Having not driven himself that day, he realized he could not catch up in time. Instead, he picked up his phone to call Jiang Xiao. As Jiang Xiao reached for her phone, she noticed a call from the handsome man, but just as she was about to swipe away, the phone died, its screen fading to black. The vehicle traversed the elevated highway, and Jiang Xiao delivered Yin Feng directly to the family home, where the Yin family had long since retired. Alone, Jiang Xiao escorted Yin Feng back to his room. Having completed her task, she intended to leave, but Yin Feng suddenly roused, grasping her hand and calling her Jiang Xiaoyu. Observing him in a state between dreams and wakefulness, she entertained the idea of coaxing him into conversation. Yet, it seemed as though he had lost the memories of the past 3 years, reminiscing only about events long gone, predominantly from their childhood. As the conversation unfolded, Yin Feng suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a scar that wound down his waist. "Jiang Xiaoyu, do you find me repulsive because of this? You once vowed to take responsibility for me for a lifetime, even if I were to become disabled." Jiang Xiaoyu's heart jolted as she beheld the scar on his waist. This scar was a remnant of their shared experience in outdoor adventure summer camp when they were 12. One night, when hunger struck, Jiang Xiaoyu crawled out of the tent, roused Yin Feng, and together they pilfered a few packets of instant noodles. They set up a small fire to boil water, but as Yin Feng lifted the pot, the handle broke, spilling scalding broth all over his waist. He suffered severe burns and was hospitalized for an extended period, even spending days in the ICU due to a serious infection. During that time, Jiang Xiaoyu kept vigil by his bedside, and at the height of his suffering, the doctors warned that if the infection could not be controlled, amputation might be necessary. In tears, Jiang Xiaoyu promised Yin Feng that she would care for him for life, even if he became disabled. After he was discharged, Yin Feng never mentioned the incident again, nor did he reveal the extent of his injuries. This was the first time Jiang Xiaoyu had seen the wound. The muscles were distorted, and the skin was uneven and varied in depth, merely a glimpse of what lay beneath. The most severe burns had marred his left leg, and she could only imagine the grotesque, horrifying nature of the scars there. Memories flooded back, and as she gazed at his injury, her eyes reddened. "Ah Feng, why do you speak such words? When have I ever found you repulsive? You still wish to deny what you wrote in your diary?" Yin Feng appeared utterly heartbroken. "I am disfigured, a burden. I am unworthy of you." Jiang Xiaoyu was about to inquire further when Yin Feng suddenly erupted, shoving her out the door. "Leave, Jiang Xiaoyu, just go. I do not desire your pity or your sympathy." With that, he slammed the door shut. Jiang Xiaoyu initially intended to leave, but as she stepped outside, she encountered Yin Feng's mother, who greeted her with unexpected warmth, taking her hand and inquiring about her well-being. Ultimately, she insisted that Jiang Xiaoyu stay for the night. Realizing it was already late and that she had many questions to clarify, Jiang Xiaoyu agreed to stay in the adjacent room. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What did Yin Feng's words mean? And what was the significance of the diary he mentioned? Early the next morning, she rose and, while having breakfast in the dining area, ran into Yin Feng. Upon seeing her, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed his eyes. "Was it you who brought me back yesterday?" Jiang Xiaoyu replied with casual grace as she sat down to eat. "You were intoxicated. It was Shao Kai who called me." After a moment of silence, Yin Feng responded, "Next time, I'll inform them that we have parted ways, so they won't disturb you." Jiang Xiaoyu's expression remained indifferent. "As you wish." Yin Feng continued to fixate on her face. She had just risen, her face devoid of makeup, presenting a stark contrast to her usual exquisite appearance. "Jiang Xiao, adorned in vibrant makeup, resembled a captivating enchantress. Yet, in her natural state, she appeared quite youthful, reminiscent of a university student. After a moment of distraction, he spoke. I have ascertained the matter regarding the post. It was manipulated by Xiaoling. I am uncertain why she has chosen to target you in such a manner, but I would like to extend my apologies on her behalf. Jiang Xiao remained non-committal, casting a glance at Yin Feng. He continued, I can also offer you compensation. You may propose any condition. Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly, any condition? Yin Feng's expression darkened, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. As long as it is within my capacity. Jiang Xiao found his demeanor amusing, as if he were guarding against her. Rest assured, I will not permit you to return to my side from Xiaoling. Yin Feng's brow seemed to furrow even more deeply. Chapter 40. Fin Jin Xiao's jealousy. Jiang Xiaoyu languidly tore off a piece of bread and placed it in her mouth. Xiaoling played a trick on me, so I retaliated in kind. Please convey to her that this matter is now even. However, if she continues to employ underhanded tactics behind my back, she should not blame me for being ungracious. Xiaoling had tarnished her reputation online, resulting in her losing the primetime hosting position. In retaliation, she had summoned Xiaoling's mother to create a scene at the television station, thus reclaiming a measure of dignity. Moreover, Xiaoling's future days would likely be fraught with more trouble. Yin Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking. I was drunk last night. Did I say anything? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the scar on Yin Feng's waist. He seemed to sense her scrutiny, his complexion paling. Did you see? Jiang Xiaoyu's face betrayed a hint of guilt. I had no idea you were hurt so severely back then. A flicker of anger and disdain passed through Yin Feng's eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu, do not look at me with such eyes. He perceived the guilt and pity hidden in her gaze. If it were genuine, it would be acceptable. However, it was merely feigned, an act. She clearly felt revulsion, yet chose to present a facade of remorse, which was utterly distasteful. Compassion had already wounded a man's pride, let alone when wrapped in the guise of hypocrisy. I'm sorry, your injury was also due to me. Yet, Yin Feng erupted in fury. Jiang Xiaoyu, spare me your theatrics. You harbor deep-seated loathing for me, even wishing for my demise. You are a woman of duplicity. Why pretend to be a benevolent saint now? Jiang Xiaoyu discerned the crux of his words. What have I done to evoke such sentiments in you? Your diary from back then clearly articulated your feelings. Do you still wish to deny it? Jiang Xiaoyu indeed had a habit of keeping a diary since childhood. However, she could not recall ever writing anything about despising Yin Feng or wishing him ill. Moreover, it seemed she had lost one of her diaries from her university days. Since then, she had ceased writing altogether. You have read my diary? Tell me, what did I write that made you think so poorly of me? Despite the passage of years, the thought of Jiang Xiaoyu's writing still pierced Yin Feng's heart with pain. You know precisely what you wrote. If you refuse to speak, then produce my diary, and we shall confront the truth face to face. Jiang Xiaoyu surmised that the lost diary was likely in Yin Feng's possession. Yin Feng scoffed. I burned it long ago. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, thick with the scent of impending conflict. Jiang Xiaoyu took a moment to regain her composure. In the past, I told you it was Xiaoling who sowed discord between us. You may not have believed me then, but now you should see that Xiaoling is not the innocent, unassuming person you imagined. Nevertheless, since you have chosen her, the past is of little consequence. A shadow of darkness flickered in Yin Feng's eyes. I am weary and no longer wish to engage in the covert rivalry with Xiaoling Ming. Please convey to her that I have relinquished you to her. I implore her not to trouble me further. Otherwise, whether it pertains to what is rightfully mine or not, I shall reclaim it all. Yin Feng raised his gaze, fixated intently upon Jiang Xiao. His expression was frigid, with a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. His voice was equally cold. Jiang Xiao, I am a person, not a mere object to be casually given away. Thus, their encounter ended on a sour note. Jiang Xiao found the situation somewhat amusing, as it was precisely the outcome they both desired. What more could she wish for? Upon exiting the Yin family villa, Jiang Xiao proceeded to the Greenery Villa. She had slept poorly the previous night and initially intended to return for a brief rest. However, upon entering the house, she spotted Bo Jinxiu descending from the second floor. He halted his steps upon noticing Jiang Xiu. She casually greeted him. "Are you heading to the office?" Bo Jinxiu did not respond, merely gazing down at her from his elevated position. It was only when Jiang Xiu passed by him that he spoke up. "Why did you not answer your phone?" Jiang Xiu retrieved her phone from her bag and observed that it was out of battery. She noted the displeasure etched on Bo Jinxiu's countenance. "Did you wait for me last night? I told you I had matters to attend to and advised you not to wait." Bo Jinxiu fixed his gaze upon her eyes. "You did not mention that you would be staying out all night." Jiang Xiu chuckled softly, leaning in to gently touch her lips to his in a soothing gesture. "I apologize, darling. Next time, I shall inform you in advance." After saying this, she intended to bypass him and ascend the stairs for some much-needed sleep when suddenly her arm was seized with a forceful grip. "Jiang Xiu, what do you take me for, your pet?" His handsome face was clearly flushed with anger. "You caress me when it pleases you and cast me aside when it does not?" Jiang Xiu was perplexed by the intensity of Bo Jinxiu's ire so early in the day, especially since she had expressly told him not to wait. However, over the past 3 years, he had occasionally displayed such petty temperaments. Jiang Xiu patiently attempted to placate him. "I truly had matters to attend to. How about I make it up to you tonight?" Typically, this would be sufficient to soothe him, but this time his expression did not soften. Instead, it grew increasingly grim. "Is your so-called matter merely dalliance with Yin Feng in the Resplendent Hall?" Jiang Xiu swiftly realized her misstep. "You were also at the Resplendent Hall last night?" It appeared Bo Jinxiu had witnessed her with Yin Feng, which explained his fury. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to offer an explanation. "He was intoxicated, and I was merely escorting him home." "Why allow him to be escorted by you, Jiang Xiu? What is your current relationship with him?" "In light of the Yin family's kindness towards me, it is not unreasonable for me to assist him." Are you more concerned with the Yin family's benefaction or lingering feelings for Yin Feng? Jiang Xiu's words from the previous night echoed in his mind. He had heard her clearly. She had affectionately called him Mei Feng and professed that she would never abandon him. Soothing him was akin to comforting a child. A sardonic smile graced Bo Jinxiu's lips. "Your ability to placate men is truly masterful." Bo Jinxiu grasped Jiang Xiu's chin, inquiring, "Am I not sufficient for you? Are you so eager to reconcile with Yin Feng?" Jiang Xiu's gaze swiftly turned icy, yet a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "Mr. Bo, you're playing foul." Bo Jinxiu's brows knitted together, his eyes dark and profound, concealing a tempest within. Jiang Xiu maintained her signature enchanting smile, her voice as lively as it was alluring. "The nature of our relationship does not warrant me to disclose anything to you. Therefore, please refrain from adopting an interrogative stance. We are merely utilizing one another for mutual enjoyment. We are neither spouses nor lovers. I can only assert that I have not violated our agreement. As for my heart and thoughts, you have no authority to interfere. Of course, if Mr. Bo grows weary, he is free to terminate our arrangement at any time, and I shall vacate promptly." Bo Jinxiu gazed intently at the captivating woman before him. Her message was unmistakable. She had not shared a bed with Yin Feng, yet he still occupied her heart. Thus, she urged him not to intrude. Bo Jinxiu even harbored doubts that should he propose an end to their relationship, she would eagerly depart, perhaps even toasting with champagne in celebration. Chapter 41. Is it true that if I do not seek you out, you shall never pursue me? Bo Jinxiu released Jiang Xiu and strode away. Jiang Xiu suddenly felt even more fatigued. After having a quarrel with the Yin family and Yin Feng, she found herself in a similar predicament now. She could comprehend that a man's possessiveness was quite normal. However, she had not breached the covenant between them. If she were to lower her demeanor to appease anyone, it would be utterly exhausting. Men were merely instruments of her happiness, and she was unwilling to invest her heart in any man again. Jiang Xiu slept for half a day. When her phone finally charged, she opened it to find a screen full of missed calls, all from Bo Jinxiu. He had even called at 4 in the morning, waiting for her the entire night. A sigh escaped her lips, and an inexplicable emotion surged within her. In truth, she was not as carefree as she appeared. The reason she chose to part ways with Yin Feng upon his return was that she realized she had developed feelings for this charming man. Determined to avoid falling in love, she sought to sever their ties completely. Yet, she had unwittingly attracted a significant figure within the capital circle. The dynamics had shifted. It was no longer within her power to end things at will, as the initiative lay firmly in Bo Jinxiu's hands. The young master had not yet tired of the game, and thus she found herself unable to walk away. Deep down, she did not wish to become overly entangled with him. Bo Jinxiu was a far greater quagmire than Yin Feng. If their relationship were to deteriorate, perhaps it would be beneficial for Bo Jinxiu to take the initiative to let go. As Jiang Xiao had anticipated, Bo Jinxiu did not return to the green turf villa in the following days. She refrained from sending him any messages. Each night, she pondered whether their relationship had truly come to an end. With each passing day, the weight in her heart gradually lifted, as she felt she had finally extricated herself from the clutches of an undesired, significant figure. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found it difficult to feel genuinely joyful. Jiang Xiao's annual leave was nearing its end. Just as she was grappling with the decision of whether to resign, Tang Fei called her, instructing her to return to work the following day and to host the primetime news at 7 o'clock. Jiang Xiao was puzzled. Tang Fei would not randomly reinstate her to such a coveted position. Sure enough, upon checking online, she discovered various plot twists surrounding the previous post. First, it was revealed that Zhao Daqing had a gambling addiction and had long been abusive. Furthermore, an individual claiming to be a champion of justice took to the internet to defend Yin Ruyun, asserting that she was a remarkably kind and compassionate person. Additionally, it was disclosed that Yin Ruyun had previously been a nanny, and several families she had served came forward attesting to her commendable character, contradicting the portrayal of her as a cruel murderer. A neighbor, interviewed by the media, recounted witnessing Zhao Daqing's domestic violence against Yin Ruyun on the day he died, suggesting that she might have merely acted in self-defense, leading to an accidental death. There have been allegations that Jiang Xiao, the host of the primetime show, was swapped at birth in the hospital, raised as the heiress of the Jiang family. This revelation has stirred a tempest online. On one hand, there is skepticism surrounding the verdict of the Yin Ruyun murder case, with calls for a reinvestigation and retrial. On the other hand, the tale of the true and false daughters of the Jiang family has captivated many. Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity has also been uncovered, with both names trending on social media. Yin Ruyun is truly unfortunate, having endured domestic violence for 20 years. The one time she fought back, she accidentally killed her abuser, and now she faces life imprisonment. I despise the term domestic violence. It is clearly intentional harm. If Yin Ruyun hadn't fought back that day, would it have been dismissed as merely a family dispute? Jiang should not be affected by this incident. As the Jiang family's heiress, she could easily distance herself from the situation, yet she has not denied her biological mother. Is it really possible for such a baby swap to happen in reality? The true heiress, Jiang Xiaoxiao, must also be quite pitiful, growing up in such an environment. The public perception of her has fluctuated dramatically. Some are even urging her to return to hosting the primetime news. Initially, she had only a few 100,000 followers on Weibo, but overnight, her numbers soared to 3 million. Tang Fei must have recognized the potential of this newfound attention, prompting her return to primetime hosting. Jiang Xiao is not naive enough to think that public sentiment could change without reason. Clearly, there are unseen hands manipulating the situation. The detailed investigation into Yin Ruyun's case and the ability to sway public opinion are feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Could it be him? For the first time, Jiang Xiao felt a twinge of conflict. She took out her phone, contemplating several times whether to dial the number. In the evening, she remained conflicted when her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Bo Jinxiu. Jiang Xiao stared at the phone, lost in thought for a few seconds before answering. After the call connected, she remained silent. Following a brief pause, a deep voice came through the line. "Is it true that if I don't reach out to you, you will never seek me out?" Jiang Xiao responded. "Was it you who orchestrated all the online chatter?" In truth, such rumors would dissipate over time, even if left unaddressed. Addressing them, however, would require immeasurable human, material, and financial resources. She had initially intended to wait for the storm to pass on its own. Indeed, it cost me a great deal of money. How do you intend to repay me? Jiang Xiao chuckled. How about dinner on me one evening? They agreed to meet at the Yunding restaurant. Jiang Xiao arrived first, as the private rooms had been fully booked, leaving only the dining area. She chose a table by the window and began to order. What a coincidence, sister. You're dining here as well. Jiang Xiao looked up to see Jiang Xiaoxiao, Yao Shulan, and Jiang Jinhui. Rising to her feet, she addressed Yao Shulan, father, mother. Yao Shulan cast a cold glance at her, offering no response. Jiang Jinhui elucidated. Let us inspect the venue. Next Sunday marks Xiao Xiao's birthday, and we intend to host a grand celebration in the banquet hall here. Before Jiang Xiao could respond, Jiang Xiaoxiao eagerly interjected, Next Sunday is also my sister's birthday. Since we share the same day, why not celebrate together? Since her marriage to Yin Feng 3 years ago, Jiang Xiao had always celebrated her birthday with the Yin family. She replied, There's no need for that. I do not wish to overshadow my younger sister. Let her bask in the glory of being the unique little princess. Jiang Xiaoxiao scoffed. Do you really think you could steal my thunder? Realizing that Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan were nearby, she quickly changed her tone and wrapped her arm around Yao Shulan's. Mother, although my sister is married, she remains the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. We must not allow outsiders to perceive that we treat our adopted daughter poorly. I am more than willing to celebrate my birthday alongside my sister, showcasing the harmony among the Jiang family children, contrary to the rumors. Chapter 42. Jiang Xi use infidelity recently. The topic of the true and false heiresses has been a constant buzz on the internet, with numerous versions circulating. Initially, the affair concerning the Jiang family's true heiress was known only to a select few within their social circle. Now, it has become common knowledge among the residents of Rongqing. Naturally, the one most incensed by this revelation is Jiang Xiaoxiao. After much effort, she has finally established herself as a legitimate heiress, only to have the entire city learn of her dismal upbringing, her mother a murderer and her father a gambler. Although the online sentiment towards her is predominantly sympathetic, she has no desire for such pity. She has always been a favored child of destiny. What right do those ordinary folk have to feel sorry for her? Furthermore, the internet whispers that the Jiang parents favor the false heiress they have raised for 20 years over their biological daughter, leaving her in a position of utter despair within the Jiang household. Determined to assert her status, Jiang Xiaoxiao has invited nearly every affluent socialite and numerous media representatives to her upcoming birthday celebration. She wishes to showcase her standing within the Jiang family, as well as that of Jiang Xiaoyu. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyu's presence at this birthday gathering is imperative. Mother, I truly wish to celebrate my birthday with my sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao pleads, clinging to Yao Shulan's arm. Yao Shulan then turns to Jiang Xiaoyu. The news circulating online has significantly impacted both the Jiang family and Xiaoxiao. Do you not care for her reputation in your pursuit of personal vanity? You're already married. Have you considered the ramifications this will have on Xiaoxiao? What suitable suitor would consider marrying a child raised in such a household, regardless of her noble lineage? Jiang Xiaoyu comprehends the implication. Yao Shulan seems to believe that the rumors regarding the true and false heiresses were instigated by her. Jiang Xiaoyu refrains from offering any explanation, knowing that whatever she says would be dismissed as mere evasion. With a faint smile, Jiang Xiaoyu responds, And so, for Xiaoxiao's birthday, you must attend. Regardless of your usual rivalry, on that day, you must portray the bond of sisterhood. This is not only for Xiaoxiao's future, but also for the reputation of our Jiang family. Whether you are pleased or displeased, this is what you owe Xiaoxiao and our family. The term owing leaves Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily speechless. Sensing the tension, Jiang Jinhui interjects. Your mother genuinely wishes for you to join us. She may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is soft. You haven't celebrated your birthday at home for 3 years. Why not this time? Jiang Xiaoyu smiles. Very well, I shall attend. As long as my sister is happy, I am willing to do anything. Jiang Jinhui pats her shoulder. You are indeed a good daughter. As Jiang Xiaoxiao observes Jiang Xiaoyu's smile, a sense of foreboding creeps in her heart. Yet, she dismisses the notion that Jiang Xiaoyu could create any turmoil. Jiang Xiaoyu has a vulnerable point. Yao Shulan. As long as Yao Shulan consistently supports her, Jiang Xi, you will always remain at a disadvantage. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan depart, Bo Jinxiu approaches. What are you daydreaming about all alone? Jiang Xi looks up, her face instantly brightening with a radiant smile. I was thinking of you. Originally, Bo Jinxi was harboring a deep-seated resentment within himself. For the past few days, he had restrained himself from seeking her out, and surprisingly, she had not reached out to him either, not even with a single message. This left him anxiously staring at his phone day after day, with his colleagues at the company believing he had lost his mind. However, upon witnessing her radiant countenance, the bitterness within him inexplicably dissipated, leaving only a tinge of regret and helplessness. He felt defeated, surrendering to his emotions. The once stern expression on his face softened considerably. Yet he still muttered, "It's easy for you to say. You didn't even bother to look for me." She retorted, "Isn't it because the esteemed prince is too busy? I wouldn't dare to disturb you lightly." He was well aware that she was merely making excuses, yet he found it hard to expose the truth. Bo Jinxi understood that if he hadn't taken the initiative to reach out to her this time, their relationship would have come to an abrupt end, with her displaying no inclination to retain him. Jiang Zhou passed a menu to him, saying, "You order. Today, I shall treat you to apologize to the prince." If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Jiang Zhou shot him a sideways glance, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Enough of that. Bo Jinxi obediently took a seat, acknowledging his utter defeat in this initial confrontation. The revered prince had come to learn a vital lesson. In the presence of this unyielding woman, he could not sulk or vanish without a trace, for it would leave him vulnerable, with no one to turn to in his sorrow. During their meal, Bo Jinxi spoke up. Over the past few days, I've conducted an investigation into Ms. Yin and unexpectedly uncovered some information. Jiang Zhou realized that Bo Jinxi's inquiries about Yin Ruyun were intended to exonerate her. What did you find? Bo Jinxi produced his phone, showing Jiang Zhou a video clip. She was taken aback. How did you obtain this video? Jiang Zhou understood that Yin Ruyun had not committed murder intentionally. She had been seeking a breakthrough for an appeal in recent years. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to testify, and the neighbor's vague accounts could not corroborate her presence at the scene. At that moment, the video Bo Jinxi presented depicted the night of the incident, showing Jiang Xiaoxiao fleeing from the scene. The footage bore the date and time, precisely capturing the moments after Zhao Desheng's death and before the police's arrival. This video could serve as evidence that Jiang Xiaoxiao had been present that night, likely witnessing Zhao Desheng's violent actions against Yin Ruyun, which could lead to a determination of justifiable defense rather than premeditated murder. Jiang Zhou inquired, "How did you acquire this video?" Bo Yini explained, "There is a school across from Ms. Yin's residence, built 3 years ago. On the day of the incident, construction was underway, and directly opposite their home was a parking lot. I located a delivery truck that had been parked there that day, which had a dash cam capturing the entire scene." Jiang Zhou was astounded. Though Bo Jinxi's explanation was brief, she understood the complexities involved in gathering such evidence. She also knew that Jiang Xiaoxiao had indeed been present that day, but lacked the means to compel her to testify. "Thank you. You have truly been an immense help," Jiang Zhou said, transferring the video to her phone. However, she was reluctant to delve further into the matter with Bo Jinxiu, so she deftly shifted the topic. "I owe you another favor. How would you like me to repay it?" Bo Jinxiu disapproved of her clear-cut attitude and frowned as he replied, "Yet I rather enjoy you being in my debt." Jiang Zhou merely smiled in response, and the two commenced their dinner. After Jiang Xiaoxiao stepped out, she soon returned. In the presence of Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui, it was impossible for her to make things difficult for Jiang Zhou. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhou had exposed her connection with Yin Ruyun, and that score would eventually be settled. When Jiang Xiaoxiao re-entered, she was taken aback to find Jiang Zhou dining with a man. Jiang Zhou's lips were adorned with steak sauce. To her astonishment, the man rose and, under the pretext of helping Jiang Zhou clean the sauce, leaned in to kiss the corner of her mouth. Jiang Zhou, however, did not resist and instead smiled charmingly. Jiang Xiaoxiao, positioned with her back to the man, could only discern his silhouette. Yet even from that angle, it was evident that he was not Yin Feng. A wave of shock surged through Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Zhou had strayed. Chapter 43, the term boyfriend sounded quite melodious. After the initial surprise, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of elation and schadenfreude. Instead of confronting the situation immediately, she took out her phone and hastily recorded a short video, which she promptly sent to Yanfeng. At that moment, Yanfeng was occupied with handling Xiaoling's discharge procedures when he received the message from Jiang Xiaoxiao. He harbored no fondness for her, viewing her as a woman shaped by her upbringing in a slum, self-conscious, sensitive, and acutely aware of her social standing. Although they had exchanged WeChat contacts, they had never engaged in conversation. The video depicted Jiang Xiao dining with a man, both of them engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, the man leaned in, pressing his lips against Jiang Xiao's. To Yanfeng's astonishment, she did not resist. Instead, a smile graced her face. A pang of discomfort gripped his heart, and the hand holding the phone tightened involuntarily. He recalled the evening he returned to the country when Jiang Xiao had mentioned she had a boyfriend. He had assumed she was merely putting on an act, but it turned out to be the truth. Jiang Xiao had indeed found herself a boyfriend. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him, prompting him to dial Jiang Xiao's number. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxiao had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave. As Jiang Xiao's phone lit up on the table, Bo Jinxiao clearly saw the name Yanfeng. His expression darkened instantly. Jiang Xiao picked up the phone and glanced at Bo Jinxiao, but ultimately chose to answer. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. Yanfeng's voice came through, strained with suppressed emotion. "Jiang Xiao, where are you right now? And who are you with?" Jiang Xiao chuckled softly. "I'm having dinner with my boyfriend." "Is there something you want, Mr. Yan?" Veins throbbed on Yanfeng's forehead. He had always believed Jiang Xiao was intentionally provoking him. Little did he realize that every word she spoke was genuine. "Jiang Xiao, how dare you betray me?" he exclaimed. Jiang Xiao responded with a laugh. "Yanfeng, think carefully about our relationship. Everyone knows we are husband and wife. Have you considered my dignity while you cavort with another woman?" The only thing separating them was the marriage certificate. It was he who had backed out. Had Xiaoling not fainted that day, perhaps he would have indeed married Jiang Xiao. They had even held a wedding banquet, albeit with a limited guest list of esteemed individuals from Rongqing. To outsiders, they were a legitimate couple. Jiang Xiao chuckled again. "Since we are indeed husband and wife, did you think about my dignity when you ran away with your mistress?" Yanfeng fell silent, although his heavy breathing betrayed his fury. Jiang Xiao continued, "Moreover, we were never truly husband and wife, Yanfeng. We have already parted ways, and you have no right to meddle in my affairs." With that, she ended the call. Looking up at Bo Jinxiao, she found his brow had relaxed. "Are you satisfied?" she asked with a beaming smile. Bo Jinxiao raised an eyebrow. The term boyfriend sounds rather melodious. Jiang Xiao playfully tossed her wavy hair. "Do all men possess such strong possessiveness?" Bo Jinxiao furrowed his brows once more. "You men. Do you have other men?" Jiang Xiao could hardly be bothered to respond. Immature. Jiang Xiao was perplexed as to why Yanfeng would suddenly make such a call. Was he also here? She stood up and cast her gaze around, only to catch a glimpse of a hurried figure leaving. Jiang Xiaoxiao. It turned out she had sent a message to Yanfeng. However, Jiang Xiao was indifferent. She had never intended to conceal anything from Yanfeng, and now there was even less reason to. On the other end, Yanfeng hung up the phone. His face darkened as he threw the device away in frustration. This scene was witnessed by Xiaoling, who approached and linked her arm with his. "Phone, what's wrong?" Yanfeng glanced at Xiaoling, his eyes icy. Xiaoling was taken aback. He had never looked at her with such a gaze before. Ever since that day, when Jiang Xiao played that recording in the hospital, Yanfeng seemed to have changed. Could it be that he truly harbored suspicions about her? No, after all the years of careful planning, she could not allow it to unravel now. Tears brimmed in Xiaoling's eyes as she feigned innocence. "Did I do something to upset you?" Yanfeng observed her pitiful demeanor, his heart filled with conflict. It was the first time he realized that Xiaoling could put on an act. He had discovered certain things on her computer, but had refrained from confronting her, feeling that her actions stemmed from his own inadequacies and lack of security. Moreover, the doctor had warned that she should not be subjected to any stress due to her unstable pregnancy. "Phone, whatever I did, it was out of love for you. Please don't be angry with me." I promise I won't do anything to upset you again. Yanfeng's expression softened slightly. Xiao Ling appeared fragile and utterly devoted to him. Unlike Jiang Ziyo, despite her rose-like beauty, was as untamed as a wild horse, never heeding his words. Yanfeng wrapped his arm around Xiao Ling's shoulders. Do not provoke Jiang Ziyo again. She is ruthless, and you are no match for her. Xiao Ling still wore a look of grievance. What about my mother? I heard she has been causing a scene at the television station these days. And I'm so scared. ISNT, she just after money? Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Xiao Ling hugged Yanfeng tightly. Thank you, Feng. You're the only one who treats me well in this world. The following day, Xiao Ling also went to the television station. After several of her mother's raucous disturbances, the public's perception of her began to shift. Moreover, everyone was acutely aware that both the online slander against Jiang Ziyo and the appearance of Xiao Ling's mother were part of a struggle between the two for the primetime host position. Yet ultimately, this round was won by Jiang Ziyo. Tang Fei announced at the morning meeting that Jiang Ziyo would be taking on the role of primetime host. Indeed, Xiao Ling had entered into a 5-year contract with the Yin Corporation, and being the girlfriend of the heir to the Yin family, she was assured of generous treatment. Consequently, she was assigned to the News Express program, which aired at 9 o'clock in the evening, just after the primetime slot. That evening, at 7:30, Jiang Ziyo had just emerged from the studio when she noticed a lively atmosphere outside. Her assistant, Qian Qian, was fervently beckoning her. Sister Jiang, come quickly. There are late-night snacks and milk tea. Jiang Ziyo approached to find a long table set up outside the studio, laden with a plethora of delectable late-night treats. There were sashimi, barbecued items, and even lobsters, offering a dazzling variety that was simply overwhelming. Another table overflowed with milk tea and an assortment of desserts. A number of people had gathered around the long table, eagerly indulging in the feast. Qin Qian pulled Jiang Ziyo over, saying, "These are from a 5-star hotel, personally delivered by the manager of the Caesar Hotel. The taste is distinctly superior to that of street vendors. Sister Jiang, you must try this mousse cake. It's absolutely delicious." Jiang Ziyo surveyed the lavish spread and knew it must have cost a fortune. She inquired, "Who is treating us?" Qian Qian, while savoring her cake, pointed towards the entrance. "It's Ling Jie's boyfriend, Master Yan from Haifeng Construction, who is treating us. He truly dotes on Ling Jie, arriving so early to pick her up after work." Chapter 44. Master Yin, the scoundrel is me. Xiao Ling is currently hosting in the evening, finishing her duties at 9:30. Having arrived at 7:30, she is quite early. Upon seeing Jiang Ziyo exiting the studio, she eagerly pulled Yanfeng over. "Ziyo, I specifically had Yanfeng order your favorite almond tofu. The chef at Caesar Hotel is quite skilled. You must indulge a bit." Jiang Ziyo smiled lightly. "No need. I'm not hungry. You should enjoy it yourself." Xiao Ling beamed even more brightly. Feng advised me the same, but I've had little appetite lately, constantly feeling nauseous. Feng worries that I'm not eating properly at the station, so he insists on picking me up and dropping me off every day. I can't tell if he cares for me or the baby in my belly. Xiao Ling feigned a jealous pout. Yanfeng gently tapped her small nose, his expression filled with affection. "Why are you even jealous of the baby?" Xiao Ling clung to his arm playfully. "I just wish your eyes would only be on me." "Ziyo, you and Master Yin are far too sweet. I've barely had a bite of this cake and already feel stuffed with dog food. Our Ling Jie and Master Yin are a match made in heaven. Their future child will be exceptionally beautiful. Ziyo, Master Yin treats you so well." The Caesar Hotel is notoriously expensive and hard to book, yet the manager has delivered us a midnight snack as if it were takeout. We are fortunate to enjoy these delightful treats, all thanks to you, Ling Jie. The television station is fraught with complexities, and most individuals here are quite adept at navigating social intricacies. Although many had previously looked down upon Xiao Ling for stealing interviews and sabotaging Jiang Ziyo, they were now delighted to speak favorably in light of tangible benefits. After all, who isn't two-faced in this realm, especially considering that she is the future matriarch of the Yin family. Observing the two indulging in their affectionate banter, Jiang Ziyo smiled sincerely. "Xiao Ling, your belly is quite pronounced now. When will the two of you marry? We are all eagerly awaiting the celebratory candies." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's expression darkened involuntarily. There was not a hint of jealousy on his face, only the genuine concern of an old friend. Yet, her words dripped with sarcasm. Xiaoling's expression also soured. Jiang Xiao, fully aware that Xiaoling and Yin Feng would never marry, spoke deliberately for the benefit of onlookers. Indeed, those nearby began to chime in. Yes, Xiaoling, your belly must be nearing 3 months. Would you plan the wedding? If you wait too long, the wedding dress may not fit. The Yin wedding will surely be exceptionally grand. We shall witness something spectacular. Xiaoling, our team is all unmarried. Perhaps we could be your bridesmaids to share in your joy, hoping we too can marry soon. Xiaoling's expression turned increasingly grim. Uncomfortably, she replied, if a wedding is to be held, I will certainly invite everyone. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly interjected, am I mistaken? 3 years ago, the Yin family seemingly held a wedding in a rather discreet manner, refraining from media coverage. At that time, Director Tang had even arranged for me to clandestinely capture a few photographs, but before I could even step through the door, I was promptly ejected. This incident left a profound impression on me. The bride's family background was reportedly quite affluent, and it was said to be a union of business interests. The speaker was Zhao Yuan from the filming department, known for his forthrightness. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, and it took him a moment to realize the implications of his words. He awkwardly scratched his head, saying, I might have misremembered. However, Zhao Yuan's remark seemed to spark recollections among others. There had indeed been rumors circulating that the heir of the Yin family was married. Previously, the entertainment channel of the television station had conducted a ranking of eligible bachelors in Rongqing, and due to Master Yan's marital status, he had been excluded from the list. Whispers began to circulate. Could Xia Ling be the mistress? Yet, considering Zhao Yuan's mention of the bride's distinguished lineage and the business nature of the union, it was improbable that Xia Ling was involved. If she were, she wouldn't publicly refer to Master Yin as her boyfriend. Although the discussions were hushed, they nonetheless reached Xia Ling's ears, and her expression darkened considerably. An oblivious intern suddenly inquired of Jiang Zio, Sister Jiang, both Master Yin and Sister Ling. She can't possibly be the mistress, right? Jiang Zio turned and playfully admonished her. Qian, with your bluntness, how do you manage at the television station? Then, with a teasing tone, she added, but what does it matter if he is married? The divorce rate is so high these days. She then glanced at Yin Feng. Isn't that right, Master Yin? Although Jiang Zio did not answer directly, her words effectively confirmed Yin Feng's marital history. That's enough, Jiang Zio. Yin Feng's expression darkened ominously. Jiang Zio turned to bid farewell to everyone. Enjoy your meal. I'm off for the day. Sister Jiang, why are you leaving so early? Jiang Zio smiled radiantly. The one at home is quite strict. There's a curfew at 9. Laughter erupted in the office. Sister Jiang, are you in a relationship? Oh no, the single men at our station won't be able to sleep tonight. Jiang Zio said nothing further and left, her high heels echoing as she walked away. Yin Feng watched her retreating figure for a long moment before he could no longer restrain himself, striding out after her. Upon exiting the television station building, Yin Feng seized Jiang Zio's arm at the entrance. Jiang Zio, clarify your words. Jiang Zio turned around, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Yin Feng, what's wrong? Weren't you eagerly anticipating my granting you freedom? Now that I've let go, why are you clinging to me? Do you relish the notion of Xia Ling and me competing for your affection, even to the point of physical altercations? Yin Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Zio. Her naturally expressive features, even when displeased, held a captivating allure. Jiang Zio's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet contained a hint of disdain. She met Yin Feng's gaze unabashedly. Unfortunately, I no longer desire you. Yet, Yin Feng remained furious. Who was the paramour? Ultimately, Yin Feng remained skeptical. He was more inclined to believe that Jiang Zio was orchestrating this as a means of revenge against him. Their mutual animosity had endured for many years, and his feelings towards Jiang Zio were intricate. Merely the thought of her would send him into a fit of rage. Consequently, this intense and complex emotion had insidiously transformed into the very sustenance of his existence. If Jiang Zio were to truly sever all ties and extricate herself from his life, He would find it utterly unacceptable. Jiang Xiao's wrist was painfully gripped by Yin Feng, who tightened his hold as she attempted to break free. Faced with her nonchalance, he was on the brink of fury. Jiang Xiao, tell me, who was the adulterer? It was then that a dark figure emerged behind Jiang Xiao. The man had just stepped out of a luxurious Maybach, impeccably dressed and approaching with deliberate grace. He reached Jiang Xiao's side and drew her into his embrace. His voice cold yet authoritative. Young Master Yin, the adulterer is none other than myself. Chapter 45. Jiang Xiao's distress. Forbidden to think of other men, Yin Feng raised his gaze toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing the face before him, the fury in his eyes transformed into astonishment. He seemed momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The Crown Prince? Yin Feng's immediate instinct was to dismiss the possibility. Bo Jinxiu had effortlessly wrapped his arms around Jiang Xiao's slender waist, leaning down to inquire, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment. "I would like to have the sweet and sour ribs you make." "Very well. Let's first head to the supermarket to buy some ribs." Yin Feng could hardly believe the intimate and natural exchange between the two. However, the man before him was indeed the crown prince of the capital. The project at Paradise Resort had yet to fall into the hands of the Yin family. Yin Feng struggled to suppress his emotions. "Mr. Bo, may I ask what your relationship is with my wife?" At the birthday banquet for the old lady, he and Jiang Xiao had attended as a married couple. How could someone of Bo Jinxiu's stature dare to entangle himself with a married woman? Fully aware of her marital status, Bo Jinxiu, still holding Jiang Xiao's waist, displayed a faint smirk that barely concealed his disdain. "Can you not see?" Yin Feng's anger surged within him. "Mr. Bo, are you not aware that Jiang Xiao is a married woman?" Bo Jinxiu scoffed. "A married woman? Then perhaps Mr. Yin should produce the marriage certificate for us to examine." Yin Feng's complexion darkened considerably. It seemed that Bo Jinxiu was already aware of their lack of a marriage certificate. With a cold expression, Yin Feng replied, "Although we do not possess a marriage certificate, we are nonetheless a legitimate couple. We have hosted guests and held a wedding. Since our marriage, Jiang Xiao has resided in my home. The existence of our union cannot simply be negated by a mere piece of paper. My wife possesses remarkable beauty, but I trust Mr. Bo is not so easily swayed by her allure or her mere words as to compromise the dignity of the Bo family and render both families a laughingstock." Yin Feng had begun to form a conjecture in his mind. The two must have crossed paths previously due to the interview matter. However, he did not anticipate that their lack of marriage certificate would become a passport for Jiang Xiao to entice other men. Does the absence of a marriage certificate invalidate their 3 years of marriage? Bo Jinxiu's face bore a clear mockery. "Mr. Yin's shamelessness indeed opens my eyes. Since your relationship is a legitimate marriage, then fidelity should be paramount. Pray tell, what does Mr. Yin consider the child in Miss Xia's womb?" As for the Yin family's reputation, it had long been lost when Mr. Yin ran away with his mistress. Why concern oneself with it now? Bo Jinxiu stepped forward, effectively placing himself between Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng. "Mr. Yin, Jiang Xiao is now my girlfriend. I kindly request you refrain from harassing her in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for not granting the Yin family any opportunities regarding the Paradise Resort project." With that, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Xiao's hand and entered the car. Yin Feng's rage reached a boiling point, yet disbelief lingered within him. How could Jiang Xiao have become involved with the crown prince of the capital? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. Perhaps Bo Jinxiu happened to pass by and, seeing them quarreling, played the role of the gallant hero. These self-proclaimed scions of affluent families seem to revel in the role of savior, does it not? The more I ponder, the more plausible it appears. Yet, as I watch Jiang Xiao depart in his car, a wave of irritation washes over me. By the time Xia Ling catches up, Jiang Xiao has already vanished. She approaches Yin Feng, her heart fluttering with apprehension, and asks, "Ah Feng, do you still harbor feelings for Xiao?" In moments of insecurity, Xia Ling would often pose such questions for reassurance. In the past, Yin Feng would resolutely deny any lingering affection, soothing her with gentle words. However, today, a tempest of agitation brews within him, rendering him speechless. Xia Ling gazes intently at Yin Feng, her uncertainty deepening. Should he waver, there lies a significant chance of rekindling their past romance, thereby shattering all her meticulously laid plans. She clutches his sleeve, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice, soft and pleading, carries a hint of desperation. "Ah Feng, would you consider divorcing Xiao?" Yin Feng looks down at Xiaoling, taken aback. This is the first time in their years together that she has made such a request. Xiaoling tilts her head back, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing innocent and forlorn, much like an injured and abandoned rabbit, evoking a profound desire for compassion and protection. Had this been any other time, Yin Feng would have easily softened. Yet, at this moment, he recognizes her facade. She is not as pure and unassuming as she presents herself. Otherwise, she would not have fabricated so many malicious rumors about Jiang Xiao on her computer. The truth is, he and Jiang Xiao are not even legally married, a fact Xiaoling remains oblivious to. Without a marriage, how could there be a divorce? For reasons unknown, Yin Feng finds himself reluctant to enlighten Xiaoling about this. Especially now. Did you not claim that you were indifferent to such hollow titles, as long as I was by your side? Xiaoling is taken aback by his words, recalling how she had previously insisted that she would eventually claim the title of Mrs. Yan. At this moment, Yin Feng's gaze is icy and scrutinizing, as if he were a stranger, an entirely different person. Xiaoling hastily protests, "I am not pressuring you to divorce Xiao. It is just that today Xiao spoke deliberately, and my colleagues regard me as the other woman. While I can disregard my own reputation, I do not wish for our child to endure the same scrutiny upon their birth." Her voice breaks with a sense of profound grievance. Must the father's name truly remain unrecorded? Yin Feng, overwhelmed with frustration, finds himself momentarily restrained at the mention of the child. He finally replies, "We shall discuss this matter later. Rest assured, I will not neglect you and the baby." His demeanor sends a chill through Xiaoling. Before returning home, he had promised otherwise, assuring her he would take responsibility for the baby and pave a bright path for them, ensuring she would proudly assume the role of Mrs. Yan. Since encountering Jiang Xiao upon their return, everything has shifted. She can sense Yin Feng's indecisiveness and vacillation. Deep down, he harbors resentment towards Jiang Xiao, for that incident remains an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. Should he become aware that all the intricacies between them are orchestrated by her, her fate would be sealed. She cannot afford to grant them the opportunity to dispel their misunderstandings. It is imperative that she facilitates their swift divorce. If her efforts with Yin Feng prove futile, she must intervene on Jiang Xiao's behalf. In her mind, Xiaoling has already devised a plan. Meanwhile, after Jiang Xiao entered Bo Jinxiu's car, she languidly reclined against the window, gazing at the passing scenery. Observing her indolent demeanor, Bo Jinxiu discerned that she was in low spirits. He firmly grasped her delicate hand, which seemed almost weightless. "Jiang Xiao, do not entertain thoughts of other men." Jiang Xiao turned to face the striking profile of the man beside her and remarked with a smile, "How I long for the past. You used to be so obedient and endearing, yet now you've become so domineering." Chapter 46. He actually wanted to kiss Jiang Xiao. Bo Jinxiu's lips curled slightly. "That was my clever act. If you weren't a bit unruly, how could you have fallen for it?" Jiang Xiao chuckled. This fellow seemed quite pleased with himself. She tilted her head, propping her arm lazily, and gazed at the man beside her. He was undeniably handsome, his face flawless, resembling a protagonist straight out of a comic book. A small blue earring adorned his left ear, embedded with a minuscule sapphire. Unless one looked closely, it would be nearly invisible. However, from the very first day she laid eyes on him, Jiang Xiao had noticed the blue earring, which he had never removed. His appearance exuded a cool, ethereal aura. Yet the presence of that small earring lent him an air of rebellious charm. The contrasting qualities of frigid restraint and unrestrained allure were seamlessly blended in this man, making him utterly captivating. Jiang Xiao suddenly found herself intrigued. Her slender fingers gently pinched Bo Jinxiu's earlobe. "You've worn this earring for a while. Does it have a story?" From Bo Jinxiu's habits, Jiang Xiao did not perceive him as someone particularly eccentric in his style. On the contrary, he typically donned formal suits, exuding a very traditional appearance, with no adornments besides his watch. Thus, she speculated that this earring held special significance for him. The earlobe, tenderly pinched by Jiang Xiaoyu's small hand, quickly flushed red. Bo Jinxiu captured her little hand. It was a gift from someone. It doesn't hold much meaning. Was it from a woman? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. Bo Jinxiu turned to look at her, seemingly amused. Are you jealous? Jiang Xiaoyu laughed like a playful kitten. I enjoy all kinds of food, except for sour things. Bo Jinxiu turned away, muttering, boring. When you do feel jealous, I'll tell you. Jiang Xiaoyu shrugged nonchalantly and looked out the window. That woman must indeed be significant to him. As expected, Bo Jinxiu drove them to the supermarket. Initially, she had merely mentioned wanting to eat his cooking in passing, but to her surprise, he began to seriously select pork ribs. Upon returning home, he indeed took to the kitchen, preparing sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Xiaoyu. After dinner, it was quite late. Jiang Xiaoyu, satisfied, nestled into a rattan chair on the small balcony, content like a cat. After washing the dishes, Bo Jinxiu joined her, sitting beside her. Are you full? Jiang Xiaoyu, touching her slightly protruding belly, smiled. It feels like I'm 3 months pregnant. Bo Jinxiu glanced at her belly. She was already slender, and usually that area was flat and smooth, as silky as satin. Bo Jinxiu's large hand rested on her belly, moving downward. Then let us exercise a bit to digest. Jiang Xiaoyu made no objections. Indeed, indulging in pleasures after a satisfying meal was a delightful experience, and one must admit that being with Bo Jinxiu was exceedingly enjoyable. Moreover, she struggled with insomnia. Only through extreme exhaustion can one achieve a deeper slumber. In the subsequent days, Yin Feng would visit the television station daily to pick up Xiaoling. He arrived each morning with great anticipation, and his encounters with Jiang Ziyo became more frequent. Yet, the two remained as distant as strangers, exchanging not a single word. During this time, Bo Jinxiu had departed for a business trip to Japan. At night, when Jiang Ziyo lay alone in bed, sleep eluding her, she found herself unexpectedly longing for him. In his absence, the emptiness of her home became palpable, intensifying her insomnia. At 6:30 in the afternoon, having just finished her makeup, Jiang Ziyo fell asleep on the sofa in the lounge. When Yin Feng entered, the room was graced solely by her sleeping form. His daily visits, under the guise of fetching Xiaoling, were a pretext known only to himself. He merely desired to gaze upon Jiang Ziyo. Fortunately, since that one instance, Bo Jinxiu had not returned, further confirming Yin Feng's belief that the previous encounter was an anomaly. Jiang Ziyo held the position of Mrs. Yin in such high regard that she had even resorted to self-harm as a threat. How could she so easily relinquish it? Everything she currently undertook was merely a strategic retreat. Though harbors a disdain for Jiang Ziyo, he did not wish to grant her freedom. He intended to ensnare her within this role, even if it meant enduring mutual torment for a lifetime. The woman upon the sofa slumbered peacefully, her stunningly exquisite visage reminiscent of a fairy tale's sleeping beauty. Unconsciously, Yin Feng approached, kneeling before her, captivated by her face, lost in reverie. He recalled how he once delighted in observing her peaceful slumber, for in her waking moments, he rarely dared to gaze upon her so freely. Her vibrant spirit shone like the midday sun, brilliant yet blinding. Yin Feng conceded that he had always felt inferior in her presence. Her excellence in beauty, academics, social interactions, and various talents far surpassed his own. This duality of love and uncontrollable jealousy consumed him. As a man, he had begun to tread cautiously around her, unsure of when this shift occurred. In his memory, their 2-year courtship had seemingly never included a kiss. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather from a profound fear. He recalled a moment when he summoned his courage to lean in closer. Just as the atmosphere felt right, she burst into laughter, playfully commenting that their familiarity reminded her of embarrassing childhood moments. In an instant, his spirit deflated, and he never dared to kiss Jiang Ziyo again. Yet now, her exquisite face loomed close before him. For reasons unknown, his heart surged at the sight of her unparalleled beauty. A small thought emerged from the depths of his being, growing uncontrollably like spring bamboo after a rain. Yin Feng's lips inched closer, his heart pounding like a drum. The intensity of emotions he had not felt in years clenched his fingers into a fist. Just as his lips were about to brush against Jiang Zio's cheek, the lounge door creaked open. Yin Feng was startled, his back tense with anxiety. Perhaps due to overwhelming panic, he had forgotten to rise. Jiang Zio was also awakened by the cacophony, and upon opening her eyes, she found Yin Feng's face alarmingly close. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling stood at the doorway, which had been slightly ajar. In truth, Xiao Ling had been lingering there for a while, her gaze fixated on Yin Feng as he silently approached Jiang Zio, only to witness him attempting to kiss her. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and pushed the door open. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ling inquired, suppressing her fury. Though her heart seethed with anger, her expression betraying a sense of grievance. A flicker of guilt crossed Yin Feng's eyes. At that moment, locked in a gaze with Jiang Zio, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Zio furrowed her brow. She had scarcely slept the previous night and had just begun to doze off. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Yin Feng's face flushed crimson, betraying a demeanor akin to that of a thief caught in the act. Observing his actions, posture, and the deepening redness of his cheeks, Jiang Zio suddenly smiled, her eyes glinting with mockery and sarcasm. "Yin Feng, do you wish to kiss me?" Chapter 47. The abnormal physiological response of man, Yin Feng abruptly regained his senses. Rising to his feet, he cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Jiang Ziyu. In that fleeting moment, he had been entranced, nearly succumbing to the urge to kiss this woman. Now, with his indiscretion laid bare, only embarrassment and discomfort marred his countenance. Yin Feng neither denied nor offered any explanation. Instead, he turned on his heel and exited the lounge without uttering a single word, even as he passed by Xiao Ling, who remained shrouded in silence. Perhaps out of guilt, he did not dare to meet her gaze. Xiao Ling felt as though her heart had sunk into an abyss. Once outside the television station's edifice, Yin Feng entered his car, a tempest of agitation brewing within him. It was as if a Pandora's box had been unleashed, a torrent of unrestrained desire threatening to overflow. The realization that he harbored such a desire for Jiang Ziyu, an earthly craving, was bewildering. Throughout the years, even in the presence of Xiao Ling, he had never experienced such sensations. The physician had informed him that due to the burns sustained years ago, certain aspects of his physiology had been irrevocably altered, rendering the child he and Xiao Ling conceived a product of in vitro fertilization. To this day, they had not shared any substantial intimacy, a fact that weighed heavily upon him. Yet just moments ago, it felt as though the beast within him was awakening. Yin Feng closed his eyes, and the image of Jiang Ziyu's enchanting visage flooded his mind. They had been so close. Close enough for him to discern the minute mole at the corner of her eye, to inhale the fragrant scent that enveloped her. Her skin, smooth and delicate, resembled exquisite mutton fat jade, evoking a primal urge to cradle it in his hands, to caress it tenderly. As these thoughts coursed through him, an intense fire ignited within his heart, manifesting subtle changes in his body. He was taken aback. It had been years since he had felt such a response. It was not that he had never felt it before. During his romance with Jiang Ziyu, he had believed himself to be entirely normal, capable of impulse and restless nights. However, after being with Xiao Ling, he discovered that he was incapable of such reactions. The truth was not that he could not respond. Rather, it was only in Jiang Ziyu's presence that he experienced a man's natural physiological reactions. This realization filled Yin Feng with a mix of frustration and fury, followed by a lingering guilt towards Xiao Ling. Meanwhile, in the lounge, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "Jiang Ziyu, why did you attempt to seduce Yin Feng?" Xiao Ling's rare display of assertiveness was evident as she confronted Jiang Ziyu, jealousy and resentment radiating from her expression. Yin Feng had indeed become somewhat peculiar of late. She was at a loss regarding his true feelings. Was he not devoted solely to her? Even upon uncovering the truth of Xiao Ling's manipulation through Wei Wei, and he was willing to shoulder the blame. Their relationship seemed unaltered, his forbearance prompting a newfound respect from Jiang Ziyu. Yet, had he truly succumbed to temptation just moments ago? Jiang Ziyu casually gathered her long hair and nonchalantly replied, I was merely napping here. How could I have possibly seduced him? Xiao Ling, it is indeed you. Take care of your man and prevent him from harassing me. Xiao Ling's expression darkened. Yin Feng has long ceased to love you. His recent actions were merely a momentary lapse in judgment. Do not deceive yourself into thinking that you still occupy a place in his heart. After all these years, he harbors only resentment towards you. Do not harbor the delusion that you can rekindle what once was. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xiao Ling, clearly flustered. It seems she is genuinely anxious. Reclining languidly on the sofa, Jiang Zhou exuded an air of nonchalant ease. I have always believed that your bond was unbreakable. I was quite taken aback when Yin Feng forsook everything for you. A true tale of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. However, it appears that Yin Feng's feelings for you are rather insipid, demonstrating the common male tendency to grow weary of the familiar. Jiang Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ling, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet her lips curled in scorn. Xiao Ling, you are without name or claim, utterly dependent on Yin Feng's affection. Yet love is capricious. How many sleepless nights have you endured, worrying about your uncertain position? Xiao Ling's complexion shifted from pale to purple at her words. When it comes to verbal sparring, few can match Jiang Zhou. It seems Xiao Ling was struggling to contain her emotions. It is your doing that I find myself without name or claim, Jiang Zhou. Yin Feng does not love you. Why do you cling to him so desperately? What will it take for you to finally divorce him? Upon uttering this, a distinct change washed over Jiang Zhou's face. Could it be that Yin Feng had never disclosed to Xiao Ling that they never acquired a marriage certificate? In the past, it might have been understandable, as Yin Feng's family was unaware, and he feared complications if he were to reveal the truth. However, now that they have severed ties, why would Xiao Ling bring this up? A glimmer of realization flickered in Jiang Zhou's eyes. What does Yin Feng truly mean? It appears he does not hold Xiao Ling in such high regard after all. Otherwise, knowing her daily anguish over the position of Mrs. Yin, he would not have concealed such information. Jiang Zhou felt a sense of vindication. It seems there are indeed rifts between them. She had no qualms about widening that gap. A playful thought crossed her mind. Jiang Zhou deliberately remarked, "Divorce? Certainly. If you can persuade him to sign the divorce agreement first, I shall gladly do the same." Rising gracefully, she sauntered over to Xiao Ling and flashed a radiant smile. "Xiao Ling, it all rests on your capabilities." She understood Xiao Ling's nature. Having said this, Xiao Ling would undoubtedly seek Yin Feng's signature on the divorce papers. Then, she would discover that Yin Feng had hidden the truth from her for years. Their relationship never constituted a marriage. Her relentless pursuit, her willingness to compromise for something she believed to be out of reach, was in fact within her grasp. It was merely Yin Feng who withheld it. In that moment, the rift between them could potentially deepen into a chasm. At the very least, it would spark a fierce argument. The mere thought of it amused Jiang Zhou, though she remained unaware of the tactics Xiao Ling had employed to sow discord between her and Yin Feng in the past. However, the cycle of cause and effect is relentless. Jiang Zhou felt particularly elated today, especially after receiving a call from Bo Jinxiu following her broadcast. He had originally scheduled a week-long business trip, but returned ahead of time. At that moment, his car was parked outside the television station's building. Jiang Zhou promptly replied, "Wait for me," and eagerly exited the premises. After 3 days apart, an inexplicable sense of longing surged within her. Before long, Jiang Zhou found herself in Bo Jinxiu's Maybach. However, she soon realized that she was not alone. His secretary, Gao Sun, was moonlighting as the chauffeur, seated at the wheel, while Bo Jinxiu occupied the back seat. After a moment's hesitation, she decisively opened the rear door and settled beside him, reassured that Gao Sun was already well acquainted with their relationship. Once inside, the car departed from the television station. During the drive, Gao Sun, usually taciturn, suddenly broke the silence. "Miss Jiang, the president has truly put us through the ringer this time. What was supposed to be a 7-day itinerary has been compressed into 3. Our entire team has worked tirelessly, like machines, for nearly 72 hours, nearly leading to our collective demise." Gao Sun's tone clearly expressed grievance. Yet Jiang Zhou was puzzled as to why he shared this with her. She curiously inquired, if the schedule was prearranged, why the frantic rush? Gaotzen replied with a hint of melancholy, because the president wishes to return to celebrate Miss Zhang's birthday. Mind your tongue, Bo Jinxiu interjected suddenly. Gaotzen silently rolled his eyes, fully aware that these words were precisely what the president had instructed him to convey, having coerced him into rehearsing them twice during the journey. Chapter 48. A brief separation is better than newlywed bliss. Jiang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Her birthday was merely 2 days away. Suddenly, Bo Jinxiu produced a gift bag from beside him. Here is your birthday present. Let us see if it pleases you. Jiang Xiao accepted the bag and retrieved a delicate red velvet box from within. Upon opening it, she discovered a stunning diamond necklace. Its design was unique, with a black diamond enveloping a yellow diamond, the somber depth of black interwoven with the dazzling brilliance of yellow, complemented by intricate patterns that offered an exquisite visual impact. Naturally, the centerpiece was the 5-carat natural yellow diamond, an exceptionally rare and precious gem. Jiang Xiao was momentarily speechless, not solely due to the necklace's considerable worth, but because this very piece was her own design. Gaotzen continued his role as an intermediary, stating, during our business trip, we deliberately visited the Kobe International Jewelry Exhibition to select this gift for Miss Jiang. Bo Jinxiu interjected, you're being too talkative. Gaotzen fell silent. Bo Jinxiu then asked, so do you like it? A complex mix of emotions flickered in Jiang Xiao's eyes. This was one of her recent designs. She had only just submitted the draft to her senior brother. To her astonishment, the finished product had already been showcased and purchased by Bo Jinxiu. Just a couple of days prior, her senior had called to inform her that this piece was priced at 50 million. Jiang Xiao closed the box and returned it. It's far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Bo Jinxiu replied, is my sentiment not worth as much? He took the necklace from a box. For some reason, when I saw this necklace, I thought of you. I felt certain you would appreciate it. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smile. Her creation, akin to her own child, was something she indeed cherished. She had designed numerous pieces for Queen, but had never owned one herself. Now, witnessing her work vibrantly displayed before her was a feeling unlike merely looking at the design draft. It was an indescribable emotion. Bo Jinxiu continued, moreover, I particularly adore its name, Abandoning Darkness for Light. Jiang Xiao nearly laughed aloud. This name was also her own creation. The inspiration for the design had come from a night she moved out of the Yin family, when Bo Jinxiu had remarked, let us celebrate your abandoning darkness for light. If Bo Jinxiu were to learn that this jewelry was inspired by him, would he be astonished? At that moment, the necklace seemed to form a closed loop with their destinies, an astonishing twist of fate. The name was quite amusing, but such a valuable item was truly beyond her capacity to accept. 50 million was no trifling sum. Bo Jinxiu casually remarked, if you do not fancy it, I shall simply discard it. He pretended to open the car window. Jiang Xiao panicked and quickly reached out to stop him, snatching the ornate box back. Though she was aware of Bo Jinxiu's playful intent, she couldn't help but marvel at the capriciousness of this young master. Had she not intervened, he might have truly thrown it away. She could hardly bear to see such precious jewels discarded, nor could she allow her hard work to be left on the streets. Jiang Xiao expressed, I appreciate it, thank you. If necessary, she would gift him something of equal value for his birthday in the future. Although Jiang Xiao was financially stable, parting with a gift worth 50 million still pained her. Upon receiving the gift, a smile graced Bo Jinxiu's handsome visage. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. How do you wish to celebrate? Jiang Xiao was taken aback by his attentiveness, for she had never disclosed her birthday to him. She replied, this year, I intend to return to the Jiang family and celebrate with Jiang Xiao. A hint of disappointment flickered across Bo Jinxiu's face. Since when have you and your sister become so close? Jiang Xiao chuckled lightly. This time, it's unavoidable. I've already made a promise. She reassuringly clasped Bo Jinxiu's hand. I will try to return early that day. You can buy a cake, and we shall enjoy together. Bo Jinxiu remained silent thereafter. Jiang Xiao found herself in an awkward position within the Jiang family, constrained by circumstances beyond her control. That night, she truly experienced the saying, a brief separation is more delightful than a new marriage. Exhausted, they embraced and fell asleep. Jiang Zhou unexpectedly discovered that the cool fragrance emanating from Bo Jinxiu had a soothing effect, allowing her to sleep exceptionally well. However, upon waking, she found that Bo Jinxiu had already left for work. The Paradise Resort project had commenced, and the results of the bidding were imminent. The process entailed a public tender, with the government selecting 3 construction companies, from which Bo Jinxiu would make the final decision. Ultimately, the authority rested with Bo Jinxiu. Jiang Zhou was unaware if Haifeng Construction had made it to the top 3. Meanwhile, at the BJ building, Gaotzen placed 3 documents on Bo Jinxiu's desk. President, these are the construction companies selected by the government. Please review them. Bo Jinxiu perused the documents. Wanhua Construction, Jinrui Construction, Haifeng Construction. His hand lingered on the file for Haifeng Construction. Then it shall be Haifeng. The announcement will be made in 3 days. Gaotzen interjected. Haifeng's bid is not the lowest, and in terms of strength and reputation, it pales in comparison to Wanhua in the capital. And it doesn't measure up to Jinrui in value for money. Are you certain about selecting Haifeng? To my knowledge, Haifeng has undertaken projects of commendable quality. Otherwise, they would not have so many projects at a loss. Gaotzen nodded. Haifeng is indeed renowned for its quality, but that was under the leadership of the former President Yan. Although he still holds the title, the company's affairs are now managed by his son, Yan Feng. We are yet to fully understand the character and conduct of the young master. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. That makes it all the more intriguing. Realizing Bo Jinxiu had made up his mind, Gaotzen stated, "Then I will convene a press conference in 3 days." As they conversed, the door to the office suddenly echoed. Bo Jinxiu cherished tranquility, and seldom did anyone take the initiative to knock on his office door. Typically, only Gaotzen had the liberty to come and go from the president's office. As Gaotzen approached to open the door, he was met by Assistant Jiang from the secretary's office, standing at the threshold. Gaotzen's brow furrowed slightly. "Assistant Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiang Xiao opened the door to find Gaotzen, who appeared somewhat disappointed. "Secretary Gao, I am not seeking you. I am looking for the president." Gaotzen furrowed his brow, pondering the incompetence of this Secretary Jiang, who had been unwisely recruited into the secretarial department. She exhibited a lack of enthusiasm for her duties and struggled with even the simplest tasks. Several times, she attempted to approach Bo Jinxiu, only to be thwarted by him. He was seriously contemplating her dismissal. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiao, Gaotzen's thoughts were far from her own. She had invested a significant sum to secure her position in the secretarial department through a personnel supervisor at BJ. However, she had not anticipated that. Despite her proximity to the president's office, she had not exchanged a single word with Bo Jinxiu in the past half-month. Furthermore, this solemn Secretary Gao had repeatedly obstructed her attempts to meet him. Once she became Mrs. Bo, she vowed to be the first to dismiss him. Chapter 49. Yao Shulan and Yin Riyun were once close friends. Gaotzen spoke coldly. "This is the president's office. Without permission, you cannot enter freely. Please leave." However, Jiang Xiao seemed to disregard his words and boldly stepped inside. Upon seeing Bo Jinxiu seated in his office chair, her face instantly transformed into a bright smile. "Your Highness, do you remember me? We met at the old lady's birthday banquet." The moment she uttered these words, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, she had spent half a month in the secretarial department without exchanging a single word with Bo Jinxiu. It was likely that he was unaware of her position as his assistant. Thus, she resorted to a personal approach to strike up a conversation. Moreover, what she intended to discuss was indeed of a personal nature. "Jiang Xiao." Bo Jinxiu's voice was cool and composed. At that moment, Gaotzen had approached, preparing to escort Jiang Xiao out. Upon hearing Bo Jinxiu call her name, he momentarily hesitated, then respectfully addressed him. "President." Bo Jinxiu was seated in a luxurious leather office chair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his strikingly handsome features exuding an air of aloofness. He had been engrossed in signing documents, his hand holding the pen, pale and elegant, with well-defined knuckles, was a sight to behold. Jiang Xiao found herself momentarily entranced, her heart racing wildly at a mere glance. Especially when he pronounced her name, his deep, melodious voice resonated within her, sending an electrifying thrill coursing through her. What was most astonishing was that despite only having met once, Bo Jinxiu could accurately recall her name. What did this signify? It indicated that he had formed a profound impression of her upon their first encounter, perhaps even inquiring about her in private. With this realization, Jiang Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her inner excitement. Indeed, the words that followed from Bo Jinxiu only solidified her thoughts. Gaotzen, you may leave, he instructed, not reprimanding her for her intrusion, but instead dismissing the secretary who sought to impede her. As Gaotzen exited the office, Bo Jinxiu raised his gaze to appraise Jiang Xiaoxiao, the true heiress of the Jiang family who had exchanged identities with Jiang Xiao. Miss Jiang, do you have something to discuss with me? Under his penetrating gaze, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt momentarily dazed, yet she quickly regained her composure and introduced herself. President, I am currently working in the secretarial department. I apologize for the abrupt visit. However, I have a personal matter to discuss. Bo Jinxiu did not inquire further, his expression impassive as he regarded her, seemingly awaiting her next words. Jiang Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously, retrieving an invitation card from her bag. Summoning her courage, she approached Bo Jinxiu. Tomorrow is my birthday, and my parents are hosting a birthday banquet for me at the Yunding Restaurant's banquet hall. I would like to invite you to attend my celebration. After speaking, she felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She was genuinely afraid that Bo Jinxiu would flatly refuse her invitation, especially since she was acutely aware of the abruptness of her visit. As silence enveloped the room, her apprehension deepened. With a sense of urgency, she added, previously, during the old lady's birthday, our Jiang family was fortunate to be invited. This time, on my birthday, it serves as a return gesture. Bo Jinxiu collected the invitation with an unhurried demeanor, responding, very well, I shall attend. Jiang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Bo Jinxiu's prompt agreement. Could it be that he had been attentive to her all along, perhaps even experiencing love at first sight? Flushed with excitement, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to express her thoughts, yet Bo Jinxiu's cool voice interrupted. Miss Jiang, if there is nothing further, please exit. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she could only acquiesce before departing the CEO's office. Nevertheless, once outside, her heart brimmed with joy. She eagerly shared the news of the CEO's attendance at her birthday celebration with anyone who would listen, and she had invited most of the secretarial department. The revelation took many by surprise. Jiang Xiaoxiao, the scion of the Jiang family, had become a well-known figure since her first day at work. Everyone was aware that this heiress had ventured far from her family's company to serve as a secretary assistant, indicating ulterior motives. However, many held reservations about her prospects. Firstly, while the Jiang family was a respectable lineage in Rongqing, they paled in comparison to the Bo family. The future wife of the CEO would undoubtedly be a prominent socialite from the capital, and a young lady from a small town could hardly capture his attention. Secondly, Miss Jiang's temperament was somewhat lacking in refinement. Yet, upon learning of the CEO's agreement to attend her birthday celebration, the atmosphere shifted and compliments began to flow. The women in the secretarial department, evidently envious, even insincerely dubbed her young madam. Jiang Xiaoxiao floated through the day, buoyed by the thought that she might soon become the true lady of the Bo family. That evening, Jiang Xiao received a gift box shortly after finishing her broadcast, sent by Jiang Xiaoxiao. Inside was a white gown, a style she immediately recognized as an older design from Madame Jiang, with a market value of over 20,000. However, its simple elegance was indeed to Jiang Xiao's taste. Accompanying the dress was a card in Jiang Xiaoxiao's handwriting, a gown prepared by mother for you. You must wear it and not disappoint her good intentions. A faint smile graced Jiang Xiao's lips. Jiang Xiaoxiao's intentions were unmistakable. She had gone out of her way to present a modest, simple gown under the guise of her mother's name, likely fearing that Jiang Xiao might overshadow her at the upcoming birthday banquet. Jiang Xiao had no desire to steal her spotlight. Thus, the following evening, she donned the white gown and made her way to the banquet hall on the 87th floor of Yunding. The Yunding restaurant boasted a total of 88 floors, with the highest levels reserved for banquet halls. It was said that the most magnificent of these was the top-level banquet hall, surrounded entirely by glass, topped with a transparent dome, offering an unobstructed view of the sky. Within, One felt as if they could reach out and pluck the stars from the heavens. Immersed in an ethereal realm where one could gaze at the moon above and survey the world below. The restaurant's name was derived from this very experience. However, this uppermost level was typically not open to the public. The venue is only open during the reception of significant national leaders. Thus, this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet is being held in the 87th floor banquet hall, just below the top-tier banquet hall. However, hosting the event here is already a display of utmost prestige, as the rental cost alone is in the 7-digit range. Today marks the 23rd birthday celebration of both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiao, organized extravagantly by the Jiang family, who have extended invitations to nearly all the affluent and prominent figures in the city. Naturally, everyone is aware of the underlying reason for such a grand affair. The recent rumors circulating online regarding the discord between the genuine and the false daughters of the Jiang family. In truth, the elite society of Rongqing has been made aware of the situation concerning the two daughters, despite the Jiang family's initial discreet handling of the matter. It is said that during Mrs. Jiang's delivery, she was inadvertently swapped with Yin Ruyun, who had just given birth herself. The motivation behind Yin Ruyun's decision to exchange the two children was not solely to elevate her biological daughter to the status of a wealthy heiress, but also stemmed from a desire for revenge against Yao Shulan. Moreover, the older ladies of Rongqing are well aware that the relationship between Yin Ruyun and Yao Shulan is far from ordinary. They were once the closest of friends. Chapter 50. A stunning entrance. The tale herein is rather lengthy and entwined with the grievances of two generations. In essence, it recounts how Yao Shulan's father engaged in an affair with Yao Shulan's governess, who happened to be the mother of Yin Ruyun. This governess brought her daughter, Yin Ruyun, along, and the two girls shared their lives as close friends. However, the situation eventually unraveled, leading to Yao Shulan's mother suffering a profound emotional blow, resulting in her demise within half a year. Shockingly, Yao Shulan's father sought to remarry Yin Ruyun's mother less than 3 months after his wife's death. Yet, fate intervened, and both perished in a tragic car accident on the eve of their wedding. Had Yao Shulan's father truly married Yin Ruyun's mother, it is certain that Yao Shulan's life would have been a tragic one. This evoked a collective sentiment of divine justice among onlookers. Little did they anticipate that the animosities of these two generations would extend to their offspring, akin to a cursed cycle. Yao Shulan ultimately inherited the entirety of the Yao family's fortune and found a righteous partner, whereas Yin Ruyun was left with nothing. After the loss of her mother, she was compelled to abandon her studies and prematurely enter the workforce, fading into obscurity. It was unforeseen that both would give birth on the same day, intertwining their destinies once again and altering the course of the next generation. 3 years ago, the true daughter, Jiang Xiaoxiao, returned to her family. However, Jiang Xiao had been cherished and nurtured by the Jiang family for 2 decades, making it difficult to sever ties. Consequently, publicly, Jiang Xiao is acknowledged as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, while Jiang Xiaoxiao is deemed the second daughter. The nature of their relationship remains an enigma. Some say they are at odds, while others suggest they coexist peacefully without interference. Today marks the first occasion where the two sisters from the Jiang family appear together. Observers are keen to discern whether Yao Shulan favors her biological daughter over the one she has nurtured with care. Jiang Xiao took a leave of absence from the television station, allowing another host to take her place, and made her way to the banquet hall in the afternoon, having been summoned by Yao Shulan for assistance. Upon arrival, Jiang Xiao discovered that the urgent matter was merely Jiang Xiaoxiao's indecision over which extravagant gown to select from her plethora of high-end evening dresses. Jiang Xiaoxiao's little ploy did not escape Jiang Xiao's notice. In the lounge, she observed Jiang Xiaoxiao flitting about like a butterfly, proudly displaying her gowns, each worth tens of thousands. At times, Jiang Xiao found Jiang Xiaoxiao both laughable and pitiable, akin to a beggar who, having struck it rich overnight, desperately flaunts her newfound wealth. Jiang Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of her own transformation, having grown up in a harsh environment marked by dire scarcity. She had become fearful of poverty. Now, suddenly endowed with abundance, she recognized that boasting was unbecoming, yet she could not restrain herself. Jiang Xiao largely ignored Jiang Xiaoxiao, spending the majority of her time engrossed in her phone. The sight of Jiang Xiao's despondent demeanor brought a sense of satisfaction to Jiang Xiaoxiao. She was determined to make Jiang Xiao realize that all she once possessed was inherently hers, and what she currently enjoyed was merely a gift from her. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaoxiao chose a stunning red velvet gown. The collar and back of her dress were adorned with numerous small diamonds, dazzling and resplendent. The long train of the gown trailed on the ground, yet it featured a daring high slit. With each step, glimpses of her long legs became visible. In truth, Jiang Xiaoxiao possessed an attractive appearance, with delicate features, a tall figure, and relatively fair skin. Judging solely by her looks and physique, she could indeed be considered a beauty. However, she lacked a certain poise and grace. Today, she had engaged a celebrity makeup artist who crafted an exquisitely refined makeup look for her. And her hair was elegantly styled in an intricate updo, crowned by a small tiara valued at $2 million. Clad in a vintage European-style velvet gown, she resembled a noble princess. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiao appeared rather plain. Soon, the manager of the public relations department responsible for the event approached them. The guests were nearly all present, and Mrs. Jiang and her 2 daughters were ready to make their entrance. Jiang Jinhui was outside welcoming the guests, and their presence here was due to Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire for a stunning entrance, a wish that Yao Shulan graciously obliged. Upon hearing that the guests had arrived, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Had the crown prince arrived? She had specifically instructed that once he arrived, she was to be notified. The manager, with a hint of regret, replied, "Mr. Bo has yet to arrive." Disappointment flickered across Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She had intended to wait for Bo Jinxiu's arrival to captivate the entire assembly. Jiang Xiao's expression subtly shifted upon hearing Bo Jinxiu's name. Had Jiang Xiaoxiao indeed invited him? Last night, he had not mentioned this to her, which led her to believe he would not attend. Yao Shulan interjected, "The guests have all arrived, and today's banquet hosts prominent figures from Rongqing. We should not keep them waiting any longer. Let us proceed." Jiang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Yao Shulan's. "All right, mother. Let's go." The lounge connected to the corridor, and after walking 2 meters, they encountered a grand spiral staircase leading directly to the banquet hall. As they ascended the staircase, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly dimmed, followed by the sound of music. The guests were momentarily taken aback, and then the MC's voice resonated. "Let us welcome today's 2 honorees, Miss Jiang Xiaoxiao and Miss Jiang Xiao." All eyes turned toward the source of light. A beam descended from the ceiling, illuminating the spiral staircase. The brightest light shone upon Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mrs. Jiang. Mrs. Jiang, clad in an opulent qipao, exuded elegance and nobility. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoxiao, in her red velvet gown adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, appeared resplendent and regal. The dress was evidently haute couture, a costly piece. Another dimmer beam fell behind them, illuminating a woman clad in a white evening gown. The woman wore a long white dress, simply designed yet classically elegant. Delicate straps rested on her fair shoulders, accentuating her prominent collarbones, while the flowing lines of the design elegantly embraced her exquisite figure. Particularly striking was the waistline, which featured intricate cutouts, making her slender waist breathtakingly beautiful. The woman's makeup was subtle, yet her eyes sparkled like resplendent stars, captivating all who beheld her. Her naturally wavy hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, but against her stunning visage, it seemed as though each strand radiated light. Though she donned simple attire, it only served to accentuate her exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a solitary white rose, untouched by the mundane. The pure white hue did nothing to diminish her alluring charm. Rather, it rendered her the most luminous presence in the room. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao's red dress, under the overwhelming beauty surrounding her, appeared almost commonplace. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. The entrance of the 2 young ladies from the Jiang family starkly revealed their social standings. It was evident that Mrs. Jiang favored her biological daughter, whose attire and jewels must have cost a fortune, while the adopted daughter wore an outdated piece from several years ago. Yet, one could not deny that the faux heiress, in both appearance and demeanor, was simply extraordinary. Indeed, she was stunning. embodying the essence of innate beauty that is hard to disguise. As Jiang Xiaoxiao descended the staircase, she faintly heard praises echoing from the crowd. Just as she relished her moment of pride, she suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be extolling Jiang Xiao. Instantly, her expression soured. Chapter 51. Jiang Xiaoxiao. I can make you even more embarrassed. She had expended so much money and effort on her attire and makeup. Were these people blind? Jiang Xiao in her tattered clothes. What beauty could that possibly convey? Yet, deep down, Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that Jiang Xiao was indeed beautiful, to the point that it stirred within her a desire to throw acid upon her face. A sudden wave of regret washed over Jiang Xiaoxiao for hosting the birthday banquet alongside Jiang Xiao. However, she swiftly regained her composure. Let you bask in your pride for a moment, Jiang Xiao, she thought. For tonight, you shall face disgrace. As the three descended, the lights in the hall blazed brightly. Guests gathered around, extending their heartfelt birthday wishes to the two young ladies. Jiang Xiaoxiao had invited numerous friends today, and they surrounded her, showering her with compliments, swiftly pushing Jiang Xiao out of the limelight. Meanwhile, Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinwei were also entertaining distinguished guests. Jiang Xiao, however, found joy in her solitude, deliberately distancing herself from the crowd. She made her way to the buffet area, took a glass of champagne from the tower, and savored a delicate sip. Then, she grabbed a piece of mousse cake, finding a cozy sofa to leisurely enjoy her treat. Though Jiang Xiaoxiao was encircled by admirers, her gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Xiao. Initially pleased to see her isolated and forlorn, she soon noticed individuals approaching Jiang Xiao's direction, engaging her in conversation or inviting her to the dance floor. Notably, these were all young, handsome gentlemen. Although Jiang Xiao graciously declined their advances, suitors continued to approach her in droves. Jiang Xiaoxiao's anger simmered. She could not comprehend how. In terms of status, she was the true daughter of the Jiang family, and in terms of attire, her high-end ensemble worth millions eclipsed Jiang Xiao's bare visage. A cunning idea struck Jiang Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she called out loudly towards Jiang Xiao's sister. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao turned her gaze in her direction. Jiang Xiaoxiao flashed a dazzling smile and innocently exclaimed, "Sister, could you bring me a glass of champagne?" Jiang Xiao set down her small cake and effortlessly retrieved a glass of champagne from the nearby tower as she approached. Before the banquet commenced, Yao Shulan had specifically instructed her that they were to portray a deep sisterly bond today. Since Jiang Xiaoxiao was intent on playing her part, she would oblige. As Jiang Xiao approached with the champagne, she overheard Jiang Xiaoxiao and her companions mockingly deriding her. One girl in a mermaid skirt covered her mouth with laughter, saying, "Xiaoxiao, doesn't that dress of hers resemble the discounted items you found at the duty-free shop last time?" Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Xiao with an air of arrogance, replying, "Indeed. To me, such clothing is akin to street vendor merchandise. Hence, I simply handed it over to her. How can she show up to such a significant banquet in clothes that I discarded? Isn't she even a former young lady of the Jiang family? Does she truly not possess a single decent outfit? Was she to be considered the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? My parents have long since disowned her. Is she who clings to our home, refusing to leave? In my house, she is even inferior to a mere servant." The gazes of the onlookers towards Jiang Xiao were filled with contempt. She simply cannot bear to part with the Jiang family's wealth and glory. It is truly shameless. Jiang Xiaoxiao regarded Jiang Xiao with a provocative glint in her eye. "It matters not. I shall merely treat her as a pet dog. Look how obedient she is, doing whatever she is told." The crowd surrounding Jiang Xiaoxiao erupted in laughter, their voices raised as if intentionally directed at Jiang Xiao. Yet, Jiang Xiao's expression remained unchanged. She continued to hold her champagne glass, walking gracefully towards Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that in such a setting, Jiang Xiao would never dare to embarrass her for otherwise. Yao Shulan would not let her off lightly. Thus, she became even more audacious, beginning to humiliate Jiang Xiao. "Sister, my shoes are dirty. Would you be so kind as to clean them for me?" She extended a foot towards Jiang Xiao, reaching out to take the champagne glass from her hands. She savored the champagne while relishing the sight of Jiang Xiao cleaning her shoes, even hinting to those nearby to record the moment on their phones. Jiang Xiao remained silent, seemingly obediently handing over the glass. However, just as Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand was about to make contact with the glass, Jiang Xiao suddenly cupped the glass with both hands and deliberately poured its contents onto the floor in an unhurried manner. The champagne trickled down in a straight line and was quickly absorbed by the carpet. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao had already extended a foot, and, as Jiang Xiao poured, half a glass of champagne splashed onto the top of Jiang Xiaoxiao's foot. Jiang Xiaoxiao nearly screamed. Today, she wore a pair of custom-made crystal shoes from Milan, adorned with thousands of meticulously sewn crystals, taking 2 months to complete and worth a fortune. Now, they were ruined by Jiang Xiao. "What are you doing, Jiang Xiao?" Jiang Xiaoxiao fumed, unable to believe that Jiang Xiao had dared to humiliate her before everyone. Jiang Xiao placed the glass onto the tray of a nearby server, her demeanor natural and elegant, as if she had merely been toasting with others, enjoying the moment. She tossed her wavy hair with a languid grace, resembling a cat just awakened from slumber. Her voice carried an air of aloofness and nonchalance. "Please, do drink. Make sure not to waste it." With that, Jiang Xiao turned and departed. The crowd was momentarily bewildered until one of Jiang Xiaoxiao's companions pointed out, "Xiaoxiao, her earlier gesture was reminiscent of a funeral offering." At this, realization dawned upon the others. Jiang Xiao had indeed performed a gesture akin to traditional Qingming festival rites, pouring out the wine as if paying tribute to the deceased. "Xiaoxiao, is she cursing you?" Expressions of shock and fear rippled through the crowd. They could hardly fathom that this parasite, Jiang Xiao, had the audacity to act so brazenly towards the legitimate heiress, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale with rage. Not only were her $1,000,000 shoes ruined by Jiang Xiao, but she also suffered public humiliation at her hands. "Jiang Xiao, stop right there." Jiang Xiaoxiao swiftly caught up, positioning herself directly in front of Jiang Xiao. "How dare you? Are you not aware of your current status? If it weren't for my pleading with Mother, you wouldn't even deserve to be here celebrating my birthday. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you dare to treat me this way." Those around Jiang Xiaoxiao chimed in. "Indeed, Xiaoxiao, your expensive shoes were ruined by her. She should be made to clean them. On your birthday, she even cursed you. She ought to kneel and apologize. Xiaoxiao, she has struck your dignity. You must teach her a lesson." Many onlookers began to cast their gaze toward the unfolding drama. Yet despite the pressure, Jiang Xiao's smile remained unwavering. With a leisurely tone, she replied, "Jiang Xiaoxiao, I advise you to refrain from courting disaster. I could make you even more embarrassed. Would you care to test that?" Chapter 52. A murderous heart. Though Jiang Xiao wore a smile, her aura exuded an icy demeanor. She regarded them without a hint of fear, her gaze disdainful, as if surveying a mere flock of fledglings. This provocation ignited the ire of the crowd, who fervently urged Jiang Xiaoxiao to swiftly teach Jiang Xiao a lesson. Yet, Jiang Xiaoxiao hesitated to act, well aware of Jiang Xiao's formidable prowess. In her youth, Jiang Xiao had practiced taekwondo and was reputed to hold a 9th-degree black belt. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao had never truly witnessed Jiang Xiao's strength, she could discern from their previous encounters that she was no match for her. The collective strength of their group might not even suffice to overcome her. Jiang Xiaoxiao was no fool. She would never risk ruining her meticulously planned birthday celebration by engaging in a brawl. As she glanced at the time, it was evident that the moment had arrived. Indeed, Jiang Xiaoxiao soon spotted a slender figure in the distance. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she suddenly smiled at Jiang Xiao, saying, "Sister, if the shoes are damaged, so be it. After all, I possess many exquisite haute couture pieces. Why would I truly hold a grudge against you?" The onlookers were bewildered by Jiang Xiaoxiao's abrupt shift in demeanor. In a swift motion, she raised her hand and beckoned to the distant figure draped in white. "Sister Xiaoling, I'm over here." Upon hearing Xiaoling's name, Jiang Xiao instinctively furrowed her elegant brows. Jiang Xiaoxiao reveled in her triumph. Her objective had been achieved. Only a fool would confront Jiang Xiao head-on. To slay one's enemy, one must strike at their heart, and Xiaoling was undoubtedly the sharpest dagger against Jiang Xiao. Meanwhile, Xiaoling approached, and Jiang Xiaoxiao circled around Jiang Xiao, quickly reaching Xiaoling's side. She affectionately linked her arm with Xiaoling's and led her towards the crowd. "Allow me to introduce my dear sister, Xiaoling, who has just returned from studying abroad." The confused onlookers genuinely believed that Xiaoling was Jiang Xiaoxiao's close friend, offering their compliments and greetings. In truth, Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao had maintained little contact, having only recently received her invitation to the birthday celebration. After a brief exchange, they swiftly reached a mutual understanding, their goals aligned. Both wished to see Jiang Xiao disgraced and isolated, thus forging a bond of friendship. Furthermore, Xiaoling had an additional aim, to ensure that Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng divorced. Consequently, she eagerly cooperated with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoling graciously greeted everyone, and when it was Jiang Xiao's turn, she added with a deliberate cheerfulness, "Xiao, happy birthday." A few astute individuals sensed an unusual undertone and quickly interjected, "Miss Xia, how do you know Miss Jiang?" Jiang Xiaoxiao, maintaining her smile, replied, "Not only do we know each other, but we are also quite close." Observing the frost that settled on Jiang Xiao's countenance, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of delight. Indeed, only Xiaoling could truly wound Jiang Xiao. Tonight's spectacle was merely beginning. Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately placed her hand on Xiaoling's abdomen and remarked, "Sister Xiaoling, why are you here alone while expecting a baby? Where's your boyfriend?" Jiang Xiaoxiao introduced her to the crowd, saying Sister Xiaoling's boyfriend is Yin Feng, the heir of the Yin family. The onlookers gazed at Xiaoling with a newfound admiration and flattery. The Yin family is one of the most prominent enterprises in Rongqing, renowned for its high phone construction. To think that she is the young mistress of the Yin family. "Miss Xia, my grandfather's company has a partnership with the Yin family. I hope Mr. Yin will look after us in the future." They all lamented how fortunate Xiaoling appeared to be, expressing their envy. The crowd began to shower her with compliments. Xiaoling graciously reciprocated their politeness, yet her gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Xiao. "By the way, how many months along is Miss Xia?" someone inquired. "Almost 3 months," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied pointedly, "but at 3 months, it's still fragile. Sister Xiaoling, you must take care of your health. After all, many are eyeing the position of Mrs. Yin." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiao. A hint of tension rippled through the crowd. The Jiang and Yin families are among the most esteemed in Rongqing, with generations of camaraderie. It was known that the two families had even arranged a betrothal in the past. However, it was clear that the current Yin family would never accept a false heiress. Jiang Xiao, who had been the Jiang family's daughter for 20 years, must surely know that young Master Yin and perhaps even harbor feelings for him. Yet, before them stood Miss Xia, the girlfriend of young Master Yin. This was indeed a captivating drama. It was no wonder that Jiang Xiao's expression changed upon Xiaoling's arrival. The crowd intensified their flattery towards Xiaoling, aiming to provoke Jiang Xiao further. Indifferent to their theatrics, Jiang Xiao turned to leave when she heard Xiaoling's melodious voice announce, "My boyfriend is here." Everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the banquet hall, where a dapper young man in formal attire approached, exuding an extraordinary charm. It was indeed young Master Yin, strikingly handsome and poised. Alas, he was already taken, leaving others to envy and sigh in regret. As Yin Feng reached the entrance, he sensed something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration. Although the Jiang and Yin families enjoyed a cordial relationship, Yin Feng's parents had always favored Jiang Xiao. Thus, in previous years, even if Jiang Xiaoxiao had extended an invitation for her birthday, they would not attend, preferring to celebrate Jiang Xiao's birthday at home instead. However, this year, Jiang Xiao had distanced herself from the Yin family, and while Yan's mother intended to celebrate her birthday, Jiang Xiao had mentioned plans with others, leaving her no choice but to relent. Yin Feng had only heard about this casually after dinner and had not given it much thought. Yet, he did not anticipate encountering Xiaoling, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Xiao at this gathering. Xiaoling had just called him, requesting his company for a friend's birthday party, and without a second thought, he had come, unaware that the friend was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Now, Yin Feng had arrived before the entire assembly. Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately pushed Xiaoling closer to Yin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Yin, Sister Xiaoling was just speaking of you." What a coincidence! Yin Feng's expression was far from pleasant. He furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Xia Ling, who felt a twinge of guilt. This time, she had deceived him, omitting the fact that it was the birthday celebration for Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiao. She wondered if he would be angry. In the past, Yin Feng would not have shown any signs of displeasure, even in front of everyone. He would firmly assert that she was his girlfriend. In contrast to Jiang Xiao's clandestine status as his wife, she stood in the sunlight, radiating confidence. Just like at the royal golf course, he would publicly declare her as Mrs. Yin. However, today, Yin Feng seemed rather discontented, exuding an aura of low pressure and coldness in his gaze. After surveying the room, his eyes ultimately settled on Jiang Xiao. Chapter 53. As a mother, my heart is shattered. Xia Ling gently clasped Yin Feng's arm, cautiously uttering "I'll phone." At last, Yin Feng's gaze shifted away from Jiang Xiao. He lowered his head to look at Xia Ling, his tone clearly tinged with displeasure. Since when did you and Jiang Xiaoxiao become friends? Xia Ling was aware of Yin Feng's disdain for Jiang Xiao. Yet she harbored an even greater aversion towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, an uncomplicated loathing. Hastily, Xia Ling began to explain, phone, the reason for my visit today is of great importance. With that, she glanced at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao chimed in, indeed, brother Yin Feng, today is a momentous occasion. Sister Xia Ling and I felt an immediate rapport upon meeting, leading me to propose that my mother adopt Sister Xia Ling as her goddaughter. In truth, Jiang Xiaoxiao had broached this matter with Yao Shulan the previous evening. However, she had merely described Xia Ling as a friend with a pitiable background, seeking a nominal adoption, without revealing her identity. Through her persistent coaxing, Jiang Xiaoxiao eventually secured Yao Shulan's reluctant agreement. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Xiao's expression darkened entirely. Jiang Xiaoxiao had indeed proven adept at vexing her. Nonetheless, both the Jiang and Yin families were well aware of the actions Xia Ling had taken in the past. Jiang Xiao recalled the betrayal and malice exhibited by the Jiang family towards her. Jiang Xiao understood that while Yao Shulan held some resentment towards her, it stemmed from the grievances of the previous generation. Yao Shulan was not a woman who indiscriminately judged others. On the contrary, she had showered Jiang Xiao with love and guidance since childhood, personally tending to matters both great and small, never entrusting them to a nanny. Jiang Xiao had enjoyed a blissful upbringing, fostering a deep bond with Yao Shulan, which was also the reason she struggled to accept reality in the past. The current Yao Shulan seemed a different person altogether. She remained gentle and compassionate towards others, yet was acerbic and critical towards Jiang Xiao. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope still resided in Jiang Xiao's heart. The mother who had nurtured her for 20 years was still her mother. The hatred and disdain she felt were born from having invested too much love and care. Deep down, there must still be some affection for her if she harbored even the slightest remnant of feeling for her, even a mere trace. She would never adopt Xia Ling as her goddaughter. Yin Feng was equally taken aback. Due to Xia Ling's involvement, Yan's parents and the elder regarded her as a venomous serpent. Even with Xia Ling carrying the bloodline of the Yin family, they would rather forsake their own descendants than acknowledge her. How could the Jiang family possibly recognize Xia Ling as a goddaughter? After all, Jiang Xiao was their daughter, raised for 20 years. They could not disregard her feelings entirely. To do so would be excessively cruel. Involuntarily, Yin Feng's gaze drifted towards Jiang Xiao. Suddenly, he realized that he was genuinely concerned for her, even feeling a pang of sympathy. In truth, from Xia Ling's perspective, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao unexpectedly ascended the stage in the banquet hall. She took the microphone from the host's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I am Jiang Xiaoxiao, and I sincerely appreciate everyone for attending my banquet today. Seizing this opportunity, I have an important announcement to make. The grand hall, filled with over 100 guests, fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned toward the stage, where the true daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoxiao, stood poised to speak. Suddenly, she pulled a girl dressed in a flowing white gown to the center of the stage. This is my dear sister, Xia Ling. We share a special bond, and on this joyous occasion, our Jiang family will adopt her as our goddaughter. From this day forth, Sister Xia Ling shall also be regarded as a daughter of the Jiang family. I kindly ask all the uncles and aunts to extend their care to her." A flicker of confusion crossed the faces of the crowd. Whispers erupted among them. Who is this Miss Xia, and from which family does she hail? She appeared unfamiliar to many. Why would the Jiang family suddenly adopt a goddaughter? It seems Mrs. Jiang possesses a heart of gold, taking in the daughter of an enemy, and now welcoming another as a goddaughter. While the adoption of a goddaughter is indeed a joyous event, the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang suggested they were caught off guard, as if they had not been informed beforehand. At that moment, Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinwei stood on the stage. Yao Shulan was aware of the situation. Last night, Jiang Xiaoxiao had insisted that she adopt a goddaughter but refused to disclose who it was, only mentioning a friend. Yao Shulan had not anticipated that this friend would be Xiaoling. How could she not know the name Xiaoling? 3 years prior, Jiang Xiao had attempted to take her own life because of her. Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng had been childhood sweethearts. Yet this Xia girl had suddenly emerged during their university years, captivating Yin Feng utterly. Despite being coerced into marrying Xiao, he ultimately eloped with Xia Ling abroad. In truth, Yao Shulan was already aware that Yin Feng and Jiang Xiao had never formalized their marriage certificate. Thus, it could not be deemed a legitimate union. She harbored disdain for Xia Ling and looked down upon her manipulative ways. Mr. Jiang was furious, striding directly to Jiang Xiaoxiao's side, his voice sharp with reprimand. "Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you spouting?" However, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, "Father, Mother has already consented." Jiang Xiaoxiao understood that her father, Jiang Jinwei, would not approve. Hence, she had acted without prior consultation. Fortunately, Yao Shulan would not hold it against her. Even if displeased, she knew Yao Shulan would ultimately acquiesce to her wishes, driven by a sense of guilt. Though Jiang Jinwei appeared to be the head of the family, in truth, he followed Yao Shulan's lead in all matters. Jiang Xiaoxiao grasped Yao Shulan's arm, softly pleading, "Mother, everyone is watching. Please agree. After all, she is merely a nominal goddaughter, and there is no loss in this. Mother, it's my birthday wish. If you fulfill it, I promise to obey you in all matters henceforth." Seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao's earnest expression stirred a sense of discomfort within Yao Shulan. A clever woman, she could easily discern that Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire to adopt Xiaoling was motivated by a wish to provoke Jiang Xiao. Over the past 3 years, despite her earnest attempts to make amends with Jiang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Xiaoxiao continues to perceive Jiang Xiao as a bitter enemy who has usurped everything from her. This is not the first occurrence. During the wedding banquet of Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng, Jiang Xiaoxiao's uproar had prevented her from attending. In Jiang Xiaoxiao's presence, she felt compelled to adopt a harsh demeanor towards Jiang Xiao as a means to somewhat alleviate the grievances she had endured for so long. Yet deep down, she could not escape the pangs of sorrow regarding Jiang Xiao. The daughter she had nurtured for 20 years had become a mere pawn in Yin Ruyun's vendetta against her. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Yin Ruyun, and she had, at times, unjustly vented her frustrations on Jiang Xiao. However, upon reflection, she recognized that Jiang Xiao was the most innocent party in this tumultuous affair. When she had resorted to self-harm, her heart, as a mother, had shattered into pieces. Chapter 54. The high school days of Jiang Xiao and Xiaoling during Jiang Xiao's hospitalization. The doctor advised her to avoid any emotional disturbances. Consequently, she refrained from appearing before her, fearing that it might lead to further despair. Yet, every night, as Jiang Xiao drifted into slumber, Xiaoling would secretly visit the hospital. 2 decades of affection, the meticulously nurtured rose, could not simply be severed. However, she dare not show even the slightest emotion in front of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Her own daughter had endured years of abuse at the hands of Yin Ruyun and her husband. The guilt and heartache overwhelmed her. Even though she recognized her daughter's narrow-mindedness and lack of refinement, it was not her fault. It was her failure to protect her, to prevent her from being secretly swapped. Her little princess should have grown up joyfully and peacefully, blossoming into a woman of grace and beauty akin to Jiang Xiao. Instead, she had suffered greatly since childhood. The mere thought of this caused her heart to bleed. She never harbored the illusion that Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Xiao could truly coexist as sisters. She understood the impossibility of such a notion. The previous enmity with Yin Ruyun had been a bitter experience, a curse that seemed to repeat itself in the next generation. All she hoped for was that the two could coexist without conflict, even if it meant remaining strangers for life. Thus, she made every effort to fulfill Jiang Xiaoxiao's demands, hoping that once her thirst for vengeance was quenched, she would spare Jiang Xiao, just as she had once found solace after mercilessly avenging herself against Yin Ruyun. She understood that only by releasing all her inner malice could she turn the page. For 3 years, she had indulged Jiang Xiaoxiao. This was the final occasion. She decided to grant her one last request. Yao Shulan made her way to the center of the stage, positioning herself before the microphone. Before uttering a word, her gaze sought out Jiang Xiao in the audience. At that moment, Jiang Xiao stood beneath the stage, her expression devoid of emotion. Neither anger nor resentment, only an indifferent numbness. Yao Shulan clenched her fingers, resolutely diverting her gaze, and then announced, "Indeed, Xia Ling shares a special bond with our Jiang family, and we intend to adopt her as our goddaughter." Yao Shulan spoke no further, as congratulations erupted from the audience. Jiang Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Xia Ling over, urging her to greet the new guardians. Xia Ling, filled with excitement, sweetly called out, "Godfather, godmother." Yao Shulan responded with a strained acknowledgement, while Jiang Jinhui remained sullen and unresponsive. Then came the tea ceremony, an arrangement that Jiang Xiaoxiao had meticulously planned. After all the proceedings concluded, Yao Shulan glanced back at the audience, only to find that Jiang Xiao had vanished. Jiang Xiao had turned to leave the moment Yao Shulan recognized Xia Ling. As Xia Ling sweetly addressed her new guardians, Jiang Xiao felt as though a knife had pierced her heart, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet her stubbornness prevented them from spilling over. She would no longer shed a single tear for them. Jiang Xiao approached the door, ready to depart, only to be halted by the security guard stationed at the entrance. "Miss, the second young lady insists that today is a momentous occasion. You cannot leave." Jiang Xiao's countenance was icy. "Step aside," for bodyguards formed an impenetrable barrier at the doorway. The second young lady asserted, "You must attend the entirety of the birthday banquet before you can leave. She has gifts to present to you." Jiang Xiao contemplated taking action, but realized that facing 4 adversaries was futile, especially since she was clad in a dress today. Moreover, creating a scene would precisely fulfill Jiang Xiaoxiao's desires. Ultimately, Jiang Xiao turned away, yet she had no inclination to witness the jubilant scene unfolding before her. She resolved to retreat to the lounge. Halfway up the staircase, she was pursued from behind. "Xiao, so this is where you are." Jiang Xiao turned to find the last person she wished to see, Xia Ling, ascending the stairs. Xia Ling had recently been acknowledged as the adopted daughter of the Jiang family. Such a fortuitous event. How could she not rush to share it? Xia Ling soon stood before Jiang Xiao, separated by a single step. With her characteristic innocent and cautious demeanor, she inquired, "Xiao, you wouldn't be upset that I've been recognized as the Jiang family's adopted daughter, would you?" Jiang Xiao looked at her shamelessly innocent face and nearly laughed. From her elevated position, she regarded Xia Ling with disdain. "Xia Ling, put away that innocent facade. It disgusts me." A flicker of complex emotions crossed Xia Ling's eyes, perhaps sorrow, perhaps relief. Yet, all emotions were fleeting, and when she faced Jiang Xiao, she remained as naive as an unsuspecting little rabbit. "Xiao, my origins are humble. You know what my mother is like. I suffered abuse and torment, never having a day of happiness. The greatest fortune of my life was encountering you during high school." Xia Ling's expression bore sincerity, her eyes glimmering with tears, seemingly brimming with profound gratitude. "Back then, I was granted a spot at Tongfu International High School, where I was looked down upon and bullied. It was you who extended a hand to pull me from the mire, and you stood as a shield when I was attacked. Xiao, you are my lifelong benefactor." Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow, perplexed by Xia Ling's sudden outpouring. Indeed, during that time, Xia Ling was perpetually alone in the corner, always walking with her head bowed, a perpetual target for others' bullying and frustrations. The school resembled a cruel primordial forest. Jiang Xiao stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while Xia Ling occupied the lowest tier. What had she begun to notice Xia Ling? Perhaps it was one day when Xia Ling failed to attend school, prompting Jiang Xiao, as class monitor, to accompany the teacher on a home visit. They arrived at a place reminiscent of a slum, ultimately finding Xia Ling's home, a dilapidated dwelling devoid of anything decent. Inside, her parents were embroiled in a heated argument. Xia Xiaofan unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Xia Ling's father, hurling curses and insults that were so vile they were almost unspeakable. Meanwhile, Xia's father remained seated in his wheelchair, devoid of any emotion, resembling a living corpse. The room was a chaotic scene of destruction, with every throwable object cast aside in anger. Xia Ling crouched on the floor, numbly collecting the scattered items. Her movements so practiced it seemed as if such turmoil was her daily reality. It was only later that Jiang Xiao learned the reason Xia Ling had not attended school that day. Her father had wheeled himself into the street and, halting in the middle of the road, attempted to take his own life. Li Yao Jun, should you die once, I shall save you. Should you perish 100 times, I will rescue you 100 times. I demand you endure, to live a life more torturous than death itself. Jiang Xiao recalled feeling a shiver run down her spine upon hearing those words. The memories of that day lingered vividly in her mind. After exhausting her tirade against Xia Ling's father, Xia Xiaofan turned her wrath upon Xia Ling, kicking, striking, and pinching her mercilessly. In a fit of madness, she even seized a pair of fire tongs and struck Xia Ling's back with them. The homeroom teacher rushed in to intervene upon witnessing the scene, but Xia Xiaofan, consumed by fury, refused to relent. Seizing the moment while Xia Xiaofan was entangled with the teacher, Jiang Xiao stepped forward, grasped Xia Ling's arm, and led her to safety outside. Chapter 55. Jiang Xiao, you can never escape me. Xia Ling has always vividly recalled that initial scene. She was pulled along by Jiang Xiao, traversing through several narrow alleys. Clinging tightly to her hand, she was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of gardenias, fresh and rich. She gazed at her profile, illuminated by the sun, which cast a golden glow upon her face, resembling an angel descended from the heavens. Holding her hand firmly, it felt as though they could escape from a monstrous den. Eventually, they arrived at a nearby small square, where Jiang Xiao treated her to KFC. It was Xia Ling's first experience with KFC in her life. She indulged in numerous egg tarts, savoring a flavor so delightful that it brought her tears. Jiang Xiao watched as Xia Ling devoured an entire box of tarts, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she grasped Xia Ling's hand and reassured her, Xia Ling, don't be afraid. I will protect you from now on. Without questioning, Xia Ling accepted that promise. In time, Jiang Xiao upheld her vow. From that day forward, whenever anyone dared to bully Xia Ling at school, Jiang Xiao would confront them fiercely. She even assisted Xia Ling in securing a scholarship for on-campus housing, granting her a temporary reprieve from her deranged mother. Whatever treasure she possessed, she shared half with Xia Ling, even during her birthday, when she received valuable gifts. Jiang Xiao believed she had truly given her heart and soul to Xia Ling, even more so than her childhood friend, Shen Nua. Thus, when she discovered Xia Ling's betrayal, the pain and hatred she felt were profound. Reflecting on their past, Jiang Xiao's heart twisted in agony. Xia Ling, what do you mean by saying all this now? The corners of Jiang Xiao's mouth curled into a cold, sarcastic smile. To this day, I still cannot comprehend why you had to take Yin Feng from me. Why resort to such despicable means? If you truly loved Yin Feng, engaging in fair competition would have sufficed. Even if you openly pursued him, I would not have minded. However, I cannot accept that someone I treated with sincerity would conspire against me in the shadows, betray me. Xia Ling responded candidly, because I am envious. I envy the way you stroll hand in hand on the playground. I envy how he queues every morning to buy you breakfast. I envy your camaraderie, your effortless conversations. You two are a striking pair, one radiant and cheerful, the other sunny and handsome, a match made in heaven. Xia Ling's gaze shifted, tinged with a hint of bitterness. But I am consumed by jealousy. You are like leaves and flowers basking in sunlight, while I remain buried deep underground, a root forever deprived of light. Silently enduring the darkness, and the gnawing of pests day and night. My jealousy has driven me to the brink of madness. Jiang Ziyo was taken aback to learn that the Xia Ling who had always followed them was harboring such sentiments. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ziyo spoke with a calm demeanor. Your insecurity and sensitivity are at play. Every heart harbors a seed. It is one's choice whether to flourish into a tree bearing leaves and blossoms or remain forever buried like roots in the earth. Xia Ling, though your plight is indeed sorrowful, there are those who endure far greater hardships. Must everyone harbor jealousy towards all that is beautiful, wielding a metaphorical knife against friends who have shown them genuine kindness? What distinguishes this from the serpent in the fable of the farmer and the snake? Jiang Ziyo felt an inexplicable sadness. Once you excelled in your studies and gained admission to a prestigious university, you are no longer the powerless Xia Ling, controlled by your mother. You had embarked upon a promising path, capable of basking in the sunlight with dignity. Yet, you chose the most despicable and shadowy of roads, sacrificing sincerity and betraying friendship. Your life remains shrouded in darkness and hypocrisy, but this time is a chill and dampness of your own choosing. Jiang Ziyo gazed at Xia Ling, letting out a deep sigh. Speaking to you now seems utterly futile. I do not regret having treated you well in the past. At this juncture, your loss of me is your misfortune, not mine. The past is but a wisp of smoke. Jiang Ziyo has moved on. She wishes to disengage from any further entanglements with Xia Ling. Be it disdain or hatred, she no longer desires to expend any more time or energy on her. As Jiang Ziyo attempted to leave, Xia Ling suddenly seized her arm. Ziyo, you can never escape me. It is an impossibility. Jiang Ziyo turned, attempting to free herself from Xia Ling's grip. Yet before she could exert force, Xia Ling toppled backward, falling down the stairs. Subsequently, Xia Ling clutched her abdomen and cried out, "It hurts! It hurts! My baby! Jiang Ziyo, why did you push me?" A sense of foreboding fluttered in Jiang Ziyo's heart. Almost simultaneously, a throng of people surged forward. Jiang Xiao rushed to the front, exclaiming, "Sister, why did you push Sister Xia Ling? She is carrying a baby. Sister, I know you harbor prejudice against Sister Xia Ling, but you cannot harm the child she bears. Sister, is it because the child in Sister Xia Ling's womb belongs to Brother Yin Feng that you cannot tolerate her?" A barrage of questions bombarded her like a hailstorm. In that instant, Jiang Ziyo comprehended the trap she had fallen into, ensnared by the schemes of Xia Ling and Jiang Xiao. She had anticipated that Jiang Xiao would create difficulties for her, believing that having Xia Ling become an adopted daughter of the Jiang family had fulfilled her aim. Little did she realize that a far more profound pit awaited her. The malice of the two surpassed her wildest imaginings. Jiang Ziyo found herself surrounded by a throng of people. Others in the banquet hall, hearing the commotion, began to converge. Yin Feng, alerted by Xia Ling's cries, hurried over. Navigating through the crowd, he beheld Xia Ling sprawled on the ground, cradling her abdomen, appearing to be in great pain. At that moment, Jiang Ziyo stood on the stairs, her expression one of indifference, as those around her pointed fingers and accused her of having pushed Xia Ling down. Yin Feng had no time to ponder further. Hurriedly, he stepped forward, aiding Xia Ling to sit up. "Xia Ling, how are you? I shall take you to the hospital." Xia Ling clutched her abdomen, her expression a portrait of sorrow. Feng, I am fine. The pain has subsided somewhat, but, with tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Jiang Ziyo. "Yet, I cannot comprehend why Ziyo would push me. She ultimately cannot accept our child." Xia Ling succumbed to tears. Feng, if anything were to happen to the child, I would not be able to endure it. Thankfully, the heavens have been merciful, but I am so frightened. I fear she will not relent. And this is not the first time. Xia Ling buried her head in Yin Feng's embrace, softly sobbing. Yin Feng's gaze towards Jiang Ziyo was laden with rage. He raised a finger, nearly seething, "Jiang Ziyo, you are utterly vile." Chapter 56. A conspiracy of collusion. Jiang Ziyo was utterly at a loss for words. Xia Ling had the assistance of Jiang Xiao, and the onlookers had already branded her as the one who pushed. Jiang's father and mother soon arrived at the scene. Jiang Jinhui, witnessing the turmoil, inquired, "What has transpired?" Jiang Xiao was well prepared with her response. "Father, my sister is unaware of the circumstances. She accidentally pushed Sister Xiaoling, who was with child. Jiang Jinhui's expression darkened as he directed a stern gaze at Xiaoling. Xiaoling, weeping, was nestled in Yin Feng's embrace. Jiang Jinhui's countenance was grim. Yin Feng, ostensibly Jiang Sayu's husband, was brazenly holding another woman, one who bore his child. Yin Feng had grown up before their eyes, akin to their own son. Initially, they believed Xiaoling was merely a fleeting fancy. However, the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. More critically, the Yin family had disclosed that 3 years prior, Jiang Sayu and Yin Feng had not even obtained a marriage certificate. Just days ago, Jiang Sayu had announced her definitive separation from Yin Feng and had moved out of the Yin household. It was entirely possible that Yin Feng had surreptitiously wed Xiaoling strangely. This Xiaoling had inexplicably become a goddaughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Jinhui felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Sayu. However, given Jiang Sayu's intolerant nature, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that she had indeed pushed Xiaoling. With a resolution forming in his mind, Jiang Jinhui recognized the need to preserve the Jiang family's dignity amidst the esteemed guests gathered in Rongcheng. He approached Xiaoling, his voice cold and laced with an air of authority. Xiaoling, are you certain that it was Jiang Sayu who intentionally pushed you, rather than a mere accident? Xiaoling looked at Jiang Jinhui with an expression of innocent bewilderment, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that Jiang Jinhui sought to quell the situation. In truth, she had no desire for this incident to escalate and bring disgrace upon the Jiang family. After all, she did not wish to be rejected by her newly acknowledged godparents. Her intent was to instill in Yin Feng a belief that Jiang Sayu had repeatedly sought to harm the child she carried, thus extinguishing any rekindled feelings Yin Feng might harbor for Jiang Sayu. Evidently, she had achieved her aim, for Yin Feng now regarded Jiang Sayu with palpable disdain and loathing, reminiscent of 3 years prior. Yet, she was determined not to let the matter fade away so easily. Xiaoling's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. And after a moment of shock, realization dawned upon her, accompanied by disappointment and an overwhelming sense of injustice. Ultimately, it seemed she had made a resolute decision. With a choked voice, she declared, "Godfather, you are right. Jiang Sai, it did not mean to harm me. She merely pushed me accidentally." Jiang Sayu observed every subtle nuance of Xia Ling's expression. It was only now that Jiang Sayu comprehended the extent of Xia Ling's acting prowess. Xia Ling portrayed the forced compromise and grievance under pressure with remarkable finesse, asserting that Jiang Sayu had no malicious intent. However, her expression was a silent accusation. She was being coerced, willing to downplay the gravity of the situation to preserve the dignity of the Jiang family, choosing not to dwell on past grievances. Firstly, it made it abundantly clear to everyone present that Jiang Xiao had indeed pushed her. Secondly, it showcased her willingness to compromise, evoking sympathy from those around her. Thirdly, it afforded Jiang Jinhui a semblance of face, leading him to believe she possessed a sense of decorum. It was in essence a masterstroke that achieved 3 objectives at once. Indeed, Xiaoling captivated everyone with her performance. Jiang Jinhui observed a softening in his expression towards Xiaoling, even betraying a hint of remorse. Yin Feng felt a pang of compassion, holding her even tighter. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the onlookers. It appeared that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had truly pushed her, and given that the other party was with child, how could she be so malicious? It was said that her biological mother was a murderer and her father a drunkard, in a bid to ensure her own daughter experienced wealth and privilege. Her mother had swapped her with the true daughter of the Jiang family. Now, she sought to harm an unborn child. It seemed that this wickedness was indeed inherited. But why did the eldest daughter of the Jiang family push Miss Xia? Are you not aware? The Jiang and Yin families had originally been betrothed. The eldest daughter harbored affections for the eldest son of the Yin family, the very one now cradling Miss Xia Ling jealousy, it seemed, was her motive. Yet to endanger another's child out of jealousy was truly malevolent. The Jiang family, with their benevolent hearts, could not sever their nurturing ties. In my opinion, the daughter of an enemy ought to have been cast out long ago, lest she invite disaster upon herself. On the other hand, upon hearing Xia Ling's words, Jiang Jinhui finally exhaled with relief. Often, matters do not require the truth, merely a veil of pretense. As long as the victim does not press the issue, the matter can be swiftly resolved. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao was evidently not inclined to let Jiang Xiao off easily. She had painstakingly orchestrated this rare opportunity. How could she possibly be satisfied without thoroughly discrediting Jiang Xiao? Father, we are all your daughters. How can you show favoritism? Pushing is pushing, and you cannot be biased in her favor. The breath that had just settled in Jiang Jinhui's chest was once more constricted. Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed the swift darkening of his expression and felt a pang of apprehension. She understood that Jiang Jinhui had never been pleased with her, often comparing her unfavorably to Jiang Xiao in terms of talent, beauty, academics, demeanor, grace, and upbringing, all of which he deemed superior in Jiang Xiao. Yet he failed to realize that she was his biological daughter. Had she grown up by their side, she would undoubtedly have surpassed Jiang Xiao 100-fold. Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that Jiang Jinhui valued his reputation above all, the dignity of the Jiang family. Thus, she could not afford to escalate the situation beyond repair. Taking a step back, she proposed, at the very least, shouldn't his sister apologize to Sister Xiaoling? After all, Sister Xiaoling's child was nearly lost. Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Jiang Xiao, who stood frozen on the staircase, resembling a wooden statue. Let her apologize to Xiaoling. It would likely be more painful than killing her. Moreover, only she and Xiaoling are privy to the truth. Jiang Xiao, however, does not relent. She is curious to see if she, Jiang Xiao, possesses enough integrity to bow her head under such pressure. The crowd continues to swell, and the surrounding chatter grows ever louder. If this persists, it is evident that the Jiang family will soon become the subject of ridicule in casual conversations. This is the last thing Jiang Jinhui wishes to witness. In contrast to the petty rivalry of the younger generation, he is far more concerned about the family's reputation. He simply desires for this matter to be resolved swiftly. Jiang Jinhui addresses Jiang Xiao, saying, Xiao, although your actions were unintentional, you bear some responsibility for Xiaoling's fall. Come and apologize, and we shall consider the matter closed. How could Jiang Xiao possibly apologize? She lets out a cold, derisive laugh. Why should I apologize for something I did not do? Chapter 57. Torn Skirt, Severed Ties. A commotion erupted beneath the stairs, filled with murmurs about her. The daughter of the Jiang family appeared utterly unyielding, refusing to descend the clearly defined steps. Clearly spoiled by her family, she seemed to believe herself a true scion of the Jiang lineage. Such audacity was astounding. How could the esteemed Jiang patriarch have raised a daughter so oblivious to propriety? These remarks reached Jiang Jinhui's ears, darkening his expression. Each person seemed intent on causing him distress. Could they not prioritize the Jiang family's dignity and refrain from making a spectacle for all to witness? With rare composure, Jiang Jinhui addressed Jiang Xiao. Xiao, I command you to apologize to Xiaoling. I shall not apologize, Jiang Xiao replied, her voice unwavering. Jiang Jinhui's patience waned. For the first time, someone dared to publicly defy him, an affront to his authority. Whispers abounded, critiquing his inability to discipline his children, questioning his lack of command before them. Jiang Jinhui's voice grew heavy with an air of pressure and threat. Xiao, if you do not apologize today, I shall consider you no longer my daughter. At this juncture, the gravity of the situation was palpable. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, onlookers relishing the unfolding drama, exclaiming how riveting the day's events had become. Jiang Xiaoxiao reveled in schadenfreude, confident that even without her pursuit of justice, Jiang Xiao's steadfast nature would lead her to escalate the situation. In doing so, she would not only tarnish her own reputation, but also invite her father's complete disdain. Standing resolutely above, Jiang Xiao regarded Jiang Jinhui with a tranquil gaze. From a young age, her bond with him had never been particularly intimate, especially compared to her relationship with Yao Shulan. In this household, he was the patriarch, a hands-off ruler, while he busied himself with business and social engagements. Showering her with lavish gifts, he seldom dedicated time to her. Nevertheless, She held a complex mix of respect and affection for him, especially after he intervened to prevent Yao Shulan from severing ties with her upon Jiang Xiaoxiao's return. His declaration that she would forever be the Jiang family's eldest daughter touched her deeply. However, that night, she overheard a conversation between Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan outside the study. Jiang Jinhui remarked that if they were to truly cast her out, it would only serve to make the Jiang family a laughingstock. It was better to allow her to retain the title of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. For them, it was no more than an additional pair of chopsticks. That same evening, Jiang Jinhui drafted a will, designating Jiang Xiaoxiao as the sole heir to all Jiang family assets and shares in the company. In that moment, Jiang Xiao understood that her father's retention of her presence was not born of paternal affection, but rather a concern for the family's reputation. This revelation was the reason she had remained with the Sher family for 3 years, seldom returning. She had convinced herself that their achievements were commendable enough, and that there was no need to dwell on the past. Yet the events of that night echoed in the present. Everything was once again for the sake of the Jiang family's facade. Her feelings are of no significance, nor does it matter whether she is the daughter of the Jiang family. What truly matters is preserving the family's dignity. However, the Jiang CEO of today is no longer the Jiang CEO of 3 years past. She will no longer endure humiliation. Slowly, Jiang CEO descended the staircase, stepping deliberately towards Jiang Jinhui. He assumed she had finally capitulated and was prepared to apologize to Xia Ling, his gaze softening slightly upon her approach. To his surprise, Jiang CEO stood before him, her expression calm, yet exuding an intense pressure that sent a chill down Jiang Jinhui's spine. Father, this is the last time I shall call you father. In ancient times, there were those who severed ties. Today, I shall follow suit. Jiang Xiao turned to address the onlookers. A father does not know his daughter, and a daughter does not know her father. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I, Jiang Xiao, shall have no further relations with the Jiang family of Rongqing. From now on, I am no longer the young lady of the Jiang family. Whoever covets that position may take it. I am no longer associated with it. Today, I, Jiang Xiao, sever this bond. Let all bear witness. With that, Jiang Xiao tore at her skirt, ripping away a piece of fabric with force. She flung the torn material to the ground before Jiang Jinhui, whose face paled with anger. In contrast, Yao Shulan, unusually silent, did not scold or berate. Tears welled in her eyes. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, astonished that Jiang Xiao had truly committed such an act. Who would have thought she possessed such spirit? The Jiang family, after all, is one of the most prestigious in Rongqing. Was she genuinely willing to forsake the opulent identity of a wealthy young lady? Perhaps Jiang Xiao had merely been influenced by television dramas, thinking herself the heroine, engaging in mere theatrics, likely to return in tears by tomorrow. Jiang Jinhui was taken aback by Jiang Xiao's resolve. His expression darkened. Being severed by a foster daughter was indeed a monumental embarrassment for the Jiang family. The news of this would undoubtedly become a grand farce. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt immense joy within. Everything unfolded as she had wished, even exceeding her expectations. Fuming, Jiang Jinhui pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, don't you dare regret this. Don't come crying back tomorrow. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao knelt before him, her demeanor still cold and resolute. Believing she had reconsidered, Jiang Jinhui was taken aback when she bowed 3 times. Mr. Jiang, these 3 bows are to repay the kindness you and Mrs. Jiang have shown in raising me. From this moment forth, we are no longer indebted to one another. After completing her bows, Jiang Xiao stood and strode purposefully toward the exit. Jiang Jinhui, caught between anger and sorrow, felt a pang in his heart. After all, she was his daughter for 20 years, and to sever ties so completely was painful. Yet, his frustration grew as Jiang Xiao disregarded his dignity in front of so many witnesses. Just as she took a few steps outside, she was suddenly blocked by someone. Looking up, she beheld an extraordinarily handsome face, Bo Jinxiao. Bo Jinxiao, clad in a tailored suit, stood tall with one hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, his countenance bore an otherworldly chill, as if he were not of this realm. At that moment, he resembled an ethereal being, meandering through the mortal world, surveying the myriad of human affairs from his lofty vantage point, seemingly indifferent to it all. The crowd had indeed taken notice of him, particularly Jiang Xiaoxiao. Upon laying eyes on Bo Jinxiu, her expression was awash with joy and excitement. The banquet had already progressed halfway, and she had begun to doubt his arrival. To her astonishment, he had not broken his promise. Surely, some pressing matter had delayed him. The mere thought that Bo Jinxiu might have set aside an exceedingly significant engagement to attend her birthday celebration filled her with elation. As if she were a lark soaring through the sky. With a heart full of delight, she dashed towards him, her voice laced with a hint of playful reproach. "Your Highness, why have you arrived so late? I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 58. The depth of her suffering. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Bo Jinxiu instantaneously captivated the attention of the entire gathering. Present were the prominent figures of Rongqing, all well acquainted with the title of the young master. Not merely an ordinary heir, he was the son of the nation's wealthiest individual, the sole successor of the Bo group, and the esteemed young master of the capital. The capital city was incomparable to the modest confines of Rongqing. Everyone was aware that the young master's presence in Rongqing was to personally oversee the Paradise Resort project. This resort was not only a coveted prize within the construction industry, but also a target of desire across various sectors. This colossal project, rumored to be worth trillions, encompassed diverse industries. Even a mere hint from the young master could catapult families to great heights. Countless individuals had long sought ways to befriend this young master, often facing rejection. However, the surprising closeness between the true heiress of the Jiang family and the young master raised eyebrows. The noble ladies in attendance were consumed by envy. What connection did the second Miss Jiang have with the young master that he would attend her birthday celebration? The bashful expression on Jiang Xiaoxiao's face practically screamed her affection for him. The Jiang family seemed truly fortunate. Should the second Miss Jiang align herself with the young master of the capital, the Jiang family would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Yet, there were murmurs of skepticism. Attending a birthday party did not necessarily signify anything substantial. The crowd buzzed with a cacophony of admiration and jealousy. Initially, many had harbored hopes of witnessing the Jiang family's misfortune, but now they were filled with envy and resentment, having entirely forgotten the recent events. Those near Jiang Jinhui began to quietly flatter him. "Mr. Jiang, how fortunate you are that your second miss has established a connection with a young master. It seems you will soon become the father-in-law of the nation. Indeed, if the Jiang family aligns with the Bo family, do not forget us old friends. The second miss is truly impressive. She has brought you such honor." Jiang Jinhui, flattered by these words, felt his cheeks flush with pride. He excitedly approached Bo Jinxiu, apologizing. "I was unaware of your highness's arrival and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive me." "Uncle Jiang, just call me Axie. No need for such formalities." Bo Jinxiu replied with unexpected humility, countering the rumors of his arrogance and aloofness. In front of Jiang Jinhui, he exhibited the courtesy of a respectful junior. This demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Xiaoxiao. Clearly, the bond between the second Miss Jiang and the young master was far from ordinary. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart raced with excitement as she reveled in the envious and jealous gazes surrounding her, akin to fine nourishment that inflated her self-esteem. In a moment of impulsiveness, she attempted to take Bo Jinxiu's arm, only to be deftly evaded. A cold glance from him sent a chill through her, prompting her to retreat a step, recognizing the need for discretion. Perhaps he is unaccustomed to displaying affection in the presence of others. Jiang Jinhui, standing nearby, felt a flicker of doubt as he witnessed this scene. However, Bo Jinxiu suddenly cast a glance at Jiang Xiu. Then his gaze fell upon the torn hem of her dress. Instantly, his eyes grew noticeably colder, and his tone became more distant when speaking to Jiang Jinhui. With an indifferent voice, Bo Jinxiu remarked, "It seems I have just missed quite the spectacle." Jiang Jinhui realized that Bo Jinxiu was observing Jiang Xiu, and he presumed that the distinguished gentleman found her current disarray to be quite unbecoming. Consequently, he admonished sharply, "Unfilial daughter, have you not already severed ties with the Jiang family? Why do you linger?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiao moved to step forward, but was obstructed by Bo Jinxiu's outstretched arm. With a calm demeanor, he interjected, "Uncle Jiang, pardon my intrusion, but may I inquire as to what transpired?" Bo Jinxiu had intended to arrive much earlier that day, yet he unexpectedly encountered Xue Qin at the entrance. After an arduous exchange, he had finally managed to extricate himself from her relentless clutches. Little did he know that in such a brief span, a scandal involving torn ties had unfolded. The ease with which Jiang Xiao, with her cat-like nonchalance, had resorted to such actions suggested she must have endured considerable grievances. An unsettling chill emanated from Bo Jinxiu, causing those around him to feel an oppressive tension. Yet, each word he spoke was laced with humility and courtesy. Jiang Jinhui was perplexed as to why Bo Jinxiu suddenly exhibited such interest in his family's affairs. He had no desire to air their private matters in public. After all, being repudiated by an adopted daughter was hardly a matter of pride. However, upon hearing Bo Jinxiu's inquiry, Jiang Xiaoxiao took it upon herself to elaborate. "Your Highness, you may be unaware, but this is my parents' adopted daughter, Jiang Xiao. Today, my parents accepted Sister Xia Ling as a foster daughter, which displeased my sister, leading her, in a fit of rage, to push the pregnant Xia Ling down the stairs. Fortunately, Xia Ling is unharmed and, being kind-hearted, does not wish to hold a grudge. Father merely requested my sister to apologize, and we would consider the matter closed. Yet, my sister not only refused to apologize, but also sought to sever ties with us." Jiang Xiaoxiao embellished the incident, and Jiang Jinhui's expression soured. This was indeed a private matter of the Jiang family, a reflection of Jiang's failure in raising her daughter, and he regretted exposing it before the crown prince. After absorbing all this, Bo Jinxiu's aura turned chillingly severe. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiao had suffered such indignity. Accused by the masses, she had no means to defend herself. Bo Jinxiu let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Miss Xia, did Jiang Xiao truly push you?" He abruptly shifted his gaze to Xia Ling, who, along with Yan Feng, had approached and stood behind Jiang Jinhui. Under the weight of Bo Jinxiu's authoritative stare, Xia Ling felt inexplicably anxious. She feigned a look of distress and asserted, "I believed Xiao did not do so intentionally." Bo Jinxiu's voice remained frosty, regardless of intent. "Does this mean you're affirming that Miss Jiang pushed you?" Xia Ling felt a sense of unease. "Mr. Bo, what do you mean by that question?" Bo Jinxiu replied, "Are you certain you are not lying?" The words to lie clung to Xia Ling like a label. If such an accusation had come from someone else, it might have been bearable, but it was the heir to a prestigious family, whose every word carried significant weight. Various doubts echoed among the crowd. Xia Ling quickly asserted, "I am not lying. I had just ascended the staircase and exchanged a few words with Xiaoyu. She seemed upset and abruptly pushed me down the stairs, an act witnessed by many. This was a trap meticulously orchestrated by her and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxiao had mentioned that the banquet hall of the Yunding restaurant was exclusively reserved for esteemed guests. Hence, there were no surveillance cameras installed. Leaving no room for error, Jiang Xiaoxiao interjected, "I saw it with my own eyes. I was standing not far off when I witnessed my sister deliberately push Sister Xia Ling down the stairs. Not just me, but they all saw it too." The they Jiang Xiaoxiao referred to her entourage, who had benefited greatly from her. Naturally, they echoed her words in agreement. "Indeed, we all saw it." Bo Jinxiu's gaze swept across their faces, his cold eyes akin to a dagger. Chapter 59. Jiang Xiao is a married woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao vaguely sensed that Bo Jinxiu seemed to be showing favoritism towards Jiang Xiao. Could it be that Jiang Xiao had some connection with Bo Jinxiu? She recalled that Jiang Xiao had once conducted an exclusive interview with him. Perhaps that was when they first became acquainted. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao speculated that they were merely friends. After all, Jiang Xiao was a married woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt no fear. She had already taken the initiative to inquire with the manager of Yunding restaurant and discovered that there were no surveillance cameras installed. Moreover, no one had witnessed the events that transpired. She was confident that there would be no incriminating evidence left behind. With that in mind, she did not hesitate to tarnish Jiang Xiao's reputation further. Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke up, "Your Highness, you may be unaware that my sister has a personal vendetta against Sister Xiaoling. She pushed Sister Xiaoling, intending to harm the child she carries. Bo Jinxio's expression turned cold. His voice was frigid and detached. Based on my understanding of Miss Jiang, she has no reason to act in such a manner. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. At this point, it was evident to any discerning observer that Bo Jinxio was acquainted with Miss Jiang, seemingly showing bias toward her. Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed this as well. What did he truly know about Jiang Xiao? She cast a glance at Jiang Xiao and scoffed. Your Highness is mistaken. My sister has every reason to act this way. The man she loves is Brother Yin Feng, who, in turn, is enamored with Sister Xiaoling. Furthermore, Sister Xiaoling is pregnant with Brother Yin Feng's child. My sister, consumed by jealousy, acted irrationally towards Sister Xiaoling. The onlookers displayed expressions of sudden realization. It turned out that the rumors circulating were indeed true. All eyes turned to the dashing Yin Feng, the heir of the Yin group, whose striking features and exceptional demeanor were undeniable. It was no wonder that Jiang Xiao had become infatuated, resorting to such reckless behavior. If Jiang Xiao were truly the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she would indeed be a worthy match. Yet, she was merely an impostor, originating from a disreputable family. How could she possibly deserve such a union? Bo Jinxio remarked. Are you suggesting that Miss Jiang acted against Miss Xia due to her infatuation with young Master Yin? Jiang Xiaoxiao knew she could not reveal that Jiang Xiao was Yin Feng's wife, with Xia Ling as the other woman. However, such a humiliating truth would never be disclosed by Jiang Xiao herself. Her innate pride prevented her from admitting it. Seizing upon this fact, Jiang Xiaoxiao began to weave her tale without restraint. Of course, Brother Yin Feng is so outstanding that my sister has always coveted him. Since Brother Yin Feng and Sister Xiaoling are in love, my sister has been desperate to position herself as their mistress. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao no longer cared for the Jiang family's reputation. She was determined to ensure that Jiang Xiao stood before Bo Jinxio in utter disgrace. Suddenly, Bo Jinxio chuckled. That makes even less sense. How can my girlfriend possibly covet another man? His words rendered the entire venue silent in an instant. What did the prince's statement imply? Even Jiang Xiaoxiao appeared unable to comprehend. How could Jiang Xiao possibly be your girlfriend? That is utterly impossible. Bo Jinxio naturally wrapped his arm around Jiang Xiao's waist, casting a glance at her, his eyes brimming with affection. He then raised his head, the tenderness in his gaze lingering. Are we truly mismatched? The onlookers had never witnessed the usually aloof crown prince exhibiting such a gentle demeanor. The surrounding socialites, captivated by his melting gaze, were enveloped in unrestrained envy towards the woman nestled in the crown prince's embrace. Jiang Xiaoxiao found it utterly unacceptable. Jiang Xiao being the crown prince's girlfriend was a notion beyond belief. She shot a glance at Jiang Xiao, her eyes ablaze with jealousy, and almost blurted out, Crown Prince, have you been deceived by my sister? She is already a married woman. Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaoxiao had formed a judgment. Jiang Xiao's beauty was undeniable, and it was no surprise that the Crown Prince was enchanted. However, the Crown Prince must be unaware that Jiang Xiao was already wed. Thus, she resolved to ruthlessly expose Jiang Xiao's deceit, determined to unveil her true nature to Bo Jinxio. Yet, Bo Jinxio's eyes displayed no fury. Not even a trace of surprise could be discerned. He inquired nonchalantly, "Oh, you claim my girlfriend has a husband. Pray, who might that be?" This question left Jiang Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. Today, she and Xia Ling had orchestrated this grand performance. Jiang Xiao had been cast as the interloper in the relationship between Yin Feng and Xia Ling. If it were to be revealed that Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng were, in fact, a legitimate couple, the tables would turn instantly. Xia Ling would become the mistress, and she would be implicated as an accomplice. Moreover, the Yin family's reputation would be utterly tarnished, and they would not let her off lightly. Jiang Xiaoxiao could not possibly divulge the truth. On the other side, Xia Ling appeared anxious, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaoxiao, fearful that this fool might reveal everything. Thankfully, she retained a sliver of composure. Meanwhile, Yin Feng's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed coldly on Bo Jinxio's hand resting on Jiang Xiao's waist. Jiang Xiaoxiao declared, "Regardless, my sister is already married. She is not innocent. You must have been deceived by her. She is a cunning and malicious vixen. Bo Jinchio's expression shifted to one of icy detachment. His voice took on a frigid tone, as if encrusted with shards of ice, conveying a chilling aura. Jiang Xiaoxiao repeatedly referred to her sister, yet delivered slanderous accusations, tarnishing her reputation. It was clear that Jiang Xiaoxiao was the one devoid of upbringing and harboring vile intentions, as Bo Jinxiu publicly branded her with such labels. Jiang Xiaoxiao trembled with rage, the crowd beginning to murmur and point fingers at her. She felt as though her face had been soundly slapped, her insides boiling with fury. With a voice quaking from indignation, she retorted, "Crown Prince, though you hold great power, you cannot make baseless accusations. Even if my sister is your girlfriend, you cannot ignore the facts to favor her. It is a matter of fact that she pushed Xiaoling, and we all witnessed it. Her willingness to lay hands on a pregnant woman is ample proof of her cold-blooded and malevolent nature." Biao Jinxiu's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice imbued with an air of oppression and menace. "Are you certain of what you have witnessed? If not, you are merely slandering and framing me. Miss Jiang, I doubt you can bear the weight of the accusation of attempting to harm my girlfriend. Miss Jiang, do you dare to swear?" Jiang Xiaoxiao felt the looming pressure and threat, especially under the chilling gaze that seemed like a dagger glinting with cold light. Yet, in that moment, she was oblivious to everything else. All she desired was to crush Jiang Xiaoyu. "I swear I witnessed my sister push Xiaoling. If what I say is a falsehood, may the Jiang family face ruin, and may I, Jiang Xiaoxiao, endure a lifetime of poverty and hardship, never to find peace." Chapter 60. How could a disgraced individual transform into her? Jiang Xiaoxiao uttered the most venomous oaths, yet a cold mockery simmered within her heart. She held no belief in the sincerity of such vows. If oaths were to be taken seriously, countless individuals would be struck down by thunder each day. Thus, her words flowed effortlessly, appearing resolute and sincere. Jiang Xiaoxiao was confident that Bo Jinsi would find no flaws to exploit, which is precisely why she resorted to the intangible nature of oaths as a means of coercion. Bo Jinsi, however, merely smiled lightly. "Very well. I trust that Miss Jiang will remember the words spoken today when the time comes to uphold her vows." He then picked up his phone and made a call, summoning the general manager of Yunding to come at once. 5 minutes later, Huang Ku, the general manager, hurriedly entered, his presence drawing the attention of the crowd, who were captivated by the unfolding drama. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao had been vociferous, she was trembling uncontrollably, and her exquisite jewelry could not conceal her disarray. In contrast, Jiang Dajia, who was expected to be the most wretched and humiliated today, radiated an undeniable aura of determination and decisiveness since the moment she tore her skirt. Particularly now, despite her silence, she exuded a calm and dignified presence, her elegance intertwining with the tattered fabric of her dress, transforming it into a unique masterpiece that exuded an alternative beauty. Huang Ku, visibly anxious, approached Bo Jinsi. "Young master, you summon me?" Jiang Xiaoxiao found it amusing to see manager Huang from Yunding here. Bo Jinsi was truly adept at posturing. What could calling Huang Ku accomplish? The police's presence would be futile. There were no surveillance cameras, and they would find no evidence. Bo Jinsi spoke. "Manager Huang, please activate the Eagle Eye system." Huang Ku hesitated momentarily, intrigued that the young master was aware of the Eagle Eye system. However, he faltered. "Young master, this may not adhere to protocol. I cannot bear that responsibility." Bo Jinsi replied calmly. "Yunding is 50% owned by the Bo family. Although I do not partake in the management of Yunding Group, as a major shareholder, I believe I possess the right to request this." Huang Ku was taken aback. It was indeed known that a mysterious major shareholder existed, but his identity remained a secret to everyone except the chairman and vice chairman. This enigmatic figure held substantial shares in the group, and Yunding Restaurant was merely the tip of the iceberg. To discover that the young master of the Bo family was this legendary shareholder was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Huang Ku immediately responded with respect. "I will attend to it at once." Meanwhile, the bystanders remained bewildered, questioning the existence of the Eagle Eye system, having never heard of it before. The revelation that the young master was the major shareholder of Yunding left them in awe, affirming the pervasive influence of the Bo family. The Eagle Eye system, as I have heard, is the nation's military's most advanced surveillance apparatus. In simple terms, it is a comprehensive monitoring system that offers a complete 360-degree perspective without any blind spots. Conventional surveillance is typically confined to specific areas, while the Eagle Eye system transcends the limitations of time and space, enabling the retrieval of high-definition footage of any individual at any location and time. My goodness, to think that this venue is equipped with the Eagle Eye system, where our every move not being scrutinized. The Cloudtop Banquet Hall is generally reserved for hosting high-ranking officials and foreign dignitaries, so the presence of such a system is hardly surprising. As Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to the surrounding discussions, disbelief etched across her face. What on earth is this Eagle Eye system? She had never even heard of it. She had clearly confirmed with the security that there were no surveillance devices in this banquet hall. How could a 360-degree monitoring system suddenly appear? Despite her skepticism, when the figures of Xia Ling and Jiang Xiao were projected with striking clarity onto the grand screen of the banquet hall, Jiang Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded. Their conversation unfolded word for word before the audience. Xia Ling, to this day, I cannot fathom why you had to steal yen phone from me, employing such despicable means. Because I am envious. You shine like leaves bathed in sunlight, while I am but the roots buried deep beneath the earth. My jealousy is driving me to madness. It was you who chose this path, wielding the knife against a friend who truly cared for you. You sacrificed sincerity and betrayed friendship. Speaking to you about this is utterly pointless. I do not regret being good to you. Jiang Xiao, you will never be able to escape me, never. The events that transpired were laid bare, the truth fully revealed before all. In the video, as Xiaoling uttered these words, she suddenly seized Jiang Xiao's arm and then, with deliberate intent, leaned back, feigning a stumble down the stairs, ultimately falling to the ground. The scene shifted to Xiaoling's piercing scream, drawing the attention of those nearby, followed by the accusation against Jiang Xiao for pushing her. The video concluded at this juncture, leaving the banquet hall enveloped in an eerie silence. The Eagle Eye system indeed proved to be extraordinary. The projected images possessed a breathtaking 3D effect, as though the events were unfolding right before their eyes. At that moment, the truth was unmistakably clear. Jiang Xiao had not pushed Xiaoling. Rather, it was Xiaoling who had intentionally staged her fall to frame Jiang Xiao, subsequently playing the victim. Moreover, from their dialogue, the audience gleaned hints of deeper intrigue. It was revealed that this young master Yen had been snatched away from Miss Jiang by Miss Xia through underhanded tactics. How could such a beautiful Miss Jiang, with her undeniable charm, have allowed young Master Yen to forsake her? And judging by her visibly growing belly, one could only speculate on the means she had employed. It was astonishing to discover that Miss Jiang and Miss Xia had been friends since high school, with Miss Jiang having aided her numerous times. Yet Miss Xia had repaid that kindness with betrayal. From beginning to end, Miss Jiang displayed an unwavering demeanor, yet to her astonishment, the seemingly innocent and delicate Miss Xia harbored such malevolent intentions. It was evident that Miss Jiang, the second daughter, was complicit, audaciously claiming to have witnessed events firsthand and swearing oaths that could only invite dire consequences. Moreover, her act of having the Jiang family adopt Miss Xia as a foster daughter was nothing short of a calculated affront to Miss Jiang. It is no wonder that Miss Jiang sought to sever ties with her family. To her dismay, the true daughter of the Jiang family turned out to possess a heart of darkness, rumored to have been raised in a slum by a murderer. Such despicable tactics are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Should the Jiang family fall into her hands, their downfall seems imminent. Surrounding onlookers began to murmur and point fingers. Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan observed this scene with an overwhelming sense of complexity. They had genuinely believed that Jiang Xiao had pushed Xiaoling aside, unaware that it was Jiang Xiaoxiao and Xiaoling who had conspired against her. For the first time, Yao Shulan's gaze toward Jiang Xiaoxiao turned icy. All eyes were fixed upon the Jiang family's disgrace. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place, her head spinning in confusion. This grand spectacle of ruin was originally intended for Jiang Xiao, and she could not fathom how it had ultimately befallen her instead. Chapter 61. My girlfriend is fragile and unwilling to take the blame. Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart brimmed with intense resentment. It felt as though a serpent coiled within her, twisting and writhing, nearly bursting forth from her chest. Her fingers tightened into a fist, the nails digging painfully into her flesh. Anger and humiliation rendered her body uncontrollable, her shoulders shaking violently. Like a taut bowstring, she shouted at the screen, "This is all a lie. It's all a scheme devised by Jiang Xiao to frame me." She screamed frantically at the crowd. Yet, the gazes directed at her grew increasingly peculiar, akin to that of onlookers observing a madwoman. Some even recoiled in disdain. Jiang Jinhui could no longer endure the spectacle. He strode forward and delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Xiaoxiao's face. "Jiang Xiaoxiao, is this not enough of a ruckus? You have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family." In an instant, Jiang Xiaoxiao fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not comprehend how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. With a flushed face, Jiang Jinhui apologized to the gathered crowd. "I apologize for the antics of my two daughters, which have become a source of amusement for everyone." He continued, "Today's incident stems from our misunderstanding of my eldest daughter, Jiang Xiao. I believe my youngest has also been misled by outsiders. As for the matter of Jiang family adopting a goddaughter, let us consider it as never having occurred. Our family would never taken someone with ulterior motives." Jiang Jinhui approached Miss Xia Ling directly. "Miss Xia, please leave. You are not welcome in the Jiang family." Xia Ling, feeling utterly disoriented, had not anticipated her deeds would be laid bare, akin to being publicly shamed. Initially, she had intended to use the wrestling incident to tarnish Jiang Xiao's reputation and shatter Yin Feng's illusions. However, that very tarnish had now fallen upon her own head. The judgment of others no longer fazed her. She had long since relinquished any sense of dignity or shame, having been humiliated by her mother throughout her childhood, and even bound and beaten in her adolescence before a crowd, as if she were a mere spectacle. What truly terrified her was the thought of Yin Feng rekindling his affections for Jiang Xiao upon seeing the truth. She feared their reconciliation, having toiled for years to sever their bond completely. Xia Ling raised her gaze to Yin Feng, but his attention remained fixated on Jiang Xiao. His outward calm belied the tempest brewing in his eyes, a storm that Xia Ling could discern. Jiang Jinhui, witnessing the closeness of Yin Feng and Xia Ling, felt a surge of anger. If not for this man abandoning Jiang Xiao for the enchantress Xia Ling, such disgrace would never have befallen them. Jiang Jinhui resolutely issued an ultimatum. "Young Master Yin, I shall not retain you any longer." Yin Feng finally tore his gaze from Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxiao. He glanced coldly at Xia Ling, not uttering a single word, before turning on his heel and striding toward the banquet hall exit. Xia Ling hurriedly followed suit, effectively expelling the two of them from the scene. Jiang Jinhui's expression finally appeared somewhat more pleasant. He approached Jiang Xiao, his tone gentle. "Xiao, your father has misunderstood you." After saying this, he coldly instructed Jiang Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, come over and apologize to your sister." Jiang Xiaoxiao, covering her face and gritting her teeth, reluctantly stepped forward. She understood that there was no turning back. At this moment, she had no choice. "I'm sorry, sister. It was all just a joke," Jiang Xiaoxiao apologetically mumbled. Jiang Jinhui attempted to mediate. "Xiao, your sister did not grow up among us, so she naturally lacks the refinement and grace of a well-bred young lady. In a moment of anger, she acted foolishly. As her elder sister, you should forgive her this once. After all, we are all family, and there can be no true enmity among us." Since the appearance of Bo Jinxiao, Jiang Xiao had remained mostly silent. Her expression was calm, resembling a detached observer. At this moment, her voice was both cold and distant. "She may be joking, but I am not, Mr. Jiang. I have severed ties with your family, and I do not accept your so-called apology. Everything Jiang Xiaoxiao has done to me today will be repaid in kind in the future. Thus, there is no need for her to apologize." Jiang Xiao had come to a profound realization today. When she was wronged, they had never once doubted her innocence. They merely sought to have her apologize to smooth over the situation, fearing the loss of face for the Jiang family. The same was true now. Knowing she had been framed, they brushed it aside with excuses of momentary anger and immaturity, seeking to maintain their facade of false harmony. Moreover, Jiang Jinhui's insinuations that Jiang Xiaoxiao's lack of upbringing stemmed from not growing up with them, implying that Jiang Xiao had usurped the position of the Jiang family's young lady, only served to shift the blame onto her. After relinquishing all illusions about familial affection, Jiang Xiao would no longer succumb to their moral coercion. Jiang father, suppressing his emotions, said, "Xiao, although you're not our biological child, we have cherished you since you were a tiny infant. Do you truly care nothing for the bond we have built over the years?" Xiaoxiao's behavior is a reflection of her upbringing, having been mistreated by her biological parents. Can you not consider the suffering she endured in your stead while you enjoyed a life of privilege and let go of your grievances? Jiang Xiao smiled. "Mr. Jiang, your words are quite amusing. I was born merely as a helpless infant. What could I control? When the two children were switched, did you, as guardians, bear no responsibility? To take it a step further, it was Yin Ruyun's doing, not my own ascent into your family. If there is a score to settle, seek her out, rather than holding me accountable for everything Jiang Xiaoxiao has lost. Moreover, I firmly believe in the principle of cause and effect. The children being swapped is the consequence of your own actions, yet the bitter fruits of this predicament have been unjustly placed upon my shoulders alone. Ultimately, I too am a victim in this matter. Following the events, your demeanor toward me has been one of pretense and insincerity. If this is what you refer to as fortune, then I shall gladly relinquish such fortune to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Mr. Jiang, I have severed all ties with the Jiang family. As I have just stated, from this day forth, we are no longer indebted to one another, nor will we have any dealings." Jiang Xiao's words were as sharp as a dagger, causing Jiang Jinhui to tremble with rage. The rebellious daughter has truly gone too far. Yet, unexpectedly, Bo Jinxi pulled Jiang Xiao into his embrace. "Mr. Jiang, my girlfriend is frail and cannot possibly bear the weight of the burdens you have cast upon her." Chapter 62. Everyone goes to celebrate Jiang Xiao's birthday. Bo Jinxi spoke coldly. "In that case, we shall take our leave." With that, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Xiao and headed toward the exit of the banquet hall. After walking for a short while, they paused again. Bo Jinxi suddenly turned around and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my girlfriend's birthday. I have arranged a banquet on the 88th floor of Yunding. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us. Today's gathering is exclusively for esteemed guests." The crowd instantly stirred with excitement. Who would dare to refuse an invitation from the Crown Prince? Many had longed for an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with him. In no time, several people stepped forward. "Your Highness, we will go celebrate with Miss Jiang. Count me in." The 88th floor of Yunding was reputed to host dignitaries and was seldom open to the public. Its scenery was said to be as enchanting as a fairyland, and everyone wanted to see it for themselves. The guests from the Jiang family quickly followed Bo Jinxi out. Within 5 minutes, the once vibrant banquet had become desolate, nearly devoid of attendees. Only a few of Jiang's close relatives remained. They approached Jiang Jinhui and sighed in lamentation. "The Crown Prince is actually Xiao's boyfriend. This is an incredible stroke of fortune for our family. How could this connection be severed so abruptly?" Xiao had always excelled academically and possessed a gift for design. Were not the award-winning creations from her talented hands? Though she had stopped designing products for the company in recent years, she still crafted pieces each year to represent the company at the Milan exhibition. With tensions escalating, would she still assist the company this season? If only we could have climbed the towering tree of the Bo family. Our Jiang family would have soared to unimaginable heights. And now this opportunity has slipped away. Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to her aunts and uncles lamenting, their fists clenched in frustration. Angrily, she interjected, "What makes her so special? Do you really think the Crown Prince is infatuated with her? She is a married woman. He must have been deceived. Once he realizes he has been played by Jiang Xiao, he won't spare her a glance again. Furthermore, I can represent the company at the Milan fashion design competition. I refuse to believe I would be outdone by Jiang Xiao. Bo Jinxi must be blind, but he will soon come to his senses. I am now his personal secretary. Seeing him daily, I have every chance to ascend to the Bo family." Silence. Jiang Jinhui could no longer contain his irritation. "Jiang Xiaoxiao, do you still have the audacity to speak? The shame our family faces today is entirely due to you. You think you can substitute for Xiao in the competition with your mediocre designs? Bringing disgrace upon ourselves domestically is one thing, but to do so abroad is simply unacceptable. Look at yourself. No amount of designer labels can conceal your humble origins. Observe your sister, then compare her to yourself. Despite your mother's efforts in hiring numerous etiquette instructors over the years, this is the best you have managed to achieve. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Remain at home and do not bring disgrace upon us. Jiang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Upon her return 3 years ago, Jiang Jinhui had always treated her with kindness and patience, never once reprimanding her so harshly. He had acknowledged her design talent, placing her in the company's design department. Did he truly consider her creations to be subpar? Despite her current predicament, in their eyes, she still paled in comparison to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Jinhui must harbor disdain for her. She could never measure up to Jiang Xiao in any aspect. Tears surged forth from Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She glanced at Yao Shulan. In the past, she would have defended herself fiercely, but now she stood silently by, enduring Jiang Jinhui's harsh and humiliating tirade. Yao Shulan's gaze was vacant, seemingly lost in other thoughts. The humiliation she suffered at Jiang Jinhui's hands seemed to leave her unfazed. She was undoubtedly preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Xiao, feeling a sense of inferiority. Their regret stemmed from Jiang Xiao's recent association with the crown prince. If she were the one dating Bo Jinxiao, she would be the one receiving praise and adoration at this very moment. She was determined to become Bo Jinxiao's girlfriend, no matter the means. Jiang Xiao, I shall not concede to you. Meanwhile, after Xiaoling exited, she pursued Yin Feng, who walked at a brisk pace, seemingly indifferent to her lagging behind. Xiaoling's heart was filled with a mix of anger and coldness as she observed his retreating figure. Fear gripped her. She had always presented herself as perfect, generous, and kind in Yin Feng's eyes. What would he think upon witnessing her scheme against Jiang Xiao? Upon reaching the parking lot, Yin Feng opened the car door and entered, ignoring Xiaoling as he drove off. Xiaoling hurried after him, calling out his name repeatedly. From the rearview mirror, Yin Feng caught sight of Xiaoling's frail, solitary silhouette, which only intensified his agitation. Suddenly, Xiaoling stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Yin Feng slammed on the brakes, ultimately deciding to exit the vehicle and sprint to her side. As Xiaoling looked up at him, her tear-streaked face resembled a wilted flower. "Ah Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. Will you?" Xiaoling trembled, her voice quivering as she grasped Yin Feng's wrist with a pitiful plea. "Ah Feng, my love for you is overwhelming, and I am deeply afraid that you might return to CIU's side. I am aware of your childhood bond, and I know that you have not entirely let her go in your heart. I thought I could be indifferent, but I have come to realize that I cannot. The fear consumes me, which is why I act this way. Ah Feng, without you, both the child and I cannot survive. Please forgive me this once, will you?" As I gazed into Xiaoling's eyes, filled with terror, as if the heavens were collapsing, she had always regarded him as a deity. Yin Feng's gaze softened slightly, yet his voice remained frigid. "Xiaoling, this is not the first time. Last time, you manipulated Wei Wei in a framed CIU, and I forgave you then. And those things on your computer, Xiaoling, you have greatly disappointed me." A flicker of shock passed through Xiaoling's eyes. He had actually accessed her computer. He must have deciphered her login password. A hint of unease crossed her mind. Would he discover something? Yet, none of that seemed significant in this moment. Tears streamed down Xiaoling's face. "Ah Feng, I admit it. I did all of this. I intentionally framed CIU, but it was all because I love you. I'm terrified of losing you. CIU possesses so much, while I have only you and our baby. I cannot allow our child to lose their father even before birth. Ah Feng, for the sake of our baby, please forgive me just this once." Chapter 63. The 14-year-old Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoling mentioned the baby in her womb, and Yin Feng's expression finally softened. His gaze fell upon Xiaoling's slightly protruding belly. "You've fallen twice today. Are you all right?" Xiaoling remained half lying on the ground, one hand clasped over her abdomen. "Ah Feng, my stomach hurts a bit." Yin Feng hurriedly helped her up. Subsequently, Xiaoling took her seat in the passenger side of the car. Yin Feng's demeanor remained grim, as if he were still struggling to contain his emotions. "Xiaoling, over the years, I have always believed I knew you well, yet today, I find you so unfamiliar. Were your gentle, kind, and innocent demeanor before me merely a fade? Xiao Ling lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks in large droplets. Anyone witnessing her pitiful appearance would feel a pang of sorrow. Yin Feng casually handed her a tissue. Xiao Ling accepted it, cautiously glancing at Yin Feng before quickly averting her gaze once more. Clutching the tissue, she spoke in a muted voice. "Ah Feng, I grew up in a place like Yin Alley. If I were truly just gentle, kind, and innocent, I fear I would have perished countless times by now." Yin Feng's eyes flickered. The name Yin Alley sounded pleasant, but it was in fact the most marginalized slum in Rongqing, rife with violence, bloodshed, and sordid dealings. He was aware of Xiao Ling's past, yet had never inquired further. As tears continued to flow, Xiao Ling recounted, "My mother is a madwoman, and my father is disabled. From the moment I can remember, my mother has tormented both me and my father. I never had my own room. Since childhood, my clothes, shoes, and even my school bag were scavenged from garbage heaps. I felt that nothing in this world belonged to me, and I was unworthy of any beautiful things." Her voice resonated with despair, capable of drawing others into her tragic plight, breaking hearts in the process. At 14, I saved up for half a year by collecting scrap. I secretly bought a white dress from a clothing store, adorned with lace at the neckline and sleeves. I cherished it dearly, hiding it beneath my bed. When my parents were away, I would wear it. One day, my mother came home early and caught me in my brand new white dress. She insisted that I had stolen money to buy it. I will never forget that day. Xiao Ling's head hung low, tears cascading down her face, her shoulders trembling increasingly. She stripped me of my clothes and bound me to the large tree in the yard. Before my eyes, she cut the white dress into tatters with scissors, then set it ablaze. Afterward, she took a belt and struck me repeatedly. That afternoon, a multitude gathered to witness the commotion. At that time, I was merely 14 years old, battered and bloodied, akin to a monkey under the scrutiny of an eager crowd. They did not intervene. Instead, they reveled in the spectacle, pointing and laughing, their lewd glances piercing through me. They applauded, urging my mother to strike me even harder. Several times, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, Yin Feng's heart twisted painfully. He was aware of Xiao Ling's troubled upbringing with her mother, Xia Xiufen, frequently resorting to violence and verbal abuse. Yet, he had not anticipated that she had endured such brutal experiences in her life. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted to Jiang Ziyo. What was Jiang Ziyo doing at the age of 14? Yin Feng recalled that at that age, she had represented Huagua at the United Nations, eloquently speaking in a flawless English accent, earning resounding applause from an audience hailing from around the globe. At 14, she had graced the stage of the Paris Opera House in a ballet costume, chosen on the spot by the Royal Ballet Company of England, which she had declined solely due to her disdain for British cuisine. At that tender age, Jiang Ziyo was adorned in countless exquisite princess dresses, draped in luxurious jewels. Cherished by all, radiating with the brilliance and vitality of youth. Xiao Ling and Jiang Ziyo represented the extremes of existence. One basked in the heights of glory, while the other struggled in the depths of despair. Compassion and sorrow overwhelmed Yin Feng's rationality, softening his expression entirely. He turned to embrace Xiao Ling, his voice tinged with concern. "Xiao Ling, that is all in the past. Your future will not be any less than Jiang Ziyo's." Leaning against Yin Feng's shoulder, Xiao Ling looked utterly forlorn. "Ah Feng, I know I am unworthy of you, much like that white dress I desire to approach and possess, yet at a great cost. You are the finest treasure in my life, a beacon of light in my dark existence. No matter the price, I shall not allow anyone to take you from me. I know you and Ziyo share a childhood bond, and you have yet to fully relinquish those years of emotion. I am terrified of the possibility of your rekindled affection, which drove me to such folly." Xiao Ling straightened, her tear-filled eyes gazing into Yin Feng's. "Ah Feng, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do." The reverence in her gaze was almost sacred. He held her tightly, for his love for Xiao Ling was profound. In her eyes, he felt exalted, revered, and adored. Her tender admiration made him believe he was the finest person in the world. Yet, in Jiang Ziyo's presence, he felt diminished, compelled to seek her approval. Seeing that Yin Feng's demeanor had softened, with only compassion remaining in his gaze, Xia Ling sensed a perfect opportunity. Nestling against his chest, her voice gentle as a newborn kitten, she cautiously assessed his expression before speaking. "Ah Feng, divorced Xiao, and let us live our lives together peacefully, shall we? I am indifferent to the label of being a mistress, and I have no concern for the position of Mrs. Yan. My only preoccupation lies in whether you still love me. The connection you share with Jiang Xiao fills me with constant trepidation and anxiety. I dread the possibility of your reconciliation, for if you two were to reunite as husband and wife, what would become of me and our child?" Upon the mere mention of Jiang Xiao, Yin Feng's gaze noticeably darkened. The name Jiang Xiao weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a stone pressing down with every heartbeat, causing him discomfort. Though he and Jiang Xiao never formalized their union, in Yin Feng's heart, she was undeniably his wife, belonging solely to him. This is the reason he refrained from disclosing to Xia Ling that they had never obtained a marriage certificate. That piece of paper holds no significance. He and Jiang Xiao are, in essence, a married couple. Thus, he finds himself unable to provide Xia Ling with an identity that holds conventional meaning. The thought of Jiang Xiao being entangled with both Jinxiu renders the weight upon his heart unbearably heavy, suffocating him with despair. Chapter 64. Why would you harm me? Xia Ling observed Yin Feng's silence, his deep-set eyes seemingly lost in thought. She continued, "Moreover, Xia Yu has long desired to divorce you. Now that she has aligned herself with Bo Jinxiu, she no longer covets the position of Mrs. Yin. She has declared her disinterest in you, even suggesting I take your place, and has handed me a divorce agreement. She is impatiently yearning to embrace the heir." Xia Ling whispered, "You know well that she is precisely the kind of woman. When presented with a better option, she will undoubtedly cast you aside once more." Xia Ling had her own understanding of Bo Jinxiu's sudden appearance that evening, announcing that Jiang Xiaoyu was his girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyu was known for her obsessive cleanliness. Yin Feng, her childhood companion and first love, had betrayed her, yet she stubbornly chose to marry him. Over the years, even while living abroad, her volatile temper had remarkably refrained from retaliating against them. Xia Ling was aware that Jiang Xiaoyu had been waiting for Yin Feng, enduring all hardships, fearing that should she sever ties completely, there would be no chance for reconciliation in the future. Jiang Xiaoyu was a person who could not tolerate any imperfections, and her ability to endure stemmed from one reason: her profound love for Yin Feng. Thus, infidelity was not in her nature. As for Bo Jinxiu, it was likely that after their previous interview, he and Jiang Xiaoyu had forged a friendship. Today, he had fortuitously witnessed Jiang Xiaoyu in a most compromising situation, perhaps compelled by a sense of justice to intervene. Xia Ling held no belief that any emotional entanglement existed between Jiang Xiaoyu and the heir, considering their acquaintance had barely spanned a month since the interview. Upon hearing Xia Ling's words, Yin Feng quickly sensed something amiss. His gaze darkened as he released Xia Ling and asked with a composed demeanor, "You mean Jiang Xiaoyu provided you with a divorce agreement?" Xia Ling promptly retrieved a document from her bag, one she had prepared ever since her conversation with Jiang Xiaoyu. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. Jiang Xiaoyu had explicitly stated that she would sign the agreement once Yin Feng had signed it. However, Xia Ling was aware that Yin Feng would hesitate to sign, given the pressure from his parents and the elders. Jiang Xiaoyu was confident in this knowledge and felt secure in her position. But what if Yin Feng believed that Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed? With his pride and self-esteem, he might impulsively sign the document, even if he later regretted it. Thus, she had cleverly used a special erasable pen to forge Jiang Xiaoyu's signature on the agreement beforehand. Once Yin Feng added his signature, she would present the document with both names to Jiang Xiaoyu, who would likely sign it as well. This was her cunning plan. Fortunately, she excelled at mimicking Jiang Xiaoyu's handwriting. It was this very talent that had enabled her to deceive Yin Feng with a diary in the past. A significant event that led to the separation of Yin Feng and Jiang Xiaoyu. Yin Feng picked up a divorce agreement and turned directly to the last page. Indeed, he beheld Jiang Xiao's signature upon the document. His heart raced fiercely, as though something were poised to burst forth from his chest. It was inconceivable that Jiang Xiao would sign such a divorce agreement, for they had never been legally wed and thus required no divorce proceedings. Moreover, Jiang Xiao had unilaterally declared their separation, having already vacated the Yin residence. Yet, Summer Ling remained oblivious to all of this. This left but one possibility. Summer Ling, unaware of these circumstances, had drafted a divorce agreement herself, intending to coerce him into signing it before pressuring Jiang Xiao to do the same. In her eyes, this would achieve her goal of effectuating their divorce. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated deception. Should he and Jiang Xiao have been married, a misunderstanding might ensue, leading both parties, driven by their pride, to sign the document. Yin Feng's fingers gripped the agreement tightly, nearly distorting the paper in his grasp. Summer Ling was deceiving him once more. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Yin Feng's gaze was fixed intently upon the name Jiang Xiao. Her handwriting was distinctive. Having been trained by a master since childhood, she had learned semi-cursive script, resulting in a unique fusion of the formality of standard script and the fluidity of cursive. Her characters were elegant and easily identifiable. Growing up alongside her, Yin Feng could recognize her handwriting at a glance. The signature before him indeed bore the hallmarks of Jiang Xiao's personal style, including the final flourish that ended with a delicate hook executed with precise angle and pressure. Yet, it was impossible for Jiang Xiao to have signed it. Upon witnessing the grim expression on Yin Feng's face, Summer Ling felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding whether he would sign. Yet, she had no path of retreat. She grasped his arm and implored, "Ah Feng, Xiao has already signed. For the sake of our child, you must sign as well. The child deserves a legitimate father." Finally, Yin Feng lifted his gaze, fixing his penetrating stare upon Summer Ling. The unfamiliar detachment in his eyes sent a jolt of apprehension through her. She could sense the restrained fury simmering beneath his composed exterior, ready to erupt. His voice was chillingly cold. "Summer Ling, are you certain this is truly Jiang Xiao's signature?" Summer Ling hesitated momentarily. Why would Yin Feng pose such a question? Her expression was earnest, even innocent, making it difficult to suspect her of deceit. She replied, "She signed it in my presence, without a hint of hesitation while writing her name." Yin Feng scrutinized Summer Ling's eyes intently, as if something within him were on the verge of breaking free. It suddenly dawned on him. He recalled their previous conversation while intoxicated, during which Jiang Xiao had urged him to produce the diary for confrontation. Her demeanor had been so forthright, devoid of any guilt, that it stirred within him a realization of Jiang Xiao's remarkable ability to disguise her true feelings. However, it now appears quite likely that she truly remains unaware. Xia Ling's imitation of Jiang Xiao's handwriting is nearly indistinguishable. It is highly probable that the various entries in that diary were also crafted by Xia Ling's hand. Yin Feng suddenly experienced a profound realization. He felt a surge of blood rushing against the flow, his heart pounding violently in his chest, as if it were on the verge of explosion. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his temples pulsed with intensity as he gazed at the seemingly innocent Xia Ling, who resembled a vulnerable little rabbit. In that moment, Yin Feng felt as foolish as an old ox being led by the nose. All these years, he had been manipulated and brainwashed by Xia Ling's emotional ploys. And now, she wore an expression of innocence, with remnants of dried tears on her face. Appearing delicate and pitiable, Yin Feng, confronted by those disingenuous and innocent eyes, was suddenly consumed by fury. He raised his hand and grasped Xia Ling's neck, exclaiming, "Xia Ling, despite my kindness towards you, how could you betray me in this manner?" Chapter 65. Yin Feng has lost his mind. Xia Ling suddenly found herself gripped by the throat, momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend the situation. She could not fathom why Yin Feng, who had been perfectly fine just moments ago, would undergo such a drastic transformation. She had never before witnessed this side of him. Yin Feng, the scion of a wealthy family, prided himself on his noble lineage, exuding the grace and dignity of a prestigious heritage. Remarkably, he treated others with humility and kindness, devoid of the vices often associated with the affluent. For 3 years, he had been attentive and affectionate towards Xia Ling, showering her with love and care. Now, however, He resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes wild with rage, the veins in his neck bulging, a testament to his extreme anger. His grip tightened around her throat, obliterating the gentlemanly tenderness that once characterized him. Only raw fury and hatred remained. Xiaoling felt as though her neck might snap under his grip. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, her face flushed crimson and breathing became a struggle. Let go of me, Yin Feng. You've lost your mind. In that moment, Xiaoling was unable to rationalize Yin Feng's sudden madness. She could only instinctively struggle, pounding her fists against his shoulder. Yin Feng, let go. Baby, you cannot harm. Baby. Upon hearing the word baby, a flicker of sanity returned to Yin Feng, and he released her. As she was freed, Xiaoling leaned against the car window, coughing violently. After a few seconds, she turned to face him, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression one of profound distress, mingled with lingering fear and unease. Although she was unaware of the circumstances, she sensed that something had gone terribly awry. Feigning extreme vulnerability, she grasped Yin Feng's sleeve. Feng, what is wrong with you? Have I done something to offend you? No matter what I may have done wrong, it is only because I love you so deeply. You will forgive me. Won't you? Yin Feng looked at her, finally recognizing her pretense and innocence. Xiaoling, I will never trust your tears again. With that, he forcefully shook off her grasp. In the next instant, he flung open the car door and bolted outside. Yin Feng ran furiously, re-entering the Yunding restaurant. His mind was a tempest of confusion, memories crashing over him like a tsunami. Yet amid the chaos, his heart was clear. Suddenly, everything fell into place. The misunderstandings from the past had all been orchestrated by Xiaoling. The events that had led him to despise and loathe Jiang Xiao were all part of her deceit. Foolishly, he had been duped, standing against Jiang Xiao. In that moment, all he desired was to see Jiang Xiao. He had no idea how he would explain himself upon encountering her, or what words he would utter. Would he confess that he had loved her deeply all along? That he had never forgotten her for a single moment? That their current predicament was merely a misunderstanding? Would he dare to ask if she could return to his side? These thoughts flitted through Yin Feng's mind, but he was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, one conviction burned brightly within him. He must see Jiang Xiao. Immediately, without delay, Yin Feng rushed into the grand hall of the Cloud Summit and then entered the elevator. As the doors closed and the floors ascended, a weight of anxiety settled heavily in his heart. The elevator soon halted at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. He was aware that Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration had not yet concluded, and Jiang Xiao should still be inside. However, upon entering, Yin Feng was taken aback. The once crowded banquet hall now hosted only a few stragglers. Jiang Jinwei and a group of relatives from the Jiang family were reprimanding Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was crying and protesting in despair. After a brief pause, Yin Feng steeled himself and stepped forward. Approaching Jiang Jinwei and the others, he suppressed his emotions and inquired, "Where is Xiao?" Neither Jiang Jinwei nor Yao Shulan anticipated Yin Feng's return. Ultimately, the day's events were not without his involvement. Jiang Jinwei, filled with ire, lashed out. "Yin Feng, why have you returned? We raised you like our own son, showering you with affection. Yet you repaid us by disappointing Xiao and associating with someone of dubious character, leading Xiaoxiao astray. You have tarnished the Jiang family's reputation." Yin Feng was in no mood to absorb this tirade. He longed only to locate Jiang Xiao. "Uncle Jiang, this is all my fault. I will atone for it. Where is Xiao? Please, tell me, where is Jiang Xiao?" Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed the suppressed, tumultuous anger simmering in Yin Feng's eyes, and assumed he was intent on confronting Jiang Xiao. With a scowl, she exclaimed, "Jiang Xiao is currently on the 88th floor of the Cloud Summit, where the young master is extravagantly celebrating her birthday. Brother Yin Feng, I know you may not care for my sister, but she is still Mrs. Yin. She is unfaithful, flirting with other men. Don't you feel uneasy about wearing the green hat?" A few days prior, Jiang Xiaoxiao had inadvertently discovered Jiang Xiao on a date with a handsome young man and had sent those ambiguous photographs to Yin Feng, anticipating a significant uproar. To her surprise, there was hardly a ripple of reaction. Yin Feng's indifference indicated that he did not truly love Jiang Ziyo. Yet as a man, he surely would not relish the idea of being cuckolded. Indeed, his countenance darkened further at her words. He shot Jiang Xiaoxiao a cold glance before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the banquet hall on the 88th floor was alive with exuberance. Although the young master had ordered the event on short notice, the staff at the Cloud Summit had mobilized extensively, arranging an exquisite setting as if it had been meticulously planned in advance. The venue featured a cold dish area, with a massive rectangular dining table draped in pristine satin, laden with exquisite food and desserts. Towering champagne fountains adorned the space, and flowers were abundant, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. Even the band performing in the hall had recently garnered acclaim on the international stage. At the center of the hall was a grand dance floor, where many guests danced gracefully to the music, including Bo Jinxiu and Jiang Ziyo, who had already changed into another elegant outfit. The fiery red dress enveloped her waist perfectly, revealing a hint of her delicate back, further accentuating her skin, which appeared as smooth as jade. She and Bo Jinxiu were not engaged in the elegant waltz, but rather in a passionate and exuberant tango. In her student days, Jiang Ziyo had once captivated all with her dance. Although she had devoted her childhood to the graceful art of ballet, her true affinity lay with modern and Latin dance. It had been a long time since she last danced, yet as the music commenced, her body seemed to awaken from a deep slumber of memories. She was unaware that Bo Jinxiu could dance, and there existed an inexplicable synergy between them. Whether in long strides, side steps, spins, leaps, or stillness, their movements harmonized flawlessly, as if they had danced together 1,000 times before. Strangely, while dancing with him, Jiang Ziyo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A vague shadow flickered in her mind, but before she could grasp it, the tides of memory washed it deep into the recesses of her consciousness. Chapter 66. The Crown Prince's Desire for Recognition Gradually. The other revelers on the dance floor came to a halt, captivated by the enchanting performance of Jiang Ziyo and Bo Jinxiu. In the center of the dance floor, the duo twirled and leaped, their movements alternating between fervor and grace. Jiang Ziyo was breathtakingly beautiful, her crimson gown swirling around her as she danced, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Together, they created a stunning tableau, her ethereal beauty harmonizing with his striking handsomeness. A dazzling spectacle that drew the gaze of all present. Even the socialites who secretly harbored envy and jealousy could not deny the undeniable chemistry between them. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Feng had seamlessly blended into the crowd. Observing the intimate dance between Jiang Ziyo and Bo Jinxiu, he felt a tumult of inexplicable emotions rise within him. He yearned to rush forward and separate them, yet in that moment, he found himself devoid of courage. As the final notes of the music faded, the pair came to a standstill, and an enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the banquet hall. Bo Jinxiu escorted Jiang Ziyo to the center of the stage. "Today marks the birthday of my girlfriend, Jiang Ziyo," he announced, "and anyone who offers her a birthday blessing shall be granted lifelong membership at the Cloud Summit restaurant, enjoying all the privileges of a VIP member." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The Cloud Summit restaurant was the most exclusive establishment in Rome City, notoriously difficult to access, often requiring reservations made weeks in advance. Yet, VIP members enjoyed the luxury of entry at any time, along with numerous other benefits. Though the annual membership fee was exorbitant, the affluent of Rome City flocked to obtain it. Notably, the restaurant had ceased accepting new members the previous year, rendering wealth moot for those lacking membership. Eager voices began to rise from the crowd, offering their well wishes. "Happy birthday, Miss Jiang. May all your wishes come true. Wishing Miss Jiang endless success and eternal youth. May Miss Jiang and the Crown Prince grow old together and be blessed with children." The last shout came from the youngest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian. The crowd burst into laughter at his exuberance. "Young Master Zhang," someone teased, "that's a birthday wish, not a wedding blessing. Perhaps you should hit the books a bit more." Amidst the laughter directed at Zhang Xian, Bo Jinxiu unexpectedly interjected, "Young Master Zhang, please leave an address when you depart. I have a small gift for you." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was happening? The crown prince himself was presenting a gift. However, realization dawned quickly. It seemed young Master Zhang's earlier words had struck a chord with Bo Jinxiu. This was precisely the acknowledgement he sought. Following suit, the crowd began to echo their blessings. May Miss Jiang and the crown prince share a love that endures forever. May the two of you weather all storms together, forever basking in love. Wishing Lord Bo and Lady Bo a lifetime of companionship, filled with children and prosperity. Jiang Xiao listened, amused by the increasingly extravagant titles and blessings being bestowed upon her. Nevertheless, amidst the revelry, the gaiety dispelled the grievances and sorrow dwelling in her heart this evening. The actions of Jiang Jinhui and the indifferent gaze of Yao Shulan shattered her last glimmer of hope regarding familial bonds. From this day forth, she resolutely severed any ties with the Jiang family. In the midst of the festivities, a resounding explosion pierced the night sky. A magnificent firework burst forth in the darkness. Resembling a summer rose, its fiery red heart radiating brilliance that cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating the sky as if ablaze. Following this, an array of crimson fireworks ascended, each vying for attention as they blossomed in layers, resplendent and breathtaking, descending like strings of shimmering red lanterns, swaying gracefully in the air, a sight to behold. The crowd began to disperse. The entire banquet hall was enveloped in transparent floor-to-ceiling glass, with the ceiling itself a grand glass dome. The vibrant red fireworks exploded above them, unlike any other, possessing a singular, flame-like hue, yet exuding a beauty that was pure and fervent. Rose of the Heart's flame, someone shouted. Indeed, the name suited the fiery red spectacle, making it unmistakable. However, most had only heard of it, never witnessing its true form. It was said that 3 years prior, at the Pearl Square in Kyoto, a 2-hour display of the Rose of the Heart's flame had taken place. Rumors suggested that the cost of such fireworks was calculated by the second, and that grand event had cost a staggering 200 million. Since then, it had become one of the top 10 legendary tales of the past 30 years. Yet, no one knew who had orchestrated that display. Captivated by this visual feast, the onlookers gathered around the glass dome to admire the enchanting scene outside. Meanwhile, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Xiao's hand and led her through a side door. They soon entered an elevator. Jiang Xiao suddenly inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Bo Jinxiu wrapped an arm around her shoulder, replying, "You will know when we arrive." The elevator swiftly reached its destination. Upon opening, they found themselves on a modest open-air platform, devoid of anything resembling an abandoned place. However, accompanied by booming sounds that reverberated through the night, fireworks erupted before their eyes. Jiang Xiao realized this was a prime vantage point for viewing the fireworks. The breathtaking spectacle was within arm's reach, as if she could pluck a fiery rose from the air. The unimpeded visual impact set her blood ablaze, surging with excitement. "So beautiful!" Jiang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Bo Jinxiu, embracing her waist from behind, remarked, "Tonight, all these fireworks are blossoming for you." Jiang Xiao lingered in the moment, then suddenly turned to ask, "How much did this cost?" Bo Jinxiu frowned slightly. "Are you in dire need of money? Why do you keep mentioning it?" Jiang Xiao smiled, her laughter illuminated by the red fireworks, dazzling and radiant, even more brilliant than the fireworks themselves. She wrapped her arms around Bo Jinxiu's neck, teasing, "You lavishly spend to make me happy. I must reciprocate, after all." Bo Jinxiu's brows slightly furrowed. "I do not appreciate your clearly demarcated demeanor towards me." Jiang Xiao's lips curled into a captivating smile. "It is, after all, better for us to maintain clarity in our relationship." Bo Jinxiu sighed. "On such a splendid day, must you be the one to dampen the mood?" Jiang Xiao gazed at the man's handsome brow, then rose on her toes to lightly peck his lips. "Regardless, I must thank you for today. Thank you for gracing my most tumultuous moment with such grandeur. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, grant me something in return." Bo Jinxiu fixed his eyes upon Jiang Xiao, a playful smile dancing across his lips as if jesting. "What is it that you desire?" Jiang Xiao's response was equally nonchalant. A title. Chapter 67. Others consider me a ladder to the clouds, while you view me as a fiery pit. Jiang Xiao smiled with delight, her laughter echoing in the air. With a jesting tone, she remarked, "Today, you publicly declared me your girlfriend. I suppose tomorrow I shall grace the front pages of every media outlet." However, Bo Jinshio abruptly concealed his frivolous demeanor, his gaze turning serious. "So, are you truly my girlfriend?" he inquired. Jiang Xio locked her eyes with his, "Of course not." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bo Jinshio's eyes. "Tonight, I played the hero saving the damsel in distress. I thought you would be moved." Jiang Xio tenderly traced her fingers along the contours of Bo Jinshio's face, her expression softening. "I am indeed touched, but that is a different matter." She continued, "You see, I have just clawed my way out of one fiery pit. Why would I leap into another?" Bo Jinshio huffed, seemingly discontent. "Am I also a fiery pit?" Jiang Xio, amused by his sulky expression, playfully pinched his cheek, candidly stating, "You are an even greater fiery pit." Their social standings were vastly disparate. It was not that Jiang Xio felt inferior or deemed herself unworthy of Bo Jinshio. Rather, she understood the complexities of the wealthy Bo family, which was rife with intricate relationships. Bo Jinshio was the youngest son, a late-born child of the esteemed Bo elders. With 3 elder sisters who were formidable figures within the vast Bo business empire. All 3 sisters were married into influential families, and their children were scarcely younger than Bo Jinshio, already infiltrating the family business. At the age of 20, Bo Jinshio had been entrusted with the significant role of group president by the patriarch. However, his shareholdings were not disproportionately greater than those of his sisters. Particularly, his eldest sister, Bo Wanhua, had a notoriously strained relationship with him, having repeatedly incited the board to oust him from his presidential position. Were it not for the old patriarch's staunch support, it was likely that the presidency would have changed hands long ago. Thus, while Bo Jinshio appeared to be in a position of power and privilege, he was, in reality, surrounded by adversity and isolation, enduring the chill that accompanies great heights. Jiang Xio was reluctant to entangle herself in such convoluted relationships. Bo Jinshio, with a petulant expression, lamented, "Others view me as a ladder to success, while you perceive me as a fiery pit." After uttering these words, he let out a barely audible sigh. Jiang Xio spoke the truth. Given his current circumstances, he indeed resembled a great fiery pit. The position of the young mistress of the Bo family was not easily attainable, and it might even entail peril. This was the reason he could not easily make promises. He gazed intently at the woman before him, her features radiant like a beacon of light, capable of dispelling all gloom and darkness. She had been the glimmer of hope in his life since he was 8 years old. How could he bear to lead her down a treacherous path filled with trials and tribulations? Bo Jinshio lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Xio entwined her arms around his neck, sharing a long and lingering kiss. To claim that her heart was untouched would be a falsehood. However, the fluttering of her heart did not equate to love. Love demands commitment. Love embodies responsibility. It is a heavy burden. Both are acutely aware that their current state is optimal. They can indulge in kisses and revel in their passionate entanglement, devoid of ulterior motives, fulfilling each other's needs. They are merely 2 lines intersecting temporarily, and when fate inevitably pulls them apart, they shall part ways gracefully, unencumbered by lingering ties. To outsiders, their relationship is inconsequential. What matters is their mutual clarity. Jiang Xio senses a tacit understanding between them. Bo Jinshio's kisses are profoundly intimate, infused with an unprecedented intensity of possession and fervor. The vibrant fireworks surrounding them envelop them in a sea of flames, creating a scene as breathtaking as a magnificent painting. This tableau does not escape Yan Feng's notice. Moments before, he had intended to leave the gathering, but the sudden eruption of fireworks captivated him. He then observed Bo Jinshio taking Jiang Xio's hand, leading her away from the banquet hall, and he inexplicably followed them, ultimately arriving at this very spot. Amidst the dazzling display, he could not hear their whispered sweet nothings, yet he knew they were exchanging tender words. The sight of them embracing and kissing felt like a dagger piercing his heart. From a young age, he had known that Jiang Xio was destined to be his wife. They had been inseparable since their first tentative steps, sharing countless first experiences together, their first hand-holding, Their first skip class, their first waltz, their first clandestine drink. In retrospect, these moments constitute his most cherished memories. When did his perspective begin to shift? Perhaps it was the moment he was burned, leaving grotesque scars on his body. Confronted with these hideous reminders, he began to feel a sense of inadequacy. He feared that Jiang Xiao would look upon him with disdain. Thus, he endeavored to conceal his scars, even donning 2 t-shirts during the summer to prevent any accidental exposure. Yet, the more he concealed, the deeper his feelings of inferiority grew, coupled with relentless anxiety. When Xiaoling presented him with that diary, his rage erupted. He lost all reason, failing to discern fact from fiction. He was convinced that Jiang Xiao would despise him. When the inevitable transpired, it seemed to validate his deepest fears. The monster born from his self-doubt and trepidation broke free, consuming his rationality and composure. He did not confront Jiang Xiao. Now, Yin Feng understands that he projected his inner demons onto her. The first to feel disdain, to abandon, to forsake him was none other than himself. He was the one who pushed Jiang Xiao away, inflicting a deep wound. In truth, much of his initial relationship with Xia Ling stemmed from a desire to retaliate against Jiang Xiao. In this moment of clarity, Yin Feng comprehends the gravity of his actions. Yet, it is too late to amend the past. Yin Feng turned away and ultimately departed from the rooftop. The following day, Jiang Xiaoyu arrived early at the television station. Upon her entrance, nearly all her colleagues gathered around her. Xiaoyu, you are actually the girlfriend of the prince. Why didn't you tell us earlier? They exclaimed. The roses of that unforgettable night were simply breathtaking, and the overseas media are frantically resharing the news. It seems destined to become a legend in our Rongcheng. Xiaoyu, considering we are colleagues, why didn't you invite us to your birthday celebration? At least let us witness the extraordinary spectacle of the roses at the Sky Dome Banquet Hall. Chapter 68. Settling accounts after autumn. The sudden flattery did not astonish Jiang Xiao. After all, the morning's trending topic across various media outlets was Rose Burning Heart. A resplendent display of crimson fireworks had illuminated the night sky throughout the entire night. Just then, Xiaoling approached, her gaze cast downward as she quickened her pace, intending to hastily reach her designated spot. However, someone called out to her. Xiaoling, you took leave last night too. Surely, you were not secretly attending Xiao's birthday banquet, were you? In the eyes of their colleagues at the television station, the relationship between Jiang Xiao and Xiaoling was rather peculiar. They were high school classmates, and Xiaoling's boyfriend, Yin Feng, seemed quite familiar with Jiang Xiao. Yet, the two had been engaged in a fierce rivalry, vying for the coveted interview with Bo Jinxiu and later the prestigious hosting position, employing every possible tactic. It was common knowledge that Jiang Xiao's false identity as a wealthy heiress had been discreetly leaked by Xiaoling. Moreover, the uproar caused by Xiaoling's mother at the television station was orchestrated by Jiang Xiao. At that moment, the onlookers merely reveled in the spectacle. Xiaoling halted, turning around. Jiang Xiao met her gaze, noting that her eyes were swollen like peaches, clearly a result of a night spent in tears. A cold smirk curled upon Jiang Xiao's lips. There were indeed numerous reporters present at the banquet last night, and one would expect the incident of Xiaoling attempting to frame her at Jiang Xiao's birthday celebration to have spread like wildfire by morning. Yet curiously, no media outlet or trending topic on Weibo mentioned anything regarding her entrapment. Jiang Xiao understood that the Jiang family had suppressed the news. Or perhaps it was Yin Feng's doing. Jiang Jinhui, being a man of pride, would never allow last night's debacle to tarnish their public image. In fact, Jiang Xiao had not even encountered any reports regarding the torn skirt and severed ties. The Jiang family had truly invested heavily to protect Jiang Xiao's reputation, inadvertently shielding Xiaoling as well. However, Jiang Xiao was not one to let this matter rest so easily. With a radiant smile, Jiang Xiao addressed Xiaoling. Xiaoling, I hope your baby is unharmed after your fall last night at the banquet. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the office turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you fell yesterday? How careless of you. At 3 months pregnant, it's a critical time. You must not be negligent. How is it that you came to work today after such a fall? Shouldn't you rest at home for a few days? What happened to your eyes? The crowd buzzed with concern. Xiaoling's emotions were already in turmoil. Yin Feng had not returned home all night. She had called him repeatedly, yet he did not answer. It felt as though the only sturdy support she had relied upon had been ruthlessly severed by Jiang Xiao. She regarded Jiang Xiao with a complex expression. Xiao, about what happened yesterday, I acknowledge my faults. I realize I was wrong. For the sake of our past friendship, please forgive me just this once, will you? Xiaoling understood that if Jiang Xiao revealed the events of the previous night, her reputation at the television station would be irrevocably shattered. Past friendship? You, little imp, dare to invoke past affections. My dear, you once showered you with kindness. When you lacked the means to pursue your education, she generously covered your tuition. When your mother mistreated you, she implored the teachers to secure you accommodation. When you were harassed by ruffians, she shielded you from harm. Yet, what a treacherous ingrate you turned out to be, repaying her kindness with betrayal, snatching away her beloved. Just yesterday, you pretended to stumble, falsely accusing my dear you of pushing you. Your actions are utterly unbecoming of a person, and certainly unworthy of forgiveness. The crowd gasped in astonishment as a resplendent woman adorned in jewels strode through the entrance. She pointed an accusing finger at Xiaoling, unleashing a torrent of invective. Following her was the news director, Tang Fei. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiaoling momentarily froze. It was none other than Feng Yuping, the mother of Yin Feng. Quickly regaining her composure, she placed a hand on her slightly rounded abdomen and called out, Aunt Feng. Feng Yuping cast a disdainful glance at her midriff and retorted, Do not address me as aunt, nor flaunt that spawn within you. I do not acknowledge it now, nor will I in the future. If you choose to bear it, that is your affair, but should you harbor aspirations of claiming what is not rightfully yours through this child? Let me be clear. The Yin family's fortune and the position of young madam of the Yin family are completely out of reach for you. The office fell utterly silent. The onlookers wide-eyed in shock. The implications of this elegantly dressed woman's words were staggering. For a moment, they were at a loss, and most importantly, who exactly was she? After her scathing remarks, Feng Yuping approached Jiang Xiao, surveying her with concern. You are unharmed, I hope. Mrs. Yao called me last night. I was so furious I could hardly sleep. Had I been present, I would never have allowed you to endure such humiliation. The Jiang family is becoming increasingly intolerable. I would have severed ties long ago had it not been for you. Jiang Xiao felt a lump in her throat and murmured, Mother, thank you. The crowd was left aghast as they overheard the exchange. Jiang Xiao referred to this elegant lady as mother. Just then, the editorial director approached, beaming as he introduced her. This is Mrs. Yin of the Yin Group. With this revelation, confusion deepened. Mrs. Yin, the mother of Yin Feng? How could Jiang Xiao call her mother, especially when she seemed to hold such disdain for Yin Feng's girlfriend? Before anyone could process this information, Feng Yuping abruptly turned to Tang Fei and declared, My Yu has been my chosen daughter-in-law since childhood, always calling me mother. She and my son grew up together, yet he, blinded by folly, has been ensnared by a despicable vixen. It is our family that lacks fortune, though she is no longer my daughter-in-law. She is as dear to me as my own daughter. As a mother, I will not tolerate anyone who dares to conspire against her or bully her. Feng Yuping's gaze was icy as it fixed upon Xiaoling. My son once signed a 5-year advertising contract with the station, and only today did I learn that it was executed in Miss Xia's name. I regret to inform you that this contract may not be valid, as we were deceived by Yin Feng, who assured us it would be under Xiao Yu's name, which was why both his father and I consented. A look of terror flashed in Xiaoling's eyes. Tang Fei's gaze toward her also turned icy in an instant. Earlier today, Mrs. Yin approached the station director, demanding the cancellation of the 5-year advertising contract. The station director called him this morning, seemingly infuriated, urging him to resolve this matter promptly. If this 5-year contract is lost, he might as well resign from his position as the news director. Tang Fei, visibly anxious, implored, Mrs. Yin, could we possibly discuss the contract further? Chapter 69. The prince's appearance and stature are not at a loss. Feng Yuping responded promptly. Of course, we can terminate that contract and draft a new 5-year advertising agreement. I can increase the advertising fee by 5%. However, All commissions and benefits from this contract originally belonged to Xiao Yu. Tang Fei was taken aback by Madame Yan's agreeable nature. He immediately acquiesced. All right, we shall proceed as you say, Madame Yan. Feng Yuping continued. However, I have one more condition. Please do tell Madame Yan. Feng Yuping cast a cold glance at Xiaoling's pale face. Dismiss this little vixen to spare Xiao Yu from having to endure the sight of her. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. It turned out that Xiaoling had indeed risen to prominence as the mistress, having taken away Jiang Xiaoyu's childhood sweetheart. No wonder Yan Feng's gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyu seemed peculiar. They appeared quite familiar, as they were once lovers. Did you not hear Madame Yan mention? At yesterday's birthday banquet, Xiaoling shamelessly staged a fall to frame Sister Jiang, exploiting her unborn child for such vile schemes. Who would have anticipated that Xiaoling would be of such character? Yet, even if she carries the Yin family's offspring, the Yin family does not recognize her. Standing nearby, Xiaoling's eyes were reddened. Aunt Feng, you cannot treat me this way, she pleaded, her shoulders trembling slightly. She could not afford to lose this job. Although Yin Feng had recently assumed the position of general manager, his financial resources were limited. The previous extravagant dinner at Taigu House cost nearly $1 million and was charged to the company S account, which ultimately reached Yin Haifeng, inciting his fury. From that point on, Yin Feng was required to report any personal expenses charged to the company. Although the Yin family was a large conglomerate, they had restricted Yin Feng's high expenditure to compel him to break up with her. All his cards had been suspended, and he was only provided a modest salary as a manager, amounting to a mere few thousand yuan a month. Yin Feng enjoyed socializing and drinking with old friends, and that meager salary was quickly depleted. During this period, Xiaoling relied solely on her own earnings for all her expenses. Feng Yuping, however, paid no heed to Xiaoling's plight and turned to Tang Fei, saying, having such morally corrupt individuals as hosts is detrimental to the television station's reputation. Tang Fei quickly concurred. Madame Yin is absolutely right. Monetary concerns are secondary. Our television station has always prioritized its reputation. He then approached Xiaoling, stroking his small mustache. Xiaoling, you are a graduate of Columbia University. Our station is but a modest establishment that cannot accommodate a figure of your stature. Please submit your resignation to the HR department. This way, we can maintain dignity for all. Xiaoling bit her lip, her fingers tightly clenched, her nails painfully digging into her flesh. Hurry and go. Working alongside such a person is indeed ill-fated. No wonder she maintains a close relationship with Wei Weiyan. They are of the same ilk. Are you not going to leave, lest you wait to be dismissed? The audacity of a mistress is truly remarkable. Xiaoling recognized that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Reluctant to remain and endure the scornful stares of others, she promptly made her way to the HR department. After Xiaoling departed, Feng Yuping took Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and led her into the corridor. Jiang Xiao suddenly spoke. I am sorry, Mom. Feng Yuping was taken aback, exclaiming, what a foolish child. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? Jiang Xiao continued, last night, I specifically instructed Mrs. Yao not to call you. She ascended from the 87th to the 88th floor and approached me for a chat. I made it clear that she should not inform Mrs. Yin about today's events. Mrs. Yao, being astute, surely understood the implications. After returning home, she eagerly recounted the night's happenings to Mrs. Yin, embellishing the details for an entire evening. Knowing my mother's temperament, I anticipated that upon learning this, she would storm the television station this morning. Therefore, everything that transpired today was entirely within my expectations. After being wronged by Xiaoling yesterday, I knew she would seek retribution. I merely utilized Feng Yuping in the process, hence my apology. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuping felt no anger. Instead, her eyes brimmed with compassion. It is only natural for me to stand up for you. However, you should not have asked Mrs. Yao to speak on your behalf. Had you called me last night, I would have rushed over. I would have certainly confronted that vixen publicly and broken that ungrateful wretch's leg to avenge you, thus sparing you from such indignities. Tears nearly fell from Jiang Xiao's eyes as she embraced Feng Yuping tightly, saying, Thank you, Mom. Feng Yuping sighed in return, lamenting, that wretched boy, Feng, is truly unworthy, having let you down. Even now, he remains oblivious. I cannot expect you to forgive him. Henceforth, I shall consider you my own daughter. You may call me mom, and I shall embrace you and Ayin as my two daughters, ensuring we remain a harmonious family. Jiang Xiao nestled against Feng Yuping, playfully declaring, Mom, you will always be my mom. Feng Yuping smiled with satisfaction, suddenly recalling something. Are you truly involved with the heir of the Bo family? At this, Jiang Xiao's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Ultimately, she said nothing more, merely nodding. Feng Yuping encouraged, you should experience more romances. Previously, you wasted too much time on that boy off phone. Enjoy your relationship, even if it leads nowhere. Given the prince's looks and stature, you certainly wouldn't lose out. Jiang Xiao almost choked, coughing violently. Feng Yuping dismissed it lightly, stating as a girl, you should not be overly conservative. Engage in more relationships. In due time, you will easily discern whether someone is a scoundrel. My standards for daughters and daughters-in-law are certainly different. When you become my daughter-in-law, I would not wish for my son to be cuckolded. But now, things are different. As my daughter, your happiness is what matters most. Feng Yuping understood that the romance between Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinxiu was unlikely to culminate in a lasting union. While they might be affluent, the Bo family was a lofty establishment, indeed difficult to ascend to. I understand, Mom. Feng Yuping seemed to recall something else. I have good news to share. The Haifeng construction has secured the project for the Paradise Resort. Jiang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, this is a fortunate development. Feng Yuping remarked, we must express our gratitude to the Crown Prince, as he apparently selected the least competitive Haifeng construction from among 3 firms. However, it seems that this decision may have been made out of consideration for you. Jiang Xiao replied, I had no prior knowledge of this. Haifeng has always been committed to quality, and I believe that is what he values. Feng Yuping nodded. Regardless, we should extend our heartfelt thanks. Since he is now your boyfriend, why not invite him over for dinner tonight? We can properly express our gratitude. Jiang Xiao agreed. Chapter 70. The capitalized social death after Feng Yuping departed. Jiang Xiao returned to her office. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered Xiaoling, who emerged carrying a packed suitcase. Xiaoling gazed at Jiang Xiao with a forlorn expression, devoid of any rage. Xiao, are you pleased with the way I've turned out? Jiang Xiao nearly chuckled. Xiaoling was indeed a master of disguise, perpetually presenting herself as a pitiful figure. Xiaoling, you have brought this upon yourself. Xiaoling wept. All I ever wanted was for you to divorce Yin Feng. Can't you show me a modicum of sympathy? Do you truly wish for the child within me to be born illegitimately, forever branded as a bastard? Jiang Xiao responded with a disdainful scoff. If your child is born without legitimacy, the scorn from others will be a result of your own actions, not mine. It is your sordid deeds and your refusal to live honorably that have led to this. I actually pity the child, destined to face the world with you as a mother. You despise Xia Xiufen for her twisted psyche and resent your upbringing. Yet how much better are you than her? Your child may very well one day lament having you as a mother. Xiaoling, this is your retribution. Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears. The mention of Xia Xiufen filled her with terror and loathing. She cradled her abdomen, declaring, I will never treat my child like Xia Xiufen did. I love my child more than anything. He is the embodiment of my love with the one I cherish most. Jiang Xiao, you will never comprehend how deeply I love him. Jiang Xiao's demeanor remained indifferent, even languid. I need not understand, nor do I wish to. Yin Feng and I have long since severed our ties. Whether you are well or ill matters not to me. Xiaoling's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? A sly smile crept upon Jiang Xiao's lips, reminiscent of a cunning little fox, her eyes glimmering with mischief. This expression was one Xiaoling often witnessed during their school days, a look that signified Jiang Xiao's scheming nature. Indeed, Jiang Xiao continued, Xiaoling, has Yin Feng not informed you that we were never legally married? Thus, our union is non-existent. Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Jiang Xiao fanned the flames further. If we are indeed unmarried, why has he withheld this from you? The position of Mrs. Yin, which you so ardently desire, he refuses to grant you. If he truly loved you, he would have married you long ago. Instead, he leaves you to bear a child while you wait for a marriage that has never existed. Xiaoling was left dumbfounded, her emotions a tumultuous whirlpool. But Jiang Ziyou's tone remained casual, as if engaged in idle gossip between friends. A man's possessions do not necessarily signify his love for you. However, the things he conceals from you undoubtedly indicate a lack of affection. Jiang Ziyou stood tall, deliberately bending slightly to gaze into Xiaoling's eyes. "Xiaoling, you truly are pitiable," she remarked, before turning away, tossing her wavy hair and departing in her high heels. A heartless blow, indeed. The cardboard box in Xiaoling's hands clattered to the ground. She felt a surge of panic, nearly losing her balance. How could this be? Jiang Ziyou and Yin Feng had never actually registered their marriage. Hence, they were not truly married. Yet, why had Yin Feng never mentioned this? Did he, in the depths of his heart, consider Jiang Ziyou to be the lady of the Yin household, even without a certificate? Why had Yin Feng deceived her? However, a more grave realization soon struck Xiaoling. The divorce agreement she had presented to Yin Feng the previous night became a source of dread. Since his marriage to Jiang Ziyou was non-existent, there was no need for a divorce agreement. Jiang Ziyou had indeed dug her own grave, and she had unwittingly jumped into it. The moment she produced the divorce papers, Yin Feng would have understood her deceit. The agreement was fabricated, a ruse to compel him to divorce. Such a lie would crumble under scrutiny. No wonder, last night, after she had calmed him, he had suddenly gripped her throat in a frenzy. He must have discovered something, perhaps her signature. He had likely recognized the imitation of Jiang Ziyou's handwriting. If she could replicate her signature, then the diary that had driven a wedge between him and Jiang Ziyou could also have been forged. Yin Feng must have unraveled the truth, which explained his sudden and violent change in demeanor. Xiaoling sat on the ground, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. At noon, Jiang Ziyou intended to call Bo Jinxiu to discuss her evening plans at the Yin residence. However, considering the proximity of BJ Tower to the television station, she decided to visit him directly, hoping to share a meal and convey her intentions. Today, she did not enter through the exclusive elevator of the underground parking lot, but rather through the main entrance of BJ Tower, aiming to blend in as an ordinary office worker. To her surprise, she was recognized the moment she stepped inside. "Good day, Ms. Jiang. Please come in." Once inside, everyone she encountered greeted her with warmth. "Good afternoon, Ms. Jiang." "Hello, Ms. Jiang." "Greetings, Ms. Jiang." Jiang Ziyou was taken aback. How was it that each person seemed familiar with her, while she did not recognize them? Although she was a somewhat well-known host, this level of recognition seemed excessive. She had visited BJ Tower before, and even the front desk staff had not known her. Could it be due to the trending news from last night? Although she and Bo Jinxiu had indeed made headlines, only her name had appeared, devoid of any accompanying photographs. Almost all the media imagery consists of photographs of dazzling fireworks, making it unlikely for anyone to recognize her at first glance. What could possibly be the reason behind this? However, after taking a few steps, Jiang Ziyou soon comprehended the situation. In the lobby of the BJ building, there loomed a massive LED screen, typically reserved for company promotional images. At this moment, it displayed a multitude of her photographs. There were also a few pictures featuring two individuals, though they were scarce. Most were candid shots from the previous night when the pair had danced together. The remainder comprised private snapshots of Jiang Ziyou, images of her hosting the news, as well as more intimate moments, such as watering flowers on the balcony and gazing at the stars from a wicker chair. There was even a photograph of her in slumber. Each image exuded an artistic quality, creating a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. Judging by the angles and locations of the shots, it was evident that these were clandestinely taken by Bo Jinxiu during their time at the Green Shade Villa. Jiang Ziyou was utterly oblivious to the fact that Bo Jinxiu had captured so many beautiful photographs of her over the past 3 years. While the photographs were indeed exquisite, their incessant loop here was undeniably mortifying. Chapter 71. Do not indulge in beauty, excessive desire. Jiang Ziyou hurriedly entered the elevator, her mind racing as she approached the door of the CEO's office. The atmosphere outside was lively, with the secretary's room buzzing with chatter. She seemed to catch a glimpse of Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice. After a brief pause, she made her way to Bo Jinxi's office. Bo Jinxi sat there, his expression grave as he focused intently on his laptop. Upon noticing Jiang Zio's entrance, his eyes lit up with unmistakable delight. He rose promptly, stepping closer to her, placing his hands on her waist and leaning down to bestow a kiss. His tone was laced with evident joy and surprise as he asked, "What brings you here?" Jiang Zio smiled. "I came to mooch some food." Bo Jinsi feigned dissatisfaction. "Couldn't you say you missed me?" "All right, I miss you," she replied teasingly. "Oomph, you're just being dismissive," Jiang Zio retorted. "Bo. Jean, she." He quickly backtracked. "I was just joking. Miss Jiang, if you have deigned to visit me, it would be truly ungrateful of me not to appreciate it." After saying this, he leaned down to softly kiss her crimson lips. "Wait for me a few minutes. I'll be right with you." It was then that Jiang Zio realized Bo Jinsi was engaged in a video conference. She felt a wave of shock wash over her. Had their flirtation been audible to everyone on the other end of the line? It seemed mortifying. However, she quickly regained her composure and settled onto the sofa to await his return. Today's video conference was a corporate assembly connecting Bo's employees from across the company, numbering nearly 10,000. The sudden departure of the CEO was noted, but the voices from the conference remained crystal clear. Whispers spread that the CEO's girlfriend had arrived, an occurrence that, while not particularly astonishing, revealed a side of the usually cold and ruthless heir that few had witnessed. Had he just been acting coy? The heir was notorious in the business world as the Yama of the market, known for his chilling demeanor and ruthless strategies. He was like a distant star, aloof and untouchable. Yet here he was, revealing a tender, playful, and almost childlike side. The icy persona he had carefully crafted in the minds of many was quietly shattering. 5 minutes later, Bo Jinsi closed his laptop and inquired, "What do you want for lunch?" Jiang Zio replied, "Just the food from the small cafeteria. I'm too lazy to go out." Bo Jinsi dined daily on specially prepared meals from the BJ cafeteria, delivered directly to him by senior management. Jiang Zio had sampled the fare a few times and found it to be exceptionally delightful, rivaling even that of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Observing Jiang Zio, Bo Jinsi raised an eyebrow slightly. "That works. If we go out, we want to have time for a nap." Understanding his line of thought, Jiang Zio realized they often found themselves entwined at night. She felt somewhat overwhelmed, not wanting to expend her energy during the day. The heir was a man of countless responsibilities. It would be wise to avoid excessive indulgence in beauty and desire. Bo Jinsi approached and lifted Jiang Zio effortlessly, declaring, "Do not worry, my young beauty. You possess a robust physique." Jiang Zio chuckled softly. "Are you serious? Put me down. I have something to discuss with you." Noticing a hint of seriousness on Jiang Zio's face, Bo Jinsi finally set her down. "What is it?" "Tonight, we must pay a visit to the Yin family." Upon hearing the mention of the Yin family, Bo Jinsi retracted his casual demeanor. "What business do we have with the Yin family?" Jiang Zio recounted the events of that morning in their entirety. "I have parted ways with Yin Feng, yet his father, mother, and the elder treat me as their own. They wish to express their gratitude for the opportunity you provided to the Yin family's paradise resort. And of course, they wish to meet you." Bo Jinsi nodded gravely. "Meeting the parents, then? I must prepare accordingly." At that moment, a knock resounded from the office door. "Come in." Gao Sin entered, carrying an exquisite lunchbox. He neatly arranged the meal on the dining table. As he turned to leave, he suddenly remarked, "President, there is something I believe warrants your attention." Bo Jinsi replied coolly, "What is it?" "Jiang Xiao has been dismissed, yet she has caused quite a commotion outside, insisting on seeing you." Jiang Zio furrowed her brow, realizing that the noise she had heard upon entering was indeed from Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing her name, Bo Jinsi's eyes flashed with disdain. "Call security to remove her." However, Jiang Zio interjected, "Wait a moment." Bo Jinsi turned to her. "Let her in," Jiang Zio continued, then added, "There's a favor I need you to assist me with." 5 minutes later, the office door swung open, and Jiang Xiao stormed in, her anger palpable. By that time, Jiang Zio had discreetly retreated to the office lounge, leaving only Jiang Xiao and Bo Jinsi in the room. She intended to stage a dramatic performance. Initially, Jiang Xiao had given up hope, but upon realizing that Bo Jinsi would indeed see her, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Nevertheless, She maintained an outward appearance of indignation. Striding confidently before Bo Jinsi, she proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I admit that I conspired against Jiang Xiao yesterday. She has usurped my identity since childhood, taking everything that rightfully belongs to me. My grievances are personal, yet I accept full responsibility for my actions. My friends, who share my discontent, have simply aided me. Why should the young master direct his ire towards them?" That morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao received several calls from friends with whom she frequently dined and shopped. These individuals included minor actors and daughters of lesser households, who typically sought to curry her favor. Jiang Xiaoxiao soon discovered that they were all in dire straits. Some were being pursued by gangsters over gambling debts. Others had their cosmetic surgery photos leaked online, and some faced exposure of their tumultuous private lives. If only one had encountered misfortune, it might have been manageable, but the simultaneous troubles of all these individuals were conspicuously alarming. Yet, these individuals were precisely the ones who supported Jiang Xiaoyu during the accusation made yesterday. There is no need for speculation. It is undoubtedly connected to Jiang Xiaoyu. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao understands that Jiang Xiaoyu lacks the capability to orchestrate such a scheme alone. It is evident that Bo Jinxiao is the mastermind behind all. Initially, she had no intention of involving herself in this matter, as she had never regarded those individuals as true friends. Nevertheless, a remark from one of her acquaintances struck a chord. "How could the crown prince act this way? We merely offered a bit of support, and yet he retaliates so ruthlessly. Clearly, you were the one who instigated this. How is it that you remain unscathed?" This statement sparked a revelation for Jiang Xiaoxiao. Indeed, she is the true architect of the situation, and yet there is not a trace of scandal against her online. She is aware that Jiang Jinhui expended a considerable sum to bribe the reporters present at the scene last night. However, should Bo Jinxiao take action, Jiang Jinhui would be utterly powerless. Yet, he directs his fury towards those who merely aided him, sparing her from retaliation and keeping the events of last night from becoming common knowledge. Perhaps he is considering the Jiang family's reputation, or perhaps she holds a unique significance in his eyes. Chapter 72. No one knows what happened that night upon gaining such an understanding. Jiang Xiaoxiao was suddenly struck by a thought. She boldly rushed to the company, only to be met with the disheartening news that she had been dismissed. She was deprived of even a moment to confront Bo Jinxiao. In her frustration, she caused quite a scene, but ultimately, Bo Jinxiao permitted her entry. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been shown the door by now. Clearly, her standing in his heart was unparalleled. Jiang Xiaoxiao possessed a certain self-awareness. In terms of beauty, intellect, and elegance, she perhaps fell short of Jiang Xiao. Yet, she embodied qualities that Jiang Xiao lacked: authenticity and spontaneity. Most daughters of noble families, groomed from a young age, adhered strictly to decorum and propriety, embodying virtues and understanding etiquette. However, the more one encounters such women, the more one finds them lacking in vitality. She was well acquainted with the psychology of wealthy heirs, who often had refined girlfriends but sought out fiery, wild women outside. Now, she was also endowed with a new persona, one of righteousness. She was acutely aware of the complexities within Bo Jinxiao's family, rife with deceit, manipulation, and intrigue, making genuine emotions a rarity. Such traits were indeed precious to him. As anticipated, Bo Jinxiao inquired nonchalantly, "Is Miss Jiang here to seek justice for your friends?" Jiang Xiaoxiao presented herself with a demeanor of righteous indignation. "Of course, if you wish to vent your frustration on behalf of Jiang Xiao, then direct your ire toward me. This matter was instigated by my actions alone, and I am willing to bear full responsibility." A faint smile played upon Bo Jinxiao's lips, yet his gaze remained cold and indifferent. He remarked nonchalantly, "Miss Jiang, you possess the heart of a chivalrous woman." His words dripped with sarcasm, yet Jiang Xiaoxiao, lost in her own fantasies, remained oblivious, feeling a swell of pride at his apparent regard for her. However, Bo Jinxiao's next words pierced her bubble of self-satisfaction. But how can a Miss Jiang, so devoted to loyalty, remain indifferent to her adoptive mother, who raised her for 20 years, knowing full well that it was a case of justifiable defense, yet unwilling to testify, allowing her to face a life sentence? Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Bo Jinxiu would suddenly bring up Yin Ruyun. Swiftly, she deduced the reason. Jiang Xiao must have spoken to him to tarnish her reputation in his eyes. In a fit of anger, she retorted, "Did Jiang Xiao tell you this? My dear sister certainly knows how to cast aspersions. No one was privy to the events of that fateful night. Perhaps Jiang Xiao knew a fragment, but it was merely the tip of the iceberg." Jiang Xiaoxiao harbored no fear. Bo Jinxiu, however, spoke with a dispassionate tone. "This has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. I merely happened upon a video. Miss Jiang might find it worthwhile to take a look." He produced a phone and opened a video. A sense of trepidation gripped Jiang Xiaoxiao, yet she leaned in to watch the footage, which depicted the night of Zhao Deshang's tragic demise. A video emerged showing her fleeing the crime scene. Jiang Xiaoxiao's complexion was pale as she questioned, "How did you acquire this footage?" However, Bo Jinxiu refrained from answering her inquiry. Instead, he stated, "The video bears a timestamp. At the moment of the incident, you were indeed present at the scene. Neighbors also observed Zhao Deshang's domestic violence against both you and your adoptive mother. This suffices to substantiate your adoptive mother's claim of self-defense. Yet, throughout the police investigation and the trial, Miss Jiang, you have failed to advocate even once for your adoptive mother's cause, which perplexes me greatly. My investigations reveal that although Yin Riyun faced financial hardships, she was remarkably devoted to her daughter, even going so far as to invest considerable sums to enroll you in an elite school. Indeed, you attended a prestigious institution in the capital during your high school years. It was there that you first encountered the title of the capital S Prince. Little did Bo Jinxiu know that she had crossed paths with him back in high school and had fallen for him at first sight." Jiang Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by guilt. Aside from Yin Riyun, no one truly knew what transpired that fateful night. Yet, Yin Riyun would never disclose the truth. Burdened by her own sense of guilt, she refrained from testifying, not wanting anyone to discover she was the daughter of a murderer, and secretly hoped that Yin Riyun would remain in that place indefinitely. This way, her worries would cease. However, now Bo Jinxiu had inserted himself into the matter, possessing evidence from the crime scene. Should she continue to deny her involvement, it would only cement the perception of her as a heartless and ungrateful daughter who abandoned her adoptive mother. She could not allow Bo Jinxiu to view her in such a light. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiao crouched down, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Indeed, I was at the scene that night. It was not my desire to abstain from testifying. Rather, it was my adoptive mother's refusal. She declared that she had committed many wrongs in her life and wished to spend her remaining days in prison in penance. I pleaded with her countless times, but ultimately, I had to respect her choice. The events of that night haunt me. Witnessing my adoptive mother take my adoptive father's life was terrifying. I was consumed by fear and panic, for my adoptive mother had always treated me with genuine kindness, wanting to shield me from this ordeal, urging me to leave. It was not that I disregarded her fate. I had always hoped for her early release, yet she believed herself too sinful to deserve freedom. My adoptive father was a scoundrel who subjected me to beatings and abuse from a young age, while my adoptive mother fought fiercely to protect me. She cared for me sincerely." As she reached the end of her lament, Jiang Xiaoxiao's tears flowed freely. In her final words, a glimmer of genuine emotion surfaced. Indeed, Yin Riyun had treated her with utmost kindness and compliance. Though their family was impoverished, she endeavored to fulfill Jiang Xiaoxiao's material desires, even if it meant indulging her wish for expensive shoes. This was a debt she owed her. Having switched 2 children, she felt a profound sense of guilt and regret. Originally a wealthy heiress, she grew up in dire straits, a burden she felt she owed to her adoptive mother. Now, Jiang Xiaoxiao desperately recalled the myriad of kindnesses bestowed upon her by Yin Riyun, striving to make her tears feel more authentic. Bo Jinxiu spoke indifferently, "So, it is. I almost misunderstood that Miss Jiang Air wished to sever ties with her adoptive mother for the sake of her reputation." Jiang Xiaoxiao promptly replied, "I'm not that kind of person. The grievances between my mother and my adoptive mother are not my concern. My adoptive mother has treated me well. If she is released, I will certainly take care of her for the rest of her life." Bo Jinxiu interjected, "If that is the case, I presume Miss Jiang Air would be willing to appeal to the second court to exonerate her adoptive mother. Jiang Xiaoxiao was utterly taken aback. To appeal on behalf of Yin Ruyun and clear her name? Wouldn't that reveal to the world her identity as the daughter of a murderer? Furthermore, Yao Shulan despised Yin Ruyun the most. If she were to enthusiastically support an appeal for Yin Ruyun, Yao Shulan would surely be infuriated. Most importantly, Jiang Xiaoxiao could not fathom why Bo Jinxiu was so invested in Yin Ruyun's case. Chapter 73. Bo Jinxiu meets the parents. Jiang Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears and tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, what compels you to care so deeply about my foster mother's case? Is it perhaps due to Jiang Xiu's influence? Does Jiang Xiu wish for Yin Ruyun to be released?" Yet, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of disbelief. Jiang Xiu had scarcely laid eyes on Yin Ruyun. When Jiang Xiaoxiao returned to the Jiang family, Yin Ruyun was already incarcerated. They had not even exchanged a single word. So how could there be any semblance of affection between them? Moreover, Jiang Xiu must harbor resentment, for Yin Ruyun had brought her considerable suffering, bearing the stigma of being the biological daughter of a murderer and facing public scorn. It was unlikely that she would desire any association with Yin Ruyun. Bo Jinxiu's expression remained impassive as he explained, "Your foster mother worked as a live-in nanny for the Shun family in the capital for 3 years. She shared a good rapport with them, and they wished to assist her. I have some connections with the Shun family and am now acting on their behalf." In an instant, Jiang Xiaoxiao understood. It was indeed true that Yin Ruyun had once earned her living as a nanny for the esteemed Shin family. Jiang Xiaoxiao recalled that during that time, she was preparing to enter high school. Due to Zhao Desheng's frequent domestic violence, Yin Ruyun had always kept her close. She had accompanied her to the capital but had been unable to enroll in a public school due to the lack of a household registration, ultimately attending a private institution instead. It was the Shun family who had assisted in her transfer to a local private high school. Furthermore, the generous salary provided by the Shun family had enabled her to attend such a prestigious school. However, during her final year, she had encountered trouble and returned to Rongqing in disgrace. Consequently, Yin Ruyun had no choice but to resign and come back with her. So, it turned out to be this way. As long as Jiang Xiu was not involved, everything could be resolved. Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked, "But appealing the case is no simple task." "Rest assured, I shall pave the way for you," Bo Jinxiu replied. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Xiaoxiao. "My foster mother's imprisonment has always been my greatest regret. I am immensely grateful that Your Highness is willing to help alleviate this sorrow. In fact, even without your prompting, I had been preparing to appeal on her behalf, though the path ahead is fraught with difficulties. With your assistance, I feel reassured." Jiang Xiaoxiao resolutely decided to advocate for Yin Ruyun's appeal. This decision, of course, stemmed from her careful consideration of the pros and cons. Admittedly, there were drawbacks. Her actions would surely displease Yao Shulan, and her past would inevitably be scrutinized, inviting ridicule from some. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself indifferent to such matters. This endeavor could bind her fate with Bo Jinxiu's, as they shared a common goal. During this period, it was inevitable that they would engage in discussions and strategize together, perhaps even sharing meals and lodging, which would surely foster a deeper emotional connection. Furthermore, she could salvage her image in Bo Jinxiu's eyes. Moreover, even if Yin Ruyun were to be released, her life would not significantly impact Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiu, as her biological daughter, would naturally bear the responsibility for her mother's future. This would also create a considerable dilemma for Jiang Xiu. Why not seize the opportunity? As for Yao Shulan, a little coquetry or a tearful display might suffice. Jiang Xiaoxiao was in high spirits. She had initially intended to enhance her presence before Bo Jinxiu, but unexpectedly, she found herself with an unforeseen gain. Seizing the moment, she suggested, "It's already noon. Shall we dine together? We can continue discussing the case." Upon entering, Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed the untouched dishes on the table. Would the prince deign to invite her to share a meal? Observing that there were precisely 2 sets of utensils, she felt a flicker of hope. Yet Bo Jinxiu remarked, "There's no rush regarding the appeal. We can deliberate at our leisure. It's getting late. Miss Jiang, you may take your leave." His gesture toward the door was a clear dismissal. Disappointment flickered in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. However, She understood that matters concerning her and Bo Jinxiu could not be hurried, especially with Jiang Xiu standing in their way. Nevertheless, they had ample time ahead, and she was determined to win Bo Jinxiu over. After Jiang Xiaoxiao departed, Jiang Xiu emerged from her room. She approached the dining table and sat down, letting out a soft sigh. The beauty ploy certainly proves effective. Bo Jinxiu approached, expressing his dissatisfaction. Are you not liable to compensate me for some emotional distress? Jiang Xiu chuckled lightly. You speak as though I forced you into servitude. Bo Jinxiu smiled faintly. They settled down, enjoying their lunch while engaging in casual conversation. Jiang Xiaoxiao's actions the previous night had deeply embarrassed the Jiang family, inciting considerable displeasure from Jiang Jinhui. The only ally she could rely upon was Yao Shulan's support. If she were to advocate for Yin Riyun's appeal, it would be akin to stabbing Yao Shulan in the heart, a truly cunning scheme to sow discord. Bo Jinxiu gazed intently into Jiang Xiu's eyes. It seems I must tread carefully around you. Your penchant for retribution is quite pronounced. He recognized that this was a maneuver to incite enmity between Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan. Jiang Xiaoxiao was no fool. She understood that advocating for Yin Riyun's appeal would inevitably provoke Yao Shulan's wrath. Yet, Jiang Xiu perceived her covetousness and reckless ambition regarding Bo Jinxiu, exploiting these vulnerabilities to unhinge her judgment. Jiang Xiu playfully hooked her finger under Bo Jinxiu's chin. Fear not, I would not employ such tactics against you. Yet, Bo Jinxiu unexpectedly grasped her delicate hand and pressed a kiss upon it. Your beauty ploy suffices. I am but a willing participant in this charm. After their meal, Jiang Xiu, with a hint of reluctance, indulged in a brief afternoon nap, although time was scarce. Her youthful visage indeed boasted vitality. At 2 o'clock, she took a shower, and a new outfit arrived from the boutique just in time. Donning a fresh ensemble from head to toe, Jiang Xiu made her way to the television station. As the primetime news was scheduled for live broadcast, she emerged from the television building after the program concluded at 7:30. Bo Jinxiu's car awaited her at the entrance. As she opened the passenger door and settled in, just a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the courtyard of the Yin family villa. Upon exiting the vehicle, Bo Jinxiu did not proceed inside immediately, but instead opened a trunk. He then retrieved a considerable number of items from within. Jiang Xiu was quite taken aback and inquired, What are you doing? Bo Jinxiu replied, It's my first time meeting the parents. I certainly cannot arrive empty-handed. Jiang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. Did he truly believe this was a familial visit? Had he forgotten that this place once served as her in-laws? Nevertheless, Jiang Xiu said nothing and assisted in bringing the items inside. Upon seeing their vehicle approach, Feng Yuping hurriedly came out to greet them, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, you finally made it. Jiang Xiu called out, Mom, and promptly introduced, This is Bo Jinxiu. Feng Yuping greeted him warmly, saying, I've long heard of the young master's esteemed name. This is indeed my first encounter. Aunt Feng, you may call me Jinxiu, he said, presenting her with a gift. This is a gold facial mask developed by our Bo family's cosmetics company, known for revitalizing the skin, though, Aunt Feng, given your youthful appearance, you might not find it necessary. Chapter 74. Long live the brother-in-law. Feng Yuping was elated by a single remark. She had heard of the golden facial mask, a renowned product of the cosmetics company under the Bo family, which boasts numerous top-tier global brands. The most famous offering is the golden mask from the brand BJ. However, this mask is not intended for the ordinary individual. It is said to be a medical product developed by a world-class medical team using cutting-edge techniques, a feat that has even earned a Nobel Prize in medicine. Due to the rarity of its precious materials, production is exceedingly limited, available only to the VIP clientele of the BJ brand. Last time, Madame Yao received one from a friend in the capital, and during afternoon tea, she proudly showcased it to everyone. Now, Bo Jinxiu had gifted her an entire box, yes, a whole box. Feng Yuping was beside herself with joy, clutching the box of masks. Tomorrow, she planned to host a tea gathering, distributing 2 masks each to Madame Yao and Madame Zhang. Feng Yuping welcomed the 2 individuals into the room. You must be hungry. Let's head to the dining room for a meal, she suggested. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table. Today, Yanin had also returned. Bo Jinxiu had prepared gifts for everyone. Yin Xingye, who relished tea, received the finest Dahong Pao. The elderly gentleman, a lover of calligraphy, was presented with an antique set of writing essentials and an exceptionally rare Hui ink, which brought a broad smile to his face. Yin Yin, with eager anticipation, turned to Bo Jinxiu. What about me? Do I have a gift? Bo Jinxiu smiled. Of course, little sister, you have tickets to the concert of Si Yufeng. Ah! Yin Yin suddenly shrieked. Si Yufeng was the nation's film emperor, not merely an actor, but also a celebrated singer, and her idol. Tickets to his concert were notoriously difficult to obtain, and despite her efforts, she had failed to secure any. It's VIP seating. Brother-in-law, I adore you. Bo Jinxiu paused momentarily. What did you just call me? Yin Yin, unabashed, replied, You are my sister's boyfriend. Is there anything wrong with calling you brother-in-law? She was well aware of the recent family changes. Just yesterday, her mother had declared that Jiang Ziyo was now her real sister rather than sister-in-law. Moreover, Yin Yin had always regarded Jiang Ziyo as her elder sister, having a much closer bond with her than with Yin Feng. Feng Yuping felt a surge of anxiety. Yin Yin's exuberant nature could lead to misunderstandings. Although Jiang Ziyo was currently in a relationship with Bo Jinxiu, addressing him as brother-in-law seemed rather presumptuous. Would he misconstrue that Ziyo was seeking a formal title? Yet, the next moment, Bo Jinxiu's expression softened, revealing a cheerful demeanor. I'll share Si Yufeng's WeChat with you shortly. Yin Yin was so thrilled she nearly overturned the dining table. Brother-in-law is the best. Long live brother-in-law. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such a brother-in-law, far superior to her lackluster brother. Feng Yuping wholeheartedly agreed. The feeling of having a son-in-law is truly delightful. Of course, she is also aware that the relationship between Jiang Ziyo and Bo Jinxiu may not necessarily lead to a lasting union. Should they genuinely wish to be together, they are bound to encounter numerous obstacles. However, viewing Jiang Ziyo as a daughter, as an elder, she finds Bo Jinxiu to be utterly impeccable. While she feels happiness for Jiang Ziyo, there is also a tinge of sorrow within her heart. After all, Jiang Ziyo has always been the daughter-in-law she envisioned since childhood. Yet, upon reflecting on her son's reckless actions, she finds solace. Being a daughter is quite wonderful too. This child has endured so much hardship and suffering. She deserves to be cherished by someone who truly loves her. The meal they shared was filled with joy and harmony, until Yin Feng returned. Stumbling in, slightly inebriated, he was taken aback by the sight of a lively gathering around the dining table, filled with laughter and chatter. To his astonishment, Jiang Ziyo was also present. The moment he laid eyes on her, his heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. He had not gone to the office today, nor had he touched his phone, which he had turned off for the day. Instead, he had found refuge in the bar owned by Xiao Kai, where he poured out all his troubles. Xiao Kai chastised him, saying he deserved it. You grew up with Sister Yu, bears a baby, and yet you still fail to understand her character. Just because a woman sets up a scheme and sows discord, you start doubting Sister Yu's love for you. Shouldn't you be ashamed of yourself? Even Lu Fifan, the most naive among us, can see that Xia Ling is a schemer. Yet you, enchanted, consider her the epitome of innocence. Now, what are you going to do? Xia Ling is pregnant, and with a child between you. How can you possibly reconcile with Sister Yu? By the end of this tirade, Yin Feng could bear no more. He powered on his phone, only to find an overwhelming number of missed calls, all from Xia Ling. His heart brimmed with resentment towards her, and he had no desire to respond. Yet, aside from Xia Ling, no one else seemed to care about him. He suddenly felt an urge to return, only to be greeted by the scene before him. Not only was Jiang Ziyo present, but Bo Jinxiu was also seated at the table, engaged in jovial conversation with the elder. The elder looked at him with eyes full of admiration and approval, as if he were gazing upon his own grandson. The same sentiment was echoed by his parents. Yining, holding her phone, was oblivious to the tension, suddenly exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, he added me. He really added me. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You truly are my dear brother-in-law." Hearing the term brother-in-law, Yin Feng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His fingers clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. "Yining, who are you calling brother-in-law?" The sudden voice at the door shattered the festive atmosphere in the dining room. Everyone turned to see Yin Feng standing at the entrance, his expression cold. Typically, he exuded an air of refined elegance, but now his eyes were bloodshot, his beard unkempt, and he reeked of alcohol, embodying a scene of utter disarray. Feng Yuping stood up, feeling a mix of anger and concern at the sight of Yin Feng in such a state. After all, he's her own son. She approached him with concern and inquired, "What brings you back?" Yanin, however, responded nonchalantly, "Isn't it rather awkward for you to return now, brother?" Yin Feng seldom visited the ancestral home, having consistently resided with Xia Ling elsewhere. A visible anger flashed across Yin Feng's face as he retorted, "Do I need to file a report for returning to my own home? Yanin, are you truly my sister?" Yin merely pouted, choosing silence. The old man turned around, coldly admonishing, "How long has it been since your last visit? Yanin returns from school more frequently than you." Yin Feng clenched his fingers tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly. Feng Yuping, unable to bear the sight, remarked, "Look at you. You appear utterly disheveled. We have guests today. Hurry and take a shower, change your clothes, and come back down." Although Yin Feng had been drinking, he felt unusually alert at that moment. Meanwhile, Bo Jinxiu, impeccably dressed in a white shirt, exuded an aura of untouchable sanctity. At that moment, Bo Jinxiu's gaze fell upon him, calm and indifferent. Despite sitting, he emanated an undeniable sense of superiority that made Yin Feng feel as though he was looking down from above. Chapter 75. The desire for reconciliation. Yin Feng was deeply unsettled by the prevailing atmosphere. He turned on his heel and exited the dining hall, retreating to his quarters. When he re-emerged after a refreshing bath and a change of attire, he appeared meticulously groomed, yet his countenance still bore traces of melancholy and profound fatigue. The housekeeper had already set the table for him, but at that moment, it was Bo Jinxiu who occupied Yin Feng's usual seat. Consequently, he was relegated to the edge of the table, grappling with a complex blend of emotions. Since Yin Feng's return, the once light-hearted ambience had dissipated entirely. Yin had taken her leave early, retreating to her room to engage in a chat with Si Yufeng via her phone. The elder patriarch broke the silence. "Feng, you're likely aware that the project for the Paradise Resort has been entrusted to Haifeng Construction by President Bo. This presents a rare opportunity for the Yin family, who have faced losses in recent years, to navigate through difficulties and perhaps even turn the tide. Today's family banquet is intended to express our gratitude to President Bo." Bo Jinxiu interjected, "You are too kind, elder. Bo Corporation also values the strength and quality standards of Haifeng Construction. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration." Despite his words, the elder and the others understood that there were far more capable firms than Haifeng Construction. Bo Jinxiu's choice seemed to carry ulterior motives, likely influenced by his relationship with Jiang Ziyo. Yin Feng was acutely aware of this dynamic. Previously, Bo Corporation had not even provided the bidding documents to Haifeng Construction. On the very day Jiang Ziyo approached Bo Jinxiu, the Yin family received the documents. He had initially believed it was his sincerity that had swayed Bo Jinxiu, but now it appeared to be Jiang Ziyo's influence. Had they developed an ambiguous relationship during that time? A bitter anger welled up within him. Suddenly, he blurted out, "The Yin family situation is indeed dire, but we are not at the point of resorting to marital alliances." The atmosphere grew tense. As everyone understood the implication of Yin Feng's words, he insinuated that the project was secured through the allure of Jiang Ziyo. The elder's fury erupted as he slammed his palm on the table. "Nonsense! What are you spouting?" Yin Feng recalled the earlier conviviality and felt a surge of indignation. They were all too aware that Jiang Ziyo was his wife, even if only in the past. Yet now, for the sake of the Yin family's interests, they could smile as they offered her up. Did they not care at all for his feelings? In a moment of defiance, Yin Feng declared, "Am I mistaken? Jiang Ziyo is my wife, yet she now fawns over this man. If the Yin family's future requires me to barter my wife, then I would rather forfeit it all." His astonishing proclamation left the assembly in shock, even casting a blush of shame upon Feng Yuping's face. How could he dare utter such things? Before anyone else could respond, Jiang Ziyo spoke up, "Yin Feng, do you have no shame?" Their eyes locked, a silent battle of wills igniting between them. Today, Jiang Xiao donned a casual yet enchanting ensemble, a flowy, pale yellow floral gown that cascaded gracefully around her. Her hair fell loosely, the natural curls adding an air of effortless charm. Her makeup was subtly understated, merely a hint of blush and lipstick. Yet, her expressive eyes and brows possessed an innate allure, captivating hearts with every flutter. Yin Feng felt a pang in his heart. I am not your wife, nor your woman, and certainly not a mere pawn for your gain. Xiao Yu, that was not my intention, he replied, but Jiang Xiao's cold laughter interrupted him. Are you blind to your own heart? Can you not distinguish between genuine affection and mere flattery? Yin Feng was rendered speechless. Yet he struggled to believe that Jiang Xiao could fall for Bo Jinxiu within a mere month. Feng Yuping, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, "A Feng, you are my son, yet I cannot side with you in this matter. You have chosen Xiaoling. Must Xiao Yu remain in vain hope, waiting for you? I am aware of yesterday's events. You were present while the Jiang family and Xiaoling bullied her, and now you have the audacity to claim Xiao Yu as your wife? Had it not been for Mr. Bo's protection, who knows how she would have been tormented? Since you do not cherish her, rest assured there are others who will treasure her. I have already made it clear to everyone, but since you were absent, I shall reiterate. From this day forth, Xiao Yu is our Yin family's daughter, not a daughter-in-law. I can no longer concern myself with you. Pursue your happiness with Xiaoling, but do not obstruct Xiao Yu's quest for her own happiness. Otherwise, do not expect me to recognize you as my son." Feng Yuping felt a deep pang of sorrow for her son, yet anger for his lack of ambition. In her heart, both Yin Feng and Jiang Xiao were her children, with a slight preference for the latter due to her being a girl. The childhood friends had transformed into adversaries, which pained her the most. However, after the turmoil of the past month, she had come to realize the impossibility of reconciliation and resolved that Yin Feng should no longer hinder Xiao Yu. Yin Feng, upon hearing this, felt an even deeper bitterness. His family, who had always stood by Jiang Xiao's side through every ordeal, made him question his own place within it. Perhaps this very sentiment had seeded a quiet jealousy in his heart, a root of misunderstanding that would later bloom into conflict. Yet, he could never voice these feelings aloud. With a lowered head, he finally spoke. "Mom, I have broken up with Xiaoling." The words cast a heavy silence over the restaurant. Although it appeared directed at Feng Yuping, he could not resist stealing a glance at Jiang Xiao. To his dismay, her expression remained impassive. There was no surprise, no shock, not even a furrow of her brow. Feng Yuping, however, was utterly astonished. It seems that the incident last night, where Xia Ling framed Xiaoyu, has prompted him to awaken to reality. Have you truly ended your relationship with Xiaoling? Yin Feng nodded. I have seen her true nature. In truth, they have not officially parted ways. However, at this juncture, Yin Feng is acutely aware that a separation is inevitable. What about the child? What will happen to the baby in Xiaoling's womb? Yin Feng hesitated. The child requires careful consideration. He has yet to contemplate the future of that child. Bo Jinxiu suddenly chuckled. It appears that Master Yin has not yet resolved his issues. Yet, in such a state, you are eager to announce your separation in front of your ex, declaring your stance. Could it be that you are still harboring thoughts of reconciliation and returning to the past? Chapter 76. The pink longevity lock Yin Feng's covert intentions had yet to fully form when they were abruptly unveiled by Bo Jinxiu, laid bare under the glaring light of scrutiny. Embarrassment, guilt, and shame flickered in his eyes, but these emotions were swiftly masked by an icy facade. President Bo, my relationship with Xiao Yu has been nurtured since childhood, a bond of over 20 years that an outsider like you cannot comprehend. I implore you not to interfere in our matters, Yin Feng asserted. Yet, Bo Jinxiu, without a moment's hesitation, draped his arm over Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder, declaring, I believe I am not an outsider. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if on the brink of eruption. The two men locked eyes. Yin Feng's expression was frigid, radiating palpable hostility akin to a cornered leopard. In stark contrast, Bo Jinxiu appeared remarkably relaxed, even disdainful. Although his countenance remained cool, a glint of amusement danced in his eyes, hinting at mockery and scorn, as if he regarded Yin Feng with utter indifference. This only fueled Yin Feng's ire further. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, was the first to rise, stating, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, it's getting late. I'll shio and I shall take our leave." Suddenly, Feng Yuping interjected. "Xiao Yu, come with me for a moment. I have something to give you." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Standing beside Bo Jinxiu, she naturally placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning slightly to whisper in his ear, "Wait for me in the car. I'll be out shortly." Bo Jinxiu looked up, gently patting her slender waist, responding with a calm smile. "All right." Their movements were casual and languid, imbued with a sense of intimacy and ease, entirely devoid of pretense, as if they shared an unspoken understanding cultivated over years. Yet how could that be? Jiang Xiaoyu followed Feng Yuping out of the dining hall, while Bo Jinxiu took his leave as well. Yin Fu and the elder Yin also departed. After sitting in silence for a while, Yin Feng ultimately decided to pursue them. "Mr. Bo, please hold on." As Yin Feng caught up with Bo Jinxiu, they found themselves in the villa's courtyard. Bo Jinxiu turned to face him, standing tall beneath a magnolia tree. This year's magnolia bloomed particularly late, reaching full blossom only at the end of August. In previous years, the tree would already be laden with fruit by this time. The enormous, pristine white flowers, illuminated by the ground lights, exuded an air of aloof elegance, standing apart from the world, much like the man beneath it. Bo Jinxiu possessed an undeniable aura of highborn nobility. Although they were all born into privilege, even among the elite, there existed a hierarchy. Bo Jinxiu stood at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the masses. He cast a cold glance at Yin Feng, his voice distant and detached yet laden with pressure. "Young Master Yin, what brings you here?" Summoning courage, Yin Feng met his gaze, asserting, "Mr. Bo, Jiang Xiaoyu and I have grown up together. Childhood sweethearts with a deep bond. 3 years ago, we celebrated our wedding, an occasion witnessed by many. Indeed, due to certain misunderstandings, I unexpectedly failed to show up on the day we were to obtain our marriage certificate." Bo Jinxiu offered a faint smile, remarking, "I must thank the heavens for their insight." Yin Feng's expression grew somewhat frosty as he replied, "Mr. Bo, that piece of divorce paperwork does not signify much. In my heart, I and CI, you are still husband and wife, or at least we once were. I believe CI feels the same." A slight furrow appeared on Bo Jinxiu's brow. It was true that Jiang Xiaoyu had confided in him about her childhood bond with Yin Feng, a connection that others could not comprehend, and she had been waiting for Yin Feng to return to her. A flicker of unperceived intensity glinted in Bo Jinxiu's eyes. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, stating, "And what of it? Young Master Yin knows that is all in the past." Yin Feng boldly declared, "I will not relinquish CIU. In the past, I was manipulated by Xiao Ling, who sowed discord between us. Now that the truth is unveiled, I will not forsake her any longer. I intend to atone for my past transgressions with the remainder of my life. Mr. Bo, your esteemed lineage affords you the privilege of choosing among the most exceptional and beautiful women. You are not bound to her, but I am different. We have lived together for 20 years, akin to family. I hope you will refrain from intervening in our affairs." Bo Jinxiu chuckled softly, "Young Master Yin, you are both foolish and self-assured. It is foolish to think that a bond of 20 years can be easily undermined by a few words from outsiders. You dare to call that profound affection? Yet your confidence is indeed admirable. What makes you think that when you decide to return, others should simply wait for you? Sometimes, a missed opportunity is indeed a mistake, and the remainder of life will only draw us further apart." Bo Jinxiu's gaze was deep, tranquil as the ocean beneath a night sky. Yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the undercurrents, as if ready to unleash a tempest. He paused, locking eyes with Yin Feng, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Moreover, how do you know that I am not bound to her?" The sultry summer evening breeze felt like a hand tightening around Yin Feng's throat, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfing him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu returned to her room with Feng Yuping. In front of Jiang Xiaoyu, Feng Yuping opened the safe and retrieved a small black velvet box. Approaching Jiang Xiaoyu, she unveiled it to reveal a jade longevity lock. Surprisingly, it was crafted from the exceedingly rare pink jade. Such material is seldom found in the market, and even when available, the quality is often lacking. However, This longevity lock was completely transparent, reminiscent of glass, with a delicate blush of the utmost quality. The craftsmanship was seamless, exuding an air of elegance. Jiang Xiaoyu, though not an expert in jade, recognized its immense value at a glance. Seemingly anticipating Feng Yuping's intentions, she hastily declined. "Mom, I cannot accept this." Feng Yuping responded, "This is not a gift for you. It has always been yours." Jiang Xiaoyu looked on in surprise. This jade piece was exchanged between the Jiang and Yin families as a token of their engagement when the two families arranged a betrothal. The Jiang family presented a pink jade longevity lock, while the Yin family offered a Hetian jade rui. However, this longevity lock holds significant provenance. It was not custom-made by the Jiang family, but rather gifted by a distinguished individual on the day of your birth. It is indeed a remarkable stroke of fate. Yet your father refrained from elaborating, only mentioning that possessing this jade would ensure your lifelong prosperity and affluence. Jiang Jinhui regarded this jade as a treasured heirloom, intending to pass it down through generations, thus designating it as the engagement token for you and Yin Feng, with hopes of eventually bequeathing it to your offspring. Now that Yin Feng is no longer in the picture, and given your separation, it is only fitting that this jade is entrusted to you for safekeeping. Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. "I have severed ties with the Jiang family, so if it is to be returned, it should go back to them. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao is the biological daughter of the Jiang family, and this longevity lock inherently belongs to her." Jiang Xiao was not avaricious. "Foolish child, if I wished to return it to the Jiang family, I would have done so long ago. I want you to have this jade." Jiang Jinhui mentioned that the eminent person who bestowed this invaluable piece upon you felt a connection with you upon seeing you. Had he not been swapped with Jiang Xiaoxiao at that time, perhaps they would not have given it at all. Do not be naive. The swap was not your fault. I have cherished this jade like a treasure for over 20 years, and it is rightfully yours. You must not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I shall be displeased." Jiang Xiao smiled as she accepted the box. "All right, I shall keep it and not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, even if she asks for it in the future." Hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Feng Yuping's mood lightened. "Now, that is my good daughter. Such fine treasures are meant for us to keep. You tend to be too noble. In this world, we must not play the martyr. We can indulge in all things, but we must never suffer loss." Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. "I shall remember, mother." As Jiang Xiao exited the villa, she spotted Bo Jinxiao and Yin Feng conversing beneath a magnolia tree in the courtyard. "Xiao, what are you two discussing?" Chapter 77. Will you not comfort me? Jiang Xiao walked directly to the side of Bo Jinxiao, naturally entwining her arm with his. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling like roses swaying in a summer evening breeze, evoking a sense of longing. Bo Jinxiao's originally frosty demeanor seemed to melt away in an instant, warmth radiating from his eyes. His voice, reminiscent of moonlight, was both crisp and gentle. Nothing much, just discussing life philosophies with young Master Yin. Jiang Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye dancing in response. With a smile, she said, "We should be on our way. It's late, and we ought not disturb others' rest." "Very well." Bo Jinxiao lifted his head, his expression suddenly turning cool and distant. "Young Master Yin, I take my leave." With that, he and Jiang Xiao turned to leave together. Watching their retreating figures, Yin Feng felt as though his heart had been stabbed, the pain causing it to convulse. When had they transformed into we, while he had become an outsider? Could it be that their 2 decades of camaraderie paled in comparison to Bo Jinxiao's mere month? He felt a sense of unwillingness, disbelief. Jiang Xiao must be doing this on purpose. After a moment's pause, he rushed forward, grabbing Jiang Xiao and forcefully separating her from Bo Jinxiao. This was something he had long wished to do when Bo Jinxiao danced with Jiang Xiao when they watched fireworks together. Perhaps the effects of the evening's revelry had emboldened him. "Xiaoyu, don't go." But before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed as Yin Feng felt a sharp pain in his back. His body was thrown to the ground with a classic shoulder throw, his head striking the floor, sending a dull ache through him. As he lay there, his gaze was blank as he looked up at the instigator of his fall. Jiang Xiao. Her movements had been as swift as lightning, now exuding an air of elegance and composure, looking down at him as if he were inconsequential. Even Bo Jinshio stood there, stunned. Just a moment ago, she had appeared like a tempestuous sprite, her actions fierce and unrestrained, clearly harboring a personal vendetta. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she returned to a languid, unruffled demeanor, leaving Bo Jinshio questioning whether the previous scene had been a mere illusion. Unconsciously, a chill crept down his spine. Jiang Ziyo gazed indifferently at Yin Feng on the ground. Yin Feng, did I not make myself sufficiently clear? If you refuse to listen when I speak civilly, you should be aware that I possess a modicum of skill in combat. She had said all that needed to be said. Reluctant to elaborate further, she issued a final warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, Isha l'incapacitate you. With that, she turned and took Bo Jinshio's hand, walking away. Yin Feng lay on the ground, his back aching, his head throbbing, heart pained, his entire being in agony. Jiang Ziyo soon departed the Yin family villa in Bo Jinshio's car. Once inside, she noticed Bo Jinshio's mood was decidedly foul. His countenance cold, a stark contrast to the warmth he had displayed at the Yin residence. The car traveled a considerable distance, yet Bo Jinshio remained silent, not uttering a single word. Jiang Ziyo deliberately chose silence, gazing out at the scenery as it whizzed by. The man could no longer contain himself. Jiang Ziyo, why don't you comfort me? He implored. Jiang Ziyo looked at the sulking man and suddenly laughed. Why should I comfort you? Have I done anything to wrong you? After a moment of contemplation, Bo Jinshio replied, well, not exactly. He then asserted defiantly, but I am unhappy. Then tell me, what is the source of your discontent? Jiang Ziyo inquired nonchalantly, propping her head on one hand. Is it because you lost the verbal sparring with him just now in the courtyard? Although Bo Jinshio did not turn to face Jiang Ziyo, he proudly lifted his chin. Impossible, I emerged victorious. Is it because I wrestled with him violently that you feel a pang of sympathy? Upon mentioning this, the corners of Bo Jinshio's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. Of course not. Your beating him was quite gratifying. His expression was utterly unmasked, resembling a child reveling in the misfortune of others, so painfully juvenile. Jiang Ziyo found this jealous demeanor of his somewhat endearing. She lifted her arm and playfully scratched his chin. That's not the reason, nor is that. So what is it, my little prince? Observing Jiang Ziyo in good spirits, seemingly unaffected, Bo Jinshio's mood also brightened considerably. He spoke up. I am simply incensed that Yin Feng believes his mere apology, his admission of guilt, and his contrition can erase his previous offenses towards you. What gives him such an absurd notion? It is utterly ludicrous. This evening, Bo Jinshio had found himself laughing in anger several times. This master, Yin, is truly a remarkable character. How thick-skinned must one be to utter such words? His true frustration stemmed from the concern that the dynamic between Jiang Ziyo and Yin Feng had always been this way, leading Yin Feng to believe that a simple apology would suffice to win her back. What he genuinely worried about was whether Jiang Ziyo would indeed turn back. After all, there was one undeniable truth. He could not compete with the bond she shared with Yin Feng, a friendship spanning over 20 years. Though they had crossed paths when he was 8, for him, it was a grand redemption, a search and longing spanning nearly 2 decades. Yet for Jiang Ziyo, he had long since faded into the recesses of her memory. In this regard, he was indeed far outmatched by Yin Feng. Jiang Ziyo pinched the man's chin. Boy Yinyu, there is no need for you to test me. Since I have ended things with Yin Feng, I will not return to the past. His thoughts have nothing to do with me. Upon hearing her words, Bo Jinshio felt a significant relief wash over him. Indeed, his earlier words had been tinged with a hint of probing, seeking to discern Jiang Ziyo's stance on Yin Feng's apology. Fortunately, she remained steadfast. Bo Jinshio shrugged, unbothered by the exposure of his insecurities. It's not that I lack confidence. After all, you refused to bestow me with a title. Jiang Ziyo smiled, her charm captivating. Do you dare to accept what I offer? Bo Jinshio turned to her, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Are you serious? Of course not, she replied with a playful huff. You're just teasing me again. Jiang Ziyo glanced out the window, a subtle smile gracing her lips. They were in a good place now, enveloped in the warmth of love, friendship, and understanding. their souls intertwined yet distinctly aware of their individuality. When together, their affection was intense. But should they part in the future, it would be with grace and without entanglement. On that fateful night, Bo Jinxiu had long desired her. His relentless pursuit leaving her somewhat vexed. Bo Jinxiu, what time is it? Don't you have work tomorrow? No, today? Jiang Zio's hair was drenched, a strand clinging to her flushed cheek, exuding a wordless allure. Weary, she turned her gaze to the window. The dawn was nearly breaking. Chapter 78. Child. Let it go. Bo Jinsi, with his arm propped up, scrutinized the figure beneath him with keen intensity. Her skin was porcelain white, reminiscent of exquisite china, evoking a sense of fragile beauty. He savored every inch of her allure, etching her every subtle expression into his memory. His voice, already husky, carried an enchanting, almost hypnotic quality. The project at the Paradise Resort was on the verge of launching, and he anticipated a future filled with busyness. Fearing there would be no time or energy for moments like this, Jiang Zio nearly uttered a phrase of gratitude. But before she could, Bo Jinsi's voice interrupted. So, shall we do this again? By the time she regained her clarity, Bo Jinsi had already left for the company. She could scarcely recall how she had drifted into slumber. Exhausted to the core, the woman who usually struggled with sleep found herself in a deep rest for quite a while. Upon awakening, she felt refreshed, evidently having taken a shower. She brewed herself a cup of coffee and then picked up her phone, only to discover a plethora of missed calls, dozens from Xiaoling and one from Yanfeng. Jiang Zio chose not to return the calls, promptly blocking those two numbers. Meanwhile, in the presidential office of the BJ building, Gaotzen was reporting on work and upcoming schedules. Bo Jinsi abruptly inquired, "Has the team from Haifeng Construction arrived for today's project summit?" "Yes, a team is already waiting in the conference room," Gaotzen replied. Today marked the official commencement of the Paradise Resort project, necessitating a grand meeting presided over by Bo Jinsi himself. As Haifeng Construction was the primary contractor for the resort, their presence was indispensable. Who is leading the team? Gaotzen was taken aback by Bo Jinsi's question. He replied in detail, "It is currently Yin Feng, the general manager of Yin Corporation, who is fully responsible for the Paradise Resort project." A smirk played at the corners of Bo Jinsi's mouth. It was surprising that after being so harshly thrown by Jiang Zio the previous night, Yin Feng was not lying in a hospital bed today. Half an hour later, Bo Jinsi entered the conference room. The spacious room was filled with people seated around a long table. The Paradise Resort project encompassed numerous fields, yet the primary concern at this moment was the contractor. Thus, Yin Feng and his team occupied the seats closest to the head of the table. Bo Jinsi took his place at the head without hesitation. He cast a glance at Yin Feng, who was staring down at a pile of documents, his gaze vacant, as if devoid of vitality. The meeting lasted a full 4 hours, stretching into midday. As it concluded, Bo Jinsi unexpectedly called out, "Young Master Yin, the scale of the Paradise Resort project is immense, and the timeline is pressing. You're aware of this, I trust?" Addressed directly by Bo Jinsi. Yin Feng responded in a formal tone, "Mr. Bo, Haifeng will exert every possible effort to live up to BJ's trust and expectations." Yesterday, Yin Feng had been intoxicated, which had led him to express disdain for the Paradise Resort. In reality, the Yin Corporation now found itself in a precarious position, surrounded by adversity. If he still possessed even a modicum of rationality, he would understand how desperately the Yin family needed this project. It was akin to a fortuitous windfall, one that could not only salvage the Yin family from dire straits, but also propel them to unprecedented heights. From this perspective, he ought to express his gratitude to Bo Jinsi. Bo Jinsi nodded. From today onward, young Master Yin shall serve as the project lead for the Paradise Resort as the contractor. This project must be executed with the utmost quality and precision, leaving no room for error. Therefore, I expect you to station yourself at the construction site, working closely with the frontline workers, taking a hands-on approach to oversee the overall situation. Yin Feng cast a glance at Bo Jinsi. The project had long since established a multifaceted team. In terms of Haifeng, beneath the project lead were the execution manager, safety director, quality director, business manager, and production director, among others. It was rare for a project lead to be present on site daily. Furthermore, the Paradise Resort project was situated in the most remote outskirts of Rongqing, quite a distance from here. Bo Jinsi seemed intent on assigning him to the project department. However, this project was of paramount importance to the Yin family. Regardless of Bo Jinsi's demands, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, ever since last night, a sense of despondency had settled in his heart. Faced with Xia Ling's entanglements and Jiang Xiao's indifference, he yearned only for a period of solitude. Thus, Yin Feng unhesitatingly agreed. Upon exiting the BJ building, Yin Feng spotted Xia Ling waiting at the entrance. Most of the Yin family's associates were the old guard who had served under the elder, many of whom had watched Yin Feng and Jiang Xiao grow up. They were naturally aware of the nature of Yin Feng's relationship with Xia Ling. Xia Ling was the mistress Yin Feng had kept outside. However, she had previously been unreserved in her presence at the company, even going so far as to refer to herself as Mrs. Yin. Nonetheless, those in the know held her in disdain. The Yin family members sighed as they greeted Yin Feng before departing. Xia Ling rushed over upon seeing Yin Feng. Today, she was dressed particularly demurely, donning a white cotton linen long dress with a white canvas bag slung over her shoulder. She wore no makeup, rendering her complexion especially haggard. Her eyes were slightly reddened, giving her an appearance of fragility and helplessness, as if she could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. She approached Yin Feng cautiously, reaching out to grasp the sleeve of his garment. "Ah Feng, today marks 3 months for my prenatal checkup. Would you accompany me to the hospital?" Xia Ling was already aware of the profound change in Yin Feng's disposition. He must have discovered her meddling in Jiang Xiao's diary, which had led to their estrangement. Yin Feng's heart was likely filled with anger and resentment towards her. This matter was beyond her explanation, and she had no intention of clarifying it. 3 years had passed since the incident. Even if Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng's initial misunderstanding could be addressed, they could never return to the beginning. Moreover, she was carrying Yin Feng's child. This child was now her sole bargaining chip. Yin Feng glanced at Xia Ling's slightly protruding abdomen. The joy he once felt at the prospect of fatherhood had long since dissipated, replaced by a sense of aversion. He shrugged off Xia Ling's hand. With a face devoid of emotion, he gazed at Xia Ling suddenly. He spoke. "Xia Ling, this child, let us terminate it." Xia Ling stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. She lingered in disbelief, seemingly hearing phantom echoes. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to ask Ah Feng, "What did you just say?" Yin Feng had been tormented for 2 days, wrestling with conflicting thoughts day and night, every moment weighed down by his turmoil. Yet, now that he voiced his decision, a sense of resolve enveloped him. His tone was firm, imbued with determination. "I said, I do not want this child anymore, Xia Ling. Terminate the pregnancy, and we shall return to our former lives." Xia Ling stood there, feeling as if the sun's rays were particularly scorching today. Yin Feng continued, "It is only 3 months along. The physical repercussions for you will not be too severe. I will compensate you, whatever sum you desire. If you agree, I will arrange for a doctor immediately, and I shall accompany you to the hospital, caring for you until you recover and are discharged." Chapter 79. A third-rate mistress Xia Ling stood there, almost in a daze, her eyes brimming with tears. She rushed forward, desperately grasping Yin Feng's arm. "Yin Feng, how could you do this? This is our child. Do you not realize how hard we fought for him? Do you not remember how many medications I took? How many injections I endured?" Yin Feng frowned deeply. "I have not forgotten, but Xia Ling, what have you done? Do you want me to recount everything to you?" Xia Ling looked at him with pleading eyes. Yin Feng laid his cards on the table. "You forged that diary by imitating Xiao Yu's handwriting, which led to the collapse of our relationship. You seized the opportunity to insert yourself into my life. For all these years, you have feigned kindness while secretly plotting against Xiao Yu. You feared that one day your deceit would be exposed, so you created a child to bind me to you. Your heart is as cold as ice. Your intentions are insidious. I was utterly blind to have believed you and to have collaborated in harming Xiao Yu. Yet even now, you remain unrepentant, thinking that by presenting the child, I would yield unconditionally. Do you truly perceive me as such a fool, someone you can manipulate at will?" With each word, Yin Feng's voice grew colder. Reflecting on the past years, he realized how completely she had controlled him. Xia Ling clutched his hand, tears streaming down her face. No, that is not how it is. Alphonse, I love you. I love you so deeply. Everything I did was to prevent losing you. I realize my mistakes. I am ready to repent. I will go to Xiao Yu and apologize. I will kneel before her and beg for her forgiveness. She nearly fell to her knees. Alphonse, do not leave me. We have come so far, and we finally have our baby. You cannot abandon me like this. I implore you. I will not terminate the pregnancy. This child is more precious than my own life. I cannot live without him. Xia Ling half knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Occasionally, passers-by cast surprised and curious glances their way. In the past, Yin Feng would have softened at such a sight. However, now, the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd only filled him with embarrassment. He wished to avoid further entanglement with Xia Ling in this public space. Xia Ling, if you insist on having this child, you may do so, but I will not acknowledge him. The Yin family will not recognize him either, and I will not provide you with a single cent. This child is solely yours. I bear no responsibility. If you can accept this, then go ahead and give birth. Yin Feng, how can you be so cruel? How can you treat me this way? Xia Ling's heart was overwhelmed with anguish. At that moment, the gathering crowd only seemed to grow. Young Master Yin, what kind of drama is this? A mocking voice rang out from the entrance of the BJ. Bo Jinxiu emerged, surrounded by a throng of admirers, moving with a leisurely grace. The individuals around him were all affluent second-generation elites who considered themselves superior. They too were involved in the project at the Paradise Resort, and most of them were already acquainted with Yin Feng. Each one of them was exceptionally talented, standing out among their peers. However, when compared to the illustrious and favored Bo Jinsi, the disparity remains starkly evident. The quick-witted Feng Bo jestingly remarked, "Young Master Yin, you truly lack appreciation for delicate beauty. How could you allow such a lovely lady to kneel on the ground? If you feel no sorrow, I certainly do." Yin Feng, unwilling to entertain the amusement of this group of second-generation elites from the capital, brusquely cast aside Xia Ling and departed. Xia Ling was taken aback by Yin Feng's sudden coldness, having been so unceremoniously abandoned. Feng Bo stepped forward to assist Xia Ling, saying, "My dear, it appears that no man is worth your time. Why not come with me? After all, I am no paragon myself." Shui Tao interjected, "Feng Bo, you really have no standards. Can't you see she is several months pregnant?" Feng Bo recoiled as if scalded, hastily releasing Xia Ling from his grip. "I have an affinity for married women, but I won't play the role of a cheap father," he retorted. Bo Jinsi cast a detached glance at Xia Ling, preparing to leave, yet she called out to him, "Mr. Bo, I have something to discuss with you." Despite having descended the social ladder, Bo Jinsi did not halt his stride. "Are you not the least bit interested in the matter concerning Jiang Xiyo?" At last, Bo Jinsi paused. He addressed the group around him. "You may head to the restaurant. I shall join you shortly." The others turned to glance at Xia Ling, who moments ago had appeared so pitiful with tear-streaked cheeks, now stood resolutely, her expression impassive, devoid of sorrow, instead regarding Bo Jinsi like a predator eyeing its prey, her eyes betraying unmasked calculation. This woman is truly formidable. Feng Bo's first impression was one of alarm. He kindly cautioned Bo Jinsi, "Be careful. This woman shifts her demeanor too swiftly to be underestimated." Bo Jinsi remained silent. After Feng Bo and the others had distanced themselves, he turned back toward the staircase, stopping 2 meters from Xia Ling. A calculating smile played at the corners of her lips as she inquired, "Mr. Bo, are you so concerned about Jiang Xiyo?" Bo Jinsi exhibited little patience, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze frosty. "What is it you wish to convey?" He sensed that halting here was unwise, as Xia Ling might utter words detrimental to Jiang Xiyo. Yet, regarding Jiang Xiyo, his curiosity compelled him to learn what she would say. "Mr. Bo, you and Jiang Xiyo have known each other for merely a month. Do you truly know this woman?" Bo Jinsi scoffed, "Miss Xia, I am not Yin Feng. Your attempts at sowing discord will not succeed with me." Xia Ling laughed lightly. "Xiyo is quite beautiful. She has been the object of male admiration since high school and revels in the attention, flitting from one man to another. She understands men well, which explains why the young master would be drawn to a married woman." Xia Ling was probing. testing whether Bo Jinsi was aware of the connection between Jiang Xiao and Yin Feng. Even without a marriage certificate, they had held a wedding ceremony. If Bo Jinsi were to investigate, he would surely uncover traces of that event. Would he truly be indifferent to labeling Jiang Xiao as a married woman? Bo Jinxiu discerned her thoughts at a glance. Miss Xia was unaware that young Master Yin and Ci Yu had not registered their marriage. Yet I am aware of this fact. Miss Xia has been with young Master Yin for 3 years, and he has not been truthful about such a matter. What does this indicate? It reveals that in young Master Yan's heart, your position remains that of a mere, insignificant third party. While others may perceive Miss Xia as a mistress, it is even more disheartening that young Master Yin perceives you in the same light. He could easily grant you a legitimate status, yet he has consistently relegated you to the role of a mistress, making Miss Xia, in this context, a truly unremarkable third party. Bo Jinxiu repeatedly referred to her as a mistress, causing Xia Ling's complexion to fluctuate between pale and flushed.